Chapter 1. The Beautiful Girl Card. Damn it. Gazing at the card in his hand, Lin Mu felt an overwhelming desire to end it all. Indeed, Lin Mu was a reincarnator. On this very day, July 12, 2034, the apocalypse befell humanity. Within a mere 2 months of the world's end, at least 80% of the global population had succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies. The fabric of civilization unraveled overnight, collapsing into chaos. Yet, beyond the zombies, humanity faced the threat of mutated plants and animals, particularly predatory creatures such as cats and dogs. These companion animals proliferated alarmingly, and upon mutation, their primal instincts were fully awakened. Even armed humans found little chance of survival when confronting these beasts on Eonon. Even more terrifying was the fact that both zombies and these mutated creatures could evolve through some unknown means. Post-evolution, these animals became exceedingly fearsome. Ordinary humans who caught their attention stood little chance of survival. Fortunately, this world offered humanity a glimmer of hope for survival. At the onset of the apocalypse, a mysterious array of items descended from the heavens, each capable of enhancing individual strength. To some degree, some fortunate souls even received evolution serums, transforming them into evolved beings. Of course, the initial batch of these mysterious items was limited, accessible only to a select few. However, shortly thereafter, enigmatic shops began to materialize across the globe. Those brave enough to slay zombies or mutated beasts could acquire their crystalline cores and exchange them at these mysterious establishments. As a reincarnator, Lin Mu was determined to seize the first wave of benefits. Only by securing these advantages could he muster the courage to confront the zombies when the apocalypse arrived. In his previous life, Lin Mu struggled for 2 to 3 years during the apocalypse, never achieving the status of an evolved being, relegated to menial labor within survivor bases. Thus, upon his rebirth, he hurried to the artificial lake beside his school. In his former life, he had heard tales of a couple who had discovered something remarkable there. Yet, when he arrived at the lakeside, the couple was nowhere to be found. Perhaps the world had shifted slightly upon his rebirth, or perhaps his arrival altered the destinies of others. Regardless, he was resolute in claiming this windfall. Lin Mu took out his phone and began the countdown. As the clock struck noon, an imperceptible wave of energy swept across the globe. Simultaneously, beams of light cascaded from the sky. It's here. Before his very eyes, a golden card spun gracefully above the surface of the water, tantalizingly close. Filled with excitement, Lin Mu reached out and grasped it firmly. Upon examining the card, he was met with the image of an extraordinarily beautiful girl, clad in exceedingly short denim shorts and a cropped, form-fitting top that showcased a pair of strikingly exaggerated assets. In that instant, the card's information flooded into his mind. Damn it! Upon receiving this information, Lin Mu nearly lost his composure. This card possessed but a single function. It would transform the user into the beautiful girl depicted upon it. Is this really happening to me? Lin Mu felt a surge of madness after enduring a rebirth. He never anticipated such an outcome. He had envisioned that by seizing the first wave of benefits, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life, attracting the affections of various affluent and beautiful women. Yet this was the result. Who in their right mind would wish to become a woman? In the apocalypse, the weak were merely assets for the strong, particularly for women, especially beautiful ones. In this chaotic world, being a weak yet attractive woman was, in itself, a grave misfortune. If he were to use this card and transform into the voluptuous beauty depicted, he would undoubtedly become a plaything for others in this lawless realm. The thought sent a chill down his spine. No, absolutely not. Even as a reincarnator, Lin Mu harbored little confidence in himself in this apocalyptic landscape. It was akin to the college entrance examination. Some individuals repeat the process countless times, yet fail to gain admission to top institutions. Meanwhile, those with innate talent can achieve such heights even before stepping into high school. This world was rife with prodigies even with a second chance at life. He was no genius himself, merely someone who possessed a modicum of foreknowledge. Attempting to compete with those extraordinary individuals was utterly futile. Yet, With this second chance, he ought to fare better than in his previous existence. Regardless, he aspired to become an evolved being in this life. Only then could he navigate this disorderly world with a semblance of humanity. Linmu initially contemplated discarding the seemingly useless card, but considering it might hold some value in the future for trading, he decided to stow it back into his pocket. The time of his rebirth was far from favorable. Had he been granted a bit more time, he could have prepared supplies and other essentials. Alas, fate had only afforded him mere minutes to reach this lakeside and acquire a perilous beautiful girl card. Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings, then picked up a stone and dashed toward a nearby miniature fire station. Such stations were commonplace in public areas like their school, housing various firefighting equipment. After smashing the glass, Lin Mu retrieved a hand axe from within. This hand axe, relatively short and lightweight, was far more suited for his use compared to the cumbersome, long-handled fire axes. Weighing the axe in his hands, Lin Mu hurriedly made his way toward the third cafeteria on the west side of the school. In his previous life, a mysterious shop had emerged inside the third cafeteria. As today was the weekend, with no classes in session, some students were sleeping in their dorms while others ventured outside to enjoy their time, resulting in relatively few people on the streets. Having run less than 100 meters and still within the vicinity of the artificial lake, he suddenly caught a whiff of a putrid stench. At that moment, a zombie rushed toward him from a short distance away. Whoosh! Lin Mu took a deep breath, lowering his center of gravity, and swung the hand axe toward the zombie's knee. He refrained from attacking the zombie's head directly due to the short handle of the axe. The creature's arms flailed wildly in front of it, and a direct strike could lead to injury from its claws. With a resounding thud, the zombie stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu advanced and struck its nape with the axe. These first-tier zombies moved sluggishly and had yet to evolve any particularly formidable abilities, making it relatively easy for an adult wielding a weapon to dispatch them on unknown. The true terror lay in the fact that, after some time, these zombies would swarm together, and that would be the real nightmare. Chapter 2. A large pot. Once the zombie had completely lost its vitality, Lin Mu promptly cleaved open its skull, extracting a crystal core the size of a thumb from within, by possessing a certain quantity of these cores. One could locate the mysterious shop and engage in trade, even acquiring a substance known as evolution potion. Consuming this potion would transform an individual into an evolver, thereby enhancing all aspects of physical ability and granting immunity to zombie infection. It can be said that, in this apocalyptic world, crystal cores serve as currency. The antiques of a prosperous era and the gold of tumultuous times lose their value in the face of catastrophe. The artificial lake is approximately 700 or 800 meters from the third canteen. Although it is the weekend, there are still a few people around the campus. He dashed towards the third canteen. He observed dozens of students screaming and fleeing in desperation. Just as a girl shrieked past him, a zombie clad in high heels closely pursued her. Lin Mu intended to evade and strike at its nape. But the zombie suddenly stumbled to the ground. This sight amused Lin Mu. Evidently, the creature had yet to acclimate to its high-heeled shoes, but it would never get the chance to adapt again. With a swift motion, he dispatched it and hastily extracted the crystal core from its brain. Noticing Lin Mu had dealt with the zombie that was chasing her, the girl quickly turned to shout, "Classmate, don't go towards the canteen. There are more of those monsters over there." Acknowledging her kind warning, Lin Mu turned back to advise her, "If you wish to live, do not run towards the dormitory." On a university weekend, many indulge in the luxury of sleep. Initially, the number of zombies was not significant, but once one person in the dormitory transforms into a zombie, those still lost in slumber could fall prey to the ravenous undead without any defense. After delivering his warning, Lin Mu continued his sprint towards the canteen. Tea this hour. Mealtime had yet to arrive, and the canteen was nearly deserted. He needed to reach the canteen swiftly to ascertain the location of the mysterious shop. The third canteen comprises 2 floors. Lin Mu cautiously entered the hall on the first floor. Yet before he could search for any trace of the mysterious shop, he heard a cacophony of fighting and curses emanating from behind the usual serving window. Without a doubt, as the staff prepared meals, one among them had transformed into a zombie and attacked those nearby. prompting the others to subdue in such a brief moment. Many failed to comprehend that these individuals had turned into zombies. Particularly the older ones. They merely speculated whether the person was suffering from epilepsy or some ailment. The students, who tended to be more alert, were the first to react, realizing that there was no sign of the elusive shop on the first floor. Lin Mu turned on his heel and rushed out, ascending the external staircase to the second floor. As for the individuals in the kitchen, he had no time to warn them. Explaining the situation would take too long, and he was uncertain if they would even grasp it. Upon reaching the second floor, before entering the hall, he was met by several pairs of eyes that turned to him in unison. What the? Lin Mu halted in his tracks. His astonishment. The second floor hall was occupied by 7 or 8 zombies, some of whom wielded weapons, like a zombie aunt with a ladle and a zombie uncle brandishing a cleaver. He could handle 1 or 2 zombies, but facing 7 or 8 could easily result in him becoming one of them. Under normal circumstances, Lin Mu would have at least greeted them, hoping to prevent the aunt from trembling while serving food. After all, this was a critical period for growth, and, as the flowers of the nation, they required proper nourishment. Auntie, uncle, my apologies for arriving at an inopportune moment. Your meal, isn't ready yet, is it? Please continue. I'm merely here to take a look. Without further ado, Lin Mu turned and sprinted away, the sounds of growling following closely behind. Just as he reached the ground floor, he was struck unexpectedly by a pot hurled down from above by the zombie uncle, landing squarely on his head. Dazed from the impact, Lin Mu regained his senses only to find the ladle-wielding aunt standing before him. Annie, your pot! He snatched the pot from the ground and hurled it back at the zombie, rising to flee, but the uncle who had thrown the pot was already blocking his path. Uncle, I've returned the pot to the aunt. As the zombie uncle lunged to grab him, Lin Mu rolled to the ground and scrambled to his feet, fleeing for his life. Due to the blow to his head, he felt quite disoriented, struggling to find his bearings. Lin Mu, over here, over here. Lin Mu gasped, scanning his surroundings, though his vision remained somewhat blurred. At that moment, a figure dashed towards him, grabbing him and pulling him along in a frantic escape. Lin Mu, what has happened to your head? It was then that Lin Mu recognized the person as Lin Bai, his childhood friend and roommate. They had grown up in the same neighborhood, attended the same elementary and middle schools, and even scored similarly on their college entrance exams, leading them to enroll in the same university. Oh, the uncle in the canteen gave me a pot. Dazed from the blow, Lin Mu could hardly articulate his thoughts, instinctively following Lin Bai as they ran. What? He gave you a pot? Lin Bai's mind was flooded with questions. However, upon seeing the remnants of soup on Lin Mu's head, he began to piece together the situation. In no time, Lin Bai had led him to the school's golf course, the university's golf course. Compared to a proper one, was relatively small, designated solely for students enrolled in golf courses, surrounded by barbed wire, and generally closed to the public. Few students opted for this major, and given its distance from the dormitories and classrooms, it was seldom frequented. Upon reaching the fence, Lin Mu snatched the axe from Lin Bai's hands and swiftly felled the padlock. Fortunately, the zombies moved slowly and were unable to catch up immediately. After helping Lin Mu sit on the grass, Lin Bai hurried to the manager's office to retrieve some wire to secure the door. Xiao Bai, how did you end up here? Were you not supposed to be off campus? Lin Mu was beginning to regain his composure. Because I was worried you might die, I came back to save you. Lin Bai rummaged through the manager's office, emerging with a medical kit, which he proceeded to disinfect and bandage Lin Mu's head. Stop it. You're not a resurrection master. How could you know? Ouch! Be gentle. That hurts. Lin Mu was well aware of Lin Bai's tendencies. He had likely left campus that morning due to a date with some younger female student, though it was baffling how he suddenly appeared back at school. Shut up. I'm just trying to clean your wound. Stop whining like a baby. Though he grumbled, Lin Bai's movements softened considerably. As Lin Bai tended to his head, Lin Mu's curiosity got the better of him, and he reached for the medical kit to see what supplies it contained. However, in the next instant, a horrifying realization struck. Xiao Bai, stop applying that. Get away from me. Chapter 3. Transformation into a girl. Following Lin Mu's gaze, Lin Bai noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Lin Mu's right arm had turned a deep black, as if poisoned. What is happening to you? Lin Bai immediately grasped Lin Mu's arm, discovering a very fine scratch at his elbow. Observing the wound, Lin Mu surmised that he had likely been scratched by a zombie-esque claw while rolling to evade it. He never imagined that, in this second life, he would fare no better than in the first. Xiao Bai, listen to me. Lin Mu fixed his gaze on Lin Bai. He had to convey everything he knew before he succumbed to the zombie transformation. Zombies possess something in their brains known as crystal cores. As he spoke, he noticed Lin Bai seemed distracted, fervently rummaging through the medical kit. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? At that moment, Lin Bai brandished a bottle of alcohol from the kit and began spraying it onto the blade of the fire axe. In an instant, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Mu. Indeed, Lin Bai intended to sever his arm with the fire axe. No, Xiao Bai, brother Bai, just kill me with one strike instead. Stay still, don't move. Lin Bai advanced, tugging up Lin Mu's short sleeve. Even if you cut off my arm, it won't help. Lin Mu could no longer contain himself. If severing an arm solved the problem, countless individuals would not have succumbed to becoming zombies in the apocalypse. Furthermore, the pain of such an amputation would be unbearable. He would rather die as he was. Then what should we do? I can't just watch you die. Lin Bai was in a frenzy. Growing up together, they had shared everything. How could he bear to witness Lin Mu's demise? Xiao Bai, please listen to me. Lin Mu's tone softened as he gazed intently at Lin Bai. Zombies possess something in their brains called crystal cores. With these cores, one can exchange items at the mysterious shop. That AS for the mysterious shop. Its locations are entirely random. If you are fortunate enough to encounter one, be sure to prioritize exchanging for the evolution potion. Once you become an evolver, not only will you grow stronger, but you'll also gain immunity to the zombie virus. Alright, wait for me here. I will go slay some zombies to procure the evolution potion for you. With that, Lin Bai turned and strode away, wielding a fire axe. Xiao Bai, Lin Mu was utterly speechless. He had anticipated that informing Lin Bai might lead to this outcome, in the courtyard of Lin Mu's family home. Lin Bai had grown up without a father, and her mother eked out a living through simple handicrafts, making their lives quite difficult. During that time, Lin Mu's parents had lent them considerable assistance, often inviting Lin Bai over for meals. Though unspoken, Lin Mu knew that Lin Bai had always held this kindness close to her heart. Wait, don't run off. After Lin Bai exited, she made sure to lock the door with a wire. Watching her recede into the distance, Lin Mu felt utterly powerless at that moment, aside from the injury to his head. Half of his body had begun to grow numb. Ordinary humans infected with the zombie virus can transform into zombies in as little as half an hour, depending on their physical condition and some unknown factors. The slowest among them can take up to a day. After a few minutes, Lin Mu felt his consciousness beginning to blur. Perhaps if it weren't for his head injury, he could have held on a bit longer. How pathetic to be reborn only to face such a fate. He had thought he could become an evolver and marry a beautiful heiress. Initially, he believed he had seized the opportunity in the past year or two of surviving in this apocalyptic world. He knew that the first wave of items that fell from the sky were all incredibly powerful, including the evolution potion he had longed for. Yet, why was he so unfortunate as to receive this worthless card? Lin Mu extended his hand and pulled the card from his pocket, a profound sense of despair enveloping him. As a normal person, he was undoubtedly afraid of death. Even with a second chance at life, he still didn't know how to face it. If only he could do it all over again. His eyes began to blur. He didn't want to die. He truly didn't want to die. After all, he had just been given a second chance. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a thought suddenly struck him. What would happen if he used this card? Would it rid him of the zombie virus? If it could, wouldn't that be akin to living again? Having reached this point, Lin Mu felt there was no time to hesitate. He gripped the card tightly and silently wished to use it. In that instant, his body was enveloped in a gentle white light, and his skin and bones began to restructure. Even his chromosomes underwent subtle changes. Minutes later, the white light dissipated at a stunning young woman clad in denim shorts, revealing two long, fair legs and a crop top that accentuated her ample bosom, stood up from the ground. I'm alive? In her exhilaration, she felt somewhat bewildered by her entirely new body to her surprise. In her moment of desperation, she had chosen to use that card to save her life. The result of her rebirth was to become a girl. What happened to marrying a beautiful heiress? This body, at any time, would surely drive any man to madness. Yet, this was not the outcome she desired. That a perfectly healthy man transformed into a girl was hard for her to accept, especially since she had been a single 20-year-old virgin before this. Lin Mu grasped her new chest, the softness of it something she had never experienced before. Had she known it would be like this, she would have pursued a romantic relationship beforehand. Why did this misfortune have to befall her? If only that wretched card had changed something else, she wouldn't be in this predicament. What should she do now? Should she go look for Lin Bai, or wait for him to return? If she went out searching and he returned, what would happen if he couldn't find her? Conversely, if she stayed put and he encountered danger, how wonderful it would be if her phone still worked. Ever since the apocalypse began, the original network had collapsed instantly. Without a special phone card from the mysterious shop, all communication was rendered futile. Lin Mu glanced at her phone to check the time. Lin Bai had been gone for about an hour now. She decided to wait a bit longer. If he didn't return soon, she would go find him. While anxiously waiting, the original card suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 4. Native card type. Native card gender. Female name. Card effect. Immunity to zombie virus infection upon reading the information on the card and sensing a connection with it. Lin Mu felt a surge of intent, and the card instantly merged into her body. I can ignore zombie infections. Lin Mu murmured to herself. After the apocalypse, only evolvers could gain immunity to the zombie virus. However, logically, an evolver's physical capabilities would be enhanced in all aspects. Yet she felt no different from before, not even as robust as when she was male. This meant that apart from being immune to the zombie virus, she was merely an ordinary girl. However, Lin Mu noticed that the card had a classification type. Since there was a card type, it implied that there must be other types of cards besides this native one. If there were no other types, why categorize them at all? But that was a matter for the future. Lin Mu now faced another dilemma. She needed to choose a new name for herself. Moreover, it had to change. The reason being, the name Lin Mu could not be imprinted on a native card. The native card was not a stagnant object. From a certain perspective, it operated under a set of rules. Much like an electronic chip with its own logic. Since her name could not be imprinted, the card's effect would be irrelevant to her, thus preventing her from genuinely gaining immunity to the virus. How about Lin Yang? Lin Mu closed her eyes, attempting to imprint the name Lin Yang onto the card. And oh good, it wouldn't imprint. She tried several names, only to find none could be inscribed. Wait a moment. Lin Mu finally realized that the names she had chosen were all masculine, while she was now a girl. Lin Mu held her head in exasperation. As a grown man, must she choose a delicate girl's name? Fine, a feminine name would suffice. It was time to bid farewell to the past. She certainly couldn't let anyone recognize her as Lin Mu. That would be utterly humiliating. What should it be? Lin Wan'er. No, a grown man bearing such a name would be too revolting. Just as she dismissed the name Lin Wan'er, she suddenly realized that those 3 characters had already been imprinted onto the native card. No, I want to change it. She quickly thought to erase Lin Wan'er, but found that once a name was imprinted, it could never be altered. Fine, so this is how it is, huh? You're determined to ruin me. Initially, she had planned to give herself a more neutral name, but instead, she ended up with such a dainty one that now that the card bore the name Lin Wan'er, she would have to use it in the future. Otherwise, the card would create an unstable fluctuation within her, potentially jeopardizing her life. Well then, Lin Wan'er it is that as long as no one recognizes me as Lin Mu. That will do. After anxiously waiting for over half an hour, just when she felt she could no longer sit still, a bloodied figure came sprinting toward her. That Lin Bai? Yes, it must be him. Though she couldn't see his face, Lin Bai's height of 188 centimeters and robust physique made him quite conspicuous. Easily recognizable from afar, that Lin Bai approached the entrance. She instinctively stepped back, hiding behind a wall in the tool room. Lin Mu! Lin Mu! Outside the wire fence, Lin Bai was frantically removing the wire locks while calling out her name. Lin Wan'er glanced down at her ample chest, her face pale as she stepped out from the corner of the tool room. Who are you? Where's Lin Mu? Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, Lin Wan'er felt a rush of panic. Momentarily frozen in place, unsure of how to explain herself. Nevertheless, seeing Lin Bai in such good spirits, with his clothes intact, reassured her, no matter the outcome of his trip, as long as he was unharmed. That was what mattered. Noticing her silence, Lin Bai discarded the wire he had been using to lock the door and rushed into the tool room. However, he found no trace of Lin Mu inside. I'll ask you once more, where is Lin Mu? When he emerged from the tool room, his eyes were reddened, and his gaze towards Lin Wanner was filled with fury if she didn't respond soon. Lin Wanner believed the next moment would see the axe in his hand swung toward her. Xiao Bai, it's me. I've changed. Lin Wanner turned her head, answering softly. What? Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. I said, I am Lin Mu. I have become what I am now. In order to convince Lin Bai, Lin Wanner continued. You used to catch fish in the river when you were a child. And Annie whipped you with a belt, causing you to cry and hide in my house. It was my mother who applied medicine to you. I in the 4th grade. You helped me in a fight and knocked out someone's front tooth. In your first year of high school, you attempted to dunk on the basketball court, but the ball got stuck on the rim, and you fell backwards, nearly meeting your demise. Lin Wanner recounted numerous memories. And if he still did not believe her, there was nothing more she could do. What the heck? You really are Lin Mu? Lin Bai approached her, his eyes fixed intently on her, then circled around her. Impressive. Lin Bai gave her a thumbs up. You're amazing, old man. Lin Wanner was infuriated by his words and kicked him. Stop staring. What is there to look at? Lin Wanner's face flushed, and she immediately crossed her arms over her chest to shield herself from Lin Bai's unabashed gaze. So, does this mean you're alright? Being caught by a zombie turns you into a girl? No joke, you're truly beautiful. Lin Bai grinned as he scrutinized Lin Wanner, unabashedly reaching out his hand and asking, Shall I have a feel? Get lost. Lin Wanner was finally enraged, swatting his hand away. You were gone for so long. Are you alright? I'm fine. What could possibly happen? Look, ISNT this what you refer to as an evolution potion. Lin Bai's hand bore a red mark from Lin Wanner's slap, but he carelessly retrieved a transparent, vial-like object from his pocket, which had a cap on top. You found the mysterious shop? Lin Wanner exclaimed in astonishment. She was not surprised that Lin Bai had dispatched a few zombies. After all, the low-level zombies moved sluggishly, and he was tall and strong, a key player on the basketball team, even scouted by professional leagues who had discussed his potential recruitment. However, she was perplexed as to how Lin Bai had found a mysterious shop in such a short span of time. Yes, I found it. What do you think? Are you in awe of your brother by now? Lin Bai wore a mischievous grin as he regarded Lin Wanner. Chapter 5. So white. Observing him, Lin Wanner felt somewhat speechless. At a time like this, he was still trying to show off in front of her. What a hideous display. He completely disregards the fact that she had transformed into a girl. Lin Wanner rolled her eyes at him. I'll tell you, I suspected that the mysterious shop was located in the 3rd cafeteria. The 3rd cafeteria is so far from the dorms, and it's not even mealtime yet. What were you doing there on a weekend? You've never been in a relationship. It's not like you went on a date, right? Thus, I deduced that the mysterious shop must be connected to the 3rd cafeteria, and believe it or not, I actually found it. So, what do you think? ISNT your brother by quite the Sherlock Holmes. Lin Bai looked at Lin Wanner with pride. Wong pa selling melons. Lin Wanner responded with exasperation, but she couldn't help but admire him. She no longer needed the evolution potion, so he could drink it himself. That I drink it? Lin Bai looked at Lin Wanner and then handed her the evolution potion, asserting that it was ladies first. With his current strength, he didn't need it for now. He could always get another next time. Get out of here. Hearing the words ladies first, Lin Wanner's anger flared. This little Bai truly knew how to push her buttons. Hurry up and drink it. Although my physical abilities are not on par with yours, I'm currently immune to the zombie virus. So being scratched doesn't matter, but if you happen to get scratched, that would be a real death sentence. Since she could now resist the zombie virus, she prioritized having Lin Bai consume the evolution potion. After all, in this apocalyptic world, no matter how formidable one might be, if they were not an evolved being, even a heavyweight champion like Tyson would be doomed if infected with the zombie virus. Upon learning that Lin Wanner was immune to the zombie virus, Lin Bai ceased to be polite, twisting open the vial and downing the potion in one go. The moment the potion entered his system, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him, sweeping away the fatigue that had previously burdened him. Watching Lin Bai consume the evolution potion, Lin Wanner felt a sense of relief. In her past life, after the apocalypse struck, she had never seen Lin Bai again. Now, in this life, Lin Bai had already become an evolved being. Regardless of what happened, This life should be better than the last. How do you feel now? Lynn Warner asked with curiosity. Although she was a reincarnator, she had never encountered such a substance before and had no idea what it felt like to become an evolved being. Lin Bai ran back and forth on the grass, stretching his limbs, and then, with a hint of astonishment, he said to her, "This evolution potion is incredible. If it weren't the apocalypse with my current physical abilities, NBA scouts would be clamoring for me. I could easily dominate Jordan, Kobe, and James with one hand." Lin Warner felt speechless. This guy was always thinking about basketball. However, it was precisely this trait that made Lin Bai quite popular among the girls at school. Tall, handsome, and skilled at basketball, he was always surrounded by admirers. By the way, how many crystal cores did you use to exchange for the evolution potion? 15 cores, why? It's nothing. Lin Warner shook her head. Exchanging 15 crystal cores for one evolution potion was indeed quite cheap for the future. The items in the mysterious shop would increase in price over time, but still within a reasonable range. However, once a group of evolved beings formed their own faction, they would monopolize the mysterious shop, leaving ordinary people like them with no opportunity to exchange items. The main concern was that the supplies in the mysterious shop were extremely limited. Once sold out, one would have to wait for the next restock. "Shall buy, let us go, we're going to kill zombies," as a reincarnator, and having once been a man, if she did not enhance her strength quickly, she would inevitably become a plaything for those powerful individuals. The thought of such a scenario made Lin Warner feel nauseous. "Why don't you wait here? I can handle the zombie-killing task myself," Lin Bai suggested, considering that Lin Warner was now a girl. Her physical abilities could not compare to those of an average boy. Encountering danger could lead to significant trouble. "And oh way, I must go too." Lin Warner was resolute. The road ahead was long, and she could not always rely on Lin Bai's protection. After making her decision, Lin Bai retrieved a golf club from the tool room and handed it to Lin Warner. Compared to an axe, a golf club had a longer attack range and was less likely to cause injury. Once they left the field, it wasn't too long before a few zombies were drawn to them. Without hesitation, Lin Bai charged forward. As a newly minted one-star evolved being, dealing with these ordinary level 1 zombies was a piece of cake. So impressive, as she watched Lin Bai dispatch a zombie with each swing. Lin Warner inexplicably found his silhouette quite charming. After eliminating the zombies, Lin Bai quickly harvested the crystal cores, and the two of them dashed toward the supermarket near the stadium. They chose to head in that direction because there were fewer people around the stadium, and it was relatively close to the golf course. As is well known, the campus was not crowded on weekends, so during the initial stages of the apocalypse, zombies typically congregated around dormitories and libraries. On their way to the stadium, they already saw many people desperately fleeing outside the campus. In her past life, Lin Warner had done the same, since her school was located in the suburbs. Exiting the school led directly to a road that connected to the city, and apart from vast fields, there were few inhabitants nearby. It was precisely for this reason that she had survived in her previous life. Upon reaching the supermarket next to the stadium, Lin Warner attempted to push the door open but discovered that it was barricaded shut. Without a doubt, there were people inside. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Bai knocked twice forcefully, trying to get the occupants to open the door. However, despite his efforts, there was no response from within. "Let us go through the top." Lin Bai pointed to the rooftop of the second floor. The supermarket had only 2 levels, and for Lin Bai, accessing the second floor was a simple task. Next to the main entrance, 2 air conditioning units were stacked together. Lin Bai stood on top of one and, with a light jump, grasped the edge of the balcony. With a slight exertion of his wrist, he propelled himself onto the second floor. "Quick, I'll pull you up." Lin Warner nodded, hastily climbing onto the air conditioning unit. Stretching up on her tiptoes and raising one arm, Lin Bai leaned over the balcony, ready to grasp Lin Warner's hand, but through her neckline, he caught an unexpected glimpse. "Wow, how lovely!" Lin Warner glanced down, her face turning crimson as she immediately pressed her hand against her neckline, raising her head with indignation, asking, "Have you seen enough?" "Enough, enough," Lin Bai chuckled, quickly reaching out to pull her up. Chapter 6, Sister-in-Law. "Spare me." As soon as she stepped onto the balcony, Lin Warner playfully poked Lin Bai's forehead with her finger and declared, "Lin Bai, if you continue like this, I shall gouge out your eyes." "Fine, I won't look anymore," From now on, even if you ask me to, I shan't gaze upon you. Lin Bai quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet his eyes furtively roamed from top to bottom. Fixating on Lin Wanner's bosom. It was unavoidable. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a woman as stunning as she was. Even if the actresses from film stood before him, they would pale in comparison to Lin Wanner. Moreover, her attire was rather revealing. Get lost. Who said I wanted you to look? Lin Wanner was genuinely furious. It was one thing to be eyed by formidable figures, but to be leered at by her own brother was intolerable. As she prepared to take action against him, Lin Bai hastily sprinted towards the door leading to the rooftop. Upon arrival, they discovered that the supermarket's entrance was still locked. Lin Bai promptly knocked and shouted, "Is anyone there? Please open the door." After several calls with no response, Lin Wanner suggested, "Kick it open." Regardless of whether anyone was inside, they needed to procure food. They could not linger indefinitely. Nodding in agreement, Lin Bai stepped back a few paces, then charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The door did not burst open, but a section of its joint was kicked loose, creating a sizable hole. Peering through the opening, they glimpsed a few individuals at the foot of the stairs, armed with either steel pipes or watermelon knives. Individuals at the stairwell recognized Lin Bai on the rooftop. One of them, wielding a watermelon knife, approached and unlocked the door. As Lin Wanner drew closer, an ominous feeling washed over her. She recognized one or two of these individuals. They were local delinquents who frequently infiltrated the school to pursue girls. The one who stepped forward had previously fought Lin Bai on the basketball court. If she recalled correctly, his name was Xiao Jinhui. Wow, Lin Bai, you've brought such a stunning girl with you. TSK. As Xiao Jinhui stepped onto the rooftop and caught sight of Lin Wanner, his gaze became glued to her, as if he wished to see through her entirely. Such lecherous eyes made Lin Wanner feel extremely uncomfortable, akin to being exposed and scrutinized, prompting her to quickly sidestep and hide behind Lin Bai. Xiao Jinhui, you'd best not provoke trouble, or I will end you. Lin Bai confronted his former adversary with unabashed hostility. Damn it, Lin Bai, trying to show off in front of beauty, are you? After cursing, Xiao Jinhui signaled to his companions, who approached the rooftop wielding steel pipes and other weapons. Where did such a beautiful girl come from? Why haven't I seen her before? Miss, why not come over and have some fun with us? Xiao Jinhui beckoned. Brothers, take him out. The outside world is already in chaos. Even if we kill him, no one will care. With a flourish of his watermelon knife, the others surrounded Lin Bai. Little beauty, it would be wise for you to come here, lest you get inadvertently hurt. We wouldn't want to ruin the fun. Hearing their crude remarks, Lin Bai brandished the fire axe in his hand and retorted, You reminded me. Killing you now would likely go unnoticed. Lin Wanner had heard enough of their vulgarities, yet her concern for Lin Bai lingered. She tugged at his sleeve and urged, Xiao Bai, be careful, don't worry. It's fine. Even if more of them come, they aren't enough to handle me, Lin Bai assured, glancing back at her. Damn it. How can you be so arrogant? One of the delinquents, emboldened by his longer steel pipe, stepped forward and swung it at Lin Bai. With Lin Wanner needing protection, Lin Bai couldn't afford to distance himself from her. The thug's advance played right into his hands. He swung his fire axe, and the steel pipe met the axe with a clash of metal. The impact rattled the thug's arm, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai struck the thug's chest with the axe. Crack! A bone-crunching sound echoed, and the thug collapsed, clutching his chest. Fortunately, as the apocalypse had only just begun, Lin Bai, being a student, was not prepared to take a life. Otherwise, the axe would have struck the thug's head directly. Damn it, let's all go at him! Xiao Jinhui shouted, and the remaining delinquents lunged forward with their weapons. Lin Bai did not even flinch. He grabbed the nearest steel pipe, yanked it toward him, and pulled the thug in front of him. The other two, unable to halt their attacks in time, struck their comrades back instead. The thug screamed as Lin Bai delivered a swift kick to his groin, resulting in an even louder wail. Lin Bai then snatched the steel pipe from the incapacitated thug and swiftly struck the other two with it, one blow each. Witnessing his four companions sprawled on the ground, Xiao Jinhui was rendered dumbfounded. Lin Bai's movements had been too rapid for him to comprehend. He had never encountered someone so formidable. As Lin Bai approached, wielding a steel pipe in one hand and an axe in the other. Xiao Jinhui hastily retreated, repeatedly apologizing. "Brother Bai, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Noticing Lin Bai's indifference, he turned to Lin Wanner, pleading, "Sister-in-law, please convince Brother Bai not to act. Killing is against the law." "Are you out of your mind? Who is your sister-in-law?" Lin Wanner fumed, her anger flaring. Had Lin Bai not been an evolved being, she might have truly been subjected to their whims today. The mere thought of such a scenario made her stomach churn. With that, she picked up a golf club and advanced toward Xiao Jinhui. "Don't come closer." Xiao Jinhui, panicking, flailed the watermelon knife in desperation, aware that his time was running out. Lin Bai, seeing Lin Wanner about to take action, swiftly snatched the knife from Xiao Jinhui's grasp to prevent any accidental harm to her, then kicked him to the ground. As a reincarnated individual, Lin Wanner had witnessed life and death. She would not hold back against such repugnant thugs. Chapter 7. Thinly Veiled Scum. Lin Wanner cursed, raising the golf club and bringing it down heavily upon his head. After a couple of strikes, it was unclear whether he was dead or merely unconscious. "Xiao Bai, throw them off the rooftop," Lin Wanner instructed, pointing down. Although there were currently no zombies in sight, it was only a matter of time before they were attracted by the scent of blood. If these thugs enjoyed playing, let the zombies come to entertain them. "To your command, sister," Lin Bai replied with a grin. "Xiao Bai, are you itching for trouble?" Lin Wanner raised the golf club, feigning an intention to strike. "Please don't. That thing hurts like hell." Lin Bai quickly dodged, and then, with one hand on each thug, hurled them off the rooftop. Whether someone feigned unconsciousness or not, Lin Wanner heard a scream as they fell. Upon entering the supermarket from the second floor, the two immediately began gathering food and water. By the way, Xiao Bai, does that mysterious shop have anything else?" Lin Wanner asked, sitting on a stool, biting into a piece of bread and casually grabbing a bottle of mineral water. Lin Bai pondered for a moment before replying. "There were some knives, guns, and clubs, but I only glanced at them. The items were reminiscent of a game, categorized by quality. However, your situation was quite urgent at the time, so I did not study them in detail. Not only were those items graded, but the mysterious shop was also categorized." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wanner began to enlighten him about knowledge of the future. The mysterious shop in the cafeteria was likely of the lowest grade. Once its items were sold out, it would vanish entirely. Conversely, some higher-grade mysterious shops would not disappear after selling out. After a while, they would refresh their inventory. Consequently, those advanced mysterious shops would be claimed by powerful factions, leaving ordinary individuals without influence to merely hope for good fortune in stumbling upon randomly appearing low-grade mysterious shops. As Lin Wanner recounted the events that transpired before her rebirth, a wave of discomfort washed over her. That period of existence was, quite frankly, more unbearable than death itself. In those so-called settlements, ordinary individuals struggled tirelessly for mere sustenance, with many succumbing to exhaustion in the process. The official settlements were somewhat better, yet the self-organized ones resembled hell for the common folk. That "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Just as Lin Wanner was lost in her sorrow, she suddenly felt an arm drape over her shoulder. "It's all my fault. I should never have left the school gate that morning. If I hadn't, with my brother around, you wouldn't have had to suffer so terribly." Lin Bai spoke soothingly, his hand resting on her shoulder. "Lin Bai." Lin Wanner turned her head, irritation flashing in her eyes as she regarded his hand. She was at a loss for words. How could he never cease to take advantage of her? Noticing the unfriendly glare from Lin Wanner, Lin Bai promptly withdrew his hand. Clearing his throat, he casually opened a pack of beef jerky, munching away as he asked, "So, after your rebirth, did you rush to get that car that turns you into a girl?" Uffed. Lin Bai's remark nearly caused Lin Wanner to spew the water she had just swallowed. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at him, incredulous at the implication that she had been eagerly waiting to transform into a girl. As a normal man, pursuing girls was one thing. Who on earth would want to become one? "Take it easy. Wanted to be careful not to choke," Lin Bai said, hastily patting her back. Lin Wanner chose to ignore him, thinking to herself that she would just let things be, as long as he didn't go too far. After satisfying their hunger and thirst at the supermarket, Lin Wanner rummaged through the front counter and found not only some cash, but also a car key. The key bore the logo of a domestic SUV brand, one she was quite familiar with. She recalled watching a video where a vehicle of that brand had fallen from a height of several meters. Yet the occupants inside suffered little to no injury. What do you need the car key for? Do you know how to drive? Linby inquired curiously, given that they were both only in their second year of college. While many students their age had obtained driving licenses, he couldn't recall Lynn Warner ever having done so. Moreover, Linby came from a very poor background, rarely coming into contact with private vehicles. Obtaining a driving license was a costly endeavor, and as a student without the means to earn money, it was merely a distant dream for him. Even if he obtained a license, he couldn't afford a car. It's an automatic, easy to drive. Just shift to Dan, press the accelerator, Lynn Warner replied nonchalantly, standing up to gaze out the glass door. Outside the supermarket, a red SUV was parked, matching the brand of the key she held. Likely belonging to one of the supermarket staff. Sure enough, when Lynn Warner pressed the unlock button, the SUV's lights flickered on. They couldn't linger at the school for too long, although there were not many visible zombies at present. It wouldn't be long before those lurking in the dormitories emerged. Once a large number of zombies congregated, the possibility of encountering a zombie king increased significantly. Thus, they could only stay at the school for 2 or 3 days before making their swift exit. The zombie king was an exceptionally unique type of zombie that, in a certain sense, possessed a degree of intelligence, capable of commanding other zombies and exhibiting peculiar abilities. In her previous life, the first settlement Lynn Warner had inhabited was overrun by zombies led by a zombie king. All right, I'll follow your lead, Linby said, aware that Lynn Warner had experienced rebirth, and thus he was inclined to adhere to her guidance. But let's first gather some food and load it into the car, so we can leave the school at a moment's notice. Lynn Warner turned to scan the supermarket shelves and began her shopping spree. First on her list was sugar, as it boasted an exceptionally high energy density. Its caloric content far exceeded that of other foods, making it easy to carry and resistant to spoilage. That a few kilograms of sugar would provide sustenance for many days and could also be used for emergency wound treatment to inhibit bacterial growth. Unfortunately, this was a school, specifically a small supermarket adjacent to the gymnasium, primarily selling drinks for post-exercise hydration. The stock of sugar was limited, and after collecting all available sugar, she had merely a single box. Next, she focused on various canned goods and other high-energy foods. After a flurry of activity, several large boxes were filled to the brim. If not for the vehicle's limited capacity, she would have liked to empty the entire supermarket. If only I had a spatial ring like in those novels, Lynn Warner mused, feeling somewhat exasperated. Previously, she had observed that in tales of rebirth and time travel, protagonists often acquired various powers. Indeed, she had gained a power, the ability to transform into a girl. What am I thinking? As Lynn Warner momentarily lost herself in thought, Linby tossed a small blue box from the shelf at the front counter her way. Here, have some gum. Lynn Warner instinctively caught the box. But upon preparing to open it, she noticed it was labeled with something about ultra-thin hyaluronic acid. Linby. Lynn Warner's face flushed with embarrassment, and in her anger, she tossed the box back at him. Linby caught it, and after a moment of surprise, hastily explained, I swear I didn't see it clearly. I thought it was gum. Do you believe me? Get lost. Chapter 8. Saving people, why don't you wait for me here? After packing the food and loading it into the vehicle, Linby proposed this suggestion, considering the risk involved for Lynn Warner, who was not an evolved being. Lynn Warner shook her head. Let's go together. To her, parting ways at any moment was a significant pitfall. Having watched numerous television dramas, especially horror films, she knew that splitting up or searching for something separately often led to calamity, as long as they were cautious and avoided encirclement. The current level 1 zombies posed little threat to them. With 2 individuals supporting each other in this apocalyptic world, separating could lead to dire consequences, especially without the means to communicate. It was entirely possible that, like in the dramas, they could part ways only to never reunite for some unforeseen reason. All right, then we'll go together. Due to their school being situated on an earthquake fault line, most buildings, aside from the library, which exceeded 4 stories, were limited to 3 floors. This characteristic resulted in their campus covering a larger area than typical universities, with considerable distances between points of interest. They currently occupied the gymnasium located on the western side of the school. Far from several dormitory buildings, separated by numerous academic structures, it was the weekend, The gymnasium was particularly deserted, and the zombies had largely congregated in the eastern dormitory area. After deliberation, they deemed the eastern dormitory area to be fraught with uncertain dangers and decided to clear out some zombies around the teaching buildings near the gymnasium. Once they gathered enough crystal nuclei, they would head to the mysterious shop in the third cafeteria to exchange the remaining items before leaving the school. At this point, roughly 4 to 5 hours had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and most of the students who could run had already fled this perilous institution. Lin Warner followed closely behind Lin Bai, watching as he effortlessly dispatched a wandering zombie, feeling a twinge of envy. However, she took comfort in the fact that this was Lin Bai. She believed that even if she never became an evolved being with him by her side, her life would not be as miserable as in her past. What am I thinking? I must become an evolved being. Lin Warner internally chastised herself. If she failed to evolve, with her current physique and appearance, Lin Bai might not be able to protect her. In the future apocalypse, even in a harsh survival environment, certain individuals would wield significant power. Without proper oversight, those with power and influence could act with impunity. In her previous life, she had witnessed a high-ranking figure in the settlement take a shine to a married woman, ultimately beating her husband to death before claiming the woman for himself. Once he grew bored, he would pass her to his subordinates, leaving her in a state far worse than death. Thus, in a lawless apocalypse, possessing beauty itself became a liability. With a desire to grow stronger, Lin Warner refused to relax simply because Lin Bai was with her. She seized any opportunity to hone her skills, determined to train herself, even if she was not an evolved being. The pair traversed the corners of the teaching buildings, swiftly eliminating any wandering zombies they encountered to collect their crystal nuclei. Just as dusk was approaching and they prepared to return to the supermarket, a pen cap suddenly fell from above. Lin Bai picked it up, taking a few steps back to look up, only to discover someone waving at him from a classroom on the third floor. While several zombies meandered in the corridor outside, Lin Bai pointed at the window on the third floor and spoke to Lin Warner. Lin Warner walked to his side, took the pencil lead from his hand, and then looked up to see several figures waving at the window that if you are willing, you can go and help them. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that those few individuals in the classroom must have felt utterly helpless at that moment. As long as it did not endanger the two of them, lending a hand would be entirely justifiable. What was more, these individuals were remarkably considerate. They did not scream, but chose to throw pencil leads to attract attention. It seemed they were aware that shouting would draw zombies, and if they were to shout, the first ones in peril would be Lin Warner and Lin Bai. For those with such awareness, offering them assistance would be no harm. All right, I will go bring them down. After saying this, Lin Bai made an okay gesture towards the figures above. Seeing Lin Bai respond, the few individuals in the classroom were instantly overjoyed. Just moments ago, they had witnessed him effortlessly dispatch several zombies that he saw them. He truly saw them. In the classroom, Yi Qingyin was nearly jumping for joy. What good is seeing? There are still so many zombies in the corridor. Who knows if there are even more on the second floor? Can he really handle it? Yi Qingyin's close friend, Yang Wan, muttered softly, "Stop talking, keep it down." Liang Shaosong made a gesture towards Yang Wan. "What are you shushing about? Look at him, and then look at you. What use is a big man like you? I really don't understand what Qingyin sees in you." Yang Wan glared at Liang Shaosong, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against him. Liang Shaosong was speechless and did not wish to argue further. This weekend, he had intended to seize the opportunity to study while on a date with Yi Qingyin, but Yang Wan, the third wheel, insisted on tagging along, that he could not fathom why. Ever since he started dating Yi Qingyin, her friend had been consistently critical of him and often spoke ill of him in front of her. Just moments ago, when she saw those two individuals upstairs, Yang Wan had wanted to shout for help, but he had promptly stopped her and proposed the idea of throwing pencil leads instead. Just as the three were anxiously waiting, a commotion arose in the corridor. Lin Bai's figure appeared in the hallway. He swiftly swung the hand axe in his possession, almost cleaving through one zombie after another without giving them a chance to resist. "All right, the zombies are all dead. You can come out now." Lin Bai gently tapped on the glass window from outside. Liang Shaosong was about to open the door when Yang Wan suddenly pulled him aside and stepped forward to open the door first. "Big brother, you are amazing. I knew you would definitely save us." Yang Wan's coy voice had completely shifted in tone from when she spoke to Liang Xiaosong, and her demeanor suggested a desire to lean against Lin Bai and act cute. Chapter 9. Ridiculous. Witnessing this scene, Liang Xiaosong felt utterly speechless. "Thank you so much, my friend." After stepping outside, Liang Xiaosong immediately expressed his gratitude to Lin Bai. "It's nothing." Lin Bai took a small step aside to evade Yang Wan's attempt to draw closer. "I have cleared out all the zombies downstairs. You all go down first. Aren't you coming down?" Liang Xiaosong was momentarily puzzled, unsure of Lin Bai's intentions. "That I will be down shortly." As he spoke, Lin Bai crouched down, cleaved open a zombie's skull with his axe, and extracted a crystal core from within. Ugh. The two girls nearly retched at the sight. Lin Bai shook his head in exasperation, thinking that was precisely why he had asked them to go down first. Seeing Yi Qingyan's face turn somewhat pale, Liang Xiaosong quickly said, "Then we'll wait for you downstairs." Tea that moment. Yang Wan, suppressing her nausea, suddenly remarked, "If you're going down, then go ahead. The big brother saved us." "I want to accompany the big brother." Seeing Yang Wan's demeanor, Liang Xiaosong felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. "Qingyan, let us go down first." Yi Qingyan, unable to endure the scene any longer, allowed Liang Xiaosong to pull her downstairs. When they reached the stairwell, Yi Qingyan suddenly said, "Is it inappropriate for us to leave like this? Will that person think something of us? Don't overthink it. That guy is so capable, and besides, he has already killed the zombies. That he merely wants us to leave. Men don't have as many convoluted thoughts as women do." Liang Xiaosong replied. "Are you implying something about Yang Wan?" "She means well. She is just concerned about me, and doesn't he want me to be deceived?" Yi Qingyan defended her friend. "Enough. I won't argue with you about this." Liang Xiaosong, not wishing to continue the topic, found himself at the first floor, where he spotted Lin Wanner standing at the stairwell. That's oh beautiful. Just one glance, and Liang Xiaosong was captivated by Lin Wanner's beauty. Someone so exquisite seemed as if they were meant to exist only in comics or animations. Even disregarding her face, her figure alone was enough to drive any man wild. By the way, this stunning individual was associated with a remarkably strong man upstairs. What on earth were these two doing? How could they handle the zombies with such ease? Liang Xiaosong recalled Lin Bai's earlier action of extracting the crystal core and thought back to the novels and dramas he had watched during his idle moments, feeling a surge of ideas and conjectures. "Are you just the two of you? Where's Lin Bai?" Upon seeing the two of them come down, Lin Wanner inquired. "No, there are three of us." Liang Xiaosong quickly responded, "That guy's extracting something from a zombie's brains. We have one person staying up there with him. Oh, then let us wait." With that, Lin Wanner leaned against the wall, scrutinizing Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan. Though Liang Xiaosong was not particularly handsome, he was a fair-skinned boy with a scholarly demeanor. Yi Qingyan was also decent-looking, tall, and though lacking in certain areas, she could still be regarded as a beauty. Of course, Yi Qingyan's looks and figure were in no way comparable to Lin Wanner. One could only say that the transformation card was simply too extraordinary. In no time, Yang Wan and Lin Bai descended the stairs. Upon seeing Lin Wanner, Yang Wan was instantly taken aback. The spark in her eyes extinguished in that moment. "Big brother, is this your girlfriend?" Yang Wan asked Lin Bai, gazing at Lin Wanner. At that moment, for reasons unknown, even though the two had yet to exchange a word, Yang Wan felt an inexplicable hatred towards Lin Wanner. Yet, within this hatred lay a deep sense of inferiority and helplessness. "We're just friends," Lin Wanner casually replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's expression shifted from dullness to elation. "Ah, so you're not in a romantic relationship." Lin Wanner found it somewhat absurd how this girl spoke. Her tone so exaggerated it was almost suffocating. Considering the night was drawing near and they had 3 people with them, the group hurried back to the supermarket. In this apocalyptic world, the night was far more perilous than the day. After returning to the supermarket, Yang Wan enthusiastically struck up a conversation with Lin Bai. Lin Bai felt a bit helpless, but still responded politely. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner found it somewhat amusing and chose to ignore them. Lin Bai, I have a question for you regarding that thing you extracted from the zombie's brains today. What purpose does it serve?" Liang Xiaosong observed Lin Bai's expression as he continued. "If it's inconvenient to share, then it's no matter. Just pretend I didn't ask." Lin Bai glanced at him. At that moment, he was quite pleased to engage with Liang Shaosong, finally able to momentarily escape Yang Wan's clutches. After a brief look at Lin Wanner, who smiled and gestured for him to speak, Lin Bai decided to share, knowing that this secret would soon be known to many. What you're referring to is a crystal core. After the apocalypse began, mysterious shops began to appear all over the world, and their locations are entirely random. Encountering them depends solely on one's luck. Lin Bai recalled the information Lin Wanner had shared with him and succinctly organized his thoughts. The crystal core is a type of crystal found in the brains of zombies. Possessing a crystal core allows one to purchase evolution potions and various items from these mysterious shops. For ordinary people, the evolution potion is of utmost importance. As long as one can acquire it, they can become an evolver. Once transformed into an evolver, not only will they be immune to the zombie virus, but their physical abilities will also be significantly enhanced. As you can see, I am an evolver, so you should already understand what being an evolver entails without me having to elaborate further. He continued, moreover, typically, the resources within the mysterious shop are limited. Once sold out, they are gone. Upon hearing this, Liang Shaosong felt an overwhelming shock within. What was this about evolvers, mysterious shops, and exchanging crystal cores for resources? How had the world suddenly transformed into this? In that moment, Lin Wanner interjected, stating, all items within the mysterious shop are categorized by levels. For instance, the evolution potions range from level 1 to level 9. Ordinary individuals can only consume the level 1 evolution potion. Should one attempt to consume a level 2 potion beyond their capacity, they would explode on the spot. While it's true that potions of level 2 and above are exorbitantly priced, rendering it nearly impossible for these individuals to acquire them, it is nonetheless prudent to offer a warning, as unforeseen circumstances can arise. The same applies to evolutionists, who are classified into 9 distinct levels. To ascend to the next level, one must procure the corresponding evolution potion. Ultimately, your foremost priority is to gather crystal cores and swiftly become evolutionists, for only then can you hope to survive in this world. What Lin Wanner conveyed was merely a sharing of her knowledge with them. However, in her previous life, she had been an ordinary person, with many aspects of this world remaining beyond her reach. Her understanding represented merely the tip of the iceberg. Thank you, Lin Bai and Wanner, Liang Shaosong remarked, perplexed as to how the two of them possessed such extensive knowledge. Yet, considering Lin Bai's ability to effortlessly slay zombies without fear of infection, it was evident that their words were entirely truthful, with no reason to deceive him. It's nothing. We simply wish to inform you, Lin Wanner continued, observing Liang Shaosong, in the next couple of days. Lin Bai and I plan to leave the school. You should also prepare yourselves promptly. Leaving? Liang Shaosong thought of their imminent departure, surprised by the swiftness of it and uncertain of their destination. Conversely, they were currently in a supermarket, with ample food and drink. What would happen if they left and could not find sustenance outside? As everyone fell into contemplation, a sweet voice broke the silence. Wherever Brother Lin Bai goes, I shall follow. Yang Wan scooted her chair closer to Lin Bai, seeking to be nearer to him. Cough. Lin Bai glanced awkwardly at Lin Wanner, then, with a hint of regret, said, I'm sorry, our vehicle is already full. It can only accommodate the two of us at most. However, such a blatant rejection did little to deter Yang Wan. That's all right. I can squeeze in, she quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner nearly burst into laughter, tilting her head to suppress her amusement as she awaited Lin Bai's response. That moment, Yi Qingyan tugged at her sleeve and quietly shook her head, saying, Xiao Wan, please refrain from speaking. What did I say? Is there something I shouldn't have mentioned? Yang Wan retorted with irritation, subsequently launching into a tirade against Yi Qingyan. I've noticed that ever since you started dating Liang Shaosong, you've completely changed. Yang Wan's words caused Yi Qingyan's expression to darken. Lin Wanner, who had never particularly liked Yang Wan, had initially only wanted to witness Lin Bai's predicament as he dealt with her incessant chatter. However, at this point, she had heard enough of Yang Wan's incessant prattling. Thus, she looked at Yang Wan and stated, If you've said enough, please stop. I haven't finished. Yang Wan snapped back in a fit of anger. Lin Wanner was taken aback. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered someone so shameless and obtuse. This was truly a first. If you utter one more word, do you believe I will throw you out to spend the night with the zombies? Upon her utterance, Yang Wan froze, turning her gaze towards Lin Bai that you'd best heed her words. Lin Bai shrugged, implying that Lin Wanner held authority in this matter. Realizing Lin Bai's stance, Yang Wan comprehended that her efforts to gain his favor were utterly in vain. The petty antics she had displayed before Lin Wanner appeared laughably juvenile at that moment. Chapter 10. Derivative cards. Observing Yang Wan's discomfiture, Liang Shaosong felt a sense of relief. He had previously feared that if she continued to meddle, it might disrupt his relationship with Yi Qingyan. However, given the current situation, he had no time to dwell on that. After Lin Wanner announced their intention to leave, Liang Shaosong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as he was uncertain of what to do next or where to go. Lin Bai, may we accompany you? Liang Shaosong proposed, quickly adding, it's fine if your vehicle is full. We can find another one tomorrow and follow you. There are so many cars outside, we should be able to locate one with keys, and I suspect no one will want those vehicles now. Hearing this, Lin Bai shifted his gaze towards Lin Wanner, indicating that she was the one to make the final decision, that if you wish to follow, you may. Lin Wanner consented that I end the struggle for survival in this apocalypse. Not only individual strength, but also the power of one's group was vital. If possible, Lin Wanner aspired to form a small team, as it would facilitate their ability to thrive in this new world. However, the selection of team members was equally crucial, necessitating careful consideration. After a night of rest in the supermarket, everyone except for Lin Wanner found it difficult to sleep. Upon awakening, Lin Wanner noticed that the others had already roused and appeared restless. Are you not going to sleep a little longer? Lin Wanner casually inquired. After all, they were not evolutionists and required rest, especially during such tumultuous times. I can't sleep, Liang Shaosong replied with a wry smile. Are we still going out to hunt zombies today? Yes, Lin Wanner nodded, casually wetting a clean towel to wash her face. May I join you? Liang Shaosong asked eagerly, his tone tinged with hesitation, yet it was evident he had summoned the courage to voice his request. Lin Wanner admired this initiative. After all, it was only the second day since the onset of the apocalypse, and given their relatively secure location in the supermarket, having such resolve was commendable compared to most. You may accompany us, but you understand the consequences of being scratched by a zombie, correct? Lin Wanner cautioned him. Yes, I understand, Liang Shaosong nodded. With Liang Shaosong prepared, Lin Bai and Lin Wanner decided to bring him along. After a light meal in the supermarket, the three stepped outside. Although Liang Shaosong had prepared himself as their new teammate, Lin Bai felt responsible for his safety. Thus the burden on him increased, making them all the more cautious. By afternoon, the trio had successfully gathered over 100 crystal cores. Seeing their collection nearly complete, they promptly headed to the second floor of the third cafeteria, intending to exchange all they had for items within the mysterious shop. Upon arriving on the second floor, they cautiously discovered a small room illuminated by colorful neon lights in the corner to their right. The room was modestly sized, akin to a small bubble tea shop, with two glowing signs hanging above its entrance. In her previous life, Lin Xiaowan had seen the mysterious shop, but had never ventured inside or purchased anything that we wish to trade. Lin Bai announced confidently as they stood before the mysterious shop. Although the interior appeared empty, a moment later, the three felt as if they had entered a unique, pure white space, with a large shelf materializing before them. The primary mysterious shop had a sizable shelf, yet it held few items at a glance. The shelf displayed a single blade resembling a sword, but featuring a single edge. Besides this blade, there were also a pair of gloves and a crossbow. Item: simple Tang Dao quality, white type, weapon price, 28 crystal cores, tier 1. Attribute: cutting item, simple gloves quality, white type, armor price, 32 crystal cores, tier 1, attribute, strength item, crossbow quality, white type, weapon price, 32 crystal cores, tier 1, attribute. Inlay: why have the prices increased? Lin Bai noted the item information, recalling that when he last exchanged for evolution potions, these items had only cost a handful of crystal cores. It seems that other mysterious shops have been discovered. It is said that all mysterious shops in this world are interconnected. Whenever someone purchases the same item, the prices will continuously rise until they reach a limit, Lin Warner explained, I can't shake the feeling that these items resemble game props. Complete with quality levels and such, Liang Xiaosong expressed. His curiosity peaked during his first visit to the mysterious shop. Pretty much, Lin Warner replied. Lin Xiaowan finished speaking and urged Lin Bai to quickly take out the crystal nuclei for exchange and leave. Fortunately, the current prices had not skyrocketed, and they still had some crystal nuclei left after purchasing these items. Just as they were about to depart, a white card suddenly appeared before their eyes. Item: Enhanced Transformation Card, Level 1, Quality. White type, Derivative card price. 0 crystal nuclei description. A special type of item. Only customers who meet the usage conditions are allowed to purchase it. The three of them examined the card closely. On its face was an illustration of a girl with white hair, whose visage seemed somewhat familiar. Isn't that you? Lin Bai and Liang Xiaosong exclaimed in unison. Gazing at Lin Warner.me, compared to others, Lin Xiaowan could only see her reflection in a mirror, so her familiarity with her own appearance was lesser than theirs. However, after their remarks, she too felt that the girl on the card bore a striking resemblance to her. Albeit with a different hair color and enhanced transformation card, she wondered what it was. Did it mean she would transform again? Wasn't once already enough torture? Becoming a girl was sufficient. Now they wanted her to change to white hair as well. Lin Warner felt somewhat speechless. If it's a game, judging by the literal meaning, it should be a type of enhancement card. Perhaps using it will make us stronger, Liang Xiaosong speculated, looking at Lin Warner. Indeed, perhaps using it will enhance our abilities. You should buy it. Lin Bai winked at Lin Warner. Why don't you buy it? Lin Warner shot back angrily at Lin Bai. I can't. I don't meet the conditions. Lin Bai shrugged, then pointed at Liang Xiaosong, saying, You can ask him. It definitely shows enabled to purchase on his end as well. Yes, it shows enabled to purchase here too, Liang Xiaosong nodded. However, he was somewhat puzzled, given the opportunity to become stronger. He couldn't understand why Lin Warner hesitated. You see, I told you so. Quickly buy it. After all, you've already transformed. Shut up, before Lin Bai could finish. Lin Warner shot him a fierce glare and then reached out to take the card into her possession. Chapter 11. Did you change when you transformed? After acquiring the enhancement card, the mysterious shop in the third cafeteria vanished as if it had never existed, since they had already purchased items from the mysterious shop. There was no point in lingering here. After descending from the second floor of the third cafeteria, Lin Warner decided to help Liang Xiaosong and the others find a vehicle. Circling around the third cafeteria, after pulling the doors of a dozen vehicles, she finally opened the door to a pickup truck. Upon opening the door, she found the keys resting on the center armrest. Upon returning to the supermarket, Yang Wan and Yi Qingyan, who had been waiting inside, hurriedly opened the door to tea that moment. Even Yang Wan, whom Lin Warner disliked, wore a hint of joy on her face. After all, if anything happened to Lin Warner and the others, it would leave just the two of them in the supermarket, uncertain of what to do next. After returning to the supermarket, Lin Warner noticed several large boxes of supplies packed in the corner. These were prepared by Yi Qingyan after they had left. Let us load them up. Lin Warner gestured towards the pickup truck outside. All right. The two did not hesitate and immediately began loading the boxes filled with food into the truck. Yi Qingyan, having less strength, accidentally bumped into the rear of the truck while carrying a box, causing it to drop and spill its contents all over the ground. As soon as Liang Xiaosong stepped inside, he stood up, intending to help. Let them handle it themselves. Lin Bai patted Liang Xiaosong's shoulder and remarked, This is no longer the past. If they can't even manage such a simple task, how will they survive in the future? Liang Xiaosong nodded. Although he hadn't contributed much during the recent zombie hunt, he was still an ordinary person, and the heightened tension had left him feeling quite fatigued, perhaps sensing her precarious position within the team. Yang Wan had spoken less than the previous day and was unusually diligent while moving the items. Among the 3 items purchased from the shop, Lin Bai chose a simple tang knife, which possessed superior cutting capabilities compared to ordinary knives and swords. His strength was the greatest. With the enhancement of the tang knife, it could elevate the team's overall potential. Lin Warner, on the other hand, didn't have much she desired. Using a crossbow required talent, and she was utterly incapable of accurate shooting, so she opted for a pair of gloves that could slightly enhance her strength, perfectly suited for her current needs. After donning the gloves, While her strength still paled in comparison to Lin Bai's, she was already considerably stronger than an average adult male. The crossbow was given to Liang Shaosong, whose unique feature was embedding. Due to this characteristic, it could fire energy arrows simply by embedding a crystal nucleus, although each nucleus could only be used 3 times before turning to powder, after spending another night in the supermarket. Everything was ready to in her previous life. Lin Warner had left school on the very first day of the apocalypse. Fortunately, she encountered a rescue convoy organized by the city's armed department along the way. The armed department was not military. Their personnel and equipment were limited. Their utmost capability was to escort the escaped students, and they had no additional personnel or arms to rescue anyone from the school. After that, they were taken to an uninhabited development zone, where a settlement was formed. Due to never having the opportunity to become an evolved being, Lin Warner remained in the settlement in her previous life, primarily engaging in manual labor and having no chance to interact with the outside world. It could be said that in this second life, aside from foreseeing the apocalypse, she was not well informed about much else. All she knew was derived from others' accounts. As dawn broke, the group got into the vehicle, preparing to head towards the settlement where she had been in her previous life. "Are you ready?" Lin Warner sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and looked at Liang Shaosong in the pickup truck beside them. "Ready." Liang Shaosong nodded nervously. He had just recently obtained his driver's license and was still inexperienced, but among the 3 of them, only he could drive. Once the engine roared to life, Lin Warner pressed the accelerator and immediately drove towards the west gate. Having driven less than 100 meters, a horde of zombies, drawn by the noise, came rushing towards their vehicle. Lin Warner glanced in the rearview mirror and, seeing that Liang Shaosong could keep up, felt reassured and accelerated. As they encountered zombies along the way, Lin Warner did her best to avoid collisions. She certainly did not want the car's airbags to deploy upon hitting a zombie. Despite her careful evasions, some scrapes were unavoidable. Why are there so many? Upon arriving at the west gate, Lin Warner was stunned to find 2 to 3 dozen zombies gathered there, all of whom charged towards their vehicle upon spotting it. "I'll take care of them." Realizing that a direct collision was not feasible, Lin Bai, seated in the passenger seat, bravely grabbed the simple tang knife and exited the vehicle. Wielding the tang knife against the oncoming horde, he dispatched zombies effortlessly, and in no time, they were all dealt with. After returning to the vehicle, Lin Warner handed him a pack of tissues and immediately pressed the accelerator, driving out of the school gate. "Not bad. This knife is quite effective," Lin Bai remarked while wiping the blade clean with the tissues. "So what do you think? Am I impressive? Look who's talking," Lin Warner retorted without turning her head as she drove. "Why not give that new transformation card a try sometime? Who knows, using that card might make you even stronger than me." Lin Bai joked with a grin. Lin Warner shot him a sideways glance. Too lazy to engage in conversation. "Oh dear, Warner, you look so lovely when you're angry. If you could transform, you'd undoubtedly look even more beautiful," Lin Bai said, sheathing the now clean tang knife while gazing intently at Lin Warner. Lin Warner chose to ignore him, fully aware that Lin Bai only wished to see her transform. By the way, there's something I want to ask you." Lin Bai's tone suddenly turned serious. Lin Warner assumed he was about to inquire about events following the apocalypse and nodded. "Go ahead. You must have seen Sailor Moon, right?" Lin Bai's face suddenly bore a mischievous grin. "Tell me, when they transform, do they wear anything or not?" "Lin Bai," Lin Warner exclaimed, exasperated, calling his name emphatically. "Yes, I'm here," Lin Bai replied with a chuckle, then picked up a nearby cup of water, pretending to brandish it in front of him as he pointed at a distant zombie, chanting, "Warrior of love and justice, Crystal Moon, transform. I shall eradicate you in the name of the moon." Chapter 12. Leaving the school, Lin Bai's actions left Lin Warner in a state of amusement. Despite being born into such a family, he was inherently an optimist, unafraid of anything. Perhaps if they had been together in their previous life, he would not have endured such hardship. In this life, at the very least, he had become an evolved being, and no longer would he descend to the depths of society, forced to toil as a laborer merely to survive. As they drove forward, abandoned vehicles littered the road. But fortunately, this suburban path was not heavily trafficked, and the derelict cars did not impede their progress. Occasionally, they encountered a vehicle that had met with an accident, and Lin Bai would simply step out to move it aside. just as Lin Bai wrapped his fist in a piece of white cloth and shattered the window of a car blocking the road. A thick mist suddenly enveloped the surroundings. When Lin Bai returned to the vehicle and they pressed on, the fog thickened rapidly. In her previous life, Lin Warner had long since reached the settlement by this time, and it had been a year or two since. The details of that fog had faded from her memory. She vaguely recalled hearing that after such a dense fog, the zombies tended to grow stronger, and some had even encountered more advanced types. However, at that time, it was of no concern to her, as she was but an ordinary person, simply following orders and working. As the fog thickened, visibility dwindled to the point where they could barely see the hood of their car. Exercising caution, Lin Warner pulled over to the roadside. Continuing on would surely result in Liang Xiaosong getting lost, and it was impossible to navigate further. Yes, as soon as she halted the vehicle, Liang Xiaosong behind her exhaled in relief. Having only caught a faint flicker of their fog lights, he drove on, his heart racing with uncertainty. What should we do now? Upon seeing Lin Warner's car stopped, Liang Xiaosong hurriedly exited his vehicle and approached. Lin Warner shook her head, for all she could see was a shroud of gray mist, making it impossible to drive any further. At that moment, Lin Bai took out his phone, activating the map application. Though the network was down, the offline map still proved useful. Look, there's a highway entrance not far ahead. Why don't we proceed slowly towards it? After all, we don't know how long this fog will last. There's a duty room or something at the highway entrance, and if the fog doesn't clear, we can rest there tonight. Lin Bai held the phone up for everyone to see. The map indicated that the highway entrance was less than 2 kilometers away. All right, let us do that. Lin Warner agreed with the suggestion, as staying in this desolate area was unsafe. Liang Xiaosong and the others had no objections, simply deferring to Lin Warner's judgment. The group climbed back into the car, and as Lin Xiaowan pressed the accelerator, their progress was slower than a walking pace due to the obscured road ahead. The 2 kilometers took nearly half an hour to traverse. When they were mere meters from the highway entrance, their vehicle came to a halt. Before them lay an array of abandoned cars, completely blocking the entrance to the highway. I'll go take a look. With so many cars gathered here, there's likely to be zombies lurking. Lin Bai stretched out his left hand to grasp the Tang, Dao resting in the back seat. Be careful, Lin Warner cautioned. Don't worry, just a few zombies, Lin Bai replied confidently, just as several zombies suddenly slammed against their car windows. I'm not seeking you out. You've come looking for death. Lin Bai flung open the car door and kicked a nearby zombie away, swiftly dispatching it with a single stroke of his blade. Before long, he had dealt with the zombies surrounding the car. He then tapped on the driver's window, and when Lin Warner lowered it, he pointed towards the highway entrance. You wait here. I'll go check it out. Be careful, Lin Warner reiterated, concerned as the fog obscured everything, rendering the potential dangers invisible. However, this was only the third day of the apocalypse, and given the remoteness of their location, it was unlikely that a powerful zombie horde would emerge. Lin Bai gave an okay gesture and ventured forward with his Tang Dao in hand. No sooner had he stepped outside than a dull thud resonated ahead. Lin Warner, unaware of what was transpiring, felt a surge of concern and quickly exited the vehicle. Warner, what is happening up there? Liang Xiaosong inquired, poking his head out of the window. It's nothing. I'll go take a look. You all stay put in such a situation. Should there be any danger, Liang Xiaosong and the others would be of no help, but rather a source of additional trouble. With that, Lin Warner made her way towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai, are you all right? She called out as she walked, the fog so dense that she could not ascertain his location. Don't come over. It's just a small issue that I can resolve shortly. Lin Bai's voice came back, accompanied by the ominous sound of something repeatedly crashing against the car. A small issue, Lin Warner frowned. If it were merely ordinary zombies, Lin Bai, as an evolved being, could easily handle them, and it wouldn't even be considered a hassle. The fact that he termed it a problem suggested that something far more formidable had arisen. Realizing this, Lin Warner strained to hear the sounds, hastening her steps to see if she could lend assistance. Lin Bai, where are you? I'm coming to help. The area was choked with vehicles, leaving no gap for her to pass through. So she resorted to climbing atop one car and leaping to another. Don't come. Lin Bai's voice sounded urgent, and in the next moment, he called out again, be careful. That creature might be heading your way. Just as his warning fell, a dark shadow surged through the gaps between the abandoned vehicles, lunging violently at Lynn Wannard. In an instant, she was hit by a powerful gust, and an overwhelmingly foul stench of blood assaulted her senses. Before she could react, a creature resembling a mutated dog pounced upon her. It's a mutated hound. Lynn Wannard felt a tremendous force knock her off the car, sending her crashing to the ground. Ouch! She landed in a U-shape between the derelict vehicles, fortuitously striking her head against the rear wheel of a car. Feeling a searing pain in her shoulder, she knew it was a wound inflicted by the zombie dog's claws. In a desperate moment, Lynn Wannard inhaled deeply, and a white card materialized from her body. Evolution card, Strengthen, Transform. Chapter 13. My name is Lynn Bai, and I am currently a sophomore. Standing at 188 centimeters tall and weighing 156 gene, I possess a strikingly handsome appearance. I lost my father before I can even recall, and shortly thereafter, I moved with my mother into a foreign courtyard. According to my mother, my father had left behind a sum of compensation after his departure. However, less than 6 months after our move, my mother was struck down by a sudden and severe illness. During her time in the hospital, my world was shrouded in darkness and silence. I remember the atmosphere being suffused with sorrow, with every face around me appearing lifeless. The costs of treatment were exorbitant. Consuming the entirety of my father's legacy, my mother contemplated giving up, wishing to preserve that money for her young son. Just as she was about to make this monumental decision, a family residing across the courtyard emerged in our lives. They shared our surname, Lynn. Upon learning of my mother's plight, they descended upon us like angels, illuminating the despair that had enveloped me by my mother's bedside during my mother's recovery in the hospital. I, being just a child, could do little to assist. It was largely due to the care provided by Lin Mu's mother that we managed to cope. Lin Mu, a boy of similar age, stood half a head shorter than I. My mother often reminded me that their family was our benefactor and instructed me to stand by Lin Mu should he face any bullying at school. Despite my youth, I understood that their presence was pivotal in persuading my mother to continue her treatment, effectively saving our family from ruin. My mother frequently reassured me that we had endured tremendous hardships and that life always held hope. She urged me to maintain a calm and balanced mindset in the face of adversity. Lin Mu excelled academically and possessed a kind heart. However, gentle souls are often susceptible to bullying, and his modest stature made him an easy target. Whenever he faced such injustices at school, I would step in to defend him, enduring numerous reprimands and parental summons. Yet, my mother would always sincerely apologize and commend my actions. After her recovery, my mother's health was never quite the same, and she could only undertake small crafts at home, leaving us in a state of perpetual financial strain. Thankfully, with the assistance of Lin Mu's family, I never faced hunger during my childhood. In my determination to keep pace with Lin Mu, I devoted myself to my studies and, ultimately, scored only 3 points lower than he did on the college entrance examination, leading me to choose the same university. Once at university, each time I departed home, Uncle Lin would provide me with a stipend for living expenses. Though I felt hesitant to accept, he insisted that I take it to focus on my studies, promising that I could repay their kindness upon graduation. After settling into university life, I experienced my first romantic relationship when a girl confessed her feelings for me after the conclusion of the freshman basketball cup. I agreed, marking my inaugural foray into love, though, regrettably, we parted ways 2 months later. The reason being my frugality. I neglected to present her with gifts on the campus Valentine's Day, nor did I indulge her with outings to extravagant shopping malls. It was only after our breakup that I realized the financial demands of romance. The dissolution of my relationship was something I kept from Lin Mu, perhaps out of pride. Subsequently, I secured a tutoring job, which led me to earn money on weekends, fabricating stories about dates to explain my absence to Lin Mu. One weekend. After informing him of my supposed date, I hurriedly left campus and made my way to the bus stop for the number 11 bus. After waiting for over an hour, far longer than the usual half-hour interval, I contemplated hailing a taxi, despite the cost, as I could not afford to lose this newfound employment opportunity. Just as I reached out to stop a taxi, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, as if time itself had paused. Suddenly, words escaped my lips, repeating incessantly, Save Lin Mu. Save Lin Mu. Save Lin Mu. I startled myself with this outburst, unsure of its origin. The taxi driver, too, was taken aback, perhaps viewing me as deranged. Without closing the passenger door, he drove away. Was Lin Mu in danger? But what peril could he face at school? Why did those words keep echoing in my mind? I attempted to call him, only to discover my phone had run out of credit. I resolved to return to the dormitory first. If something had indeed happened to him, and I failed to act, I would never forgive myself. After all, their family had been our saviors. After a strenuous 10-minute sprint back to the dorm, I found that Lin Mu was absent. I considered the more perilous areas of the campus, the artificial lake being a prime suspect. Could he have fallen in? I dashed down the dormitory stairs towards the lake. To my astonishment, a fellow student suddenly lunged at me, seemingly in a frenzy. In that instant, I glimpsed his decayed visage and the foul stench emanating from him. Without understanding the situation, I instinctively kicked him away. That moment, I heard screams erupting from the direction of the dormitory. Just then, a security guard rounded the corner, eyeing the student I had just incapacitated. Before he could utter a word, the fallen student sprang up and began to savage him. This scene evoked imagery reminiscent of a zombie film. As more and more of these creatures emerged, I compelled myself to accept the horrifying reality. I sprinted along the lakeside, spotting one zombie lying on the ground, its head smashed beyond recognition. For reasons I could not fathom, I felt an instinctive pull towards Lin Mu's whereabouts. Guided by this intuition, I ran fervently, praying that he would remain safe. Finally, as I neared the third dining hall, I caught sight of someone resembling him. Being pursued by a horde of zombies, I called out to him, but he seemed unaware of my presence. Noticing his unsteady gait, as if injured, I rushed forward and seized him, pulling him along as we fled. He questioned me. Didn't you go out on a date? Why are you back? I certainly cannot divulge to him that I inexplicably sensed danger surrounding him. That would be far too melodramatic. I dragged him all the way to the golf course, only to discover that his arm had been clawed by a zombie. That moment, he astonishingly claimed that he had been reborn from the future, sharing with me certain events yet to unfold, urging me to seek an evolution serum to ensure his survival. Naturally, I believed him. For his sake, I had to procure that serum as swiftly as possible. After gathering a sufficient number of crystal cores and visiting the third cafeteria, I indeed stumbled upon the mysterious shop he had described. After exchanging for a vial of the evolution serum, I hurried back to the golf course. Upon my return, I unexpectedly encountered a young woman. This lady was infinitely more beautiful than my ex-girlfriend. I dare say there could be no woman more stunning in this world. However, I soon realized that Lin Mu had vanished, and I began to suspect that this woman might be involved in his disappearance. And no matter how breathtaking she was, if Lin Mu's absence was connected to her, I would ensure she regretted ever stepping foot in this world. To my astonishment, this enchanting young woman revealed that she was, in fact, Lin Mu. That moment, my mind was utterly befuddled. I found myself somewhat inclined to believe her. After all, the notion of Lin Mu being reborn was quite absurd yet not impossible. Once she divulged some of my secrets, my belief was solidified. Yet, observing her demeanor, she seemed somewhat troubled by the situation. However, I remained indifferent as long as she was alive. After all, I was not the one transformed into a woman. For reasons unknown, she claimed she had developed immunity to the zombie virus and urged me to drink the evolution serum myself. Fortunately, I survived as well. What I did not disclose to her was that I had inadvertently sustained a scratch from a zombie on the back of my hand. Thus, we both emerged alive and well. After her transformation, she adopted the name Lin Wanner, seemingly due to that card. Moreover, her physique was undeniably alluring, and at my youthful age, I found it exceedingly difficult to resist such temptation. Thankfully, she had once been my good buddy, allowing me to tease her for some light-hearted amusement. She shared with me tales of the settlement's post-apocalypse. Regardless, her family was my benefactor, and now that I had become an evolved being, I was determined to probe Lin Wanner's face flushed crimson as she suddenly coughed. Extending her fingers wide to press her palm firmly against Lin Bai's face, forcefully pushing his head away. Damn scoundrel, keep your distance from me. Having been exposed, her anger flared. Lin Bai pulled her hand away. Grinning mischievously as he replied, I can hardly be bothered with you. After preparing and finishing their meal, around 4 in the afternoon, the fog finally began to lift somewhat. At this point, nightfall was not far off, and if they continued to walk, they would hardly make any significant progress. Thus, they decided to stay here for the night. However, before that, they took some defensive measures. Not far from the highway entrance stood a police kiosk with 3 rooms inside. Lin Bai and the others moved the sofa from their large truck into one of the rooms, piecing together several makeshift beds for their night's rest. They cleared away all the abandoned vehicles surrounding the kiosk, then moved a steel barrier from the side to encircle the building. Following this, they sharpened some wooden stakes, found some wire, and bound the sharpened ends to the barrier, ensuring the pointed sides faced outward, creating rudimentary defensive structures. Compared to ferocious beasts, the night proved exceedingly hostile for humans. Fortunately, the solar panels here continued to supply power. Before night fell, Lin Wanner and her companions turned on all the lights, enabling them to detect any approaching threats promptly. The unwanted abandoned vehicles were driven a few dozen meters away and arranged around the area, their headlights turned on to illuminate the distance. One additional advantage of this setup was that any wild beasts, like mutated wolfhounds, would be momentarily blinded by the bright beams of light. Once they had prepared everything they could conceive, they assigned watches and shifts while the others rested. Chapter 15. The local tyrant Lin Wanner felt fortunate to have brought along Liang Xiaosong and the other 2. Although they possessed little combat prowess, their presence offered companionship in this despairing apocalypse. Being alone would evoke an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Their night at the highway entrance passed without incident. At the dawn, Lin Wanner and her companions continued their journey along the highway. However, it wasn't long before the weather took a turn for the worse. It began to rain. Lin Wanner activated the windshield wipers, which swished back and forth to clear the droplets from the glass. After driving for a while, she finally noticed something amiss. "Xiaobai, look at the hood," Lin Wanner said, one hand grasping the steering wheel and pointing through the windshield at the engine cover. Under the relentless rain, the once red hood revealed its metallic hue, as if the factory-applied paint was slowly being washed away. Confirming with Lin Bai that her eyes were not deceiving her, Lin Wanner quickly eased off the accelerator, allowing Liang Xiaosong and the others to catch up. Indeed, just like theirs, the paint on Liang Xiaosong's blue pickup truck was gradually eroding under the downpour. "This isn't rain, it's sulfuric acid," Lin Bai said, cracking the window slightly to test the rain. Although it didn't visibly harm his skin, he could feel a slight sting. Liang Xiaosong likely noticed this as well. He slowed down and called out through his window, "This rain might be corrosive. We can't continue like this. We need to find shelter." "All right, let us regroup at the service area ahead," Lin Wanner responded and accelerated toward the nearest service station. After approximately 10 minutes, the paint on Lin Wanner's hood had become mottled, with at least 70 to 80% of it eroded by the rain. Fortunately, the road signs indicated that the next service area was less than a kilometer away. Upon arrival, they discovered that the entrance to the service area was obstructed by a haphazard pile of debris. There might be someone inside. Lin Wanner halted the vehicle, gazing at the service area. "If there are people, we should take shelter from the rain first," Lin Bai said nonchalantly, opening the car door and stepping out with an umbrella to clear the obstruction from the ramp. After returning to the vehicle, Lin Wanner noticed that his skin had developed a slight redness from the rain. Seeing him like this caused her some concern. Lin Bai had always been a reliable person, except for his lecherous gaze since her transformation. "Hurry up. We'll lose the car to corrosion if we linger," Lin Bai, drying himself off with a towel, urged when he noticed Lin Wanner hadn't moved. Once at the service area, Lin Wanner parked under a shelter to shield from the rain, and Liang Xiaosong and the others followed suit. "Xiaobai, do you see if there are people inside?" Lin Wanner squinted through the glass doors of the service area, catching glimpses of several figures, but the brightness outside made it hard to discern clearly. "Should I go take a look?" Lin Bai suggested, pointing at the entrance. "Forget it." Lin Wanner shook her head, uncertain about how many individuals might be inside in this chaotic world. Human nature was complex, and she preferred not to interact with them. She just wanted to wait for the rain to cease before moving on. After sitting in the car for a while, feeling stifled, Lin Wanner and her companions decided to exit the vehicle, taking a few small stools from inside to sit under the shelter. The rain continued unabated. Showing no signs of letting up, after a few minutes, the glass doors of the service area swung open, revealing a woman in a purple outfit in her 30s who stepped outside. "Are you folks looking to come in and escape the rain?" The woman called out loudly. "No. We'll leave as soon as the rain stops. Thank you," Lynn Warner politely replied, appreciating her courtesy. "Come in. We don't know how long this rain will last, and it's not convenient for you out there," the woman insisted. After a moment's thought, Lynn Warner conceded. If this rain persisted as long as yesterday's fog, they couldn't possibly remain under the shelter all day. Thus, they expressed their gratitude and hurriedly grabbed their umbrellas to dash into the service area. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene before them. About 10 meters away, several men lounged leisurely on sofas, with a few younger women nestled in their arms, allowing them to grope and caress. This scene bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in television dramas. Lynn Warner glanced around and noticed around 40 to 50 people present, all seemingly too afraid to speak. Even the woman who had welcomed them stood silently to the side. Her earlier warmth completely replaced by an air of tension. It was evident to anyone that those lounging on the sofas held the power to speak, while the others appeared to have submitted to them. Was this truly what the fourth day of the apocalypse had wrought? Lynn Warner recalled that during her previous life in the settlement, everyone had initially maintained a semblance of order under official oversight. It was only as the rights of the evolved grew, consuming more resources, that such scenes began to emerge, albeit with a facade of order still maintained. But here, it was glaringly apparent that those on the sofas were the local tyrants of this service area. Lynn Warner speculated that there might be evolved individuals among them, for it was hard to fathom why the other 40 or so would submit to just a few, since there were indeed other evolved beings. She wondered what they had acquired from the mysterious shop. Not wishing to provoke any conflict, she signaled to Lin Bai and the others to remain by the door, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. However, her desire to avoid conflict was not reciprocated. One of the young men on the sofa, appearing to be in his late 20s, stood up with a grin and sauntered toward them. "Wow, that figure. That face. Absolutely stunning. 100 times better than the flirts in our club." As he spoke, the young man reached out to touch Lynn Warner's face. Chapter 16. The baseball player yet, before he could finish his gesture, Lin Bai seized his hand and twisted it forcefully, eliciting a pained yelp from the young man. "Mind your manners. If you dare to touch again, I won't hesitate to make you regret it." After speaking, Lin Bai released his grip and kicked him lightly. Fighting was something Lin Bai excelled at. "You bastard, how dare you hit me?" The young man shouted, cradling his dislocated arm and kicking at those nearby, while cursing. "Can't you see I'm being assaulted? Hurry up and help me." Following his furious commands, a dozen or so individuals began to surround Lin Warner and her companions. Lin Bai let out a cold chuckle. Unceremoniously grabbing the first person in line and slamming him into the others. "Don't move." At that moment, Liang Shaosong brandished the crossbow he held, pointing it menacingly at the group of individuals before him. Upon catching sight of the weapon, they hastily retreated, including the young man who had previously shouted at him, who quickly found refuge behind the sofa. Just then, another person seated on the sofa rose to his feet, idly tossing a baseball in his hand. Suddenly, he hurled the baseball towards Liang Shaosong with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the baseball was upon him, and Lin Bai, sensing the impending danger, instinctively pulled Liang Shaosong to safety. In the next instant, the baseball collided violently with Liang Shaosong's shoulder, producing a sickening crunch as a mist of blood erupted from the wound, leaving his right arm hanging limply. Yet, the momentum of the baseball did not cease there. It grazed Liang Shaosong's arm before striking Yang Wan, who stood behind him, embedding itself deep within her skull. This horrific scene sent Yi Qingyan, who was cowering behind Lin Bai, into a terrified scream that a single baseball throw had resulted in one fatality and one grievous injury. The young man who had thrown the baseball, Zhou Peng, regarded Lin Bai with a mix of surprise and admiration. He was a key pitcher for their baseball club, and typically, a pitcher's throw could reach speeds of at least 140 km/h as a professional athlete. His velocity exceeded a staggering 160 km/h. Such speed, when unleashed upon an ordinary person, was akin to being struck by a speeding automobile, resulting in either death or severe injury. Therefore, it was customary for baseball players to wear helmets and protective gear. Moreover, just days prior, the apocalypse had descended, and inexplicably, Zhou Peng found himself endowed with strength that had multiplied exponentially. Now, he possessed a power reminiscent of the mutants portrayed in films, wielding an unimaginable force. With his current throwing speed, even a catcher clad in thick protective gloves would be at risk of suffering fractures or worse on the field. Lin Wanner was equally unprepared for Zhou Peng's assault. Hearing Liang Shaosong's anguished cries, she sensed the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, she activated a nearly transparent white card, triggering its powered in an instant. Her once jet black hair expanded, cascading down to her waist, transforming to a shimmering silver hue before the astonished eyes of those around her. "Take him to the car for medical supplies," Lin Wanner shouted at the now-dazed Yi Qingyan, the nearby convenience store. Adjacent to the school's athletic field, undoubtedly stocked remedies for injuries, and they had brought along ample supplies. "Hurry!" Noticing Yi Qingyan's dazed expression, Lin Wanner intensified her tone. Recovering her senses, Yi Qingyan glanced at the lifeless Yang Wan and hastily assisted Liang Shaosong in making their escape. Zhou Peng observed Lin Wanner's transformation with a hint of astonishment. It was evident that this was no mere special effect. She, too, had likely undergone a metamorphosis similar to his own since the apocalypse. He had not anticipated encountering someone else who had acquired abilities akin to those of the mutants in movies. "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Lin Bai's face hardened as he unsheathed the long knife from his waist. Although Yang Wan had initially been unlikable, she had journeyed with them thus far and, in a sense, was one of their OW, and it was unfathomable that she had met such a gruesome end upon their arrival. Lin Bai felt a profound sense of responsibility for her death, particularly as he was the only evolved individual in their group. "Are you like me?" Zhou Peng regarded Lin Bai with a cautious expression. If both individuals facing him shared his abilities, it would spell trouble. "Who the hell is like you?" Lin Bai spat angrily, charging forward with his blade drawn. "Damn." Observing Lin Bai's speed, Zhou Peng realized he had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated that two individuals would possess abilities akin to his own. Had he known, he would have probed their strengths before engaging. Without hesitation, Zhou Peng seized a baseball and hurled it at Lin Bai. As Lin Bai surged forward, the baseball hurtled toward him. There was no time to evade. He swung his knife at the projectile, slicing it cleanly in two. Damn it. Although he had deflected the baseball, Lin Bai felt a jolt of pain reverberate through his arms. Even as an evolved individual, he could feel the immense force, not to mention the ordinary people around him. "Wait a moment, brother." Noting that Lin Bai was unwilling to relent, Zhou Peng urgently called for a pause. "Brother, you must have seen the mutant films, right? We are all part of the same kind now. There is no need for us to fight among ourselves. Cooperation would be far more beneficial. The mutants in the movies failed to unite, which only allowed other factions to flourish. Don't you agree?" "What mutants? You're more like a dog." Lin Bai had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with him. After killing his own ally, Zhou Peng sought to collaborate with him. It was utterly incomprehensible. Thus, he raised his knife once more, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Peng's movements. Lin Bai feigned a charge, employing a deceptive tactic common among basketball players. The moment Zhou Peng released the baseball, Lin Bai swiftly dodged and lunged forward, swinging his blade with precision. Clang. At some point, Zhou Peng had produced a metal baseball bat, and the two weapons collided with a deafening clang. Don't forget, in baseball, a pitcher can also bat during defensive plays. Zhou Peng sneered, having successfully parried Lin Bai's strike. As a batter, he was adept at handling high-speed baseballs. A glinting long knife was hardly a challenge. Chapter 17. The awakened such excessive chatter. As Lin Bai's knife was deflected by the bat, he staggered back a few steps, feeling a painful strain in his grip. The clash between the sharp weapon and the blunt object had left Lin Bai at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Zhou Peng, as a professional baseball player, wielded the bat with remarkable skill, a talent Lin Bai could not match. Seizing the opportunity amidst their struggle, Lin Wanner snatched a baseball bat from another individual. Observing Lin Bai falter in their exchange, she charged forward, bat in hand. Although Lin Wanner lacked combat experience, she was confident that with Lin Bai nearby, Zhou Peng would be cautious in his approach, thus holding back his full strength. However, she bore no such reservations. A figure with flowing silver hair darted past everyone, leaping high into the air, and with all her might. She brought the bat crashing down towards Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng had been entirely focused on Lin Bai, and when faced with Lin Wanner's strike, he could only react hastily. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the hall. And due to his rushed defense, Zhou Peng inadvertently lost his grip on the bat, sending it clattering to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Peng turned on his heel and fled. Outnumbered 2-1, he had already been at a disadvantage. Now, without a weapon, his only option was to escape or face a certain death. As Lin Bai observed the moment the bat fell, he anticipated Zhou Peng's attempt to flee. Drawing from his experience of schoolyard brawls, without hesitation, he pursued Zhou Peng, knife in hand. "Get out of my way!" Just as Zhou Peng reached the doorway, a figure blocked his escape. Shouting in alarm, Zhou Peng, in a moment of desperation, pulled out his phone and hurled it back at Lin Bai with all his might. The distance between them had narrowed, leaving Lin Bai with no room to evade. At the moment the phone struck his chest, he swung his knife toward Zhou Peng's head. Zhou Peng died. "Damn, that hurt." Lin Bai clutched his chest, nearly gasping for breath at the impact. Lin Bai, seeing him in evident distress. Lin Wanner rushed over to support him. "Are you all right?" "It hurts, it hurts." As Lin Wanner approached, Lin Bai grimaced, clutching his chest, and seized her hand, placing it against his torso. "Check if my rib is broken." After a couple of seconds, Lin Wanner realized his intentions were far from innocent. With so many people watching, she shot him an exasperated glare and forcefully withdrew her hand. "This belongs to you, right?" Coming back to her senses, the middle-aged man who had blocked the doorway picked up the crossbow from the ground and handed it to Lin Wanner. "Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you, he might have actually escaped." Lin Wanner expressed her gratitude as she accepted the weapon. Subsequently, she turned to the others and inquired, "One of our friends is injured. Is there a doctor or nurse here who could assist us in the car outside?" "I am a doctor. I'll take a look." A bespectacled man, somewhat portly in stature, stepped forward. "Thank you." Lin Wanner smiled at the doctor. "It's nothing. It's better for this beast to be dead than alive." The bespectacled doctor glanced at the corpse of Zhou Peng lying on the ground before turning and exiting the hall. With Zhou Peng's demise, the two individuals who had previously reveled in his tyranny stood frozen, their faces ashen against the wall. Lin Wanner straightened up and approached them, inquiring, "Is there a mysterious shop in this service area?" "What shop?" One of them stammered, trembling. "You must know how he became an evolver, right?" Lin Wanner pointed at Zhou Peng, realizing they might be unfamiliar with the term evolver, and rephrased her question. "Do you two know how he became so powerful?" After her inquiry, the man began to reply hesitantly. We ran out from the club, and Zhou Peng suddenly discovered his strength had increased. "Are you teammates from the baseball club?" Lin Wanner casually asked. "Why, yes," they confirmed. "Are you certain he didn't go anywhere and just became this formidable?" Lin Wanner pressed further. "Absolutely, we shared the same ride here." "Awakened ones?" Lin Wanner furrowed her brow. "What is an awakened one?" Lin Bai, who stood behind her, inquired. Lin Wanner contemplated for a moment before responding. "You see, those mutated beasts cannot possess the intelligence to purchase evolution potions from a mysterious shop. Can they? They have transformed into mutated beasts for some reason. And similarly, a small fraction of humans can become evolvers without needing evolution potions. These individuals are referred to as awakened ones. That I've heard that awakened ones are supposedly stronger than evolvers. They are indeed powerful. If I were alone, I might not stand a chance against him," Lin Bai remarked, glancing back at Zhou Peng's lifeless body. Having finished her inquiries, Lin Wanner deemed the two men no longer useful. "Uncle, these two are in your hands now. You decide their fate." She turned to the older man who had previously blocked their path. Now accompanied by an attractive young woman. If memory served correctly, this woman had been one of those playthings that Zhou Peng had toyed with when Lin Wanner and the others arrived. "Is that acceptable?" she asked before continuing. "What transpired here in recent days? I can surmise, but I'm certain this uncle has grown weary of Zhou Peng's antics. No problem. We've long had our fill of these beasts." The middle-aged man glared at the two with unbridled fury. Lin Wanner smiled and pointed at the corpse of Yang Wan on the ground, stating, "This individual was our classmate. once the rain ceases. We kindly ask for your assistance in finding a space to dig a grave. Rest assured, we shall ensure she is laid to rest properly, the middle-aged man replied. But before he could finish, several older individuals stepped forward, volunteering to take on the task. I could see that moment. A few others present in the hall cast wary glances at Lin Wanner and Lin Bai, uncertain whether, with Zhou Peng's death, they might become the next targets of tyranny. Just as Lin Wanner and Lin Bai were about to step outside to look for Liang Xiaosong, they spotted a half-grown child clutching a snack pack. Upon noticing Lin Wanner's gaze, the child hastily returned the snack to the shelf, accompanied by a mother whose expression shifted to one of concern as she swiftly slapped her child's hand. Casting furtive glances at Lin Wanner, "You may share the provisions among yourselves. Do not mind us." Chapter 18. Bathing though he had lost his right arm, Lin Bai saved his life by pulling him. Following Zhou Peng's demise, the remaining two were voted to be executed by the other individuals in the service area by evening. As the rain began to subside, a space was cleared, a pit was dug, and Yang Wan's remains were interred, marked by a simple wooden grave marker. The others in the service area felt as though they had emerged from a nightmare, for these past few days had been akin to living in hell. Perhaps out of some twisted sense of enjoyment, Zhou Peng and his cohorts had not killed their captives outright, but had forced them to witness the heart-wrenching scenes of their wives and daughters being violated. By dusk, a rich aroma of food wafted through the service area as hall. Under Zhou Peng's oppressive rule, the inhabitants had subsisted on nothing but wilted vegetable scraps, but today they could finally enjoy a proper meal. This service area was located far from the city, with sufficient food supplies for an extended duration. Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan were both profoundly relieved by today's events, never expecting that someone could so effortlessly end another's life. They shuddered at the thought. Had Lin Bai and Lin Wanner shared Zhou Peng's ruthless disposition, they would not have survived to see this day. The service area contained several rooms typically reserved for travelers to rest. Although not ample, no one dared to contest Lin Wanner and her companions for them. "How about we stay next to them? If Liang Xiaosong needs assistance, we can come quickly," Lin Bai suggested, standing at the corridor's entrance and pointing to Liang Xiaosong's room. "All right," Lin Wanner nodded. In this apocalyptic world, it mattered little where one slept as long as there was a bed to rest upon. However, just as she was about to enter the adjacent room, Lin Wanner suddenly realized and turned back to Lin Bai, exclaiming, "No, I refuse to share a room with you. Find another place. There are no extra rooms available. We can't bully others into leaving," Lin Bai replied, blinking innocently. Lin Wanner was speechless, pointing towards the hall. "Then you can sleep on the sofa outside. That sofa is already occupied, and besides, I really don't want to touch it after what Zhou Peng and his gang did there." Lin Bai shrugged. "I don't care. Go to Liang Xiaosong's room and swap with Yi Qingyan." Lin Wanner blocked the doorway, preventing him from entering. "That seems inappropriate. They are a couple, and Liang Xiaosong is seriously injured. I wouldn't be right to separate them now." Lin Bai then scrutinized Lin Wanner, lowering his voice. "Moreover, is it proper for Liang Xiaosong's girlfriend to sleep with you? We're both female." Before she could finish, Lin Wanner instantly fell silent. "What are you two?" Lin Bai's face broke into a smirk. "Shut up." Lin Wanner angrily kicked him away. "In a way, I, a grown man, absolutely refuse to admit I'm female. If I can transform into a woman, I can surely revert back." However, Lin Bai had a point. Even though she currently presented as female, she was essentially still and it would indeed be improper to have someone else's girlfriend share a bed with her. "Forget it. Do as you wish." Lin Wanner resignedly entered the room and switched on the light. As the illumination flickered on, she suddenly noticed that there was only one bed in the room. "Wait, there is only one bed," Lin Wanner exclaimed, pointing at the room while questioning Lin Bai. "You can't expect us to sleep in the same bed." "Ah, there really is only one bed," Lin Bai remarked, stepping inside and immediately raising his hands in explanation upon sensing Lin Wanner's murderous glare. "I swear, I had no idea there was only one bed in this room. We're both grown men. What is the big deal about sharing a bed? Don't you remember how we often squeezed into the same bed when I stayed at your house as kids?" Lin Bai quickly stepped forward, plopping down at the head of the bed. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, deciding it was best to trust that Lin Bai would not take advantage of her. "I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to wash up?" Lin Bai entered the shower room, turning on the water, which surprisingly still worked. The service area's water reservoir was full, and the tanks were sealed, preventing the corrosive rain from entering. Lin Warner nodded. They hadn't tea-bathed in days and had no safe place to do, so, to most, they had only managed to wipe themselves down with damp towels. Wait a moment. I'll grab some clean clothes from the car. The so-called clean clothes were merely the underwear they had taken from the school store, as the shelf had been stocked with new undergarments when they left. In no time, Lin Bai returned with several packaged underwear and tossed them onto the bed. That I wasn't sure which you preferred, so I brought several options. Personally, I think this pink lace one looks quite nice. Get lost. Hurry up and wash. Lin Warner's face flushed with embarrassment as she kicked Lin Bai's leg once more. After Lin Bai entered the bathroom, the sound of running water echoed from within, prompting Lin Warner to open the packaging bag and begin her selection. This will do, she decided, choosing the lacy garment that Lin Bai had suggested. It was utterly humiliating for a grown man to find himself reduced to wearing such delicate fabrics. Moments later, Lin Bai emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a pair of shorts and holding a towel as he dried his hair. You washed up so quickly. I bet the mud on you is still 3 inches thick. Lin Warner quipped, observing his rapid exit. Where's the mud? Lin Bai retorted, twisting his body playfully as he raised his hands. We guys wash up quickly, unlike you girls who can linger in the bathroom for half an eternity. Keep talking, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Lin Warner scoffed, grabbing the lacy garment from the side and shooting him a glance before striding toward the bathroom. It must be said, Lin Bai's physique was quite admirable, with several well-defined abs accentuating his athletic build from frequent basketball games. I told you that one looks good. Seems we share the same taste, he chuckled upon noticing the item in Lin Warner's hands, his earlier recommendation. Chapter 19. The big bedroom inside the bathroom. Lin Warner shed her clothes. Since her transformation, she had discovered an intriguing fact. The denim shorts and crop top that had accompanied her upon her metamorphosis remained inexplicably clean. Despite several days of wear and encounters with numerous zombies, she pondered the mystery of it all. Peeking through the door, she found Lin Bai lying on the bed, engrossed in a paperback. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Lin Bai, despite his frequent teasing, was not the type to engage in underhanded behavior. Through the bathroom mirror, she caught sight of her alluring form, and an impulse to chastise herself surged within her. While undoubtedly breathtaking, she would have preferred this body if she were still a woman, rather than a man. The divine irony of her rebirth as a male in such a captivating body was not lost on her. How could she possibly entertain the notion of romance with another man? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Turning on the hot water, she let it cascade over her, washing away the fatigue of the past few days. However, she noted with some dismay how soft her skin felt as she rubbed her body. The thought of Lin Bai waiting outside made her hasten her shower, knowing he would undoubtedly have something to say if she lingered too long. She quickly cleaned up, donned her clothes, and washed her earlier undergarments before hanging them to dry as a woman. The intricacies of such routines were indeed cumbersome. Lin Warner instinctively dried her hair with a towel, only to find it still damp. In her previous life, a few swipes would have sufficed, but now she realized she needed to use a hairdryer. Upon her exit, she found Lin Bai's gaze unabashedly roaming over her form. Feeling somewhat unsettled, she seized a nearby pillow and threw it at him. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have to gouge your eyes out. Lin Bai caught the pillow and set it aside with a grin. You're not planning to sleep in that outfit, are you? Mind your own business. Lin Warner shot back, rolling her eyes. She knew she needed to find some proper sleepwear soon. Approaching the television stand, she picked up the hairdryer and began to dry her hair. After a few minutes, however, it was evident that her hair remained obstinately wet, testing her patience. Need a hand with that? Lin Bai offered, setting his book aside and moving to stand behind her. Here, take this, she replied without a second thought, handing him the hairdryer. He took it and began to dry her hair, one hand deftly lifting her locks. Is the airflow too hot? He asked after a brief moment. That's fine. Just keep going, she replied absent-mindedly as he stood behind her, one hand on the dryer and the other brushing her hair back. She felt a sudden jolt of sensitivity when his fingers grazed her ear. What's wrong? He paused, glancing at her. Lin Warner felt her cheeks heat up. She was unsure why his touch elicited such a response. Nothing, Just hurry up. I'm tired and need to get some sleep. She swiftly changed the subject, unwilling to linger on her embarrassment. However, the act of drying her hair inevitably led to further contact at her ear. After enduring the sensations for what felt like an eternity, she finally asked him to stop, snatching the dryer from him and giving her hair a haphazard blow-dry as bedtime approached. Lin Bai lay on his side, propped up on one hand while watching her intently. Lin Wanner pulled the blanket over herself, cocooning her body. Come on, we've been acquainted for so long. Why the distrust? Don't you have any basic faith in me? Lin Bai expressed with a hint of exasperation. Lin Wanner shook her head vigorously, indicating her disbelief. Well, if you don't trust me, then I might as well. He chuckled, sitting up and forming his fingers into a claw-like shape, adopting a lewd expression as he slowly inched toward her. Lin Bai, don't you dare. Although she knew he was just pretending, a flicker of irritation surged within her. She retaliated by kicking his leg from under the blanket. With that, Lin Bai lost his balance, toppling onto her. After a fleeting moment of silence, Lin Bai scrambled to his feet, grinning mischievously. Don't blame me. You kicked me. Shut up. I warn you, Lin Bai, I'm still a man. Lin Wanner retaliated, sitting up and delivering a couple of playful punches. A wave of inexplicable frustration washed over her. All right. No more hitting. It's all my fault, Lin Bai quickly apologized, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. After some time, he finally managed to soothe her, and, to divert the conversation, he inquired, with Liang Xiaosong's injury so severe, do you think he'll be able to join us tomorrow? Perhaps we should stay here a few more days? You decide, Lin Wanner replied, uncertain herself. In her previous life, she had merely been a laborer, privy to little knowledge. Now, however, she knew that leaving Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan behind could spell disaster for them. Yet hastening to the settlement could also harbor dangers. Lin Bai nodded. Let us see how things go tomorrow. After chatting for a while, fatigue gradually overtook Lin Wanner, and she slowly closed her eyes. Uncertain how long she had been asleep, a sudden chill jolted her awake as she felt something brush against her abdomen. Lin Bai, stop it, she mumbled groggily, too lazy to address him, merely reaching out to push his hand away. However, upon contact, she realized the object was soft and slippery. Instinctively, her mind conjured an alarming image, leaving her feeling flustered and uncertain about how to cope with the situation. No, wait, that cold sensation shouldn't be that thing. But if it wasn't tea, what could it be? As she grasped it tightly, the object curled up and began to struggle. A snake. Panic surged through her, and she hastily tossed it toward the foot of the bed. What the hell? Where did that snake come from? The room was cloaked in darkness. When had the lights gone out? Lin Wanner groped around, searching for Lin Bai. Where did he go? Chapter 20. The Eerie Encounter. Lin Bai. Lin Bai. Lin Wanner stood up, feeling her way along the wall until she found the switch. She pressed it, but the light failed to illuminate. What is going on? Why won't the lights turn on? The service area relied on solar power. Even if the recent acid rain had damaged the solar panels, the backup power should have lasted for quite some time. Where are my shoes? Lin Wanner rose from her bed, her foot meeting the floor only to discover its roughness against her delicate skin. As she rubbed her foot against the surface, she felt an abundance of sand grains beneath her. This was peculiar. When they entered the room, although the floor was not pristine, it certainly did not contain such a quantity of sand that a wave of unease washed over her. Without hesitation, she dashed barefoot towards the door. As she reached the entrance, a chilling gust of wind swept toward her from the depths of the corridor, accompanied by an ominous silence. Qingyan, is Lin Bai in your room? Acting on instinct, Lin Wanner forcefully pushed open the door to the adjacent room. Bang! With her push, the door flew open as if severed from its hinges, crashing to the ground. Yet, despite the commotion, neither Lin Bai nor anyone else appeared. I must remain calm, she thought, feeling along the wall as she slowly made her way down the corridor. Upon entering the hall, the dim crimson moonlight filtered through the glass windows. At last, she could discern her surroundings. But wait, no moon was ever crimson. A shiver ran down her spine as a card materialized in her hand. Enhance, transform. Upon transformation, her vision sharpened, and under the moonlight, she could see everything in the hall with remarkable clarity. No, this was wrong. The layout of the service area was entirely incorrect. It was inconceivable that they would have rearranged the hall at this late hour. Moreover, the positions of the shops in this service area were also evidently amiss. What on earth had transpired? Was she dreaming? She hurried to the glass door of the hall and pulled it open. As her foot crossed the threshold, an ominous premonition gripped her heart, and her once white hair stood on end. Defying gravity, I see you. I see you. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, a terrifying female voice echoed around her. Before she could react, a colorless arm draped over her shoulder. Startled, Lynn Warner spun around and instinctively threw a punch behind her. With a resounding crash, her fist shattered the glass door instead of striking her assailant. The door is broken. You are finished. You are finished. You broke it yourself. Since the door is shattered, will you not invite us in? As eerie sounds surrounded her, Lynn Warner felt her mind beginning to cloud. In the next instant, Lin Bai's infuriating face appeared before her. Lin Bai, where have you been? Spotting him filled her with a sudden sense of reassurance. Let us talk inside. It's dangerous out here. Lin Bai placed a hand on her shoulder. All right. Lin Wana nodded and turned to re-enter the hall, but Lin Bai remained outside. Come in. Why are you still standing out there? As her words faded, Lin Bai's expression twisted unnaturally. Are you inviting me? Inviting you? Xiao Bai, enough of this. Tell me what is happening. Why did I wake up to find myself like this? Lin Warner stood at the door. Feeling an absurdity pervade the situation. Are you inviting me in? Lin Bai echoed his previous question. Fine, fine. I invite you in. Is that satisfactory? Lin Warner replied, exasperated. Yet as soon as her words left her lips, Lin Bai's form suddenly altered. His two eyes merged into one, resembling a creature from myth. His body collapsed, transforming into a fluid-like substance. In the blink of an eye, this grotesque entity adhered to Lin Warner, no matter how fiercely she struggled. She could not tear it away. Gradually, the fluid coiled around her body, ultimately ensnaring her neck. After what felt like an eternity of futile struggle, just as she was on the brink of exhaustion. The blood moon hanging in the sky had already vanished. A ray of dawn light appeared on the horizon. The sky brightened. Feeling the grip around her neck loosening slightly, Lin Warner gasped for air. As her mind cleared, a thought struck her. She gripped the entity around her neck with all her might and shouted, You, get out! No sooner had she spoken than the creature was forcefully expelled from the doorway by an unseen force. The sun, the one-eyed monster, now outside, gazed eastward, its expression a mix of terror. A piercing scream erupted as the creature ignited in violet flames, quickly reducing it to ash. Coughing, Lin Warner collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, observing her surroundings, she realized with sudden clarity that she was no longer in her original world. So, I have traversed dimensions. What on earth was that creature? Lin Warner stood, her hair reverting to its natural black. Had she not used the enhancement card, she might have been suffocated by that monster. However, the prolonged use of the enhancement card had drained her energy, leaving her barely able to stand. Thus, she sat at the entrance, watching as the world outside gradually brightened. After recuperating some strength, she rose and stepped outside into the parking lot, only to find the charging station for electric vehicles, and the awning had vanished. As had the gas station to her right, it was now abundantly clear that she was no longer in her original world. Why? Where on earth am I? Lin Warner cautiously approached the steps at the entrance and turned to look back. The building was merely a dilapidated inn, utterly unlike the service area they had arrived at that moment. She couldn't help but wonder how frantic they must be upon realizing her absence. Especially Lin Bai. She could almost envision his frantic search throughout the service area, desperately trying to locate her. Chapter 21. Equipment card. Oh. A card? Just as she descended the steps, Lin Warner noticed a black card lying where the monster had been incinerated by flames. Initially, the card lay inconspicuously on the ground, but as she drew closer, it suddenly floated upward, as if drawn to her. Lin Warner reached out, and the black card soared into her hand, hovering before her. The card depicted a sleek black bodysuit reminiscent of attire from a cosplay anime. Upon touching the card, information flashed before her eyes. Item, battlesuit name, nightshade quality, white type, derived equipment card features. 1. Cat step, in darkness, even rapid movement leaves footsteps as subtle as a cat S. 2. Night vision. Enhances partial vision in dark environments. Description. A form-fitting combat suit that boosts agility. Ideal for nocturnal engagements. Could I not receive a more conventional card? Who would wear this in public? Lynn Warner sighed, already envisioning the implications of donning this outfit. Reluctantly, she absorbed the card into her being, perplexed by the notion that only mysterious shops sold equipment. Why had she now acquired gear from defeating a monster? However, possessing this equipment is certainly preferable to lacking it, especially considering the terrifying one-eyed monster from last night. Even with the enhancement card, she could only contend with it for a brief period. Had the sun not risen a bit later, she might have met her demise here today, in front of the inland asphalt road, its surface marred by cracks, suggesting years of neglect. Lynn Warner glanced back at the inn, noting that several abandoned vehicles surrounding her appeared utterly inoperable. Uncertain of her whereabouts, Lynn Warner could only proceed along the road. After walking for over an hour, the distant roar of an engine echoed from the roadway. It was the sound of a vehicle. The presence of a car implied the existence of people. Although she had no way of knowing whether they would be friendly, Lynn Warner, lost and desperate, decided to take a risk and see if she could communicate with them. After a few more minutes of walking, she emerged from a patch of woods and came upon a plantation. That moment, a dozen agricultural vehicles were neatly lined up along the roadside, each laden with workers in their cargo beds. Once the vehicles came to a halt, the workers jumped down, wielding various tools. Aside from these laborers, there were also individuals armed with swords and other weapons, likely foremen or bodyguards. Step by step, Lynn Warner approached along the road. Just then, a man sitting atop a vehicle, brandishing a large sword, spotted her and pointed in her direction, causing all the armed individuals to gather and gaze at her. "What place is this?" Lynn Warner inquired as she drew closer. At that moment, a middle-aged man wielding a massive sword stepped out from the crowd. He appeared to be the leader, scrutinizing Lynn Warner intently. Instead of answering her, he furrowed his brow and asked, "I don't believe I've seen you before. You are not from our settlement, are you?" I seem to be lost," Lynn Warner replied. And no sooner had she spoken than he swung his sword at her without a word. Derivative card, enhance, transform. Lynn Warner was uncertain why he suddenly attacked her, but if she failed to evade this strike, her fate would be sealed. Yes, her hair changed color. Her senses and physique were instantly augmented. However, just as she prepared to dodge, the massive sword pierced through her body. To her astonishment, she felt no pain. Yet, in retaliation, Lynn Warner delivered a swift kick to the middle-aged man's chest, causing him to stagger back several steps. "Well done, sister. I told you, such a beautiful girl cannot possibly be a monster," exclaimed one onlooker. "Right? Captain L has no regard for beauty. When has a monster ever appeared during the day?" Another chimed in. "Not necessarily. I heard a settlement was invaded by monsters during the day just a few days ago." "Enough. Don't you remember the solar eclipse?" The crowd continued to chatter. "Apologies, due to recent events in the B3 area. We have to be cautious," the man with the sword said, offering an apology to Lynn Warner. She clearly heard their conversation. Although she did not know what a monster was, why had he deemed her innocent based solely on a sword strike? Moreover, why had the sword, which had clearly penetrated her, inflicted no harm? Noticing the puzzled look on Lynn Warner's face, a burly man with a spiked club slung over his shoulder stepped forward and addressed her. "Sister, this is our leader, Captain Elbin. His sword only harms monsters." The man then approached Lynn Warner, extending his hand in introduction. "My name is Jean-Yile. What do they call you?" Since the others had shown their goodwill, Lynn Warner reached out her hand and said, "I am Lynn Warner." Just as their hands were about to meet, Jean-Yile was abruptly pulled back by someone behind him. "Jean Fatty, don't you dare dirty her hand." The person who had pulled him away then flashed a bright smile at Lynn Warner and introduced himself. "My name is Wang Peng." Before he could finish, Captain L shot him a fierce glare, prompting Wang Peng to sheepishly retract his hand. "I apologize. These fellows can be quite boisterous, but they mean no harm," Elbin said with a smile. "Which settlement are you from, and why are you alone?" Lynn Warner was unsure how to respond. Until she grasped her situation, she did not want to divulge everything that had transpired. "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. I only remember being with a few friends. And when I woke up today, I inexplicably found myself at an up ahead. Pointing in the direction she had come from, she continued, "After leaving the inn, I encountered a gelatinous, one-eyed monster. And then I walked along the road until I arrived here. Is that all you remember?" Ben inquired, a frown crossing his face. Lynn Warner nodded, almost certain that this place was not her original world, as she had encountered no zombies along the way. "Could it be that you encountered the Strange Flower Lady?" Zhang interjected suddenly. "What is the Strange Flower Lady?" Lynn Warner asked, her curiosity piqued. "She is a bizarre entity resembling a flower, usually deep red in color. It is said that the pollen she disperses can cause a person to lose fragments of their memory," Elbin explained. "However, this is merely hearsay." Hearing this, Lynn Warner felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that she truly had been poisoned and forgotten what had transpired? No, that could not be the case, even in her past life. She had never encountered or heard of such things. Wait, the time. If there's an issue with my memory, then the date would be the best proof of whether I have lost any recollections. "Captain L, could you tell me the current date?" Lynn Warner quickly inquired. "Today should be June 18, Elbin replied thoughtfully. "June 18? Yes, that's right. Counting from the day the apocalypse began, today indeed is June 18th. My memory is intact." "Have you come to any conclusions?" Elbin asked, observing Lynn Warner closely. Lynn Warner shook her head. "Then, how about you come back with us to our settlement for the time being?" "All right," Lynn Warner nodded. She understood that perhaps it was her striking beauty that prompted this group of strangers to treat her with such courtesy. After all, a girl with an attractive visage is generally welcomed wherever she may go, often evoking a protective instinct in others. "Our settlement is quite far," Elbin said, gesturing behind them, "that if you wish to accompany us, you'll have to wait until this afternoon." "Okay, I will follow Captain L's arrangements." As they became more familiar with each other, the group found a spot by the roadside to sit. Wang Peng produced a small stool from one of the vehicles and offered it to Lin Warner. "You all sit. I don't mind sitting on the ground," Lin Warner said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "How could we allow such a beautiful lady to sit on the ground like us rough men?" Wang Peng smiled gently, insisting on handing the small stool to her. After receiving the stool, Lin Warner engaged in conversation with them for a while, and she was now entirely convinced that she might have traversed into a parallel world or something akin to it. In this realm, the level of technology was comparable to that of her original world 3 months prior. A significant portion of the global population had inexplicably vanished. Subsequently, an array of bizarre and uncanny entities emerged. Fortunately, these phenomena only manifested at night and were reluctant to invade human dwellings. However, certain creatures that already existed in this world became infected by these anomalies, turning exceedingly ferocious. These beings resembled the mutated beasts from her former world. But unlike the anomalies, the infected creatures could appear during the day. Among the remnants of humanity, some individuals awakened certain abilities akin to evolutionaries. They constituted the primary force against these monsters that are in this world. They were referred to as supernatural beings. That Lu Bin's team of supernatural beings had undertaken a mission to protect ordinary individuals laboring in the fields for food was of paramount importance to every settlement. As noon approached, the previously overcast sky transformed into a strikingly clear one, with the sun reaching its zenith, causing beads of sweat to glisten on Lin Warner's skin that a member of the team had initially offered her a sunshade umbrella. But Lu Bin had intervened. It was not until more than half an hour had passed that Lu Bin explained to Lin Warner that, given her mysterious origins and amnesia, they must exercise utmost caution. To err on the side of caution, he had allowed Lin Warner to endure the scorching midday sun for over half an hour, for in this world, no anomaly could survive the searing heat of the sun. Lin Warner understood. In her view, the troubles encountered in this world were far more terrifying than those in her original one. Zombies or mutated beasts, at least those threats were overt. The troubles in this world, however, felt distinctly sinister. She couldn't help but wonder how Lin Bai and the others were faring. Was that fool still wandering around the service area searching for her? Finally, the clock struck 3:30 in the afternoon, and bags of wheat were loaded onto the vehicle. Lu Bin removed a strand of horsehair grass from his mouth and stood up. "Is it time?" He inquired of a nearby team member. The member glanced at the time and nodded. "Yes, it's 3:40. "Let us wrap it up," Lu Bin decisively declared. After issuing the command, Wang Peng returned to the vehicle, honked the horn a few times, prompting the individuals still harvesting wheat in the fields to hurriedly bag the freshly cut wheat and work together to drag it to the roadside. Rather than simply observing, Lu Bin and the others also assisted in loading the grain onto the vehicle. Noticing that everyone was working hard, Lin Wanner felt it inappropriate to merely sit idle. So she stepped forward to lend a hand. There's no need for your assistance. I can see your abilities. You must be able to transform in some manner to gain strength, correct? Lu Bin said, standing atop the back of the agricultural vehicle as he received a bag from those below, hoisting it into the cargo area. His implication was clear. Unless Lin Wanner transformed, her current strength would be of little help. And if she did transform to assist, it would be unnecessary. Lin Wanner offered an awkward smile, then stood aside, playing with her fingers behind her back. Around 4 o'clock, all the grain was loaded onto the vehicle. Lu Bin counted the number of people, and then the convoy began its journey back. Lin Wanner sat in the pickup truck with Lu Bin and the others, bringing up the rear of the convoy. As he put it, the leader must be responsible for the rear guard. This world, like the one Lin Wanner hailed from, had seen all long-distance communication devices fail inexplicably since the apocalypse descended, rendering walkie-talkies and similar devices utterly useless, reduced to mere bricks. Following the road, the convoy traveled for over half an hour when suddenly, the vehicle ahead came to a stop. "Captain, there's something up ahead." A voice suddenly resonated in Lin Wanner's mind. That's Qing Yuan's ability. Lu Bin briefly explained to Lin Wanner before pressing the accelerator to move towards the front of the convoy. Just as he passed a few vehicles, Lin Wanner caught a shocking sight through the windshield. In the middle of the road, the originally roadside trees had inexplicably appeared in the center. Moreover, these trees moved as if they were living entities, slowly inching toward the convoy. "Captain," Lu Bin's vehicle reached the front, where Zhang Yile and a few others stood armed, bracing for a confrontation against the convoy. Chapter 23. Combat Suit. This is troublesome. Observing the moving trees on the road, Lu Bin's expression darkened. For their team, avoiding these slowly advancing trees would be a simple task, but the road was congested with numerous agricultural vehicles filled with grain, as well as many ordinary people seated atop them. "Captain, let me test their strength first." Zhang Yao brandished his wolf fawn club. Casting a glance at Lu Bin and at Lu Bin nodded. It was already 4:30, and any further delay would soon plunge them into darkness, which would pose a significant threat. Allowing Zhang Yile to gauge the combat capability of these peculiar trees was prudent. If it proved ineffective, they would have no choice but to abandon the vehicles and find an alternate route. Receiving Lu Bin's approval, Zhang Yile charged toward the trees. When he was a dozen meters away, the wolf fawn club in his hand expanded more than twice its size, and the spikes atop it sharpened further. However, almost simultaneously, the branches and roots of the foremost trees shot toward Zhang Yile. In an instant, the branches and roots ensnared the wolf fawn club in Zhang Yile's grasp. That blunt weapon may not be suitable for dealing with these creatures, Lin Wanner thought anxiously. Perhaps a sharp blade would be more effective against these branch-like entities. If the wolf fawn club became ensnared, he would be in serious trouble. Just watch. Lu Bin and the others seemed unfazed compared to Lin Wanner. As anticipated, the moment the branches near the wolf fawn club, Zhang Yile's weapon began to rotate violently. Resembling a meat grinder, with flashes of cold light, it shredded the encroaching branches into pieces that fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this group was far stronger than she had initially imagined. However, before Zhang Yile could revel in his success, countless branches surged toward him with ferocity. "Keep an eye on these people. I'll assist." After issuing the command, Lu Bin brandished his heavy sword and leaped forward. Just as Lin Wanner contemplated why they weren't all joining forces, several identical trees suddenly erupted from the ground on either side of the highway. In an instant, the branches of these trees reached out toward the ordinary individuals seated atop the agricultural vehicles. And before they could react, those struck by the branches found their blood drained, leaving only lifeless husks slumped over the grain bags. "Help! Help!" In an instant, the wilderness was filled with cries of despair, wails and screams. "Rescue them! Wang Peng and the remaining few immediately jumped onto the vehicles to temporarily block the onslaught of the trees. Transform, enhance, metamorphose. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wanner transformed in her white-haired form, wielding the long knife Lu Bin had given her as she rushed toward the trees by the roadside. With no other options, Wang Peng and the others had to rescue the victims, and the task of combating these trees fell to her. Perhaps the trees had initially deemed her no threat when she was not transformed. Hence their lack of defense against her. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to a tree, swinging her blade forcefully against its trunk. The strike cleaved a gash over 10 centimeters deep into the tree's bark. As a bizarre crimson sap gushed from the wound, a sound akin to an infant's wail echoed in Lin Wanner's mind. This creature can emit sound? Lin Wanner was taken aback, just as she was preparing to strike down with her second blow. The towering trees had already reacted, and countless branches surged frantically before her. In an instant, a multitude of branches twisted towards her at an astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Lin Wanner swung the large blade in her hand, severing the branches that threatened her. However, as she managed to cut through one batch, another wave of branches swiftly surged forward. Unbeknownst to her, a branch extended from the ground, tightly coiling around her ankle. And with a forceful tug, Lin Wanner was knocked to the ground. With no time to ponder, she quickly swung her sword at the branch, ensnaring her ankle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, more branches rushed in, binding her limbs securely. The branches tightened their grip, and despite her utmost efforts, she could not break free. She certainly did not wish to be torn apart by these branches. And the posture in which she found herself bound eerily resembled a scene from an anime, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Equip gear card, battle suit, activate. As a black card emerged, a form-fitting black bodysuit enveloped her perfectly. The moment she donned the battle suit, the force pulling at her diminished significantly. Fortunately, as Lin Wanner engaged in battle, the pressure on the vehicle lessened considerably. Observing her dire situation, Wang Peng immediately leaped from the vehicle to assist. Just as he arrived, Lin Wanner had already freed herself from the branches and escaped their grasp. "Are you all right?" Wang Peng's expression was grave. If this continued, they might all perish here, had it not been for Lu Bin and the others who managed to halt the trees in the front of their convoy. Their situation could have been far more perilous. "I'm fine, for reasons unknown." After donning the battle suit, Lin Wanner sensed that the trees seemed reluctant to attack her. To test her hypothesis, she picked up the fallen long sword and charged at the trees. "Stop!" Wang Peng shouted urgently. However, as soon as his words left his lips, he witnessed the trees seemingly avoiding Lin Wanner deliberately, refraining from striking her at all. With this in mind, Lin Wanner felt no need for further restraint. She advanced and began hacking at the trees. Although the branches attacked with great speed, their main bodies moved with a sluggishness akin to that of aged elders. In no time, she had felled an entire row of trees to her left. Is it truly possible to enhance combat prowess merely by changing attire? Wang Peng rubbed his eyes, seemingly incredulous at the unfolding spectacle. Lin Wanner, too, began to contemplate why these trees suddenly appeared to fear her. The gear card she had activated was obtained from a peculiar entity encountered at night, and according to Lu Bin and the others, the creatures that appeared during the day were infected by those otherworldly beings. This implied that the trees were, in fact, intimidated by the very suit she wore. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wanner proceeded to the right, and with collective effort, they swiftly eradicated the trees lining both sides of the road. Chapter 24. The settlement. The battle between Lu Bin and Zhang Yao had also reached its conclusion. Under the might of Lu Bin's colossal sword, any tree struck by its blade would wither instantaneously. With Lin Wanner and her companions joining the fray, the battle had turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Finally, it's over. After vanquishing the last tree, Lin Wanner stood panting, brushing her hair back from her forehead. At that moment, she felt a multitude of burning gazes fixated upon her. Lowering her head, she caught sight of her form-fitting black battle suit, which accentuated her curves flawlessly, emphasizing all the right features. Such a tantalizing figure was bound to stir the desires of any man. Clearing her throat, Lin Wanner felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly deactivated her gear and enhanced state. However, as the effects of both cards dissipated, a wave of exhaustion and weakness washed over her, and her legs buckled beneath her. Fortunately, Lubin caught her just in time and helped her into the vehicle. Let's go. It's getting late, without even the opportunity to assess the injured. The vehicle sped towards the settlement. Throughout the journey, Lynn Warner felt an overwhelming soreness, as if she had suddenly run 3,000 meters after a long period of inactivity, leaving her muscles aching the next morning. After hydrating and consuming a couple of pieces of bread, her energy levels were slightly restored. After driving for approximately 20 minutes, Lubin pointed toward a cluster of buildings in the distance. Up ahead is our settlement. As they drew near, Lynn Warner realized with astonishment that what they referred to as a settlement resembled a large ancient city, with workers atop the city walls engaged in repairs and heightening the fortifications. Considering that the apocalypse had only begun 2 months prior, how had such a grand city been constructed so swiftly? Perhaps sensing Lynn Warner's confusion, Lubin explained while driving before the apocalypse. This area was designated as a tourist attraction. These buildings and walls are all replicas of ancient architecture, and by the time the apocalypse struck, construction here was nearly complete. However, since it hadn't opened to the public, there were few inhabitants when a catastrophe occurred. Many sought refuge here, transforming it into a secure haven. Nodding and understanding, Lynn Warner observed that upon reaching the city walls, numerous searchlights illuminated the surroundings. The sheer density of lights triggered her claustrophobia, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. Wang Peng, please take Xiao Wan back. Upon entering the city, as Lu Bin and the others were tasked with debriefing their mission, he instructed Wang Peng to escort her back to their team's quarters. This ancient city is enormous. The drive from the city gate to their residence took a full 10 minutes, leaving Lynn Warner in awe. From every perspective, the scale of the city was astonishing. Wang Peng parked the vehicle and smiled, saying, "This ancient city is divided into 2 sections. One part consists of the original site, where after removing some unsafe structures, there are approximately 3,000 livable rooms. The other part, constructed with an investment exceeding $2 billion, includes shops, warehouses, and other facilities, yielding at least 10,000 habitable rooms." Lin Wana nodded and exited the vehicle. The quarters of Lu Bin's team were a vast courtyard, with most buildings standing 2 to 3 stories tall, and a few reaching 4 stories. Pungo is back. Upon sighting Wang Peng, a group of half-grown children and women sitting at the entrance rushed over to greet him. Noticing Wang Peng's tattered clothing and bloodstains, a woman in her 40s expressed concern. "What happened on the road? What about Ah Bin and the others?" Wang Peng shook his head. "It's fine." The captain and the others went to debrief. "Sister, you are so beautiful." While Wang Peng conversed with the women, a child approached Lin Warner, his eyes wide with admiration. "Thank you. Your eyes are quite lovely too," Lin Warner replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, the other women at the entrance finally noticed Lin Warner. At first glance, they observed her attire, sneakers, denim hot pants, and a crop top. Instantly, their first thought was that she had come to entice Lu Bin and Wang Peng. In these 2 months of apocalypse, most ordinary people struggled to find enough food, resorting to labor within the city or venturing outside to cultivate crops for sustenance. Conversely, their team, bolstered by 5 or 6 capable individuals like Lu Bin and Wang Peng, had no worries regarding food or clothing. Thus, many sought to attach themselves to them in a world where even basic sustenance was scarce. Her attire certainly seemed provocative. However, once they beheld Lin Warner's beauty, that notion swiftly dissipated. That it was akin to discovering that someone was only slightly wealthier than oneself, inciting jealousy. But upon realizing that individual belonged to a realm of affluence far beyond one's reach, jealousy transformed into admiration and reverence. "This is Lin Warner. Like us, she is also an ability user," Wang Peng succinctly introduced her. While Lin Warner's beauty may have initially evoked feelings of inadequacy among them, the mere mention of her being an ability user elevated her status in their eyes, transforming her from a mere temptress into a revered goddess. Hello. I am Yang Liping, Liu Yuhang's cousin. One woman in her 30s stepped forward to greet her. "Hello." Lin Warner shifted her gaze from the child to her, recognizing Liu Yuhang as an ability user in Lu Bin's team. "Everyone, please don't just stand there. Come inside." Yang Liping's face radiated with joy. Had it been any other woman arriving at their abode, she might have felt a twinge of discontent. However, Lin Wanner was a different story. Her stature ensured that there was no competitive relationship between them. Conversely, if a stunningly attractive ordinary woman were to enter their midst, she might indeed siphon off some of their resources. Chapter 25. The settlement shortly after Lu Bin and his companions returned. The city was soon filled with the resonant toll of bells. Once the chimes ceased, the floodlights on the outer city walls of the settlement sprang to life, illuminating the entire sky as if it were daytime. Outside the courtyard, Lin Wanner gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. It appeared that the floodlights were intended for nighttime use. "Hey, Sister Wanner, haven't you seen this before?" Wang Xiaohua, Wang Peng's 7-year-old younger brother, stared wide-eyed at her, his gaze brimming with curiosity. Lin Wanner shook her head, indicating that she had not. "Then let me take you to see." With that, Wang Xiaohua grasped Lin Wanner's hand, eager to lead her outside. "Xiaohua, stop playing around." At that moment, Wang Peng quickly intervened, offering Lin Wanner an apologetic smile. "Dinner will be served soon. You must eat properly." Wang Xiaohua's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Those peculiar creatures were averse to light. While the floodlights could not match the sun's brilliance, they would still diminish the creature's abilities to some extent, instilling a measure of fear within them. That Lu Bin, seated nearby, smiled as he explained this to Lin Wanner. She responded with a cheerful acknowledgement, for her curiosity stemmed from her unfamiliarity with this world. When the meal was finally laid out, everyone in the courtyard gathered around. The team to which Lu Bin belonged was named the Mingguang Squad. They originally intended to call themselves Light, but since that name was already taken, they opted for the reverse, Mingguang Squad. This squad comprised 7 supernatural beings, with the remainder being ordinary individuals, mostly friends and family of the 7. Otherwise, in such an environment, they would hardly concern themselves with others. In this world, supernatural beings were akin to evolved beings, categorized into ordinary and special supernatural beings. Lu Bin was one of the special supernatural beings, wielding a massive sword that was his strongest weapon, capable of effortlessly vanquishing creatures of equal rank. "Sister Wanner, do you have a boyfriend?" While they were dining, Wang Xiaohua leaned closer to Lin Wanner, inquiring innocently. Lin Wanner looked at the child, somewhat speechless, but shook her head, replying, "No then, Sister Wanner. Since Uncle Lu doesn't have a girlfriend either, you two would make a perfect match. Besides, Uncle Lu is quite formidable. He is the strongest adult here and can protect you," Wang Xiaohua said earnestly, gazing at Lin Wanner. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner nearly choked on her food. This child seemed to possess an alarming amount of understanding. In this post-apocalyptic world, Lu Bin was indeed one of the best candidates for a partner, yet that had nothing to do with her. Although she possessed a female body, her soul was male. How could she possibly pursue a romantic relationship with another man? "Xiaohua, have you got a death wish?" Lu Bin interjected, pinching the boy's ear. "I think Xiaohua is right, although Captain Lu is a bit older. He is still in his early 30s. Honestly, there are few girls in this city who can match him. Sister Wanner, being so beautiful and a supernatural being, is quite a catch." Wang Peng's cousin, Yang Liping, chimed in, playing matchmaker. Their banter made Lin Wanner feel increasingly awkward. "All right, enough of this. She just arrived and isn't familiar with you all," Lu Bin remarked, noticing Lin Wanner's discomfort and promptly putting an end to the chatter. As soon as he spoke, the women, who had been chattering away, fell silent. "My apologies. Please don't take it to heart." Lu Bin turned to Lin Wanner, his expression apologetic. "There's no need to worry," Lin Wanner replied, shaking her head, not taking their comments to heart, as such matters were utterly unrealistic for her. After dinner, Lu Bin's group arranged for a room for her to stay. I asked for the lights outside the city walls. She felt little interest. Her curiosity was merely fleeting. Lying in bed, her thoughts drifted to Lin Bai and how she might survive in this world. She wondered if she would ever return to her original realm. Lost in contemplation, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Uncertain of how long she had slumbered, she awoke to sunlight streaming into the room. After rising, she discovered that Lu Bin and the others had already departed. "Where did Lu Bin and the others go?" Lin Wanner sought out Yang Liping. "They said to let you rest for the day, so they didn't wake you," Yang Liping replied as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying the prepared meal to the table. "Thank you." "Not at all. It is our duty," Yang Liping replied with a smile. As Lin Wanner ate, Yang Liping seemed hesitant, ultimately pulling a stool closer to sit beside her. Inquiring somewhat mysteriously, Sister Wanner, "May I ask you something?" "Sure, go ahead." Lin Wanner sipped her rice porridge, then set the bowl down, turning to face Yang Liping. Sister Wanner, I would like to know if you look like this before the apocalypse?" After receiving Lin Wanner's consent, Yang Liping hesitantly posed the question. Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the intent behind Yang Liping's inquiry. Did she somehow know that Lin Wanner had once been male? It was not entirely implausible. Given the peculiarities of this world, if someone were to discover her previous identity, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. How could she face others or communicate with them? After all, she had been a man and could not possibly act effeminately. Noticing Lin Wanner's puzzled expression, Yang Liping quickly added, "I merely heard that after becoming a supernatural being, one's physique and appearance improve." "You are so beautiful. Could it be?" "What?" Lin Wanner paused, then breathed a sigh of relief. So that was the matter at hand. However, the notion that ordinary people could transform into supernatural beings and enhance their appearance was questionable. She was uncertain of where Yang Liping had heard such claims, as supernatural beings were not the same as cultivators. She had heard that cultivators could refine their bodies, but never had she come across such assertions regarding supernatural beings, especially since she had only just arrived in this world. Thus, Lin Wanner, with a hint of uncertainty, replied, "I don't think so." Upon observing Lin Wanner's reaction, Yang Liping suddenly realized that her words might have been inappropriate. Hastily apologizing, "I'm sorry, Sister Wanner. I didn't mean to imply that you were unattractive before. That I have never seen such a beautiful girl like you, and I merely heard someone say that." To speak ill of someone's appearance is a significant taboo among women, especially when suggesting that someone's beauty is a result of external influences. Such comments could easily offend. That IT was akin to those television variety shows before the apocalypse, where men could tease each other's looks, but women could not engage in such behavior. Don't worry about it. Lin Wanner genuinely did not think much of it. Her current mindset still aligned with that of a male. Unbothered by such trivialities. Chapter 26. The Great Sword. Since Liu Bin and the others had not taken her along, after finishing her meal, Lin Wanner resolved to take a stroll through the streets, aiming to familiarize herself with the environment, for she needed to learn how to survive in this world. "I'm going out for a bit," Lin Wanner announced after her meal, as Yang Liping promptly began to clear away the dishes. She politely bid farewell to Yang Liping, wanting to avoid causing concern should they later seek her out. "Are you heading out?" Yang Liping paused mid-stride, turning back to smile. "Things are different now compared to before the apocalypse. If you encounter any trouble, just mention Captain Liu's name. It still holds weight around here." Liu Bin had informed them about Lin Wanner's amnesia, and aware that she might be unaware of the current circumstances. Yang Liping kindly offered this advice, also sharing details about the main commercial streets in the city. "Thank you," Lin Wanner nodded, then stepped out of the courtyard. Wandering down the street, Lin Wanner surveyed her surroundings. In stark contrast to the desolation beyond the city walls, the settlement bustled with activity. "Hello. Are you looking to buy clothes?" After walking a few hundred meters along the street, she entered a clothing store, where a girl of about 17 or 18 eagerly greeted her from behind the cash register. "I'm just browsing." Lin Wanner casually uttered a phrase before stepping into the store, with the young girl trailing closely behind. Poised to introduce her to the merchandise at any moment, to be honest, Lin Wanner found this rather bothersome. She detested having salespeople shadow her while shopping. Nevertheless, she was not overly fussy, so she allowed it to continue. After perusing the store, Lin Wanner selected 2 outfits. One was a simple tracksuit, while the other consisted of a pair of jeans paired with a t-shirt. The motivation behind this choice was that the denim hot pants and crop top she currently wore were rather conspicuous in this post-apocalyptic setting. In the fitting room of the store, she changed into the tracksuit and completed her purchase using food vouchers. Food vouchers were the currency circulating in the current settlement. When she departed from the Mingguang convoy's courtyard, she had brought some along, and as a member of the convoy and an ability user, it was only natural for her to possess a few. After slipping into the tracksuit, Lin Wanner admired her reflection in the mirror. Although it felt comfortable and unrestrictive, it clung closely to her figure, perfectly accentuating every curve. It was indeed quite flattering. Unable to contain her thoughts, the salesgirl beside her remarked aloud. Initially, Lynn Warner intended to examine her reflection a bit longer, to check for any imperfections or discomfort, but upon hearing the salesgirl's comment, she smiled shyly and hastily left the store with her bag in hand. After exiting the clothing shop, she continued her stroll down the street. A few minutes later, she arrived at a plaza filled with various large amusement rides, such as pirate ships and Ferris wheels. However, these attractions had long been abandoned, and the square had become almost entirely occupied by street vendors. The throngs of people and the lascivious gazes from the men surrounding her made Lynn Warner suddenly lose her desire to continue browsing. Before the apocalypse, when she was still Lynn Moo, she enjoyed admiring beautiful women passing by. Yet now she found herself the object of other scrutiny. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Lynn Warner turned and made her way to another street. Unlike the previous bustling area filled with stalls, this street had significantly less foot traffic, and each shop appeared rather forlorn. Was this the street that sold weapons and equipment for ability users? She recalled Yang Liping mentioning that there was a street in the city dedicated to the sale of such items. These weapons and gear were not your ordinary swords and armor. Some were drops from defeated strange entities, while others were crafted by ability users with forging powers. The colossal trees they had vanquished the day before were merely infected species. Generally, while they might drop something upon death, the chances were slim. In contrast, those truly bizarre entities that only emerged at night would almost always yield equipment or other items upon being slain. When Liu Bin and the others had first told Lynn Warner this, she had found it utterly ludicrous. After all, where in reality could one kill monsters and acquire loot like in a game? Yet, reflecting on her experiences before entering this world, weren't those mysterious shops always like this? Shin Armory. Lynn Warner halted in front of shop, glanced inside, and then stepped in. The shopkeeper was an elderly man in his 60s. Upon her entrance, he assessed her briefly and, noticing the shopping bag she held, kindly remarked, "Young lady, we only sell weapons and armor here, not clothing." "Yes, I understand. I'm just browsing," Lynn Warner replied. Hearing her response, the old man quickly apologized. "I am sorry, dear. I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that you look so delicate, not like the type of ability user involved in combat." "It's quite all right, sir," Lynn Warner said, feeling somewhat helpless. It was her first time being referred to as young lady, and she was unsure of the regional vernacular. "If you see anything you like, just let me know, and I'll gladly offer you a discount," he offered, eager to make amends. "Discount?" Lynn Warner regarded the old man before her. Typically, such shops would employ 1 or 2 young women as sales staff, so why was there an elderly man instead? Moreover, he had the authority to grant discounts. "Are you also an ability user?" "Sir?" Lynn Warner inquired casually while examining the array of swords on display. "Oh, I'm no ability user. This shop belongs to my 2 sons that I wouldn't trust it with just anyone, so I came here to keep an eye on things." The old man explained that, "I see." Lynn Warner responded, continuing to explore the shop. That moment, a black 2-handed greatsword caught her eye. This massive blade appeared extraordinarily hefty. If stood upright, it would likely be as tall as she was. As Lynn Warner gazed at the sword on the shelf, the old man approached her and kindly remarked, "Dear, this sword is nearly as tall as you. I don't think it would suit you." Chapter 27. Weapon card. Lynn Warner felt somewhat exasperated by the persistent use of young lady. Yet out of courtesy, she refrained from voicing her annoyance. However, the old man's observation was accurate. The sword was indeed ill-suited for her. It would be perfect for someone like Lin Bai, who stood nearly 6 feet tall. Just as she pondered this, an inexplicable connection seemed to form between her and the greatsword, akin to a starving individual spotting a platter of chicken legs. Suddenly, Lynn Warner felt an overwhelming desire to possess it in that instant. A transparent blank card unexpectedly emerged from her being in the next moment. Lynn Warner realized that this card intended to seal the greatsword within its confines. "Sir, I want this sword," Lynn Warner declared, reaching for the hilt, only to discover that it was far too heavy for her to lift. Witnessing her struggle, the old man advised earnestly, "Dear, why not choose something else? It is not that I don't want to sell it to you, but this sword weighs several hundred pounds. You can't even lift it." Attempting with both hands, Lynn Warner grasped the hilt yet found it immovable. "No need, sir. I still want it. How much does this sword cost?" Lynn Warner initially intended to seal it within the card before inquiring about the price. but worried about insufficient funds, she decided to ask first. "You stubborn girl, why won't you listen to reason?" The old man expressed mild annoyance. However, since Lin Warner was determined, he revealed the price. This sword was originally priced at 2,000 pounds of food, but it hasn't sold. Even awakened ability users shun it. After all, wielding it consumes half their strength before they can even strike an enemy. Since no one wants it, if you truly desire it, I'll sell it to you at scrap metal prices, just 700 to 800 pounds of food vouchers. 7 to 800. Initially, Lin Warner expected it to be quite expensive, considering the hefty nature of the weapon. If she could wield it, it would suffice for combat. Yet, the old man was correct. Even those with awakened powers would find it cumbersome, as merely lifting it would require substantial effort, making combat clumsy. However, the blank card within her was eager to emerge, indicating a possible affinity between herself and the sword. 7 to 800 pounds of food vouchers was not unreasonable. Before leaving, she had temporarily borrowed 5,000 pounds from Yang Liping. "Here, sir, this is 800 pounds of food vouchers." Lin Warner retrieved the vouchers from her pocket and handed them to the old man. To her surprise, he returned a 100-pound voucher to her, saying, "It's tough for a young lady. Just give me 700. Seeing that he didn't seem to be in need of money, Lin Warner accepted his offer, tucking the returned voucher away. As she prepared to use the card to retrieve the great sword, the old man suddenly interjected, "I say, young lady, you aren't just here to pity this old man and buy something, are you? Let me tell you, I'm not lacking in cash." Lin Warner was at a loss for words. The old man's reasoning was rather far-fetched. She needed to take the sword. It couldn't be left behind. The old man mistakenly believed that Lin Warner intended to give him money, so he purposely purchased an item that she could not lift, then feigned inability to take it away, leaving it there instead. In truth, he had encountered similar situations even before the apocalypse. Prior to the cataclysm, his family was relatively affluent, particularly due to his two sons, who had partnered to establish a large machinery factory, making an annual profit of 15 to 18 million without issue. However, he chose not to live with his sons, feeling uncomfortable in the city. Instead, he cultivated a patch of melon fields in the countryside to alleviate his boredom. When the watermelons ripened, he rode his electric tricycle, laden with a full load of melons, to sell them in town. One evening, quite late, as he had not yet sold all his melons, he decided to linger a little longer. To his surprise, a group of young people, mistaking him for a full-time melon vendor, proceeded to buy all his remaining fruits. Given the abundance of melons, the youngsters could hardly consume them all and ended up distributing them along the streets. Upon realizing this, the old man felt a pang of discomfort. Although he had no lack of money, he found himself being treated to a purchase by a group of young people just starting to forge their paths in society. "Uncle, I genuinely desire this sword," Lin Warner expressed with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, you truly like it. You aren't deceiving this old man, are you?" The elder still harbored some doubt and continued, "In that case, my girl, tell me your address, and I shall arrange for a few people to deliver it to you. And no need, uncle, I can manage to take it myself." With that, Lin Warner reached for the blank card that floated forth from her being and pressed it against the sword's hilt. In a flash of white light, the massive black sword vanished from the rack, and the blank card now bore the image of the black sword. Item: Greatsword quality, purple type, derivative weapon card attributes, lightweight. When held by the wielder, the weight is reduced by 90%. Special skill, sword shield. When under attack, part of the sword can transform into a shield to automatically block incoming blows. Description: a hefty greatsword, capable of both offense and defense, with extraordinary quality. Watching the black sword disappear from the rack, the old man, still unsure of how Lin Warner had managed to take it, finally felt reassured. "Uncle, I shall take my leave now. If I require anything in the future, I will come to find you." After sealing the greatsword within the card, Lin Warner bid farewell to the old man, who had called her girl. She could no longer tolerate that term. The old man chuckled and nodded. "You are quite a capable young lady. I underestimated you." Lin Warner smiled lightly and headed towards the door with the card in hand. By the way, my girl, may I inquire which faction you belong to?" Before she could step outside, the old man suddenly asked again, The Mingguang convoy," Lin Warner replied with a smile, glancing back. The Mingguang convoy associated with those young men led by Lu Bin. Right? The old man immediately named Lu Bin. You know Captain Lu? Lin Warner asked, turning to him. The old man nodded and laughed. That lad Lu Bin is quite remarkable, and no wonder you wish to purchase this sword. It seems he has influenced you. Influenced me? Lin Warner paused, recalling that Lu Bin wielded a greatsword too, albeit a smaller one than hers. However, she chose not to elaborate further. There was no need to explain. If he believed so, then so be it. After chatting a while longer, Lin Wana learned that the old man's surname was Zhao before she took her leave. Upon exiting the shop, Lin Warner decided to familiarize herself with the settlement before returning home. Continuing to stroll along the streets, just as she had not ventured far, a few young men brushed past her and then turned around. One of them stepped forward, blocking her path, whistling at her with a mischievous grin. Hey there, beautiful. Care to make a friend with your big brother? Chapter 28. Level, are you out of your mind? Lin Warner shot a glance at the colorful-haired youth before her, having just arrived. She was reluctant to provoke any conflict, so she attempted to sidestep him. However, the youth was determined not to let her go, raising an arm to obstruct her. Hey, beautiful, don't walk away. As he spoke, the other young men began to encircle her. Sighing, Lin Warner recognized that becoming a girl would inevitably lead to such troublesome encounters, especially in this post-apocalyptic settlement. Though there was some semblance of law, it was ultimately governed by personal power and influence. Ordinary individuals without backing could face consequences for their misdeeds, while those from powerful factions could act with impunity, committing acts of violence and abduction without a second thought. I am part of the Mingguang convoy. Are you certain you wish to block my path? In this unfamiliar world, Lin Warner sought to avoid confrontation and intended to utilize Lu Bin's name as a deterrent. If that did not suffice, she could resort to force later. Clearly, Lin Warner underestimated the Mingguang convoy's clout within the settlement. The moment she mentioned its name, the smiles on the young men's faces froze. That we know the Mingguang convoy. But we've never seen you before. You aren't trying to deceive us, are you? One of the ruffians questioned, scrutinizing Lin Warner with skepticism. After all, someone of her striking beauty would be hard to forget. Yet, the tone of his voice had shifted dramatically. Despite their doubts, their demeanor had softened considerably. The convoy's base isn't far. How about you accompany me there? Or shall I wait until this afternoon, when Captain Lu returns from his mission, and have him come find you personally? Lin Warner gazed intently into the young man's eyes as she spoke. The mention of Lu Bin visibly unsettled the group. The young man who had spoken earlier quickly plastered on a forced smile, saying, "We were just joking. Please don't take offense that we had no idea you were with the Mingguang convoy. We're truly sorry. It was our mistake." The youth's tone shifted to one of deep regret, their attitude changing to one of submission. Enough, be gone. Lin Warner did not pursue them further. She simply waved them away. She was not one to stir unnecessary trouble, especially in this unknown world where caution was paramount for survival. Once they departed, Lin Warner held the weapon card and contemplated the power dynamics of this world as she made her way home. In her previous world, both Evolvers and Awakeners were categorized by levels. The higher the level, the more formidable the individual. This included the equipment and items sold at the mysterious shop, which were similarly ranked by levels and quality. Levels were straightforward. 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Higher levels denoted greater strength. Quality ranged from low to high. White, blue, green, purple, orange, and beyond. In this world, the abilities of the superpowered individuals were akin to Evolvers, yet they did not rely on a mysterious shop, but rather bore similarities to Awakeners. However, in her previous world, the mysterious shop clearly displayed the levels of various items, making the distinctions among Evolvers and their equipment abundantly clear. In this apocalypse-ridden world, superpowered individuals were classified into 3 categories: elemental, unique, and combat. Elemental powers involve the manipulation of various elements such as wind, fire, and lightning, while combat powers primarily enhance the individual's physical attributes such as strength, vision, and hearing. Unique powers encompassed a variety of bizarre abilities, and those possessing such powers often concealed their abilities. In this world, the majority of superpowered individuals belong to the combat category, followed by the elemental category, with the unique category being the rarest. For instance, Lu Bin from the Mingguang team was classified as a unique, superpowered individual. Among the members of the Mingguang convoy, Lu Bin stood at the pinnacle of strength, followed by Zhang Yao and Wang Peng, with the remaining individuals falling into the third tier. In terms of self-assessment, Lin Wanner believed she was somewhat superior to those in the third tier, likely on par with Wang Peng and his peers. However, it was said that Lu Bin had sustained injuries recently, diminishing his strength considerably, and he had yet to fully recover. Currently, Lu Bin's power was estimated to be comparable to Wang Peng's tier. Nevertheless, aside from sheer strength, Lu Bin's unique abilities proved far more effective against the peculiar entities they faced than those of the combat category. Originally, within this settlement, apart from the official forces, the Mingguang team ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength. However, due to a mission half a month ago, the team suffered significant losses, with half its members perishing in that battle, causing a drastic decline in the Mingguang team's overall strength. Wanner, upon returning to the small courtyard, Lin Wanner was greeted by Lu Bin and his group, who had just returned from their mission. Yes, Lin Wanner nodded, surprised at their early return. Back so soon, she casually inquired. There wasn't much food left in that area, so we finished up and came back, Lu Bin replied with a smile. For the next mission, I'll join you as well. After putting everything back in a room, Lin Wanner proposed the idea of undertaking missions with them in the future. Such matters are best initiated by oneself. After all, it is not the same to enjoy the fruits of others' labor without contributing. Furthermore, to survive in this unknown world, one must become stronger. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's suggestion, Wang Peng, who was nearby, quickly interjected with a cheerful smile, "If Wanner can join us, that would be splendid. Indeed, it's rather dull with just us men. Having a stunning beauty around would certainly invigorate our spirits." It's all Captain Lu's fault for not recruiting a few female team members like Wanner. Zhang Yao chimed in with a teasing remark. "Where can we find someone like Wanner? Is there anyone in our settlement as beautiful as her?" Wang Peng added, "You two should just stop." Lu Bin scolded them with a glare before turning to Lin Wanner. "Please don't take it to heart. They mean no harm." Lin Wanner smiled and shook her head, indicating that there was nothing to be concerned about. After spending a day or two together, she had grown familiar with these individuals. Moreover, to integrate into this collective, there was no need for excessive sentimentality. "By the way, Wanner, since you've decided to join the team and embark on missions, could we inquire about your abilities?" After posing this question, Lu Bin added, "This way, we can better understand each other and facilitate our teamwork." "Sure," Lin Wanner nodded. With a card emerging from her hand, she explained simply, "My abilities are all contained within this card. You may consider a means to enhance my physical capabilities, which you all have likely witnessed." Subsequently, Lin Wanner activated the card, instantly transforming her hair to a striking white. She then produced a second equipment card, which she referred to as Night Veil due to its stealth capabilities, as a sleek black bodysuit clung to her form. Zhang Yao and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. "This is an equipment card." After speaking, Lin Wanner quickly reverted to her previous appearance, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the way the Night Veil combat suit accentuated her figure. As they all stared intently at her, Lin Wanner felt a twinge of discomfort. Remembering the colossal sword she had acquired earlier, she summoned another black card with a mere thought. Equipment card, giant sword. Manifest. In the next moment, a towering black sword loomed before her, almost as tall as herself. "Wow!" Zhang Yao exclaimed, leaping from his seat and incredulously pointing at the sword. "This sword, it can't possibly be the one weighing several hundred pounds from Zhao Xian's shop. Can it?" He glanced at the others for confirmation. Lu Bin, equally curious, stood and approached for a closer look, eventually stating, "It does seem to be that very sword." "Where did you obtain it?" Lu Bin asked. Raising his gaze, "I bought it from XX Armory. I felt a connection, so I decided to purchase it." With that, Lin Wanner lifted the sword and swung it a few times. She had a personal motive behind this action. She thought to herself that since they had acknowledged the sword's weight, demonstrating her ability to wield it would prove her strength. Moreover, she anticipated that if she did not showcase it, they would inevitably remark that the sword was too heavy for her to handle. Thus, she decided to display her prowess right before their eyes to avoid further explanations. Indeed, after witnessing her effortlessly wield the massive sword, Wang Peng and Zhang Yao were left speechless, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. What a striking young lady, yet she possesses such incredible strength, Zhang Yao murmured, noting that the sword was nearly as wide as half a door. It was unexpected for someone who appeared so delicate to be the one wielding it. By the way, I'm not too familiar with your abilities, Lin Wanner sighed in relief, finally diverting their attention away from herself. Aside from our captain, most of us are evolutionists specializing in physical enhancement. Wang Peng explained. Hold on. I'm not like you ordinary ability users, Zhang Yao retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Peng before brandishing his spike club. In addition to enhancing my physical attributes, I can also amplify my weapon. You should have seen it last time. Lin Wanner nodded. She had indeed witnessed the formidable power of Zhang Yao's spike club, initially thinking it was a specialized weapon, only to discover it was his innate enhancement ability. Yet this left her uncertain as to whether he belonged to the physical enhancement category or the specialized category. Though such distinctions seemed trivial, what's so impressive about merely enhancing a stick? Wang Peng grumbled in irritation, aiming a kick at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao dodged the kick and took refuge behind Lu Bin, pointing at Wang Peng and declaring to Lin Wanner, "See, Wanner, this is pure jealousy," observing their playful banter. Lin Wanner could only chuckle awkwardly. My abilities are all contained within this heavy sword. Lu Bin interjected from the side. His own sword weighed around 200 pounds, but appeared diminutive compared to Lin Wanner's. Right, our captain wields a heavy sword, and so does Wanner. Who would have thought we share such a peculiar bond? Zhang Yao jested from behind Lu Bin. Lu Bin smiled and elaborated. My sword can inflict several times the damage on aberrations or infected creatures when I activate its ability, with a chance to deliver a fatal blow. However, this ability does not harm ordinary beings. Lin Wanner understood now. She had previously thought that Lu Bin's sword could not injure ordinary people. It turned out that it was only when he activated his ability that it posed no threat to them. As long as he refrained from using his abilities, the sword could still function as a regular sword against normal creatures or humans. The capacity to deal multiplied damage against aberrations was indeed formidable, suggesting that Lu Bin could contend with foes of higher tiers when facing such monsters. Had he not been severely injured and weakened, he might have handled the infected giant trees single-handedly. Thus, the current configuration of the Mingguang team was as follows. Captain, Lu Bin, second tier, significantly weakened due to injury, specialized. Vice Captain, Wang Peng, first tier peak, physical enhancement. Zhang Yao, first tier peak, physical enhancement. Team members, Lu Chong, first tier, physical enhancement. Lu Xiaowei, first tier, physical enhancement. Chen Xiaodong, first tier, physical enhancement. Zheng Yusin, first tier, physical enhancement. Now, with Lin Wanner added to the mix, she pondered her classification as an ability user. What category would she fall under? Card-based? If such a category existed, it would likely be classified under the specialized category. Alternatively, she might be an unconventional variant of the physical enhancement category, as utilizing cards ultimately enhanced oneself. The next day, shortly after breakfast, a middle-aged man whom she had never encountered arrived at the Mingguang team's courtyard and spoke with Lu Bin. That's an official. Wang Peng explained to her. They must have some operations underway and sent someone to inform us. Oh, Lin Wanner nodded, then inquired out of curiosity, what is the nature of our team's relationship with the officials? It's more of a cooperative relationship. However, their influence is far greater, with more experts and better intelligence. So, during these days while our leader hasn't fully recovered, we help them with certain tasks in exchange for rewards. Additionally, for major operations, the officials will invite various factions to participate, if they are so formidable. Why haven't you joined the officials? Lin Wanner asked, already having an inkling of the answer to we're accustomed to our freewheeling ways. We don't fit in, Wang Peng chuckled. Chapter 30. A visit. Lu Bin's conversation with the man at the door was brief. After the visitor departed, he called everyone together to, in a couple of days, we have a mission that Lu Bin scan the group before continuing. According to intelligence from the official faction, there's a substantial stockpile of grain in the granaries of Jinhua County, estimated to be at least several thousand, possibly even tens of thousands of tons. Jinhua County? Lu Chong frowned. That's a major grain-producing area. If everything is still there, those granaries could easily contain tens of thousands of tons. But it's quite a distance away, isn't it? The others nodded in agreement. Jinhua County was several hundred miles from their location, and the further the distance, the greater the associated risks. What do the other teams say? Wang Peng inquired. Excluding Lin Wan'er. Everyone knew he was referring to the top-ranking teams. Liu Bin shook his head. They haven't responded. I suspect they're also biding their time in conclusion. The official forces have issued a stern command to seize this granary at any cost. Therefore, are we to cast our votes? Lin Wan'er blinked. Upon hearing her words, everyone burst into laughter. Subsequently, Wang Peng explained, here, we do not engage in voting. We all heed the boss's directives. This left Lin Wan'er momentarily stunned. Wasn't freedom the agreement? If it is freedom, then allowing Liu Bin to have the final say. How is that freedom? Do not pay heed to his nonsensical claims. All our team-S decisions are the result of collective deliberation. With the final decision resting upon me, Liu Bin clarified with a smile. Before Lin Wan'er could respond, Liu Bin continued, you're now a member of our team, so it would be fitting for you to share your thoughts on this matter. I will defer to your judgment, Lin Wan'er replied, shaking her head, as she was not well acquainted with this world and could offer no viable suggestions. In that case, I plan to visit a few other teams shortly. Wan'er, why not join me to familiarize yourself? What do you think? Liu Bin inquired, looking at her. Lin Wan'er nodded. Yes, Liu Bin, the leader of one of the top 3 teams in the settlement, prepared to visit. It was certain that they would meet some prominent figures, which would undoubtedly aid her survival in this world. After some conversation, Liu Bin, along with Wang Peng and Lin Wan'er, set off to visit the residences of other teams. However, after 5 or 6 minutes of travel, Wang Peng brought the vehicle to a halt. Stepping out, Lin Wan'er looked up to see a row of 3-story wooden buildings painted in a dark red hue, with the first floor predominantly occupied by shops. Observing the surrounding environment and the unchanged signage, it was clear that this area had once served as a commercial snack street in a scenic spot before the apocalypse. This is the territory of the Blood Wolf team, which has maintained close ties with the officials. Wang Peng pointed to the shops before explaining the reason for their visit. The Blood Wolf team ranks among the top 5 in strength within the settlement. Following the significant loss of nearly half their ability users in the last mission, the Blood Wolf team has now firmly surpassed the Mingguang team in strength. The primary purpose of their visit was to discern the stance of these teams regarding the current mission. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a middle-aged man appeared on the second-floor balcony, smiling as he called out, Well, Team Leader Liu and Team Leader Wang, what brings you 2 esteemed gentlemen here? Come in, come in. With that, the middle-aged man leaped down from the balcony, landing gracefully before Lin Wan'er and the others. It's been half a month, and you look quite well, Wugo, Liu Bin remarked with a smile. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, replying, In my 50s now, I cannot compare with you young folks. Turning his gaze to Lin Wan'er, he inquired with mild surprise, And who might this be? This is Lin Wan'er, a member of our Mingguang team. Liu Bin introduced her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. No wonder the Mingguang team has been without female members. It seems you are hiding a beauty. Liu Bin chuckled, but refrained from elaborating further. Instead, gesturing to introduce, This is the captain of the Blood Wolf team, Captain Wu Qingyuan. Greetings, Captain Wu, Lin Wan'er said, extending her delicate hand gracefully, as it was only right to observe proper etiquette with someone of his stature. Hello, Wu Qingyuan responded, shaking her hand lightly before releasing it. His initial hesitation to extend his hand stemmed from the belief that as a woman of exquisite beauty, it might be inappropriate for him to initiate a handshake. Shall we move inside to discuss? Wu Qingyuan suggested, gesturing towards the interior. The group then entered the premises to converse about the mission. Approximately 20 minutes later, a loud and boisterous laughter erupted from outside. Moments later, several young individuals in their 20s entered the reception hall, causing quite a commotion. What are you all making such a racket for? Can't you see I have guests? Wu Qingyuan admonished them with a hint of displeasure. Upon noticing him, the group quickly fell silent, except for the leader among them, who appeared unfazed and even wore a cheeky smile. Team Leader Liu and Team Leader Wang are here, and you don't even greet them. Wu Qingyuan expressed his dissatisfaction. Team Liu, Team Wang, the young leader lazily acknowledged, offering a semblance of a greeting. His gaze then brightened as it fell upon Lin Wan'er. Dad, who is this? He asked Wu Qingyuan, eyeing Lin Wan'er. This is Lin Wanner, also a member of the Mingguang team, Wu Qingyuan replied, casting a warning glance at the young man. However, the young man paid little heed to the warning, stepping forward with an amiable grin. Hello, Wanner. I'm Wu Nanhua. Lin Wanner felt a bit uneasy under his gaze but stood to shake his hand nonetheless. Yet at the moment their hands clasped, she felt as though her heart had momentarily ceased to beat. It was a tangible sensation, one that left her struggling for breath. Team Lu, Team Wang. After greeting Lin Wanner, Wu Nanhua proceeded to shake hands with Lu Bin and Wang Peng in turn. Dad, I have some matters to attend to. You all carry on without me, he said, offering an apologetic smile to Lu Bin and the others before heading upstairs with his companions. Chapter 31. The Anomaly of the Native Card Sai. After Wu Nanhua departed, Wu Qingyuan shook his head and addressed Lu Bin and Wang Peng. If only my son possessed half your caliber. Realizing his words might be misconstrued, he quickly apologized. I mean no offense. I simply meant that given your similar ages, if my son had even a fraction of the ambition of Team Leader Lu or Team Leader Wang, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Wang Peng chuckled dismissively. What are you saying, Captain Wu? They engaged in trivial conversation, while Lin Wanner remained lost in thought, replaying the moment of their handshake. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After leaving the Blood Wolf team, the trio continued their visits to several other teams within the settlement. In the Blood Wolf team's third-floor office, Wu Qingyuan, with a serious expression, admonished his son, who lounged carelessly on the sofa. Don't blame me for not warning you. You better not entertain any notions about that Lin Wanner. Rest assured, Dad, what could I possibly do? She's from the Mingguang team, and I'm well aware of how formidable Lu Bin is. Wu Nanhua replied nonchalantly while engrossed in a single-player game on his tablet, fingers rapidly tapping the screen. Though Wu Qingyuan appreciated his son's assurance, he remained unconvinced. He knew all too well the nature of his son. In this settlement, particularly in these apocalyptic times, if it were an ordinary woman, it would hardly matter what antics he pulled. A bit of food and resources would suffice to appease her. However, despite the recent decline in the Mingguang team's strength and their relatively amicable relationship with the Blood Wolf team, if his reckless son were to provoke Lu Bin, no matter how good their rapport, things could quickly turn sour. Wu Qingyuan, Lu Bin was undoubtedly not as simple as he appeared in a couple of days. There is an important mission, and you should join. It will be good for your training, Wu Qingyuan said, lighting a cigar and gazing out the window. An important mission. Upon recalling the recent visit from the Mingguang team, Wu Nanhua immediately set aside his tablet and sat up, asking, What mission? Transporting supplies. There's a substantial stockpile of grain at the Jinhua County granary, and we must assist the officials in securing it. Wu Qingyuan explained, taking a deep drag from his cigar before exhaling a plume of smoke. After hearing his father's words, Wu Nanhua's eyes sparkled with interest as he continued. You mean to say that Lu Bin's Mingguang team will also be involved? They have no choice. The official forces are determined to procure this grain if everyone participates. That's one thing. But if only one or two factions abstain, the officials are more than capable of settling scores afterward. The Mingguang team has already sustained significant losses recently. If they attract the officials' ire again, their future will be bleak, Wu Qingyuan sighed, glancing at his son. Though Wu Nanhua was also an ability user, he was merely an ordinary brawler type, which was widely regarded as the weakest category. The more elusive types posed a greater challenge, depending on their specific powers, while elemental types remained the most favored. Wu Qingyuan himself was an elemental user specializing in wood abilities. For the next few days, you should stay indoors. I've hired several coaches in free fighting, one of whom was a multiple national champion before the apocalypse. You should train diligently under them. Wu Qingyuan gazed intently at him with a serious expression. Just look at Lu Bin. Even if one were not to compare him to Wu Qingyuan, one could certainly regard Wang Peng, who merely belongs to the courageous combat faction. Wu Qingyuan rambled on for quite some time, and ordinarily, Wu Nanhua would have grown impatient by now. However, this time, he obediently nodded and said, I understand, Dad, that I will practice diligently. Wu Nanhua's response left Wu Qingyuan momentarily convinced he had misheard. Oh, Dad, rest assured. Let us not waste any more time. Let us call for those coaches right away. Wu Nanhua stood up from the sofa, clearly eager to embrace the training arrangement. Observing this demeanor, Wu Qingyuan felt a surge of relief. He approached the desk, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray, then remarked, "Wait for them in the backyard. They will arrive shortly." "All right, I'll head there first," Wu Nanho replied before exiting the office. As he closed the door behind him, a subtle, inscrutable smile crept across his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a pink heart-shaped design materialized before him. In the next moment, Lin Wanner's exquisite visage appeared within the heart. Captivated by her stunning features, Wu Nanho's eyes glazed over, and he began to murmur softly, "My little beauty, in just a couple of days, you will obediently find your way to my bed." Night fell upon the Mingguang Squad's courtyard, inside the room. Following today's visit, they had nearly concluded that their participation in the upcoming mission was imperative. Apart from the pressure from the authorities, many ordinary individuals, primarily the family members of these extraordinary beings, relied on them for sustenance. This included families of fallen abilities that the squad needed to support, which amounted to significant expenses. The granary in Jinhua County was stocked with an abundance of grain, making their participation in this mission not only a necessity for the squad, but also a prudent decision. However, given the considerable distance to Jinhua County and the complexities of grain transportation, relying solely on their few extraordinary members would be insufficient. Thus, the involvement of ordinary individuals in the convoy was essential. Consequently, the task became quite arduous. Should danger arise, they would also be responsible for the safety of these defenseless civilians. What's this? Lying on her bed, Lin Wanner idly fiddled with her card, only to notice something peculiar. A pink heart-shaped design had unexpectedly appeared in the lower right corner of her original card. Moreover, the color of the card seemed to be shifting. Its formerly white surface was gradually enveloped by a delicate layer of pink. Under this rosy veil, the figure on the original card appeared somewhat blurred, as if seen through frosted glass. Card type: original card character name, Lin Wanner. Character gender, female. Card effect: immunity to zombie virus infection. Negative effect: unknown. Negative effect. Upon noticing this new term on her original card, Lin Wanner felt an unsettling sensation wash over her. After all, this was an original card, not an equipment card or a derived card. The original card represented her very essence, equivalent to her life itself. In essence, this card was Lin Wanner, and Lin Wanner was this card, and if anything were to go awry with this card, Lin Wanner could very well cease to exist. Although she harbored considerable concern about her transformation into a woman, she was at the very least still alive. But what had gone wrong? Chapter 32. Departure 2 days later, in the early morning, an array of various trucks congregated in the open space at the city gates, lined up in impressive formation. For this mission, in addition to following the official forces, the Mingguang squad had arranged for 2 large trucks of their own. Although upon completion of the mission, the official authorities would reward and distribute the grain acquired from the granary. Those decisions ultimately rested with others. The items they brought back in their own 2 trucks would be considered their own. This arrangement was not exclusive to their squad. Other teams would also organize their own vehicles to some extent. The official authorities permitted this, yet to prevent any faction from exclusively tending to its own trucks, all vehicles were required to be mixed within the official convoy. The extraordinary members of each team were assigned position from the front to the rear of the convoy. The Mingguang squad's extraordinary members were positioned toward the middle of the convoy, while their 2 trucks were situated in the front half. As the trucks ahead began to roll out one by one, the 2 pickup trucks carrying Lin Wanner and her companions also set off. The convoy moved forward with great momentum, encountering little danger along the way, and Lin Wanner, seated in the back, found herself growing drowsy. "Wake up! We're approaching the urban area of Jinhua County," came Wang Peng's voice from the front. Upon hearing him, Lin Wanner instantly roused, gazing at the receding scenery outside. To her, this world seemed significantly safer compared to the previous one teeming with zombies. Since the granary was not located in the heart of the county, they took the national highway to circumvent the city. After about 30 minutes, the vehicles ahead began to come to a halt. Lin Wanner disembarked, learning they had arrived at the granary, where all trucks needed to queue for loading. However, despite having reached their destination, the mutated beings were not permitted to roam freely and were required to remain in their designated positions. Just as she stepped outside to catch her breath, Lin Wanner noticed Liu Bin and Zhang Yao chatting, leaning against a large gray pickup truck, each holding a lit cigarette, with nothing to do. Their gazes shifted toward her, and since they had already noticed her, Lin Wanner approached to greet them. "This is Lin Wanner, our new member of Mingguang." Each time they introduced her, Lu Bin and the others anticipated the reactions of those being introduced. Their faces adorned with subtle, amused smiles. "Hello, hello, I am Gao He, the captain of the Hope Squad," but a middle-aged man, roughly the same age as Lu Bin, extended his hand. "Hello," Lin Wanner replied with a sweet smile, extending her hand for a light handshake. After the other members of the Hope Squad introduced themselves, Gao He turned to Lu Bin with a playful grin and said, "So, our illustrious Captain L. Dongbin has found his ferry?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the jest. Once she understood that Gao He was teasing both Lu Bin and herself, she felt a twinge of exasperation. Indeed, being exceptionally attractive often made one the center of attention. Much like the beautiful girls in school who frequently found themselves the subjects of boys' playful banter. Through her observations over the past 2 days, Lin Wanner noted that Lu Bin seemed quite popular within the settlement, having established good rapport with many teams. For instance, the Hope Squad, ranked among the top 8 in the settlement, was relatively formidable, albeit with only 4 members, including Captain Gao He. Was noteworthy that during its peak, the Mingguang squad had boasted nearly 20 extraordinary members. Yet even then, it only ranked within the top 3 of the ranking of the Hope Squad, despite having fewer members, underscored their impressive strength. After Gao He's playful remark, Lu Bin shot him an exasperated glance and, without further ado, flicked the cigarette but in his fingers toward him in an instant. The cigarette but hurtled toward Gao He's face. However, the next moment, Gao He extended a finger, and a palm-sized clump of earth materialized before him. He missed the cigarette, but struck the clump. It exploded with a resounding bang, scattering debris in all directions. Lin Wanner barely had time to react before a fragment of the shattered earth hurtled toward her face. But fortunately, Zhang Yao swiftly intervened, deflecting it away. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Wanner cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yao. "I say, you really went too hard on that one," Gao He remarked, clearly surprised by Lu Bin's forceful flick. "Did you see that? You nearly harmed our ferry." Gao He continued, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll extinguish your hopes." Lu Bin retorted. Come on, Gao He replied, rolling up his sleeves and stepping in front of Lu Bin. "Let us see who extinguishes whom. I'll ensure you don't see the light of tomorrow." At that moment, perhaps the trucks at the front had finished loading their provisions, as the convoy advanced several paces, prompting Wang Peng and the others to hurry back to their vehicles and move forward. Watching the convoy shift ahead, Lin Wanner quickly took a few steps forward, intending to distance herself from their playful bickering. The captain and Gao He from the Hope Squad had been classmates at the same university a decade ago. Thus their camaraderie was quite strong. Wang Peng maneuvered the vehicle forward, disembarking to engage Lin Wanner in a discourse regarding the nature of their relationship, just as Lin Wanner was about to respond. Gao He and his companions approached. Subsequently, Gao He remarked to Lin Wanner, "Sister Wanner, let me tell you, despite Lu Bin's seemingly serious demeanor, he is, in fact, quite the lecher. Back in our school days, everyone referred to him as Lu Dongbin. Are you aware of the moniker associated with Lu Dongbin among the 8 immortals?" Lin Wanner, momentarily taken aback, shook her head. "The colorful immortal," Gao He proclaimed, reveling in the mischief of his revelation. "I must tell you, during our university years." Just then, a terrifying roar reverberated from a distance, causing Lu Bin and Gao He to exchange alarmed glances as they swiftly leapt atop the truck to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner, standing on the ground, felt a subtle tremor beneath her feet, reminiscent of the vibrations generated by a pile driver at a construction site. Chapter 33. The Behemoth Run. Quickly, Lin Wanner, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, observed the sudden change in expression on Lu Bin and Gao He's faces as they shouted urgently to her, their voices tinged with a tremor of fear. "What is happening? Run!" "Where to?" Lin Wanner scanned her surroundings. The muddy fields flanked the national road, and beyond them lay the urban expanse of Jinhua County. "There's no time. Hurry!" Lu Bin urged, noticing Lin Wanner's momentary daze. Wang Peng seized her hand, vaulting over the drainage ditch at the road's edge, and they sprinted desperately toward the city. "What about the truck?" Lin Wanner queried, Glancing back at the large vehicles still stationed on the national road, in that moment, she spotted several groups akin to theirs, fleeing toward the city with equal urgency. It doesn't matter, Wang Peng insisted, pulling her along, fully aware of Lu Bin's character. He had never witnessed such palpable panic from him, not even after the last mission, where nearly half their team had perished. In an instant, Lu Bin and Gao He joined the fray. Evolution card, enhance. As Lin Wanner regained her composure, a card materialized before her, its translucent white strands cascading down her back that I can manage on my own. She gently withdrew her hand from Wang Peng's grasp. Wait, it can do that. Gao He, in the midst of his flight, stared in astonishment at Lin Wanner's transformation. Stop chatting. Find a tall building, the higher, the better. Hurry, Lu Bin interjected, his voice rising. After sprinting for approximately half a minute, a girl from Gao He's team, named Sun Kiki, pointed towards the left. This way, without hesitation, everyone, including Lu Bin, followed her lead, and a chilling roar erupted behind them once more. Unable to resist, Lin Wanner glanced back, and to her horror, in addition to a throng of fleeing supernatural beings, monstrous creatures, some dwarfing even the heaviest trucks, were in hot pursuit. These beasts were a grotesque assortment, reminiscent of saber-toothed tigers from the Ice Age, gigantic cockroaches, and colossal centipedes with an unfathomable number of legs. Help! Save me! In the face of these titans, the supernatural beings were utterly powerless, rendering their attacks ineffective. All they could do was flee. Don't look back. Run, Lu Bin urged Lin Wanner. Despite his and Gao He's speed, they maintained pace with the others, ensuring no one lagged behind. Soon, they emerged from the fields into the city. The streets lay desolate, littered with vehicles haphazardly strewn about and debris scattered by the wind. In a world once teeming with the undead, this county seat would have been overrun with countless zombies. Where have all the people gone? Lin Wanner pondered. According to Lu Bin, countless individuals had inexplicably vanished since the apocalypse began, leaving this world more bizarre than the one plagued by zombies. Upon stepping onto the asphalt of the city, they passed a malfunctioning traffic light, and a green sign boldly proclaimed, New City 8th Road. After crossing the expansive thoroughfare, Sun Kiki halted abruptly, signaling for silence with a gesture, then cautiously indicated a narrow street to their right. What is that? Following her gaze, they beheld a creature resembling a colossal gorilla, akin to those depicted in films, with its back turned to them. Let us go this way, Sun Kiki whispered, pointing to an alternate street. As they traversed several more streets, skillfully avoiding two more monsters under Sun Kiki's guidance, they soon found themselves before a row of towering buildings, in a county primarily focused on agriculture. Most structures stood around 11 stories tall. The few exceeding 20 stories were rare. Lu Bin's group opted for the edge of one such building and entered the lobby. Once inside, Gao He refrained from rushing up the stairs. Instead, he waited for both teams to gather before placing his hand against the entrance, slowly encasing it in a thick layer of earth. Gradually, the earth accumulated, forming a protective barrier at least 2 to 3 meters thick. Before Gao He ascended the stairs. Once on a landing, he employed the same method to seal the ground-level windows and corridor, asserting that while the giant beasts could not enter, smaller, more peculiar creatures could emerge through the stairwell, necessitating caution. Before long, Lin Wanner and the others reached the rooftop, where, using binoculars, they could clearly see numerous supernatural beings fleeing along the streets, desperately seeking refuge against the encroaching beasts. Moments later, the pursuing titans breached the city, and the air was filled with screams, roars, the shattering of glass, curses, and the flicker of flames engulfing the once quiet town. As the chaos unfolded below, Lu Bin leaned against the elevator shaft wall, a look of despondency etched across his face as he lit a cigarette. I am sorry for leading you all into such perilous circumstances once again. And Wanner, you shouldn't have come this time. Just as Lin Wanner was about to respond, Gao He, who had been observing the scene from the rooftop's edge, turned to Lu Bin with a teasing remark. What else with that demeanor? Preparing your last words. Expecting a retort from Lu Bin, he was instead met with a weary smile as he inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a heavy sigh. Chapter 34. The giant tiger. Enough already. It's come to this. As the captain, you cannot falter now. Gao He placed a supportive hand on Lu Bin's shoulder. Understanding the weight of responsibility Lu Bin bore after nearly half their team had perished on their last mission, Gao He sought to uplift him. Old Gao is right. This was a collective decision. Dan Ti shouldered all the blame. Wang Peng chimed, Lu Bin exhaled, fully aware that he could not afford to dwell on the gravity of the situation. Let us search the various floors for provisions. Given the current circumstances, it seems we may need to stay here for the night. He then directed Lin Wanner and Sun Kiki. You three stay on the rooftop and keep watch. Alert us if anything arises. Understood, Lin Wanner nodded, recognizing that Lu Bin's decision not to assign her to the search for food was, in essence, a gesture of care, after Lu Bin and the others descended to scavenge for supplies. The rooftop remained with Lin Wanner, Sun Kiki, and another youth named Su Jiming, whom she did not know well. Struggling to find words, she moved to the edge of the wall to observe the scene below. Just then, she noticed a team rushing into the adjacent high-rise, Blood Wolf Squad. Though the building towered over 20 stories, obscuring their features, Lin Wanner inexplicably sensed that one among them was Wu Nanhao from the Blood Wolf Squad. A surge of urgency to meet him coursed through her. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? At that moment, a young man named Su Jiming approached Lin Wanner and inquired. Water? Lin Wanner nodded. Having run quite a distance, she was indeed feeling somewhat parched. Then open your mouth, he instructed. Huh. Lin Wanner was taken aback. Was he suggesting she should open her mouth? Did he intend to feed her? Was there something amiss with his mind? Was he trying to tease her? Sun Kiki shot Su Jiming a disapproving glance from the side. She then moved closer to Lin Wanner and explained. He is a water elemental, and since we currently lack a water container. Apologies, I didn't mean to create a misunderstanding. Su Jiming chuckled, raising his right hand and extending a finger at in the next moment. A water sphere gradually formed just a centimeter from his fingertip. With a gentle flick of his finger towards Lin Wanner, the water sphere slowly drifted before her. Staring at the water sphere, Lin Wanner found herself at a loss. How was she supposed to drink it? Should she simply lean in and sip? That would be rather unseemly, wouldn't it? As a young lady, was she really expected to embrace a water sphere and drink from it? Sun Kiki shot Su Jiming another reproachful glance. Realizing his oversight, Su Jiming promptly divided the water sphere into several smaller portions, each perfectly sized for ASIP. She watched the water spheres shrink. Lin Wanner expressed her gratitude and stepped forward to drink them one by one. However, Sun Kiki's words made her ponder something important. Had she still been a man, unaffected by her current form, she would have had no reservations and would have simply drunk from the larger sphere. Why, then, was she so concerned about appearances now? Had her original male consciousness been altered by this body? Reflecting on the past few days, it seemed she had been receiving care from Lu Bin and the others, as if she had comfortably embraced the role of a young girl. No, this simply wouldn't do. Even if her body had transformed into that of a girl, she must not allow her spirit to be assimilated. Who knows, she might revert one day. With determination, Lin Wanner vigorously shook her head. She thought that since there was a card for becoming a girl, there might one day be a card for reverting to a boy. Then she could simply change back. If her consciousness were assimilated as well, she would end up as a delicate flower, and that simply could not happen. Is something wrong with the water? Su Jiming asked, perplexed by her head shaking. No, Lin Wanner quickly replied. Just then, a sudden and violent crashing sound erupted from the adjacent building, followed by the shattering of glass. The group hurried to the rooftop's edge to witness a massive, tusked feline beast, standing nearly 4 meters tall, leap and collide with a nearby structure. There are people inside, around 5 or 6. I believe, Sun Kiki pointed out. This row of high-rises was constructed along the road, and the building next to them was approximately 20 meters away. It seems to be targeting the Blood Wolf team. Lin Wanner added, realizing that the enormous saber-toothed tiger had set its sights on them. Thankfully, the building's height prevented the giant from entering. This was precisely why Lu Bin had initially sought refuge in a high-rise. Their vehicle had been trapped on the road, rendering escape impossible. Without finding shelter quickly, they would inevitably be pursued. Blood Wolf team, Sun Kiki glanced at Lin Wanner, then asked, How do you know? I saw them go upstairs just now. Lin Wanner responded, feeling a twinge of worry. particularly for someone named Wu Nanhao. Are you familiar with the Bloodwolf team? Sun Kiki inquired. Her ability, a unique form of perception, had often helped the team avert danger. This talent allowed her to sense more than just biological entities. She could even detect Lin Wanner's current emotions. Her question stemmed from sensing that Lin Wanner harbored a significant concern for the team. Not really. I've only seen them once. Lin Wanner shook her head. Yes, that's so. Sun Kiki regarded Lin Wanner with a hint of skepticism. She had a strong belief in her intuition, especially after acquiring her perceptive abilities. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger continued to batter the building, each impact accompanied by violent tremors. Despite its terrifying presence, the high-rise had been designed to withstand an earthquake of up to 8 magnitudes. While it appeared dramatic, the structure remained largely unharmed. Just as everyone began to relax, the saber-toothed tiger leapt once more. This time, with a resounding crash, it managed to break through a brick wall. However, due to its massive size, its front half became wedged between the structural pillars of the living room. Roar! The giant tiger struggled desperately, pushing off the wall with its hind legs until it finally extricated its head from the building. This scene left Lin Wanner and the others in a state of fright. Had the floors not been high enough, they surely would have been dragged out of their shelter. Chapter 35. Anomaly under the relentless assault of the colossal saber-toothed tiger. It wasn't long before the members of the Bloodwolf team rushed to the rooftop in a frenzy. Upon reaching the top, Wu Qingyuan immediately spotted Lin Wanner and the others. His expression one of surprise. Su Jiming shrugged, glancing at the perspiring Wu Qingyuan and gesturing towards the beast below. You seem quite fortunate. Don't even mention it. No one expected to encounter such creatures. Wu Qingyuan replied wearily, then turned to ask, by the way, why are there only the 3 of you here? Where Captain Liu and Captain Gao? They're on another floor. Sun Kiki indicated below. I figured as much. With their abilities, they wouldn't be caught so easily. Wu Qingyuan sighed in relief, clearly concerned for Liu Bin and Gao He's well-being. His concern was genuine, as in such dire circumstances, relying solely on the Bloodwolf team would be insufficient. As long as those 2 powerful elementals remained, collaboration offered them a glimmer of hope for survival. Wu Qingyuan then addressed the trio. Let's discuss strategies together. After surveying the rooftop, he noticed several makeshift planters fashioned from foam boxes, containing some greenery. Not bad. This will save me some effort. With that, he placed his hand on one of the planters, and with a surge of green energy, the plants began to grow wildly. In no time, the vines transformed into limbs thick as arms. Go. Wu Qingyuan pointed towards Lin Wanner and the others' rooftop, and the green vines shot forth instantaneously, wrapping around the pillars at the edge of the rooftop. Soon, several thick vines formed a bridge between the 2 buildings, allowing the members of the Bloodwolf team to traverse across. Once everyone had crossed, the previously vibrant vines began to wither at an observable rate. And as a gust of wind blew, the dried vines seemed weightless, vanishing from sight in an instant. Hello, it's good to see you again. After arriving, Wu Nanhao approached Lin Wanner, offering her a warm smile and greeting. In that moment, Lin Wanner felt her heart race. Her head bowed as she struggled to meet his gaze. What was happening? Not only was her heart racing, but her cheeks also felt slightly flushed. Was this the feeling of infatuation? Had she truly fallen for him? That seemed impossible. They had only met once. Besides, she was still a man at heart. How could she possibly develop feelings for him? Yet, no matter how much Lin Wanner wrestled with her thoughts, the moment Wu Nanhao stood before her, she felt an overwhelming desire to leap into his embrace, even yearning for a kiss, and even more. Sun Kiki noticed something was amiss with Lin Wanner. She walked over and touched Lin Wanner's forehead. You're burning up? Surprised by the heat emanating from Lin Wanner, Sun Kiki gasped. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. How could she suddenly have a fever? Moreover, given the physical resilience of elementals, it was unlikely for someone to fall ill without cause, marking this as a highly unusual occurrence. With her perceptive abilities, Sun Kiki was keenly aware of Lin Wanner's abnormal state and immediately turned her attention to the members of the Bloodwolf team. Damn it! Why is it her? Upon sensing Sun Kiki's suspicious gaze, Wu Nanhao inwardly cursed. He was somewhat wary of her perceptive abilities, as he was uncertain of what she could detect. If she were to uncover something related to him, it would spell trouble. While he believed the likelihood of her discovering anything was slim, it was a risk he could not afford to take. Is she injured? Wu Nanhao hurriedly approached with concern and asked a question, while subtly severing a portion of his connection with Lin Wanner in the shadows. However, this action significantly diminished the impact on Lin Wanner, alleviating her physical distress considerably. Before our captain arrives, I kindly ask you to keep your distance from us, Sun Kiki said, casting a glance at Wu Nanhao, and then took a few steps back with Lin Wanner. Sister Kiki, I am fine. Upon hearing Sun Kiki's request for Wu Nanhao and the others to maintain their distance, Lin Wanner felt a surge of desire to speak on his behalf, yet she restrained herself from voicing it, as her mind was somewhat foggy at the moment. This time, she could only endeavor to suppress the yearning within her to approach Wu Nanhao. Despite having transformed into a girl, the thought of running into his embrace, as a former man, was utterly mortifying. Observing the unfriendly gaze from Sun Kiki, Wu Nanhao awkwardly smiled and retreated a little. What is going on? Wu Qingyuan, who had intended to converse with Su Jiming, noticed the peculiar atmosphere and was baffled by the situation. Similarly, Su Jiming too was at a loss as to why Sun Kiki was reacting so strongly. Yet he refrained from inquiring, understanding that she must have her reasons. Sun Kiki ignored Wu Qingyuan and led Lin Wanner to the stairway on the top floor, prompting Su Jiming to follow suit. What is wrong? Is there an issue with them? Su Jiming finally asked after reaching the stairway. I'm not sure. Sun Kiki shook her head and continued. Xiaowan seems a bit off. Upon hearing this, Su Jiming glanced towards the Bloodwolf team and remarked, Do you suspect they are involved? I don't know. It's merely a feeling, Sun Kiki replied solemnly. Then I'll call the captain up. Without hesitation, Su Jiming extended his right hand and placed it in the gap of the stairway. In an instant, a powerful stream of water cascaded down through the crevice of the stairs. What happened? Shortly thereafter, amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, LV Bin and the others rapidly ascended to the rooftop. Chapter 36. Night, there they are. After LV Bin and the others arrived, Sun Kiki gestured towards the Bloodwolf team. What a coincidence. Why are they here too? She prepared to approach them alongside Gao He. Captain LV. Before LV Bin could step forward, Sun Kiki called out to him, signaling him to take notice of Lin Wanner. LV Bin turned his attention to Lin Wanner and immediately sensed something was amiss with her condition. What is going on? He inquired, frowning as he stepped closer to Lin Wanner. To be honest, I am not sure. Sun Kiki then pointed toward the other side and added, but ever since they arrived, her condition has been unusual. I'm fine, Lin Wanner insisted, shaking her head vigorously. After a few minutes, her dazed mind had nearly cleared. Observing Lin Wanner and glancing back at the Bloodwolf team, LV Bin contemplated before asking, What do you think? Is it related to them? It shouldn't be, Lin Wanner replied instinctively. Logically, she should have shared her feelings and condition with LV Bin, yet she had no intention of doing so. It wasn't that she was unwilling to speak, but rather she didn't even realize the need to express it. Even if she did, under Wu Nanhao's influence, her thoughts would solely revolve around him, suppressing any desire to articulate her feelings. LV Bin nodded, and after gathering more details, he stated, I know the Bloodwolf team fairly well. There shouldn't be any special ability users among them, and at this moment, they wouldn't resort to such actions. In that case, Wanner, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on her. I'll go over and see if we can negotiate a way to extricate ourselves from this peril, he said, glancing at the Bloodwolf team, where Gao He and a few others were already conversing with Wu Qingyuan. After entrusting Wanner to Sun Kiki, he made his way over. As time passed, and the massive saber-toothed tiger below showed no signs of leaving, it became evident that they would have to spend the night here. Nighttime was the most terrifying moment in this world, especially in the absence of light. Fortunately, they discovered that above every window in these buildings were slanted rain shields, all of which were black solar panels. These solar panels were connected to the emergency electricity in the stairwell. Generally, as soon as the power grid failed, the bulbs linked to the emergency power supply would illuminate instantly, without a moment's hesitation. Everyone immediately began gathering wires, bulbs, flashlights, and anything that could emit or assist in emitting light from various floors. As time ticked away, nearing dusk, They had almost connected all the solar power panels of the entire floor in parallel. The accumulated power from hundreds of solar panels was sufficient for their nighttime needs. With the sun fully set, the outside world plunged into endless darkness, leaving only the top 2 floors of the building where Lynn Warner and the others resided illuminated by light. As darkness enveloped them, some unknown creatures emerged from the bodies of the massive saber-toothed tiger and other enormous beings that had gathered, reverting these gigantic creatures back to their original forms. Almost simultaneously, eerie sounds began emanating from the unlit floors below, accompanied by low cries, intermittent singing, and inexplicable laughter. Amidst these disturbances, everyone began to feel lightheaded. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." Gao, he cursed loudly, gripping a bright flashlight as he stepped out of the room and shone it down through the stairway gap. "Da-da!" As the light reached the lower floor, a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire building. "Shut the hell up!" Gao, he shouted downwards, and instantly, the sound from below ceased abruptly. However, this silence lasted only a few seconds before a chilling, eerie laughter erupted from below. Standing at the stairway, Gao, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine and hastily retreated to his room. "Forget it. They won't dare come up with the lights on." LV Bin reassured Gao. "We shouldn't have come." Gao, he angrily tossed the flashlight onto the sofa and plopped down beside it. Typically, his temperament wouldn't lead him to such an emotional outburst, but the sound from downstairs had genuinely vexed him. "Not come. If we hadn't tea, our lives would likely be miserable in the future," Wu Qingyuan remarked casually, then glanced out the window, stating the official convoy must have returned some of the vehicles. When the convoy arrived, the official ability users were strategically positioned at the front and back of the convoy, ostensibly to protect them, but in reality, to supervise them. When the colossal creatures appeared, Lin Warner and their vehicle became trapped in the middle of the convoy, rendering escape by car impossible, forcing them to abandon their vehicles and flee on foot. However, those official ability users, being at the 2 ends of the convoy, could easily drive away. Upon hearing Wu Qingyuan's words, Gao, he clenched his fists in frustration. While the officials had escaped, they remained trapped here. If they couldn't return, their loved ones in the settlement would soon lose their means of livelihood. Without the presence of ability users, they might even struggle to protect the assets they had left behind in the settlement. In stark contrast to before, LV Bin now appeared more composed. He stood up and addressed everyone. "Here, that's the plan. We will take turns standing guard while the others rest. Tomorrow, at dawn, we will assess the situation." After deliberation, everyone found no alternative but to follow LV Bin's suggestion, assigning 2 members from each team to take turns guarding for 3 hours while the rest recuperated inside. As the sole female member of the team, Lin Warner received special care and was not assigned guard duty. However, the brightness of the room's lights made it difficult for her to sleep, so she took a towel, folded it several times, and covered her eyes. She lost track of time before finally drifting into a haze of slumber. In the latter half of the night, when it was the turn of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps to stand guard, Wu Nanhao glanced at Lin Warner in the other room and volunteered to take the shift. Half an hour later, observing that everyone in the rooms had fallen into a deep sleep, Wu Nanhao stood up, and a pink heart, visible only to him, began to float gently in the Nanhao in her dreams. Lin Warner mumbled a few words before slowly sitting up in bed and stepping out of her room. Chapter 37. Caught in the act, they're coming. They're coming. Gazing at Lin Warner's graceful figure and exquisite features, Wu Nanhao struggled to contain his excitement. "This is a gift you've brought to my doorstep. Even if they discover it, they cannot hold me accountable." As Lin Warner approached the door of his bedroom step by step, Wu Nanhao's heart began to race uncontrollably. Before the apocalypse, under his father's management, their family's assets had surpassed tens of millions, categorizing them as a wealthy household. Relying on the family's financial resources, he had pursued numerous beautiful women over the years, yet he had never encountered anyone as stunning as Lin Warner. Logically, given the perilous situation he found himself in, he should have remained composed. However, once a man is ensnared by lust, all else fades from his mind. "Little beauty, hurry, come in." Wu Nanhao could hardly contain his eagerness as he began to shed his upper garments. Awaiting Lin Warner's entrance to swiftly conclude matters and avoid unnecessary complications, As Lin Wanner stepped into his room, she was suddenly embraced around the waist by Wu Nanhao. No, this cannot be. Instinctively, Lin Wanner wriggled free from his grasp. Though she inhabited a female form, she still possessed the soul of Lin Mu, and being held so by a man evoked an instinctive revulsion within her. Wu Nanhao was taken aback. This shouldn't be happening. His abilities were meant to sway the hearts of others, even inciting them to love him, thus rendering them utterly compliant and dependent on him, especially the closer they were in proximity. Had his powers failed? He dared not force her. If he startled Liu Bin and the others, he would be finished. However, if Lin Wanner were to take the initiative, he would be blameless. With this thought, Wu Nanhao inhaled deeply and exerted all his strength to conjure a vividly colored pink heart. As this heart melded into Lin Wanner's being, she felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through her, rendering her body exceptionally sensitive. Gazing at Wu Nanhao, Lin Wanner unhesitatingly embraced him, only to be effortlessly pushed onto the bed. Gulp. Observing Lin Wanner, her complexion flushed on the bed, Wu Nanhao swallowed hard, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. The heart he had just created had nearly depleted all his physical stamina. Yet, every ounce of effort was worth in a swift motion. Wu Nanhao removed his jeans, left clad only in his boxers. Just as he was about to proceed further, a shadow flickered, and a massive sword was placed against his throat. Soon after, Sun Kiki, Gao He, and others appeared at the doorway. In an instant, Wu Nanhao's mind buzzed. The carefully prepared excuses he had vanished in an instant. Sun Kiki hurried to the bedside, helping Lin Wanner sit up. Old Wu, what do you think we should do about this? Liu Bin questioned him. The sword still poised at Wu Nanhao's neck, his gaze coldly fixed on the approaching Wu Qingyuan. As Wu Qingyuan approached, the others quickly made way for him. You beast! Wu Qingyuan stood before Wu Nanhao and delivered a resounding slap across his face. This blow was delivered without restraint. He understood that if he held back even slightly, Liu Bin and the others would not show mercy. Wu Nanhao was sent sprawling, crashing against the bedroom wall with a loud thud. Rising from the floor, a distinct handprint marked his face, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. No. Dad, Captain Liu. Wu Nanhao's mind raced, desperately trying to conjure up a defense with his premeditated excuses. It was she who came to my room. I didn't. But before he could finish, Liu Bin had darted in front of him, gripping his throat and pressing him against the wall. Dispel her powers, or I will take your life, even with your father present. The fierce gaze of Liu Bin compelled Wu Nanhao to glance at Wu Qingyuan, who merely sighed and turned his head away. If only the Mingguang team were present, he believed he could protect his son. But with Gao He's group also here, a confrontation would yield no chance of victory. Realizing his father could not assist him, Wu Nanhao grasped Liu Bin's wrist, struggling as he pleaded, I'll undo it. Just let me go. His astonishment, Liu Bin and the others were unyielding, offering him no opportunity to defend himself, instead concluding that he had used his powers to manipulate Lin Wanner. This left Wu Nanhao's prior strategies and excuses entirely moot. Once Liu Bin released him, Wu Nanhao limped toward Lin Wanner. What are you doing? I need to be in front of her to undo it. As Liu Bin prepared to strike again, Wu Nanhao quickly raised his hands in surrender, asserting that he merely intended to release Lin Wanner from her powers, seeing Liu Bin lower his sword. Wu Nanhao felt a slight easing of the tension in his chest, but he stepped closer to Lin Wanner, extending a finger toward her. You had better not make any sudden movements. Sun Kiki, supporting Lin Wanner, watched him intently, aware that Wu Nanhao's abilities were likely of a unique nature, warranting caution. That I wouldn't dare, Wu Nanhao replied with a wry smile, placing his finger on Lin Wanner's forehead. With a surge of energy, a pink mist gradually extracted from her being. Half a minute later, Wu Nanhao withdrew his finger and addressed the group. It's done. Are you sure? Liu Bin inquired, his gaze shifting towards Sun Kiki. She nodded in affirmation, indicating that Wu Nanhao had spoken truthfully. Then all is well. That Liu Bin trusted Sun Kiki's perceptive abilities, having collaborated on multiple occasions, leading to mutual familiarity. Well, Wu Nanhao cautiously stepped back, hastily picking up a piece of clothing to shield his modesty. It seems you still have some sense of shame. Sun Kiki taunted and that moment, Lin Wanner regained consciousness. Huh? Why is everyone here? What happened? You don't remember anything at all. Sun Kiki queried. Lin Wanner shook her head, then began to recollect, slowly recalling the events that had transpired. What the hell? The memory of recent events nearly prompted an expletive, but she quickly suppressed it, reminded of her current female form and the inappropriateness of such language. Chapter 38. The spaceship seeing Wu Nanhao clad only in snug boxers. Lin Wanna thought that if the others hadn't arrived in time, she might have been overpowered by him. The thought of being pinned beneath a man sent a shiver down her spine. Leaving her arms covered in goosebumps, Shaoan, I leave him in your hands. You may deal with him as you wish. Liu Bin cast a glance at Wu Nanhao, showing no concern for Wu Qingyuan nearby. With matters having escalated to this point, Wu Qingyuan rushed to confront Wu Nanhao, pressing a hand on his shoulder while delivering a kick to the back of his knee. Wu Nanhao collapsed to the ground with a thud. What are you waiting for? Kneel and apologize. After being reprimanded by Wu Qingyuan, Wu Nanhao quickly realized his father aimed to downplay the situation to protect him. He promptly knelt before Lin Wanner, proclaiming, "It is all my fault. I apologize that I am not human. I'm a beast that I am truly sorry. Whatever compensation you desire, I will provide." After bowing, Wu Nanhao struck his own face repeatedly, and within mere hits. His cheeks bore several crimson imprints that it was evident he was punishing himself severely in hopes of winning Lin Wanner's forgiveness. Observing this, Lin Wanner turned her head away, despite her intense anger and desire to kick him. She understood that she could not act recklessly at this moment. Although Gao He's team would undoubtedly side with them, should a conflict arise, the Blood Wolf team stood no chance of victory. In this delicate situation, any action that might provoke Wu Qingyuan could lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wanner calmly stated, "This is not a safe place. Let's forego punishment. However, regarding your proposed compensation." Her gaze fixed intently on Wu Qingyuan. While she could not retaliate against Wu Nanhao, she certainly expected some form of recompense. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's words, Wu Qingyuan sighed in relief and quickly replied, "All right, we will compensate. How about 50,000? No, we are willing to offer 100,000 pounds of food tickets as restitution. 100,000 pounds of food tickets." Lin Wanner was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Wu Qingyuan would be so generous. It is well known that in this apocalyptic world, food is an exceedingly precious resource. Although the ration tickets within the settlement have been subject to rampant inflation, where 100,000 gene of tickets cannot even procure a genuine 100,000 gene of food, it still constitutes a substantial sum. However, since Lin Wanner had not spent much time in the settlement, she glanced at Sun Kiki beside her, seeking her opinion on the adequacy of this compensation standard. Noticing Lin Wanner's gaze, Sun Kiki gently nodded. "Good, this is acceptable." Since Sun Kiki had given her approval, it indicated that the price was reasonable. Wu Qingyuan promptly retrieved a card containing the equivalent of 100,000 gene of ration tickets and handed it to Lin Wanner, before leading Wu Nanhao and the others out to another room. Just then, a sudden flash of light appeared on the horizon. It was rumored that the timeline of Universe 7 had abruptly ceased 2 years prior. And one could only wonder how those individuals managed to achieve such a feat. A massive spaceship hovered in the cosmos, where several individuals clad in battle attire chatted idly, gazing out the window. "Don't overthink it. We simply need to eliminate all of them. Otherwise, if they commit such reckless acts again, the entire universe will be affected and may collapse," remarked one individual while brandishing an unfamiliar firearm. At that moment, the ship's intercom crackled to life. It has been confirmed that this universe, the 8th universe, experienced an anomaly 2 to 3 months ago in response to the sudden upheaval. Humanity in this universe has undergone widespread mutations. Rather than the typical zombie apocalypse, we are dealing with a bizarre class of beings that exhibit extreme photophobia. Any sunlight can easily annihilate them. After the announcement concluded, a middle-aged man in a uniform stood up in the cockpit and addressed the group. "All right, since the situation has been thoroughly analyzed, all teams are to mobilize immediately to eliminate all mutated beings and capture any mutated humans. Those who resist and show no experimental value may be executed on the spot." "Yes." The team leaders, who had been engaged in casual conversation moments before, responded in unison and exited the cockpit. Within a few minutes, several small warships detached from the mothership, commencing their flight to every corner of the planet. Soon, one such small warship hovered above Jinhua County. "Captain, the building below has detected a significant presence of mutated beings," reported an intelligence analyst, pointing at the computer screen. The building she indicated was the very one where Lin Wanner and her companions were located. "Fire high-energy flash grenades continuously." "Yes," following the captain's command. Beams of white light were shot into every floor of the building in an instant. The interior of the entire structure was engulfed in blinding brilliance in mere moments. The bizarre entities on each floor were reduced to ashes beneath the searing light. Even as Lin Wanner and her companions instinctively shut their eyes, the intense brightness rendered everyone momentarily blind, and when the light dissipated, they were left with stinging eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. Had they not been evolved beings with robust physical constitutions, they might have suffered permanent blindness. Yet, even after enduring, the world before them remained an overwhelming expanse of white light. "Captain, life signs have been detected on the top floor. It appears to be human," reported one of the crew members. The captain nodded and instructed, "Team 1 will handle the capture. Team 2 will stand guard to prevent escape." "Yes." After the captain issued the orders, 2 teams donned flight suits and descended steadily onto the rooftop platform. Shortly thereafter, they armed themselves and descended the stairwell to the floor where Lin Wanner and her companions were situated. Hearing the footsteps from above, Lin Wanner and her group immediately stepped out of their rooms. Confronting the fully armed individuals in the hallway, "Who are you? Was that flash grenade you're doing?" Lu Bin rubbed his eyes, still recovering from the discomfort caused by the blinding light, which left his vision slightly blurred. However, considering they were humans and seemingly unaffected by the light, his wariness diminished somewhat. "We are here to rescue you. This place is dangerous. Come with us," replied the armored figures, their speech relayed through the amplifiers in their helmets. "Rescue us?" Lu Bin had just posed a question when someone pointed towards the window, exclaiming, "Look, in the sky!" It was at that moment that everyone noticed the illuminated ships in the sky. "We are a higher-level human civilization, here to save you." However, before the individual could finish speaking, Sun Kiki furrowed her brow and interjected, "No, you are lying." At this proclamation, all present, including Lin Wanner, instinctively took a few steps back, preparing for a potential confrontation. "Who are you really? What do you intend to do?" Trusting Sun Kiki's instincts, Gao He immediately demanded in a stern voice. "Truly, individuals like you are quite troublesome." The speaker replied, shaking his head, his voice laced with exasperation through the helmet's amplifier. He then aimed his firearm at Lu Bin and Gao He, shrugging nonchalantly. "I suggest you comply. Otherwise, if we resort to force, unforeseen accidents may occur, don't you think?" Hearing the threat, Lu Bin frowned. It was understood that after the apocalypse began, conventional firearms had been rendered ineffective due to an inexplicable rule. Yet for some reason, the weapon in the individual's hand seemed entirely unaffected by such restrictions, as evidenced by the earlier blinding flash grenade. This indicated that their claim of being from a higher-level civilization might indeed be true. After all, with the onset of the apocalypse and the emergence of bizarre entities, the appearance of advanced civilizations seemed relatively plausible. Nonetheless, there remained uncertainty regarding whether these so-called higher civilizations were allies or enemies, that if they were foes, boarding their ship could lead to dire consequences, leaving them as mere prey on a butcher's block. Thus, Lu Bin exchanged a knowing glance with Gao He. Understanding the cue, Gao He swiftly took action. Placing his right hand against the wall, he summoned a surge of sand and earth from both sides of the hallway, swiftly enveloping the armed figures before they could react. Initially, they believed these individuals would be easily subdued, as they sensed no extraordinary power emanating from them, suggesting they were merely ordinary individuals in full armor. However, before they could revel in their success, cracks began to appear in the layer of sand and earth encasing their adversaries. Just then, Su Jiming activated his water-based abilities, causing a substantial amount of water to spontaneously coat the impending fissures in the earthen layer. Under the influence of water, the previously dry sand transformed into a pliable clay. "Allow me." Without further ado, Wu Qingyuan, standing at the opposite end of the hallway, unleashed a flurry of vine whips that swiftly ensnared the individuals wrapped in clay. Once he confirmed that the vines were securely bound, Wu Qingyuan clenched his hand, and with a swift motion, the vines sprouted an array of hardened spikes, driving deep into the clay. The trio's combined efforts, though seemingly prolonged, had transpired in less than 10 seconds as the spiked vines tightened their grip. Several clay-bound spherical forms tumbled down the stairs and came to rest in the middle of the hallway. Initially, they assumed these forms represented their heads, but after rolling a few times, Lu Bin soon realized that these so-called heads bore no traces of blood. They were merely the helmets dislodged from their captors due to the pressure from the clay and vines. As the helmets fell away, the individuals' faces were revealed, and the leader among them looked at Lin Wanner and her group with a mocking grin, stating, "Interesting. With your 3 elemental attributes, you must possess considerable influence in this world. It's a pity that your abilities are abundant in the laboratories. There is no need to capture you." As he spoke, the leader's arm effortlessly broke free from the clay and vine restraints, and with a gentle tug, he easily dislodged the vines from other parts of his body. This spectacle left Wu Qingyuan utterly astonished. It was crucial to note that as a level 2 evolved being, the strength of his vines, enhanced by his abilities, rivaled that of steel, yet they appeared to be as flimsy as paper in this man's grasp. And no need for astonishment. "It's merely an exoskeleton," the man chuckled, raising his arm and tearing away his protective suit to reveal a muscular limb. From his shoulder to his palm, several black lines were visibly affixed to his skin, resembling tattoos. Additionally, between these lines, there seemed to be a thin membrane of light enveloping his skin entirely. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Yao charged forth from the crowd, his wolf-toothed club rapidly expanding in size as he swung it down towards the man. However, the individual merely extended the hand adorned with the black lines, effortlessly blocking the massive club with his palm. An ability that increases the volume of an object while augmenting its mass? This power is quite intriguing. Subsequently, his palm swiftly morphed into a claw-like appendage, with his fingers forcibly gouging several indentations into the spiked mace. "You are precisely what we need. The laboratory is in dire need of individuals with your unique abilities." As he spoke, he yanked the mace with considerable force, dragging Zhang Yao directly towards him. "Let go." Lu Bin reacted quickly, immediately seizing one of Zhang Yao's legs suspended in the air, pulling him back with a firm grip. "This is troublesome. If they are unnecessary, just eliminate them." Noticing that Zhang Yao had not been successfully taken, the man turned back to his companions, issuing a terse command. His signal, his comrades wasted no time, raising their weapons and firing several shots. In an instant, beams of laser light flashed by, and without any warning, Gao He, Wu Qingyuan, and Su Jiming collapsed to the ground. "They're dead," witnessing the 3 of them fall lifelessly. Lin Wanner felt her heart leap into her throat. These 3 individuals were undoubtedly among the most formidable in their temporary team. Even they hadn't had the chance to react. What now? Despite having transformed into a female form, she had no desire to perish. In the face of death's terror, what did it matter that she had become a woman? Whether it was the blinding light or the shocking demise of her companions. Lu Bin's eyes turned red as he glanced at the fallen Gao He. Following their sudden deaths, the remaining members of the Hope Squad and Blood Wolf Squad were prepared to fight to the bitter end. Enough. At that moment, Lu Bin reached out to halt them, then raised his head, addressing the figure on the staircase in a hoarse voice. "We will go with you, Captain." Upon hearing Lu Bin's declaration, Zhang Yao immediately looked at him, bewilderment evident in his gaze. From a mention of the laboratory, everyone understood that once they boarded the spaceship, what awaited them would surely be a fate far more terrifying than death. Chapter 40. Domain of Abilities. The tribunal hearing the doubts of his comrades. Lu Bin said nothing, merely casting a glance at them with his reddened eyes before continuing up the staircase without looking back. Observing his demeanor, the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and thus followed him to the rooftop in silence. "Since you are also human, why must you seek to annihilate us?" Upon reaching the rooftop, Lu Bin glanced at the spaceship above and posed a question to the leader. "Can those who have undergone mutation still be considered human?" The man retorted, gazing back at Lu Bin, before Lu Bin could respond. The man added, "If we allow individuals like you to run rampant, the entire universe will inevitably collapse." "The universe will collapse?" Lu Bin chuckled cynically. "You overestimate us. Indeed, if you claim to be an advanced civilization, only you could bring about such a cosmic catastrophe. Sun Kiki spat vehemently at the man. After hearing Sun Kiki's words, the man looked up at the spaceship, then said, "The beam of light for your transport will take a few more minutes to prepare. Since we have time to spare, let us converse a bit. This world is divided into 13 universes with the central metaverse and 12 surrounding it. Your universe is the 8th a few days ago. Through simulation calculations, we confirm the fact that the 7th universe has perished. To be precise, the 7th universe will cease to exist in 2 years. Someone has severed the timeline of the 7th universe. I wonder if you can comprehend this. Put simply, the 7th universe has at most 2 years left before it completely vanishes, and there's a high probability that this is linked to you mutated beings. Once the 7th universe perishes, the balance of the 12 universes will be shattered, leading to unimaginable disasters. If only one universe were to perish, perhaps a remedy could be sought, but should it happen again, even the metaverse would be unable to escape catastrophe. At this point, the man surveyed Lin Warner and the others before stating, "So, do you understand? In other words, your so-called method of saving the universe involves exterminating all humans in the other universes?" Lin Warner finally couldn't restrain herself and asked aloud, "I have stated that you mutated humans can no longer be considered human. As for ordinary humans, we will not lay a hand on them. These worlds cannot exist without humanity, or they too will face extinction." The man replied coldly. He then turned to Lin Warner, his previously indifferent expression transforming into surprise. "Oh, it is astonishing that such a perfect human female could appear in a lower-tier universe." Earlier, Lin Warner had been hiding in the back, refraining from making a move, so they had not noticed her. Only now did he become aware of her uniqueness. Just then, the spaceship above began to emit a golden light. Observing the commotion above, the man diverted his gaze from Lin Warner and announced, "The transport beam is arriving. Everyone should line up and enter the beam one by one. Best not to try any tricks." However, at that moment, the previously silent Lu Bin drew forth a heavy sword from his back. "So, once we board the spaceship, we cannot escape death, can we?" Lu Bin gently planted the sword on the floor before him, slightly raising his head to address the leader. Seeing Lu Bin unsheath his weapon, the man made no move, seemingly dismissing him entirely. "Death? That is not necessarily the case. It depends on how the laboratory intends to utilize you." From his tone, Lin Warner discerned a mocking undertone. It was clear he meant to send himself and the other abilities to the laboratory. The mere thought of being dissected or having numerous needles inserted in her body, connected to various tubes and instruments, sent shivers down Lin Warner's spine. "Oh, hell with the laboratory." One member of the Bloodwolf squad shouted angrily at him, then raised his large cleaver to strike. Yet, just as he lifted his weapon, another comrade's weapon emitted a laser, piercing through his forehead. Like Gao He and the others, he fell to the ground without even a moment to scream that "I'd rather die than be used for their experiments. Let us fight back." Witnessing this, Wang Peng and Zhang Yao could no longer hold back. They preferred to die now than to witness their own fate as test subjects. Just as they spoke, 2 dart gun barrels were aimed at their heads. The tribunal. In that instant, a faint white light spread like ripples from the tip of Lu Bin's sword, enveloping the entire rooftop platform. In the next moment, everyone found themselves immobilized, unable to move. "What is happening?" Lin Warner sensed something was amiss, initially believing it to be the work of those self-proclaimed advanced beings. However, to her astonishment, at that moment, a phantom suddenly materialized over Lu Bin, gradually separating from him. This duplicate of Lu Bin approached Lin Warner and the others, gently tapping their foreheads. Upon being touched by this phantom, Lin Warner discovered that she regained control of her body in that instant. "What is going on?" As Lin Warner voiced her confusion, Wang Peng, Zhang Yao, Sun Kiki, and the others also regained control of their bodies. "Don't ask questions. Flee quickly. And remember, splitting up offers the best chance of survival." At that moment, Lu Bin's voice echoed in their minds. "What about you?" Lin Warner inquired. Looking at Lu Bin, "I cannot leave." "Hurry, do not let the opportunity one fought for go to waste." Lu Bin's voice resonated loudly in her mind. "We must go." Wang Peng cast a decisive glance at L Bin and resolutely urged everyone to flee towards the staircase. The vice captain of Mingguang. He was well aware of Elbin's every secret. This maneuver belonged to Elbin's domain, known as the Judgment Arena, as the name suggests. The Judgment Arena is a place for the trial of criminals. Once the powers of the Judgment Arena were unleashed, Elbin could interrogate the souls of everyone present, assigning them guilt. During the duration of the Judgment Arena, those who had not been condemned could not be harmed. Otherwise, they would face forced condemnation. Within his Judgment Arena, there were only two possible verdicts: death or acquittal. Once the domain was activated, Elbin's physical form was rendered immobile. Those he declared acquitted could freely exit the domain. However, once a death sentence was pronounced, the soul of the condemned would be utterly obliterated. Yet, to impose a death sentence required the unique energy within him. Not only was he still recovering from previous injuries, but even at his peak, it would be impossible for him to sentence so many to death all at once. Should his unique energy be exhausted, the Judgment Arena would come to an end. Once these individuals regained control of their bodies, it was likely that none of them would escape. Chapter 41. The escape under Wang Peng's leadership. Lin Wanner glanced back at Elbin, biting her lip lightly. Before she too dashed towards the staircase without hesitation, in that fleeting moment, she came to a realization. Wasn't this a common trope in films and dramas? When a teammate sacrifices their life to buy time for others to escape. There are always those who hesitate, ultimately leading to everyone's demise. If that teammate had resolved to assist others in buying time, the more people who were saved because of them, the happier they would surely be. As Lin Wanner and the others hurried down the stairs, Elbin's ethereal form turned to watch them depart. He settled onto the ground, not rushing to pronounce their verdicts, but quietly waiting, conserving his unique energy to sustain the Judgment Arena. Just then, a beam of golden light shot down from the underside of the spaceship. However, as this beam approached the rooftop, it was inexplicably obstructed by a force. Observing this scene, Elbin understood that the individuals aboard the spaceship would inevitably notice the anomaly. So he stepped before the leader and initiated the judgment. I hereby declare your sentence. Death, to be executed immediately. Upon uttering these words, a spectral heavy sword identical to the one in Elbin's grasp appeared above the man's head and swiftly descended. In the next moment, the man's previously vibrant eyes turned hollow. Simultaneously, Elbin's true form swayed slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a fellow classmate, consider this your vengeance, Elbin murmured to himself. He then approached another individual, once again pronouncing a death sentence. The same scene unfolded. After the execution of the death sentence, Elbin's complexion had turned ashen, and the domain of the Judgment Arena began to gradually collapse. Slowly, Elbin's unique energy could no longer sustain the domain. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely discerned several figures emerging from the dissipating beam of light. Fragments of their conversation reached his ears. The team leader has no vital signs. There are no obvious external injuries, and the exoskeleton shows no signs of damage. Hurry, bring them back to the medical bay for examination. There is still a human here. And the instruments are also unable to detect any vital signs. Forget it, just take them both up. If something goes wrong, we will all be held accountable. After racing up to the third floor, Lin Wanner and the others found the unit door had been sealed shut by Gao-He's powers. Thus, they leapt through a window in the third-floor corridor. Upon reaching the ground, Wang Peng lowered his voice and addressed the group. Split up. Since they are of a higher civilization, they undoubtedly possess life detection devices. If we remain together, we become an obvious target, and we will surely be caught. Our survival depends on fate. Understood. Lin Wanner had nothing further to say. Merely nodding firmly, be careful. Wang Peng and Zhang Yao came over to pat Lin Wanner's shoulder. Yes, Lin Wan nodded vigorously once more. Kiki, I wish you good luck. Before departing, Lin Wanner offered her final words to son Kiki. Although they had known each other for only a day, the events of that day had forged a deep bond of friendship. You too, stay alive. Following a simple farewell, everyone set off on their respective paths of escape. Running along a narrow road, Lin Wanner sprinted desperately. Although dawn was still over half an hour away, intermittent flashes of blinding white light illuminated the horizon. These white flashes were likely the flares deployed by the higher civilization. It appeared they intended to thoroughly cleanse this world of both ability users and anomalies. Under the intense white light, she hardly needed to worry about any strange occurrences, allowing her to focus solely on running. By the time a streak of dawn appeared on the horizon, she had discovered a vehicle that could still start and had a half-full tank of gas. Without hesitation, she climbed into the car and began to drive furiously down the road. Aimlessly, she had no idea where she was headed. Several hours later, a very familiar building came into view. After a moment of hesitation, she recalled that it was the shabby little inn where she had first arrived in this world. How had she unwittingly driven back here? While she was lost in thought, a beam of light descended from the sky, and from within it emerged armed figures from the advanced civilization. Instantly, Lynn Warner felt her heart leap into her throat. These individuals had certainly discovered her. What to do? Should she flee? But how could she escape under their watchful eyes? It seemed utterly impossible. However, the figures emerging from the beam merely cast a glance her way before placing an unknown device on the ground and preparing to return to the light. What did this mean? They had no intention of capturing or killing her. Lynn Warner was bewildered. Hence, they stated that they intended to eliminate all ability users and anomalies in this world. Just as she thought they were about to leave, one of the individuals unexpectedly turned back and strode towards her. If it came to it, she would have to fight it. No, that didn't feel right. They had all just expressed a desire to leave. With their advanced technology, they surely had detected her presence. Yet they had chosen not to capture or kill her, indicating a different motive. Could it be? Lynn Warner considered a possible conclusion, stifling the impulse to draw her transformation card. Indeed, as the individual approached, he made no move to attack, but instead spoke to her. This device can disperse anomalies. Within a 100-kilometer radius of this device, you ordinary humans can live freely without fear. After speaking, he did not wait for Lynn Warner to respond, but turned away, stepping back into the beam of light and being transported into the spaceship above. Watching the spaceship depart, Lynn Warner exhaled deeply. She had indeed been correct, as long as she did not use her transformation card. To them, she was merely an ordinary human, according to what the previous individual had said. They would not harm ordinary humans, for even in this universe, human existence was necessary. Perhaps if all humanity were to vanish, it would result in adverse consequences for the universe, affecting their own existence. In other words, it was not that the universe needed humanity. Rather, it was the advanced civilization that required humanity's presence for the safety of their own universe. Yet, all of this remained speculative. Fortunately, she had confirmed that she was temporarily out of danger, allowing her to release the tension and finally take a moment to rest. Chapter 42. The song. After several hours of continuous driving, Lynn Warner was utterly exhausted, her eyes feeling unbearably dry. At this moment, she should have closed her eyes and rested in her seat, but she could not. The reason was simple. Throughout the journey, she had been holding back the urge to relieve herself and had dared not stop. So her immediate priority was to find a restroom. Once out of the car, Lynn Warner looked around. Although there was no one in sight, she felt that squatting down to relieve herself in the open square would be rather undignified. Of course, had she still been in her male form, she might have simply opened the car door and resolved the matter beside the vehicle. However, now that she was in her female form, doing so would feel quite strange. Thus, she hurried into the dilapidated inn and quickly sought out a secluded corner to take care of her urgent need. Finally feeling relieved, just as she was about to exit the dusty old inn, Lynn Warner suddenly recalled the scene from when she first arrived in this world. Those advanced civilization beings had mentioned that there were a total of 13 universes and that they had all come to this one. This meant that if she had inexplicably arrived here, could it also be possible for her to return? Thus, driven by her curiosity, she ventured into the room at the back. The last time she had arrived here was in the early hours of the morning, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, leaving her uncertain about the true nature of this place. Navigating through the corridor, relying on fragmented memories, Lynn Warner discovered the room where she had first crossed into this world. The door was ajar, and in the corners of the ceiling, cobwebs had begun to form, while the floor was blanketed with a thick layer of dust. Upon entering the room, Lynn Warner approached the grand bed and meticulously examined it. After all, it was upon this very bed that she had lain when she first traversed here, making it reasonable to suspect that it held the key to her predicament. After turning the bed upside down and inspecting the floor beneath, she even dismantled the mattress and bed frame, only to find that it was an entirely ordinary bed. Sighing, she lamented her overthinking, realizing that finding a way back would not be so simple. With a heavy heart, she began to search the room once more, rifling through the wardrobe, drawers, and shoe rack, even glancing up at the ceiling, yet she uncovered no peculiarities. This left her feeling somewhat despondent. After all, with her newfound desire to return to her original world, she had harbored a glimmer of hope. However, having found nothing, that hope felt utterly dashed, plunging her into a state of distress. Sighing once more, Lynn Warner turned to leave the room. Yet, just before stepping out, she instinctively glanced back. It was this fleeting glance that revealed to her something she had previously overlooked. She pivoted once more, approaching the headboard of the bed. Reaching for a metallic picture frame hanging on the wall, the image within the frame depicted a blue equilateral triangle. During her earlier inspection of the room, she had indeed touched this frame, lifting it to check for anything hidden behind, but had discovered nothing of note. However, as she turned to leave, she noticed that the blue triangle seemed to possess an uncanny depth, as if it extended beyond the confines of the frame. Carefully removing the frame from a wall, she reached out to touch the blue center of the triangle. To her astonishment, her fingertip passed through without any resistance to the teleportation array. The term instinctively flashed through Lynn Warner's mind. Such devices frequently appeared in both science fiction films and various games. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up a pillow from the floor and stuffed it into the frame in an instant. The pillow vanished without a trace. Could this frame be the reason I was transported to this universe? Although she sensed a connection to her own fate and had surmised that the frame was likely a teleportation array, the thought of using it to return still filled her with trepidation. What if, hypothetically, the array led her into unforeseen dangers? Or worse, what if it was not a teleportation array at all, and she could never escape its confines? Just as she weighed her options, a sudden crack echoed from the top of the frame, splitting the metallic border. With this fracture, a faint red light began to emanate from the edges of the blue triangle within. What could this mean? Surely, the teleportation array isn't malfunctioning. As the red light glimmered, Lynn Warner felt a surge of anxiety. What should she do? Enter or refrain? If she chose not to, and the device broke down, finding another means to return would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, was it truly safe? Would she perish upon entry? Dying would be one thing, but being trapped in a bizarre dimension with no hope of escape would be a far worse fate. She still had time to deliberate, yet it seemed the frame was running out of time. Barely 5 seconds had passed since the first crack before another sharp sound echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove into the frame. She feared missing this opportunity to return, for she had family awaiting her in her original universe. And Lin Bai. He must be worried sick about her sudden disappearance. As she crossed into the frame, she was enveloped in a vast expanse of darkness, punctuated only by an array of vibrant colors. At that moment, a voice resonated in her ears, proceeding to the 7th cosmic space. This transfer is a return journey. Upon completion, the teleportation array will reach the end of its operational lifespan and cease to function permanently. A return journey. Within the teleportation array, Lynn Warner felt as though she were plummeting endlessly into an abyss, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. However, the notion of a return journey served as a soothing balm to her fears. Initially, she had believed that even if nothing went awry, the words of those advanced civilizations suggested that there were 13 universes, and she had no idea where she might land. But since it was a return journey, and it corresponded with the very room she had traversed from, it was highly probable that she would be returning to her previous world. In that moment, elation washed over her. Within this teleportation channel, time seemed to lose its meaning. Lynn Warner was unaware of how long she had been there. It could have been a second, several hours, days, or even years, until at last she glimpsed a glimmer of light. She heard the roar of an engine. She caught the sound of Lynn by singing "Point One Day." I woke up to find you missing from my side. To my right lay the toy you once adored, but as I hummed, all that remained was the scent of you. Chapter 43. Long time no see. However, something felt amiss. If this were a return journey, she should be returning to where she had come from. She had been transported from a service area, so hearing Lin Bai's singing was not surprising. But why did the sound of the engine feel so close to her ear? Surely, They couldn't have driven the vehicle into the room. As a flash of white light enveloped her, she heard Lin Bai's voice, which sounded eerily like a wailing ghost, in addition to the singing and the engine noise. Distant roars of zombies echoed in the background. Finally, Lin Warner opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the environment around her. She found herself in the bed of a pickup truck, jolting forward at a rapid pace. Beneath her was a folded white mattress, clearly taken from a motel, and pressed against her back was an all-too-familiar picture frame. "Damn it, I'm being chased." A very familiar voice reached her ears amidst the rushing wind. Lin Warner raised her head and saw that trailing behind the pickup were hundreds of zombies, their speed far exceeding that of the initial outbreak. "Damn it, when will this end?" Lin Bai pressed down on the gas pedal, then swiftly slammed the brakes. Though the post-apocalyptic roads were nearly deserted, the abandoned vehicles scattered haphazardly across the street still hindered his speed, preventing him from accelerating effectively. "Slow down, Xiao Bai. They're going to throw me out." Lin Warner grasped the edge of the truck bed tightly and half-squatted, banging on the roof a few times before shouting loudly. Lin Bai glanced up, puzzled by the noise from above. From the rearview mirror, he noted the zombies were still a distance away. So where could the sound be coming from? At that moment, Lin Warner's voice reached him almost simultaneously, despite the significant wind noise from the open window. As an evolved individual, he could clearly hear her words. "What is going on? Am I imagining things?" Instinctively, Lin Bai glanced at the left rearview mirror and was met with the sight of a familiar, exquisite face grinning brightly, waving at him from the edge of the truck bed. "Lin Mu? Warner." At that moment, Lin Bai felt as though his heart had stopped. Was this real? About a week ago, after Lin Warner had fallen asleep in bed, he found himself unable to doze off, especially with her breathing softly beside him. It was impossible to rest, even though she had once been his good buddy. Now, however, a stunning beauty lay next to him, making sleep an unattainable luxury. After a flurry of restless thoughts, he decided to sit up, idly adjusting the picture frame hanging by the bedside. After a few nudges, he wandered to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. To his astonishment, the moment he stepped out of the bathroom, he noticed that the picture frame had fallen from the wall that instant. It was perilously close to Lin Warner, barely a centimeter away as she slept. Helplessly, he watched as the frame struck her face, bracing himself for the inevitable scolding, knowing that his earlier fidgeting might have caused it to fall. However, the next moment, something truly bizarre occurred. Just as the frame hit, Lin Warner vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the fallen frame on the bed. That night, Lin Bai was consumed by an overwhelming sense of guilt and concern. He had no idea where Lin Warner had gone or what had transpired. He placed all the blame upon himself. Now that the incident had occurred, he could only place his hopes in the mysterious shop. Thus, he resolved to venture out of the service area to hunt zombies, hoping to acquire more crystal cores, with the dream of one day trading them in the mysterious shop to uncover Lin Warner's whereabouts. At that time, Liang Xiaosong's arm was injured, and Yi Qingyan decided to stay behind to care for him. So Lin Bai did not bring them along, especially since they were not evolvers and would only slow him down. Upon leaving the service area, Lin Bai took the picture frame with him, along with anything that had come into contact with Lin Warner at the moment of her disappearance, including the mattress on the bed. Despite his almost certain belief that her disappearance was related to the picture frame and not the mattress, he still brought the mattress into the vehicle, thinking it might be useful if she suddenly returned. As the days passed, the likelihood of Lin Warner returning grew slimmer, and he had begun to lose hope. Yet when he glimpsed that familiar face in the rearview mirror, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. It was still that face, still so beautiful. Finally, she had returned. "Look ahead!" Lin Warner shouted urgently as she noticed the pickup truck was about to collide with a small car blocking the road. However, Lin Bai seemed oblivious, making no move whatsoever. Evolve card, transformation. Just as the pickup truck was about to crash into the small car, a card emerged from Lin Warner's body, and, as she reached out to touch it, her long, pure white hair cascaded down her back in an instant. Bang! After Lin Warner completed her transformation, the pickup truck crashed directly into the small car, the sound of impact echoing from the driver's cabin. "Damn it!" Lin Bai cursed in frustration. Fortunately, at the moment of impact, Lin Warner had already leaped out of the vehicle. Bang! As the pickup truck came to a halt, Lin Bai kicked open the door, stepping out while covering his nose, a trace of blood visible between his fingers. Seeing Lin Warner with her flowing white hair, Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly, wiping the blood from his nose and pointing toward the driver's seat. The airbags are a bit too powerful. Long time no see, Lin Warner remarked, her arms crossed behind her back as she teased him gently. A gentle breeze blew, lifting her long, white hair, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. It's been ages, for some inexplicable reason, at that moment, when the person he had yearned for appeared before him, Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words, unable to express his emotions, with a soft chuckle. Lin Warner couldn't help but laugh at Lin Bai's disheveled appearance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the scene around them, the picture frame in the truck bed, the mattress, and the distant horde of zombies, seemed to narrate the tale of Lin Bai's desperate search for her every single day she had been gone. In that fleeting second of their reunion, all the suffering he had endured over the past days seemed to dissipate like smoke in the wind. Chapter 44. In her thoughts, Lin Warner's smile radiated warmth and brightness, akin to the sun in spring, dispelling all the weariness he had felt for so long. Lin Bai raised his hand to wipe his nose and walked toward her. In that moment, he had almost completely forgotten that this enchanting figure before him had once been Lin Mu, his closest friend. Warner. Unable to contain himself, Lin Bai opened his arms to embrace her. Yet, just as his hands were about to touch Lin Warner, he hesitated. Before him, she appeared so youthful, so beautiful, so pure, as if she had stepped out of an anime. He wondered if it was appropriate to act in such a manner. As he grappled with his uncertainty, Lin Warner, without a second thought, threw her arms around him, pressing her face against his chest. Who knows what she had endured during those days? For some reason, upon hearing Lin Bai's voice and seeing him, she felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She soon felt a warm hand gently caressing her head, tenderly running through her long hair, as if soothing a frightened kitten. In Lin Bai's embrace, she could distinctly feel the strength of his arms, a sensation that granted her an unprecedented sense of safety. Just then, a distant roar of zombies and the sound of vehicles colliding jolted Lin Warner out of her moment of vulnerability. In a rush, she freed herself from Lin Bai's arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. No, something's not right, she thought frantically, feeling utterly mortified as she stood there, oblivious to the approaching horde of zombies. I must have been affected by Wu Nanhao's ability, and the after effects are still lingering. That's why I acted this way. Lin Warner desperately rationalized to herself. In truth, that might have been the case. After breaking free from Lin Bai's embrace, she dared not lift her gaze to meet his. It would have been one thing if Lin Bai had been unaware of her past identity, but the fact that he knew she had once been a boy made it all the more humiliating for her to reveal this feminine side. Evolved card, weapon, double-handed great sword. To mask her inner turmoil, a card depicting a black long sword emerged from her body, and almost simultaneously, Lin Warner touched the card's surface. With a powerful tug, she pulled a towering black great sword from the card. Originally, Lin Bai intended to grab her and flee, but to his astonishment, Lin Warner charged toward the zombies, swinging the massive sword. Bang! The first zombie that rushed at her was struck with such force that it flew several meters away, crashing into the windshield of a parked truck. What on earth is going on? Lin Bai was at a loss for words, not out of shock from Lin Warner's strength, but rather from her current state, which resembled a frenzy. Yes, Lin Warner had indeed gone mad. She sought to vent all the embarrassment she had felt moments ago onto the zombies. Under Lin Bai's gaze, a petite beauty wielded a sword larger than herself, sending the gathering zombies flying as if she were playing tennis. It seemed as though she was harboring immense resentment. Lin Warner's frenzied assault left Lin Bai with no opportunity to intervene. He feared that if he stepped in to assist, he might inadvertently share the same fate as those zombies due to her indiscriminate attacks. After all, they had been childhood friends, or rather, according to their previous identities, they were bound by a different term, intimate companions. Having spent so many years together, Lin Bai had come to understand Lin Warner's emotional state. After all, the earlier scene had revealed her feminine side in its entirety. Given her personality, it was no surprise that she would feel embarrassed afterward. Die. Lin Wanner wielded the heavy sword in her hand, fiercely venting the tumultuous emotions that surged within her. Although the abilities of these zombies had significantly enhanced since the onset of the apocalypse, they were still merely first-level zombies. In the presence of this sword, which weighed several hundred pounds, even the slightest contact would suffice to inflict grievous harm upon them. However, it was not long before Lin Wanner's swinging of the sword began to slow. While the enhancement transformation card allowed her to temporarily possess the physical prowess and strength of an evolved being, it incessantly drained her stamina during its activation. Once her energy was depleted, the enhancement would automatically dissipate. Behind her, Lin Bai perceptibly noticed her diminishing speed. With so many zombies around, it was impossible for just the two of them to eliminate them all. Thus, he rushed forward to halt Lin Wanner's reckless onslaught. "Wanner, hurry, we must leave." Lin Bai quickly retrieved a package from their previous pickup truck, filled with the crystalline cores he had obtained from the zombies he had slain over the past few days. He then swiftly darted to Lin Wanner's side, kicking away a nearby advancing zombie, seizing her arm and pulling her back. "What are you doing?" Feeling a powerful and warm hand grasp her arm. An electric sensation coursed through her body, prompting her to exclaim as she attempted to shake off Lin Bai's firm grip. "Are we leaving or not? If you refuse to go, I will carry you." Lin Bai's voice, unwavering and commanding, resonated in her ears. Lin Wanner remained silent. Indeed, she was fatigued. Had she managed her stamina wisely, she could have persisted for a while longer, but her earlier full-force assault had rapidly depleted her energy. After Lin Bai's declaration, Lin Wanner, though silent, felt her once pristine white hair revert to its original color, and the heavy sword transformed into a card, returning to her inner being. Observing this, Lin Bai promptly took her hand and sprinted forward. Without the enhancement from the card, Lin Wanner's physical capability was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person's physical capacity was rated at 1, then a first-level evolved being would be around 2 or above. Lin Wanner's ordinary form was approximately 1.2. Consequently, she was nearly dragged along by Lin Bai, and after running a mere 100 or 200 meters, she began to struggle for breath, her wrist aching from his grip. Even professional athletes require a moment to catch their breath after sprinting such a distance. "Wait, hold on." After stumbling a few steps, Lin Wanner grasped Lin Bai's arm, bringing their pace to a halt. Chapter 45. Speculation. Once they stopped, Lin Wanner bent over, gasping for air. Lin Bai then realized he had been pulling her along too swiftly, neglecting her current condition, the enhancement card unusable. After catching her breath, Lin Wanner straightened up and quickly withdrew her hand from Lin Bai's grasp. By the way, are all boys' hands this warm? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously, dismissing it. Why was she having such an odd notion? Indeed, when he had held her hand, she had felt an undeniable warmth. "Tea can be used," Lin Wanner replied. The earlier cessation of her enhancement was not due to an inability to maintain it, but rather her need to find an excuse to pause. While her stamina had indeed been significantly drained, it was not yet at the limit of usability. But if you can't use it, don't force it. "Otherwise, shall I carry you?" Lin Bai said with a smile. Looking at her, didn't know, "That's unnecessary." Lin Wanner quickly stepped back, eyeing him warily, fearing he might suddenly act forcefully and carry her on his back. Thus, she promptly activated her enhancement transformation again. This entire sequence left Lin Bai speechless. Had she grown wary of him after just a few days apart? Cough. Observing Lin Bai's expression, Lin Wanner felt her earlier reaction had been somewhat excessive. So she feigned a cough, steeled herself, took a step forward, and grasped Lin Bai's hand, declaring, "Let us go." Lin Bai was taken aback, but soon followed her lead, running behind her. As he trailed her, he watched her long white hair dance in the wind, and he couldn't help but marvel at the complexities of a woman's thoughts, which were often so perplexing, even if this individual had once been Lin Mu. On the desolate road strewn with abandoned vehicles, running proved far more efficient than driving. Lin Bai was well aware of this fact. However, during his solitary days, he had needed to carry supplies and, most crucially, the large frame that had inexplicably caused Lin Wanner to vanish. After finally shaking off the horde of zombies behind them, Lin Wanner was utterly exhausted, and the enhancement card automatically dissipated. "We should find a vehicle." Lin Bai produced his phone and glanced at the offline map. You make the decisions. With Lin Bai at her side, Lin Warner was entirely devoid of the inclination to think for herself. By the way, what about Liang Xiaosong and the others? They should still be at the service area to as Lin Bai walked. He reached for the doors of vehicles parked by the roadside, hoping to find one with the keys still inside. Lin Warner followed closely, nodding in agreement before smiling. It seems you've learned to drive during our time apart at O, and that song you sang was rather good. Of course, it was a piece of cake. When did you hear me sing? As he spoke, Lin Bai casually opened the door of a black SUV. Lin Warner chuckled and pointed at the vehicle, a Benz G-Class. What luck! Finding such a vehicle feels like unboxing a treasure. If this were before the apocalypse, having a car like this would surely attract all the girls. As she spoke, Lin Warner abruptly fell silent. Now that she had become a girl herself, what was the point of discussing attracting other girls? Not that it matters now. Lin Bai glanced at Lin Warner, then winked at her. Get lost? Lin Warner kicked him in exasperation before walking over to the other side and opening the passenger door to sit inside. There's a small town up ahead. Let us check it out. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Bai started the engine. For both of them, survival in this world necessitated becoming stronger. To grow stronger, they needed the mysterious shop, which typically appeared in areas once populated by large numbers of people. That, of course, there was a slight chance of encountering the mysterious shop in desolate, remote locations, but it was considerably less likely. However, the more human structures and people there were, the greater the likelihood of the mysterious shop's appearance. After all, it was common sense that businesses thrive in populous areas. Who would venture into the wilderness to make a purchase? As the vehicle moved forward, Lin Warner recounted the experiences she had encountered over the past few days. If those beings from a higher civilization could travel to the 8th universe, why haven't they come to our world? After listening to Lin Warner's narrative, Lin Bai found himself puzzled. I don't know. Perhaps they can't find the way. Lin Warner quipped lightly. That's actually quite plausible. Think about those sci-fi movies where starships must set coordinates in advance for interstellar travel. Crossing universes must be far more challenging. They might genuinely be lost as Lin Bai drove. He continued to speculate based on Lin Warner's words. Look, the apocalypse in the 8th universe has persisted for 2 to 3 months, yet they only arrived now. Why didn't they come sooner? Say right when the apocalypse began? That would have resolved everything much quicker. Another possibility is that it takes them time to reach each universe, perhaps 2 or 3 months. Thus, after discovering issues in that universe, they took 2 or 3 months to arrive. Lin Warner nodded, finding Lin Bai's reasoning quite sound. However, she was most concerned about one matter: the 7th universe. Beings from the higher civilization had previously mentioned that the timeline of the 7th universe had been severed, with the rupture potentially occurring on a specific day 2 years prior. In her previous life, she had survived in this world for over 2 years during the apocalypse before inexplicably being reborn. Was it possible that this world was indeed the 7th universe spoken of by the higher civilization? Moreover, considering the numerical proximity, the 7th and 8th universes were likely adjacent, suggesting she had traversed to the 8th universe through the frame. If that were the case, a pressing question arose. Was it the temporal rupture in this world that caused her rebirth, or was her rebirth the catalyst for the rupture? Alternatively, perhaps this matter had no connection to her at all, and her rebirth was merely a coincidence. By the way, Xiao Bai, tell me honestly, why did you suddenly return on the day the apocalypse began? Lin Warner distinctly remembered that in her previous life, Lin Mu had left school early and never returned. When she had last asked him, Lin Bai had offered a vague response, which she had dismissed at the time, but upon reflection, the situation now seemed exceedingly strange. Return? Lin Bai pondered for a moment before responding. I am uncertain. Initially, I intended to hail a taxi, yet inexplicably, words escaped my lips urging me to return and rescue you. He then turned to Lin Warner and asked, Are you implying that in your previous life, I did not come back? Lin Warner nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, she perceived this as a point of intrigue. She had believed that her reincarnation had altered the trajectory of this world. But Lin Bai's words suggested it was far more complex than that. Chapter 46. Within the town before long, Lin Warner and her companion arrived at a fork on the outskirts of the small town. Typically, such towns are traversed by a single national highway, with shops lining both sides. Along their journey, They encountered a few scattered zombies, all of which they effortlessly dispatched, collecting a modest haul of over a dozen first-tier crystal cores. Surprisingly, they had assumed that as they approached the town, the number of zombies would increase. However, upon entering the town's vicinity, they found the undead to be remarkably sparse. According to biological norms, this could indicate the presence of a formidable creature, driving the zombies away. Yet, zombies are not biological entities. They lack the instinct to avoid stronger beings. Moreover, their inherent nature leans towards congregating. Once in groups, powerful individuals among them may undergo mutations, evolving into even stronger forms. Aside from a few exceptional cases, the vast majority of zombies, upon leveling up, tend to assimilate into the horde rather than stand apart. Nonetheless, this situation felt peculiar. There's nothing to worry about. It's normal for a town to be devoid of zombies. Observing Lin Wanner's concern, Lin Bai pulled over to the roadside and began his analysis. In such towns, a resident population of 30 to 50,000 is substantial, and we must account for those who have left for work. Most residents live in surrounding villages, as these towns lack significant industry. Primarily, they engage in agriculture. Thus, aside from operating shops, there is little else to occupy their time. Consequently, the town is usually quite empty, with only a noticeable influx of people during market days. Typically, you wouldn't find throngs of individuals milling about the storefronts. Furthermore, following the outbreak, it's evident that many fled. Should any zombies have emerged, they would likely have pursued those fleeing. Lin Wanner contemplated this, realizing its validity, particularly given the terrifying presence of colossal monsters in the Eighth Universe, which had left her with considerable psychological trauma. However, they could not afford to dwell on such matters. Their most formidable adversaries were not the zombies, but rather the beings from advanced civilizations. Should they arrive in this world, it was evident that, with their superior might, neither the evolved nor awakened individuals would pose any threat to them. If they came, Lin Wanner might escape unscathed, but Lin Bai would surely perish. This was a scenario that must be prevented at all costs. Thus, it was imperative to enhance their strength to the utmost. After securing the vehicle, they began searching the shops lining the road, hoping for a stroke of luck in discovering a mysterious store. However, upon completing their search of the street-side establishments, they found nothing of interest. Oddly, these shops appeared as though they had been thoroughly ransacked. Even the refrigerators and small eateries were emptied of any consumables. Logically, following the apocalypse, with everyone scrambling for survival, it seemed improbable that every shop would be so completely stripped bare. This suggested that sometime after the onset of the apocalypse, individuals had come here and taken all the food and supplies. Let us go. We need to refuel the car. Lin Bai spotted a relatively large gas station at the end of the town and decided to drive over for a refill. Although there was still half a tank of fuel, it was prudent to top off in such dire times. While they could always search for another vehicle if they ran out, Lin Bai found the G-Class quite comfortable and had no immediate desire to switch. Upon arriving at the gas station, they discovered it was enclosed by a sturdy wall, with the gate tightly shut. Lin Bai exited the vehicle to unlock the gate and drove inside. Due to a lack of electricity, the pumps were inoperative, but gas stations typically have generators for emergencies. However, just as they parked next to a pump and prepared to seek out the generator, they heard a commotion from a nearby building. What was that? As an evolved individual, Lin Bai naturally heard the sounds before Lin Wanner, prompting both to adopt a cautious stance. The gas station's small building was unremarkable, yet it boasted 2 stories. With the metal shutter on the first floor securely closed, they didn't pay it much mind. After all, it was merely a gas station, and even if there were zombies, how many could there possibly be? At most, a dozen or 20 would pose little threat to them, and might even yield a bounty of crystal cores. However, to their astonishment, with a loud clatter, the shutter was pulled open, revealing 7 or 8 young men. Bare-chested and wielding sticks and knives, at a glance at them revealed an array of tattoos, with one individual so heavily inked that his original skin was nearly unrecognizable. Even his neck bore markings, leaving little room for any more on his face. Tattoos are subjective. If done artistically, Lin Wanner might not mind, as everyone has their own way of living. Yet, these graffiti-covered ruffians were clearly up to no good. Encountering such individuals, Lin Wanner typically preferred to keep her distance. Wishing to avoid any entanglements, in hindsight, it was no wonder the neighboring shops had been stripped clean. This group had gathered here. This gas station, in the apocalypse, served as a decent refuge, surrounded by a wall for added security. Damn, the boss has an eye for talent. She's truly a beauty. One of the tattooed youths approached, leeringly appraising Lin Warner before breaking into a lewd grin. It was evident from his words that they had spotted Lin Bai and Warner when they opened the gate, and rather than confronting them earlier, they merely wished for them to drive their vehicle inside. As soon as the tattooed youth finished speaking, Lin Bai stepped forward, blocking his gaze towards Lin Warner. He then addressed the youth. "We are merely here to refuel. It would be wise not to provoke us." Lin Bai's tone carried an undercurrent of disdain. Upon hearing this, the tattooed youth initially froze, then erupted into laughter, pointing his knife at Lin Bai mockingly. He turned to his companions, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? This pretty boy is telling us not to cause trouble." Chapter 47. The Evolved Ones. Is it truly that amusing? Lin Bai asked coldly. "What did you say?" The tattooed youth's laughter ceased, and his companions brandished their makeshift weapons, encircling Lin Bai. "Damn it, this pretty boy is quite audacious. Let us finish him off." Another young man, sporting long hair dyed golden, hefted his stick menacingly. "What is the point of killing him? Let us have his girlfriend entertain us while he watches. That would be far more amusing." Laughter erupted among them. "Did you hear that? Your girlfriend will be our guest," the lead tattooed youth taunted, extending his knife to threaten Lin Bai, intending to intimidate him for their amusement. In his eyes, Lin Bai, with his fair complexion and youthful appearance, resembled a sheltered student, likely inexperienced in the harsh realities of life. Such individuals typically only feign bravado, especially in front of their girlfriends, seeking to impress. However, before the knife could even be raised halfway, Lin Bai swiftly kicked the youth in the stomach. Bang! Before the tattooed youth could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying into the wall behind him. In an instant, everyone except Lin Warner gazed at Lin Bai in shock. I reiterated, "I am here merely to refuel. That if you provoke me further, I will incapacitate all of you." After this declaration, the tattooed youths exchanged apprehensive glances, retreating a few steps, gripping their weapons. "An evolved one. You're an evolved one." The golden-haired youth pointed at Lin Bai, his voice tinged with fear. "Oh, so you're aware of evolved ones?" Lin Bai replied, astonished by their knowledge. "Since you know about evolved ones, it stands to reason you're also familiar with the mysterious store. Am I correct?" With that, Lin Bai strode towards the golden-haired youth. Their purpose for being here was to seek the mysterious store, and it seemed they had stumbled upon a clue among this group. "What do you intend to do?" "Our leader is also an evolver. If he wishes to harm me, he must think carefully. Indeed, you will surely be no match for our brother Zhang." Just then, the window on the second floor swung open. "Brother Zhang, please help. This brat is also an evolver, and we cannot defeat him," Huang Mao exclaimed urgently upon seeing the person above. Lin Wana looked up and saw two individuals who bore a striking resemblance to one another, both seemingly in their 30s. As Lin Warner gazed at the duo on the second floor, they too cast a glance her way. Despite Lin Warner's beauty, their attention was primarily on Lin Bai. After years of navigating society, Zhang Hao had always believed that women were easily obtainable before the apocalypse, provided one had the money. Now, however, it was all about strength. As long as one possessed power, women were plentiful, especially in the days following the onset of the apocalypse. After his unexpected discovery of a mysterious shop, he had sought every means to become an evolver himself and had gathered a band of ruffians as his subordinates for the past 10 days. He had reveled in his role as the local tyrant, commanding all and instilling fear in those who dared to defy him. He even begrudged the apocalypse for not arriving sooner. Little did he know that his reign as the local despot would be challenged so soon by another evolver. In truth, he had spotted the two individuals on the second floor before Lin Warner and the others arrived. Although it was Lin Bai who had opened the door, Lin Warner remained inside the car, its windows shielded by dark, shatterproof film. While his view was obscured, his instincts as an evolver and years of experience led him to deduce that the beauty seated in the passenger seat was Lin Warner. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to remain silent and wait for their entrance. The self-proclaimed local tyrant. He took great pleasure in lounging within the confines of his lair, observing his sycophant scurry about to do his bidding. He had assumed that the mysterious shop was unique to this location, having scoured the entire town and found it only here that in his mind, the fewer people who knew of the shop, the better. Gradually, he could amass a formidable force, compelling everyone to heed his command and serve him alone, perhaps even achieving the status of a local overlord. The mere thought of this filled him with exhilaration. However, the arrival of other revolvers in his territory threatened to undermine his authority. In his eyes, Lin Bai had to die. Only then could he find peace. 2 Revolvers. Lin Bai sensed the aura of evolution emanating from the seemingly twin figures above. In these past days, apart from the professional baseball player in the service area, he had not encountered any other revolvers, leaving him with limited knowledge about their capabilities. That if these two possessed abilities akin to that of the baseball pitcher, it could indeed spell trouble. Had it not been for Lin Wanner's presence during their last encounter, he would have had little confidence in taking down the pitcher alone. Most importantly, only 2 had emerged thus far. What if there was a third? Lin Bai preferred to avoid unnecessary bravado. In this apocalypse, survival was paramount. He turned to Lin Wanner and said, "Let us just leave." "All right." Lin Wanner nodded. Although she had yet to undergo her transformation, she instinctively felt that the 2 individuals above could not possibly match her and Lin Bai. Nevertheless, given Lin Bai's decision to retreat, she did not wish to undermine his authority in front of others. Moreover, with the presence of revolvers here, it was likely that any valuable items within the mysterious shop had already been purchased. Furthermore, if he had procured something exceptionally powerful, it could pose a significant threat. However, Lin Bai and Lin Wanner's retreat led Zhang Hao to believe they were intimidated by him. Thinking of leaving, one of the twins leapt down from the window, narrowing his eyes at Lin Bai and declaring, "If you wish to depart, leave your woman behind, and you may go." The descending Zhang Hao was uncertain of Lin Bai's true strength, hoping to provoke him and gauge his reaction. Should Lin Bai abandon Lin Wanner, it would indicate his cowardice, and Zhang Hao would feel assured of his victory. If Lin Bai resolutely refused, he would reassess the situation. Yet before Lin Bai could respond, Lin Wanner was already incensed. What is the meaning of this? Why do these people keep misunderstanding the situation and treating me as Lin Bai's woman? She acknowledged that Lin Bai was indeed tall and handsome. But, damn it, she was a boy. Even if her body had transformed into that of a girl, her spirit remained male. Chapter 48. A bitter struggle. Filled with indignation, Lin Wanner swiftly completed her transformation, her long, pure white hair billowing in the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched herself into the air, executing a sidekick aimed at Zhang Hao's head. Since his lackeys had sought trouble with her, it was undoubtedly his doing as well. Thus, Lin Wanner held nothing back against such a foe. Her kick was so swift that, apart from Lin Bai and Zhang Hao, the other ruffians could hardly comprehend what had transpired as the attack approached. Zhang Hao instinctively raised his left arm to shield his face so fast. Zhang Hao barely registered this thought before he heard a sickening crack emanating from his arm, followed immediately by a crushing blow to his head. To everyone's astonishment, with a single kick, Lin Wanner had shattered Zhang Hao's arm and rendered him unconscious in a decisive strike. Lin Bai immediately gave Lin Wanner a thumbs up. "An evolver, so you are too." Huang Mao and his companions stammered in disbelief, never having anticipated that Lin Wanner was also an evolver. Having followed Zhang Hao for some time, they were acutely aware of the strength of an evolver. Had they known sooner, they would never have dared to provoke her. Yet Lin Wanner sensed something amiss. Regardless of the circumstances, the adversaries were legitimate evolvers, and even if they had just completed their transformations, they should not be so weak. She turned her gaze towards the other figure at the window, pondering if they had shared the evolution serum, each taking half. Could that even work, if they had divided the serum? They should not have become evolvers at all. The thought eluded her understanding. Just then, the individual at the window seemed intent on fleeing. However, Lin Bai was well prepared, since Lin Wanner had chosen to act. He aimed to eliminate any potential for retaliation. He took 2 steps forward, brandishing his Tang Dao, then leapt high, gripping the edge of the second-floor windowsill, and pulled himself inside with a mighty heave. "Xiao Bai, be careful. This one seems a bit off." As Lin Bai ascended to the second floor, Lin Wanner shouted a warning. ready to follow him at that moment. A cacophony of Zhang Bai's curses erupted from the second-floor room, followed by the sound of shattering glass, as Lin Bai was sent crashing through the window, tumbling back out. "Xiao Bai." Lin Wanner rushed forward to catch him, her concern evident as she asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Bai replied, shaking his head before turning to sniff at Lin Wanner. "You smell nice." Lin Wanner was momentarily speechless, bemused by his odd behavior, but concluded he must indeed be fine, releasing her grip and glancing back at the window. "What happened in there?" she inquired urgently. "I stirred up a hornet's nest," Lin Bai responded flippantly. Lin Wanner, puzzled by his words, was about to press him for clarity when suddenly two more individuals identical to Zhang Hao appeared at the window, each adorned with a crystal core embedded in their foreheads. "Yes, that's right. I stirred up a hornet's nest," Lin Bai shrugged, continuing, "There are at least a dozen or 20 more just like him inside. So he isn't a twin." The thought crossed Lin Wanner's mind just as one of Zhang Hao duplicates charged at her, wielding a steel pipe. "Watch out, he is quite strong," Lin Bai warned urgently. But he too was beset by an attack, leaving him unable to assist Lin Wanner. Equipment card, Great Sword. As a beam of light and shadow emerged, a two-handed sword weighing several hundred pounds manifested in Lin Wanner's grasp. In the next moment, Zhang Hao's steel pipe collided with the heavy sword. The instant their weapons clashed, Lin Wanner felt an immense force emanating from her opponent's weapon. This overwhelming power caused her arms to tingle with numbness. Confident in the strength of her own attack, Lin Wanner believed that with the heavy sword in hand, a mere first-tier revolver could never withstand a direct confrontation with her. However, to her astonishment, the very person she had effortlessly dispatched with a single kick moments ago was now capable of making her arms numb in an instant. Despite the tingling in her limbs, Zhang Hao's steel pipe was sent flying from his grasp. After all, the steel pipe was considerably lighter than the heavy sword. When the two objects collided, the lighter steel pipe experienced a violent vibration and caught off guard by Lin Wanner's immense strength. Zhang Hao lost his grip, and the pipe was sent soaring. After disarming her opponent, Lin Wanner cast a glance towards Lin Bai and noticed he was completely at a disadvantage, utterly suppressed in both agility and strength by his adversary. If she wished to assist him, she needed to swiftly deal with Zhang Hao. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Wanner swung her sword down toward Zhang Hao, anticipating her desire to conclude the battle quickly and realizing he was now unarmed. Zhang Hao deftly dodged the strike. After several failed attempts to land a hit, he consistently evaded her attacks, slipping away whenever possible. Lin Wanner furrowed her brow. If he continued to evade like this, killing him would not be a simple task. However, since he was not initiating any attacks, she might as well assist Lin Bai first. Consequently, Lin Wanner disregarded Zhang Hao and turned to aid Lin Bai. Upon her arrival, Lin Bai's burden was significantly alleviated. Yet the individual Lin Wanner had spared quickly retrieved another weapon, and the two sides found themselves locked in combat once more. After several exchanges, both combatants realized that the fighting prowess of their opponents seemed to have waned. Both their speed and strength were noticeably inferior to what they had been at the onset of the confrontation. "I see it now. Look at their foreheads," Lin Bai suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the crystalline cores embedded in the foreheads of their adversaries. It was implausible for there to be so many identical individuals in this world. These beings were either manifestations from an anime-like technique or created through some other means. If it were a technique of duplication, the original would need to distribute its power among the combatants, implying that these duplicates would not possess such formidable strength. This suggested that the source of their power must be the crystalline cores on their foreheads. Lin Bai quickly relayed his deductions to Lin Wanner. Chapter 49. Breaking the Stalemate. Lin Wanner, no fool herself, instantly grasped the implications of Lin Bai's words. The strength of these duplicates stemmed from the crystalline cores embedded in their foreheads. Ordinarily, if faced with a first-tier zombie, Lin Bai could effortlessly dispatch it without breaking a sweat. However, the difference here lay in the fact that while the zombie's strength also derived from the cores, they did not utilize the energy within them recklessly. In contrast, Zhang Hao's duplicates would exhaust their crystalline core's energy in a short span, which accounted for their temporary surge in power and speed. Their current decline in strength and speed indicated that the energy stored in their cores was nearly depleted. The duplicate previously kicked away by Lin Wanner was weak precisely because it lacked a core and had no source of energy. Just then, the two Zhang Hao duplicates' eyes suddenly brightened, and an immense energy wave erupted from them, causing their crystalline cores to disintegrate into dust. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wanner immediately understood that these two were intent on launching a final attack before their core energy was fully expended. They advanced simultaneously from two directions. Lin Bai might not be able to withstand such an assault unscathed, and Lin Wanner had no time to confront two assailants at once. Thus, she swiftly positioned herself before Lin Bai and thrust her heavy sword into the ground before her. Special technique, sword shield. With Lin Wanner's command, the blade of the heavy sword instantly began to extend around them, forming a circular barrier akin to an iron barrel, encasing the two combatants within. Bang! The strikes from the two Zhang Hao duplicates collided with the iron barrel formed by the heavy sword. Buzz! Although they successfully blocked the attack, the reverberations inside the barrel left both Lin Wanner and Lin Bai momentarily dazed. Lin Wanner felt a tinge of frustration. In her haste, she hadn't considered the acoustics, but next time, she would ensure that the iron wall had small apertures to allow sound to escape. Following this strike, with their crystalline cores gone and devoid of an energy source, the two duplicates lost their efficacy. Almost simultaneously, two more duplicates with crystalline cores embedded in their foreheads leaped down from the second-floor window. As soon as they landed, they launched an assault on the two. Another pair, Lin Wanner and Lin Bai, exchanged glances. This was the second time their opponent had sent two duplicates. Had he dispatched even one more, they would have been in dire straits. This likely indicated that he could only control two duplicates at a time, that we can't afford to engage in a war of attrition. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, both Lin Wanner and Lin Bai recognized the predicament. It appeared their opponent intended to wear them down. If this continued, they would be wholly exhausted. The only viable strategy now was to ascend to the second floor and locate the original Zhang Hao. Thus, the two quickly shifted their focus, preparing to breach the second floor in search of Zhang Hao's true form. However, just as they were about to leap toward the window, two duplicates reappeared, seemingly blocking the entrance instead of descending. Given the narrowness of the window, it was momentarily difficult for the two to press their attack. With the window impassable, they decided to proceed through the first floor and fight their way up to the second. Upon entering the room, Lin Wanner realized that the windows had been sealed shut, casting the interior into a dim haze, though fortunately, the door was still ajar, allowing a sliver of light to filter in. Just then, four duplicates materialized around them. What is going on? Can't he only control two? If he could command four, why hadn't he done so earlier? The four duplicates attacked Lin Wanner and Lin Bai from various directions, forcing them to defend themselves. After several exchanges, the duo found themselves gradually pushed towards the center of the room. Crash! Once they moved away from the doorway, the roller door on the first floor suddenly rattled and slammed shut, plunging the entire room into darkness. That moment, Lin Wanner comprehended that the room had undoubtedly been modified. Otherwise, the windows would not have been sealed so tightly, allowing not even a sliver of light to penetrate. Having entered, there was no turning back. In the darkness, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly echoed. Let me share a secret with you. Regarding the duplicates, you must have figured it out, but I doubt you anticipated this. The closer you are to me, the more duplicates I can control. With four duplicates attacking simultaneously, you two should be at a disadvantage now, wouldn't you? In the blackness, Lin Wanner discerned the speaker's location and rushed forward to swing her sword. Bang! Their weapons clashed, but in the next moment, she halted as she heard several other voices approaching, prompting her to quickly change positions. She reasoned that since these were all duplicates of the same individual, they would undoubtedly share a mental connection. If one duplicate was struck, the others would instantly know her whereabouts. With the opponents still possessing the full energy of their crystalline cores, Lin Bai could only manage a precarious one-on-one defense. Now faced with four adversaries in total and with no visibility, should a fight break out, Lin Bai would undoubtedly suffer a severe disadvantage, so Lin Wanner signaled him to remain silent. Equipment card. Night Veil. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, realizing that the Night Veil combat suit she had obtained in the 8th universe was proving invaluable at this moment. The Night Veil equipment card could emit an aura, posing a threat to less formidable infected beings. Moreover, it possessed two crucial features. The first, Cat S Step, enhanced the wearer's agility, enabling movement with minimal sound, making detection difficult. The second, night vision, granted partial visual assistance to the wearer. These two features were ideally suited to the current scenario. As the sleek black bodysuit enveloped her, Lynn Warner opened her eyes, finding that the surrounding darkness had been somewhat dispelled, akin to being enveloped in a thin mist. Though she could not see clearly, she could faintly make out several silhouettes. Kata's step. Activate. Lynn Warner stepped forward, and as her foot made contact with the ground, it rebounded with remarkable elasticity, producing almost no sound. Gliding towards one of the clones, she moved like a specter, positioning herself behind him, and delivered a powerful strike to his temple with her hand. In that fleeting moment, the clone seemed to sense her presence. But it was evident that it was far too late for him to react. Before he could mount any defense, Lynn Warner had already struck decisively at his pressure point, with a muffled grunt. She followed up with another blow before swiftly vacating the scene. Chapter 50. Uncontrollable nosebleed. With her enhanced vision and silent footfalls, it wasn't long before Lynn Warner dispatched all the clones. In the darkness, she grasped Lin Bai's hand, quickly ascending the stairs. Strangely, Zhang Hao did not send any more clones to obstruct their path this time. Uncertain of Zhang Hao's intentions, the two of them cautiously made their way up. Unlike the first floor, although most of the windows on the second floor were covered with blackout cloth, one window had already been shattered, allowing ample light to flood in, eliminating any concerns of being enveloped in darkness, as they had been below. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Warner spotted a lethargic figure slumped on a sofa, his appearance strikingly similar to the clones, but aged by at least a decade. Why? Why must fate treat me this way? Zhang Hao lifted his gaze towards Lin Warner and Lin Bai, his face contorted with anguish and resentment. What's the matter? Not going to fight? Lin Warner noted that although he seemed somewhat unwell, allowing them to advance so easily felt like a prelude to a scheme. He must have exhausted himself, Lin Bai remarked, covering his nose as he spoke haltingly. Even if those clones drew energy from crystal cores, controlling them must have drained his mental or physical strength. Regardless, he appears to have relinquished his struggle. Lin Warner was not an evolver and had no knowledge of the energy within them. But given Lin Bai's assertion, it was likely true. Are you injured? Lin Warner turned to see a trickle of blood seeping between Lin Bai's fingers as he pressed his nose down. No, he hastily shook his head, casting a quick glance at Lin Warner before turning away, blood seemingly flowing more freely from his nostrils. Are you certain you're okay? She asked, her gaze laced with suspicion. I'm fine. I'm fine. Let us deal with him first. With that, Lin Bai brandished his dagger and charged at Zhang Hao. Lin Bai advanced. Despair flickered in Zhang Hao's eyes. In the next instant, his heart was pierced through by the dagger, and he collapsed onto the sofa. Let me see if he left anything of value. Once Zhang Hao was dead, Lin Warner bent down to open a chest, beginning her treasure hunt. Can you believe this guy didn't even try to escape? Just waiting here for us? Lin Bai withdrew his dagger, wiping the blood off with a towel, before turning to speak with Lin Warner. However, as he turned, he caught sight of Lin Warner bent over, rummaging through the chest, her perfectly contoured backside on display. This sight interrupted his train of thought, and blood surged from his nose once more. Lin Warner sensed something was amiss with Lin Bai when he abruptly fell silent. Turning, she caught him staring intently at her, one hand continuously wiping away the blood. What is wrong with you? Following his gaze to herself, she quickly understood. What exactly is on your mind? We are comrades. You can't possibly have any strange thoughts about me, right? She hastily deactivated her stealth gear, casting him a peculiar glance. It's not my fault. Your outfit is just too form-fitting. Besides, my nose is bleeding uncontrollably after that earlier incident. Lin Bai scrambled to defend himself. Previously, he had scoffed at characters in television shows or anime who would bleed from the nose upon seeing beautiful women, thinking it far-fetched, until he found himself in a similar predicament. Better not. I'm not a lesbian, Lin Warner insisted, determined to dispel any misguided notions Lin Bai might harbor about her. You're a girl, and I'm a guy. How could that possibly be the same? As Lin Bai attempted to argue, Lin Warner shot him a fierce glare. That's it. He might be beyond saving, she mused, contemplating finding him a girlfriend when they returned to their settlement to prevent him from harboring any inappropriate thoughts about her. It seemed that prolonged singlehood could indeed lead to psychological issues. Yes, she turned back to sift through the chest. She unexpectedly stumbled upon a treasure, at the very bottom, within a small medicine cabinet, lay a box brimming with first-grade crystal cores. She counted and discovered an astonishing total of over 130. Indeed, murder and plunder are the most lucrative means of acquiring wealth. This room still has another chamber, Lynn Warner noted after thoroughly searching the second-floor hall. Upon pushing open the door to the adjacent lounge, she nearly shouted with excitement. Lin-Bai, come here quickly. There's a mysterious shop. Upon her call, Lin-Bai rushed over. Both of them unable to believe that the mysterious shop still existed. They had previously tried, and it was confirmed that if they purchased all the items within, the shop would vanish entirely. The fact that Zhang Hao's chest contained over 100 crystal cores, yet the mysterious shop remained intact, was exceedingly peculiar. Exchanging glances, they promptly entered the mysterious shop. The layout of the shop was nearly identical to that of their school cafeteria, with several shelves arranged neatly. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sight of near emptiness, save for a solitary red spherical object tucked away in a corner, roughly the size of a fist. Item name: Heart of Machinery. Item price: 282. Item use: can be used for mechanical products. Usage instructions: bind to personal DNA to activate. Seeing the price of 282, it was no wonder this item remained, as they simply could not afford it. Lin-Bai exited the mysterious shop and returned to the car, retrieving his backpack to lay out all the crystal cores he had accumulated over the past few days. After purchasing the Heart of Machinery, Lin Warner handed it directly to Lin-Bai. For me, who else would I give it to? You're so weak. How will you protect a girlfriend in the future? When did I ever say I wanted a girlfriend? Stop arguing and quickly bind it to see what it does. At Lin Warner's insistence, Lin-Bai picked up the small sphere and, following the instructions, pressed his finger against a slightly protruding area on the sphere's side. A needle suddenly shot out from the sphere and pierced his fingertip. Analyzing and verifying DNA. DNA verification complete. Binding in progress. Chapter 51. Spatial Expansion Technology. What is this? The small ball emitted a mechanical electronic sound, startling Lin-Bai. Binding successful. Activating. The Heart of Machinery has been activated. Please select a carrier. Carrier, Lin-Bai pondered. Unsure of what type of carrier would suit the Heart of Machinery. Should we try placing it in the car? Lin Warner suggested, pointing to the Mercedes G-Class parked by the gas pump. From a name, she speculated that the Heart of Machinery might function similarly to a human heart. However, with no intelligent robots available for insertion, the vehicle itself was mechanical. Perhaps it would suffice. All right, let us give it a shot. They both climbed into the car, taking their seats in the driver's and passenger's side. Lin-Bai examined the small ball, unsure of how to proceed. There was no data interface or anything to connect it to. How do I even link this? He mused, shaking the ball near the central console's data port. I could see that moment. The small protrusion that had previously pierced Lin-Bai's finger extended a data connector. This works? Lin-Bai and Lin Warner exchanged a glance before inserting the connector into the console's interface. Yes, soon as the connector was plugged in, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle started on its own. Once activated, the central screen illuminated, displaying an interface entirely different from the original vehicles. Analyzing mechanical data. Mechanical data analysis complete. A data analysis page appeared on the large screen. Mechanical type: mid to large off-road vehicle. Manufacture date: July 2033. Energy type: gasoline. Engine data: V8. 4.0T, 420 horsepower. Tank capacity: 103 liters. Life support system: none. Weapon system: none. Reconnaissance system: none. Defense level: level 1. Intelligence system: Heart of Machinery version 1.0. This doesn't seem very useful. Lin Warner cast a glance at the data displayed on the screen, then reached out to tap on another application nearby, called the expansion module. However, just as her finger made contact, the car's horn blared a warning. Caution. This application is a core component of the system. Unauthorized individuals cannot access it without the owner's consent. Lin Warner was at a loss for words and turned her gaze towards Lin-Bai. He shrugged, equally unsure about how to grant authorization. But since it was an intelligent system, speaking might suffice, right? He then declared, I wish to grant authorization. Please select the permission level. Permission levels are categorized as level 1, level 2, and the highest level. Before the mechanical heart could finish, Lin Bai interjected, warning, granting the highest level to others may result in uncontrollable risks. Please confirm your authorization. Yes, Lin Bai promptly replied, detecting the emotional fluctuations of the authorizer's brain. Assessing whether the authorizer is under threat. Detection successful. Confirmation accurate. Please select the authorized individual. Lin Bai was exasperated. Such a sophisticated security mechanism was truly bothersome, even verifying if he was coerced into granting authorization. However, how was he supposed to select the authorized individual? Since it was intelligent, it was likely similar to humans, right? With this thought, Lin Bai pointed at Lin Wanner and said, authorize her. Please have the authorized individual extend a finger for DNA verification. Lin Wanner was equally vexed and placed her finger on the mechanical heart. Uncertain of its purpose, she pondered that if it proved useless, they would have wasted their time here. Like Lin Bai. The mechanical heart extended a needle into her finger to collect a sample of blood. Warning, warning, it has been detected that the authorized individual and the owner of the mechanical heart belong to different species. Please confirm authorization once more. What? Different species? Lin Bai was momentarily stunned, then looked up at Lin Wanner and inquired, what does different species mean? Are you not human? You are the one who is not human. Lin Wanner retorted playfully, giving him a light shove. Although she had not contemplated it deeply before, the mechanical heart's comment prompted her to realize that, while her original body was human, it had long been infected by a zombie. The body she inhabited now was presumably granted by that card, which she had picked up at the beginning of the apocalypse, meaning her current essence was essentially that original card. Thus, since her body was a card, she naturally did not belong to the same species as Lin Bai, who was human, confirming authorization. After being lightly shoved by Lin Wanner, Lin Bai grinned and mused for a moment before adding, I grant her all my permissions. Please do not inquire further. She is the person I trust the most. The system has recorded this. All permissions are being granted. Humph. Lin Wanner lightly scoffed at his words before she reached out to tap the expansion module application. Upon opening it, she realized they may have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Within the expansion module app, there were weapon modules, space modules, defense modules, and even flight modules, among dozens of others. As she examined the descriptions of each module, weapon and defense modules were easily understood. The most astonishing was the space module. The space module could increase the interior space of a vehicle without altering its external dimensions. In other words, once the space module was perfected, their vehicle would appear to be an ordinary off-road vehicle from the outside, while the interior space could potentially exceed that of a recreational vehicle, allowing them to place a bed inside and sleep comfortably at night without worrying about space constraints. This technology based on spatial manipulation made Lin Wanner wonder if even the advanced civilizations they had encountered previously possessed such capabilities. Could it be said that the civilization represented by the mechanical heart surpassed those higher civilizations? If that were the case, perhaps one day they could stand shoulder to shoulder with those advanced beings, no longer mere lambs to the slaughter, helplessly watching as others dictated their fate. Miss Lin Wanner continued to explore the space module. She noticed a virtual button for expansion upgrades at the bottom of the module, indicating Level 1 Space Expansion, Energy Requirement, 3,000 energy units. Following this, she clicked on Other Module Units and discovered that each required a specific amount of energy units. Regardless of the module, space expansion served as the foundational requirement. For instance, the defense module necessitated a plasma generator, but without space expansion, there would be no room within the vehicle to install such a device. Chapter 52. The Princess Carry.to activate the space expansion module. 2,000 energy units were required. Here, energy units refer to the energy contained within the cores of zombies or mutated beasts. 2,000 energy units roughly equated to 2,000 level 1 cores. However, since the energy within each core was not necessarily equal, it could only be approximated to around 2,000 cores. 2,000 level 1 cores represented an exceedingly staggering figure, but considering it pertained to the spatial technology of a superior civilization, such a quantity was trivial. After gaining a general understanding of the mechanical heart's functions, Lin Bai proceeded to the diesel generator room behind the gas station to start the generator, refueling the vehicle to full capacity. After gathering some food to fill the trunk, the two prepared to head towards the next small town. The primary reason for heading to the small town was that the number of zombies there was manageable. Venturing into the county town would pose a significant risk if they found themselves surrounded by thousands of zombies. Shortly after departing the small town, thick clouds enveloped the sky, and a light drizzle began to fall. Before long, the rain intensified, and a chill began to permeate the air. The temperature dropped as the light rain escalated into a steady downpour. The wind picked up, and the temperature continued to plummet. From Lynn Warner's own experience, the temperature had dropped from over 30 degrees to around 10 degrees in a mere 20 minutes. Had such a sudden drop in temperature occurred before the apocalypse, it might have elicited surprise and a complaint on social media. But this was the apocalypse. Everything defied normal expectations. Furthermore, Lynn Warner had experienced countless instances of extreme weather in her past life. Not only had she endured a drop from 30 degrees to 10, but she had also faced even more terrifying temperature fluctuations. Lynn drove ahead, having already turned on the car's heating due to the sudden drop in temperature. The warm air blowing from the air conditioning vents made Lynn Warner, seated in the passenger seat, feel drowsy, especially after a day filled with battles, leaving her body fatigued. Consequently, she reclined her seat slightly and comfortably stretched her legs onto the center console. The weariness coursing through her body urged her to sleep. Yet whenever she attempted to drift off, slumber eluded her. Thus, she reached back to grab a bag of chips from a box on the rear seat, opening it to munch noisily. Why don't we find a place to rest for a bit? Lynn glanced at Lynn Warner, only to find her long, slender legs elegantly draped over the center console, a sight that was rather pleasing to his eyes. Let's take a break. Lynn Warner, being an ordinary person at heart, needed more time to recover her energy compared to Lynn an evolved being. Noticing Lynn occasionally glancing at her legs, Lynn Warner couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. She was simply too exhausted. However, she did remind him, make sure to watch the road. Don't drive into a ditch. How could I drive without watching the road? Lynn retorted stubbornly. All right. Lynn Warner continued munching on her chips, unwilling to argue further. A few minutes later, Lynn parked the car under an awning in front of a house by the roadside. This 3-story building stood beside the highway, surrounded by expansive fields, with no other structures in sight for hundreds of meters. After parking the vehicle beneath the awning, Lynn stepped out to inspect the premises. The front door of the house was wide open. He attempted to make some noise to check for any zombies or similar threats inside. Lying in the car, Lynn Warner eventually heard Lynn descending from the building, who then opened the car door and said to her, "It's safe inside. Shall we rest in there?" Lynn Warner replied with a soft sound, not wishing to move just yet. "All right, I'll sit for a while too." With that, Lynn returned to the car and took his seat in the driver's position. The rain poured down more heavily, and as the sound of raindrops pattered against the stainless steel awning, Lynn Warner gradually drifted off to sleep with her eyes closed. Xiao Wan, don't sleep here. Let's go inside to rest. In her drowsy state. Lynn Warner heard Lin Bai's voice. Let us proceed, she said, having noticed several fresh bed linens and quilts in the wardrobe. I shall prepare them for you. What do you mean, You should get up. If you refuse to rise, shall I carry you? After a brief pause, she was suddenly jolted awake by a gust of cold wind, as if the car door on her side had swung open. She then felt an arm wrap around her back while another encircled her legs. And in that instant, the drowsy Lynn Warner was fully alert. Yes, she blinked awake. She realized that she was being cradled in Lin Bai's arms. As he carried her step by step towards the interior of the house, Lynn Warner opened her mouth, hesitating to voice her thoughts. What was happening? Being held like this felt utterly embarrassing. What on earth was Lin Bai thinking? Awake, are you? Lin Bai teased, noticing her open eyes and grinning. Put me down, Lynn Warner softly requested, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. This was utterly absurd. Your shoes are still in the car. I'll fetch them for you shortly. Lin Bai indicated with his eyes, implying that since she was already being carried, it made little sense to fuss over the shoes. Fine. With that, Lynn Warner had no retort left, allowing him to carry her to a bedroom on the 3rd floor, near the balcony. Once in the bedroom, Lin Bai gently placed her on the bed and, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a pair of slippers, then proceeded to spread fresh sheets and a quilt. After tidying up, he went downstairs to retrieve her shoes from the car. Are you hungry? I can cook some noodles for you. There are fresh vegetables in the garden. I'll grab a few to add. He said that I checked earlier, and there's still gas in the kitchen. Actually, I'm a bit hungry. Though I had a bag of chips, it hardly sufficed. Then lie down for a moment while I gather some vegetables. Lin said, darting downstairs with haste. Watching him bustle about, Lin Wanner felt a peculiar sensation arise within her. Although Lin had always looked after her at school, this felt entirely different. His previous attentiveness had stemmed from gratitude towards the Lin family for their kindness. Yet now, it felt as if his actions were driven by something deeper. She suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety she had never experienced before. Chapter 53. It's quite warm here, initially feeling quite sleepy. The events had rendered Lin Wanner unable to rest. She stepped onto the balcony, observing Lin braving the rain as he harvested vegetables from the garden. Before long, he returned with a large handful of muddy vegetables. Turning to smile at her, his teeth gleaming, "Is this enough?" "Quite enough. Hurry back inside. The rain is pouring, and you aren't even using an umbrella." Lin Wanner called out urgently. "What is the matter? I'm not delicate. I won't catch a cold so easily," Lin replied, raising his empty hand and flexing his muscles for her to see. Fuming at his choice of words, Lin Wanner seized a mop from the side of the balcony and hurled it at him. Lin caught the mop effortlessly, realizing his mistake, and with a grin, he said, "I didn't mean you. You're a beautiful maiden." With that, he dashed back into the house. Bang! Just as he entered, a heavy object thudded against the stainless steel awning. Ugh, how annoying, Lin Wanner thought, her heart racing at his earlier words. Before long, Lin ascended the stairs with 2 steaming bowls of noodle soup, entering the bedroom. Lin Wanner's anger had not yet dissipated. But upon seeing him still clad in wet clothes, much of her ire subsided. As Lin set the bowls on the bedside table, Lin Wanner took the chopsticks and remarked, "You're not going to change? Is it comfortable wearing those soaked clothes?" "I would if I could, but there's nothing in the wardrobe that fits me," he replied with a shrug, having indeed searched for something suitable, but finding none that would accommodate his nearly 6-foot stature. While his clothes from the truck were still available, they had only taken the crystals during their escape, leaving everything else behind. Though he was unconcerned about catching a cold, the dampness was undeniably uncomfortable. Thus, he removed his top and casually draped it over the door handle. Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed as she beheld his well-defined physique and chiseled abs. "Could you not change in here? I'm only taking off my shirt." "Not my pants," Lin responded nonchalantly. "Besides, we've known each other since childhood." "Enough. Stop talking. Just eat," Lin Wanner interjected, eager to redirect the conversation before it strayed further. Soon, she began to eat her noodles, taking small bites. Within half a minute, she had devoured the entire bowl. Lin stood, looking at her bowl. "Are you still hungry? I can get you more." Upon noticing the substantial amount still left in her bowl, he paused, asking, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" "No, it's delicious. You just eat too quickly, like a pig," Lin Wanner retorted. "What man eats like a lady, delicately as if from a royal court?" Lin quickly amended his words when he saw her glare. Huffed. Lin Wanner chuckled at his antics, nearly spitting out her noodles in the process. "Just eat your own food and ignore me." Lin rushed downstairs and soon returned with a pot and spatula. "Are you still hungry? Just a little more for me, please." Lin Wanner extended her bowl to him. Lin prepared to add a generous portion to her bowl. She quickly protested, "No, that's too much. You've never eaten so little before," he murmured. However, he still managed to shake off half of it, placing the remainder in her bowl. After their meal, the darkness deepened as Lin promptly secured the front door. The temperature continued to drop, reaching single digits. With no entertainment to occupy their evening, they lay on the same bed, each under their own quilt, whispering to one another, despite the separation of their covers. Lin leaned as close to Lin Wanner as possible, fearful that she might vanish again like before. As midnight approached, the temperature plummeted further, and Lin Wanner felt her extremities grow icy. She curled into a ball beneath her covers. "Are you cold?" Lin's voice suddenly pierced the darkness. An evolved being. He possessed keen senses, and despite the barrier of the quilt, he detected her shivering. "Yes, a little," Lin Wanner admitted softly. "Then let me share my quilt with you." With that, Lin spread his quilt open and draped half of it over hers. Upon touching the section he had warmed, Lin Wanner realized just how comforting it felt compared to her own chilly bedding. As she dozed off, despite the extra quilt, she still felt a chill, for no amount of covers could generate warmth without a heat source. Turning over, she inadvertently tugged at the edge of her quilt, allowing Lin Bai's warmth to permeate her side. Slowly, she inched her cold feet towards Lin Bai's quilt, hoping he wouldn't notice. How warm! When her icy toes finally made contact with Lin Bai's side, she felt a rush of warmth like never before. However, in her eagerness, she accidentally brushed against his leg. In that moment, Lin Warner felt her heart race uncontrollably. What to do? This was far too embarrassing. Oh, could there be a crack in the ground for me to hide in? Lin Bai murmured, shifting his foot to nudge hers. Why are your feet as cold as ice? Are you coming down with something? He reached out to check her forehead, finding no sign of fever. No, I'm fine. Just come closer. I'm quite warm over here, she said, inviting him to move nearer. Obligingly, Lin Bai shifted closer, nudging his leg in her quilt to provide warmth. Upon feeling the chill within her bedding, he grew concerned. Why is your side so cold? You aren't really ill, are you? He began to sit up, intending to see what was amiss. No, I'm fine. Really? No need to get up? Listening to Lin Bai's meticulous voice filled with concern, Lin Warner steeled her heart, and, in the next moment, threw off her blanket, curling herself into Lin Bai's embrace. Chapter 54. The Struggle Within. Lin Bai was taken aback by Lin Warner's bold action. What was happening? Hadn't she always disliked being perceived as a little sister? What did it mean that she had now nestled in his arms? At this moment, Lin Warner's heart raced, primarily because she was utterly cold. Even in temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees Celsius, she had never felt this frigid before. That it was no wonder she had heard that girls' hands and feet would freeze during winter. She had not anticipated the truth of that statement. Now, all she wished was for Lin Bai to remain silent, allowing her to huddle in his warmth. If the cold disrupted her sleep, she would lack the energy for the following day's endeavors. Falling ill from the cold would only complicate matters further. Fortunately, it seemed Lin Bai could hear her unspoken thoughts as he remained quiet, though she could distinctly hear the thudding of his heart and the weighty rhythm of his breathing. After approximately half a minute, Lin Warner felt a careful arm tentatively resting on her shoulder. Seeing that she offered no resistance, the arm tightened around her, pulling her closer. Warm. Gradually, her frozen hands and feet began to thaw, and she edged closer to Lin Bai, seeking more warmth. Although Lin Bai appeared to constantly toy with her, Lin Warner held immense trust in him, knowing his playful banter was merely that, nothing more than jest, devoid of any real intent. Slowly, as she listened to the deepening cadence of Lin Bai's breaths, a chuckle bubbled within her. She was all too aware of what such heavy breathing indicated. Women adorn themselves for the pleasure of their beloved. Though in this moment, Lin Warner was blissfully unaware that her heart harbored a small satisfaction, a delight in knowing that others might be enchanted by her allure. Gradually, nestled in Lin Bai's warm embrace, Lin Warner gently closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she envisioned herself clad in a pristine white wedding gown, surrounded by an enchanting environment where a dashing young man approached her, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yet, she struggled to discern his features and endeavored to open her eyes to reveal his identity. At last, through her efforts, she managed to awaken. Lifting her gaze, she found Lin Bai, wide-eyed, staring back at her. Instantly, Lin Warner's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. If Lin Bai were to touch her, he would discover just how heated her cheeks had become. I need to get up, Lin Warner murmured softly, lowering her head. She shifted slightly, extracting herself from Lin Bai's embrace. Turning around, she pulled up her own blanket, gazing out at the brightening sky beyond the balcony. Puzzled as to why the night had passed so swiftly. During her time in the 8th universe, she had scarcely slept well each night. Wait, why was it so bright outside? Was it the reflection of light on the ground? Yes, had it snowed. Upon leaving Lin Bai's cocoon, she felt a biting chill. Had she perhaps overstepped last night, burrowing into his embrace? Help! How utterly embarrassing! How could she face him again? To think she had acted in such a girlish manner. What to do? Please don't talk to me. Whatever you do, do not mention last night. Lin Warner fervently prayed within. Just then, Lin Bai's hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Startled, Lin Warner jumped, her entire body trembling as a shiver coursed through her. What was he planning? If he truly intended to do something, how should she respond? In that fleeting moment, less than a second had passed, yet 100 thoughts raced through Lin Wanner's mind. The next moment, she felt Lin Bai's grip tightening on her shoulder, pulling her closer. In an instant, her mind went blank. It was over. It's warmer here. You should sleep with me. I'll go prepare some food. Lin Bai's voice came from behind her, followed by the creaking of the bed as he tucked her snugly beneath the blanket. With each creak, Lin Wanner's heart, which had nearly stopped, began to revive. Once she heard the sound of the front door opening downstairs, she finally regained her composure and turned to look back. Phew, last, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Each morning, sounds seemed to carry far. Even with her head buried in the warm cocoon of her blanket, she could hear Lin Bai washing pots and pans in the kitchen, the clattering of dishes echoing faintly. Lin Wanner clutched the edge of the blanket tightly, wrapping herself securely as she listened to the sounds from the kitchen, her thoughts drifting slightly. Time passed, and she heard footsteps ascending the stairs. She quickly buried her head deeper, shrinking further into her blanket. It is snowing outside and quite cold. I found a few outfits in the wardrobe. Try them on and see if they fit. Lin Bai's voice rang out once more. Lin Wanner replied softly from her cocoon, just loud enough for her to hear. Once you're dressed, come down for breakfast. The view outside is quite lovely. After responding again, Lin Wanner cautiously peeked her head out once Lin Bai had descended the stairs. Emerging from her blanket, a gust of cold wind blew through the gap in the balcony, prompting her to wrap herself in the blanket for a moment. When the aroma of food wafted in, she finally stood up, shaking off the blanket, and picked up the clothes Lin Bai brought her try on. Ultimately, she settled on a pair of thick sweatpants and a hoodie, donning a coat before making her way slowly downstairs. Hurry and eat, or the food will get cold. Following the events of the previous night, Lin Wanner noticed that Lin Bai's demeanor towards her this morning seemed somewhat different. She couldn't quite articulate the change, but it felt as though he had become more courteous. This newfound politeness was not distant. Rather, it was an indescribable sensation. It was as if, before last night, their banter had been filled with a camaraderie akin to that of friends. Yet now, that sense of brotherhood had vanished. Lin Bai now seemed to regard her entirely as a woman deserving of care. This change was too perilous. It must not be allowed to transpire. Thus, Lin Wanner feigned calmness as she approached her seat, determined to act as though yesterday had never happened, and resumed her usual casual conversation with him. Perhaps sensing her coldness, Lin Bai had even laid a thick garment over the wooden chair at the dining table for her. Upon seeing this, Lin Wanner felt her defenses crumble. Oh my, Xiao Bai, must you be so considerate? Chapter 55. Brother ahem. Well, let's eat. Lin Wanner hurriedly sat down, picking up her chopsticks to dig into her bowl of rice. Have some vegetables. Just as she was enjoying her meal, a pair of chopsticks dropped 2 slices of stir-fried, canned ham in her bowl. Lin Wanner felt overwhelmed. In no way, Xiao Bai. You can't be seriously developing feelings for me. Can you? After all, we're like siblings. This felt undeniably ambiguous. What should she do today? Should they still go out? Lin Wanner resolved to break the tension. She couldn't remain in a passive state forever. Maybe we shouldn't go to I'm fine, but if you catch a cold, that would be troublesome. Lin Bai remarked while eating from his bowl that we should still go. Time waits for no one. If those high-level beings arrive in our universe, given our current strength, we would be at their mercy. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lin Bai chuckled. Seeing Lin Bai's almost indulgent smile, Lin Wanner felt a wave of frustration and blurted out, as a man, can't you take the lead a little? Instantly, Lin Wanner realized her words had been somewhat inappropriate. What on earth am I saying? ISNT that tantamount to admitting I'm a girl. My lifelong reputation, all ruined. Fine. Let us go then. There are a few villages nearby on the map. We can check them out. The zombies are fewer in the villages, so it should be relatively safe. We can treat this house as our temporary base. Given the snow on the roads these days, let's not venture too far and return here to rest at night. Upon hearing Lin Wanner comment that a man should possess a certain degree of assertiveness, Lin Bai promptly resolved to take charge and arrange the itinerary for the coming days, taking the weather into account. Indeed, he had long harbored his own thoughts, merely intending to indulge her whims. Well, since they were close friends, he decided to pamper himself a bit as well. After all, it would be rather pretentious to act otherwise. Lin Bai swiftly consumed several bowls of rice before heading out to start the car. Once the engine warmed up, he turned on the heater. By the time Lin Warner finished her meal, Lin Bai was nearly ready, having even retrieved a seemingly new down jacket from the house to place in the vehicle. Though she felt slightly out of her element, Lin Warner secretly relished the sensation of being meticulously cared for. With the warmth of the heater enveloping her, she opted not to wear the down jacket, choosing instead to cradle it in her arms while seated in the passenger seat. The snowy road was slippery, and Lin Bai reminded her to fasten her seatbelt as he entered the vehicle. "All right, got it," Lin Warner replied, elongating the vowel and got with a deliberately sweet, high-pitched tone. Lin Bai, taken aback by her playful tone, nearly choked on his own saliva while attempting to shift gears. Lin Warner burst into laughter, relishing the opportunity to turn the tables on him. If he wished to treat her like a little sister, she would oblige, demonstrating who could be more endearing. As Lin Bai drove, Lin Warner consulted the offline map on her phone to guide him. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Lin Bai inadvertently proceeded straight ahead, as Lin Warner had not had the chance to alert him. "Brother, you've taken a wrong turn," she chimed in, her voice still laced with that playful tone. Once Lin Bai corrected his course, Lin Warner continued, "Brother, just ahead is a straight path. Brother, there's a left turn coming up that leads to a small road. Brother, the road is slippery. Drive slowly and don't slide into the ditch." Seeing Lin Bai's face reveal a hint of discomfort, Lin Warner felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. It was amusing to see him, a boy who had hardly experienced romance or interacted much with girls, become bashful. Alrighty. As they approached a village just a few hundred meters ahead, she decided to cease the teasing and began unfastening her seatbelt to speak with Lin Bai. Suddenly, a dark figure dashed out from behind a nearby electrical room. Bang! Although Lin Bai slammed on the brakes just in time, the proximity coupled with the snowy conditions resulted in a collision. The abrupt stop caused Lin Warner to lurch forward, just as she regretted having unbuckled her seatbelt. A strong arm appeared in front of her, providing a shield. "Are you all right?" Lin Bai inquired with concern. "And I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head while casting a glance at the hand pressing against her chest, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Bai quickly withdrew his arm and exited the vehicle, leaving her with a hasty, "I'll go check." Upon stepping outside, Lin Bai discovered a zombie lodged in the front bumper and yanked it free. He then rummaged through the trunk for a cloth to clean the windshield of the zombie's remnants, scrubbing vigorously with the snow. Observing Lin Bai's diligent efforts in the snow, Lin Warner felt a profound sense of release. Perhaps this was perfectly fine. Why should she dwell on matters that had already transpired? Letting things unfold naturally seemed far more sensible. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, who could say whether they would survive until tomorrow? If at this moment an advanced civilization were to appear, even if she could escape, would she not be forced to watch as Lin Bai was slain or captured? Surely, she would fight for him. Hence, did those prior concerns truly matter? Being her authentic self was all that was required. As Lin Bai continued to wipe the glass, a flurry of thoughts cascaded through Lin Warner's mind. The weight that had long burdened her heart dissipated, leaving her spirit remarkably light. "Xiao Bai, it's all good now. Come back in," Lin Warner called cheerfully as she opened the window. "Yeah, coming right up," Lin Bai replied, taking a few more swipes at the windshield before slowly climbing back into the car. "If that residue isn't cleaned off, the wipers will just smear it everywhere," he remarked, avoiding Lin Warner's gaze. "That I know." She smiled softly at him. "Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 56. Back and forth. Upon hearing the words "thank you for your hard work," Lin Bai paused, sensing something slightly amiss with Lin Warner. He turned to face her, and their eyes locked. That a faint, elusive smile graced her face, reminiscent of a fairy fallen into the mundane world. "What's wrong? Am I not looking good?" she teased, winking at him. "What?" Lin Bai was genuinely taken aback. What had she just said? It was as if in the brief time he had spent outside cleaning the glass, she had transformed entirely. Puffed. Lin Warner chuckled softly, stopped staring. "Let's get going." Under her urging, Lin Bai pressed the accelerator, and within 2 minutes, they arrived at Wangjia Village as indicated on the map. The village, with its flat terrain, featured a remarkably simple layout. The houses were arranged in neat rows, primarily comprised of brick and concrete two-story buildings, all appearing strikingly new, likely constructed within the last 3 years, as they reached the village entrance. A few figures began to emerge from the distant alley, their dark silhouettes stark against the white snow. "I'll handle this. You can stay in the car," Linby instructed Lin Warner as zombies approached one by one. "Be careful." With only a handful of zombies and varying distances between them, Linby felt confident in managing the situation alone. Seated in the passenger's seat, Lin Warner watched as he dispatched the zombies one by one, extracting their cores. Afterward, Linby circled the village in the car, luring out all the zombies before eliminating them. In total, there were only about 30 to 40 zombies, suggesting that most of the village's inhabitants had fled. However, some zombies remained trapped indoors, clawing desperately at the windows upon seeing Lin Warner and Linby's vehicle, their snarls suggesting an eagerness to feast on them. Collect more cores. The two decided to open the doors and release the confined zombies. At the village's end, where it connected to another road by the river, they discovered several upscale villas surrounded by variously styled gardens. Only the wealthy can afford such luxury, Linby mused, reflecting on the disparity. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have been able to afford even university tuition without Lin Warner's family support. Shall we take a look? Sure, it was an ideal opportunity for them to rest after a long day. They randomly selected a villa and pushed open the grand entrance. This chandelier must have cost a fortune, Linby remarked upon entering, his eyes immediately drawn to the magnificent fixture that hung from the ceiling. Measuring nearly 10 meters in length, the living room was adorned with solid wood furniture, exuding opulence. What a pity, he sighed, to inhabit such a splendid home only to lose everything with the onset of the apocalypse. Linby casually uttered a remark, then proceeded to another room in search of anything useful. Lin Warner, on the other hand, made a beeline for the cloakroom, hoping to find a suitable outfit, although she was mentally prepared. Upon arriving at the cloakroom, Lin Warner was astonished to discover that the closet in the villa was even larger than her own bedroom. Besides the clothes hanging on a rack, several shelves were piled high, with numerous packages. Upon closer inspection, Lin Warner found that most of these packages contained garments, many of which had yet to be unwrapped. Seizing the opportunity, she began to open the boxes one by one, trying on the new clothes, which fit quite well. Among the packages were 2 brand new sets of pajamas, and she did not hesitate to claim them, as they were precisely what she needed at the moment. Before long, she had unwrapped all the packages, stuffing every new item she could wear, whether for outer or inner use, into a large bag. Not long after, Linby descended from upstairs, holding a box in his hands. Upon finding Lin Warner, he opened the box and placed it before her, revealing it to be filled with a variety of jewelry. "So, do you fancy anything?" Linby asked cheerfully. Lin Warner glanced inside. Most of the items were made of gold, with some that appeared to be platinum or silver. Gold, in some of the massive settlements in this post-apocalyptic world, still held considerable value, but in the smaller enclaves, people tended to prefer tangible goods. "Nothing catches my eye. Just keep it all. Tea might come in handy at some point," she replied, showing little interest in the jewelry, having only been a girl for about 10 days. "Don't you find them attractive?" Hearing Lin Warner's dismissal, Linby rummaged through his box and produced a pair of sparkling silver tassel earrings, presenting them before her. "I think these earrings are quite lovely. Would you like to try them on?" "But I don't have pierced ears," she replied. Right." Linby chuckled, covering his forehead, surprised that he could make such a blunder. "The posts of those silver earrings are quite sharp. How about you use one to pierce my ears instead?" She winked at Linby. A touch of whimsy amidst the hardships of a post-apocalyptic life was welcome. "All right, wait a moment." With that, Linby dashed upstairs, returning shortly with a bottle of disinfectant alcohol. "I saw this upstairs." He smiled at Lin Warner, then took one of the earrings from the box, disinfecting it with the alcohol. After sterilizing the earring, he approached Lin Warner, who tilted her head to expose her earlobe. "Are you sure we'll go through? Don't poke me too hard. I might scream." "It shouldn't be a problem," Linby said, extending his left hand to gently pinch her earlobe. Feeling the warmth radiating from her ear, Lin Warner shivered slightly, suddenly realizing how sensitive her ears were. "Hurry up," she urged softly. "Almost done." Linby gently pulled her earlobe down, positioning the silver post against it before swiftly pushing it through. How was that? Did it hurt? He asked quickly. Yes, it done. As she spoke, Lynn Warner reached up to touch it. All done. She was curious whether others experience pain when getting their ears pierced, as she felt almost nothing at all. Using the same method, Lynn pierced her second earlobe. Strangely, no blood flowed from the freshly pierced holes, which appeared almost natural. When she pinched them lightly, there was no sensation of pain. This peculiar situation led Lynn Warner to think of a phrase, innate earring body. Without realizing it, she chuckled to herself. Meanwhile, Lynn disinfected the posts of the tassel earrings and helped her put them on. So, how do they look? After donning the sparkling silver tassel earrings, Lynn Warner spun around in front of Lynn to showcase them fully. They look great, Lynn nodded in approval. Upon hearing his compliment, Lynn Warner walked over to a nearby mirror to admire her reflection. They really do look lovely. If I were still a boy, I would want to marry myself. That statement is quite contradictory. Isn't it? Where's the contradiction? If you were still a boy, how could you marry yourself? That's none of your concern. Perhaps one day, I will find a car that allows me to transform back into a boy. And then I can switch back and forth? Let's not go there. What did you say? You wouldn't happen to like me, would you? That's impossible. All right, remember what you said. We are good buddies now. This doesn't quite make us buddies, she muttered softly. Chapter 57. Trapped so soft, so comfortable. After searching the villa, Lynn Warner plopped down onto a bed, the mattress gently bouncing her upwards. It was undeniable that this bed was far more comfortable than the one they had slept on the previous night. How about we rest here for the night? Lynn suggested tentatively. Sure, I'm all for it. Lynn Warner responded readily, then patted the empty space beside her, saying to Lynn lie down for a bit. You've exerted yourself the most today, so take a break. Seeing the space she patted, Lynn lay down as well, both of them silently gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought, breaking the silence. Lynn remarked, if this weren't the apocalypse, being able to stay wherever we wanted would be quite nice. That would depend on who you're with. If it weren't the apocalypse, who would choose to be with you? A beautiful girl would be more suitable. Lynn Warner chuckled. How beautiful? Lynn turned his head to look at her, also smiling. Could anyone be as lovely as you are right now? Certainly not. Let me ask you this, hypothetically. If the apocalypse were to pass and all those chaotic zombies were gone, but you couldn't return to the way things were, what would you plan to do? What do you mean, what to do? I would just keep living. I can't just die. Lynn Warner shot him a glare. Ahem. Lynn coughed, then continued. I'm not talking about that. I mean, if that were the case, wouldn't you consider getting married? Sure. Just as Lynn Warner was about to respond, Lynn suddenly sprang up from the bed, placing his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. I hear a vehicle. There are still people here? Lynn Warner quickly sat up, freezing in place. Fearing to disturb his hearing, I'll go check upstairs. Lynn hearing the engine sound growing closer, hurriedly climbed the stairs to the third floor, with Lynn Warner swiftly following suit. There are people coming. Lynn pointed in the left direction at the balcony on the third floor when he saw Lynn Warner had also arrived. Not long after, a black SUV burst forth from a path in the nearby woods, speeding through the snow-covered ground at an alarming pace. Logically, driving at such speed in the snow was quite abnormal. Something was certainly amiss. Just as expected, moments later a large, snow-white humanoid creature suddenly leaped out from behind the trees lining the road. Judging by the nearby trees, the creature stood at least 3 to 4 meters tall. What is that, a snow monster? Lynn Warner squinted, taking a moment to discern the creature, as its fur blended seamlessly with the snow, making it nearly invisible if one wasn't paying close attention. Such a massive form could keep pace with a rapidly moving SUV. Regardless, this speed was something a first-tier zombie could never achieve. Especially at such a size, that vehicle seems to be heading in our direction. Shoo! Let us remain silent. This moment, the vehicle was drawing near, and if they attempted to flee in their own vehicle, the roar of the engine could easily draw attention to them. Thus, it was best to remain still and observe. However, events took a turn for the worse. Initially, it seemed that the vehicle would pass by them at the same speed, allowing them to simply watch as the creature chased after the SUV. But in the next moment, the vehicle came to a halt right at their doorstep, and someone began to frantically honk the horn. What is going on? Is this person out of their mind? Observing the actions of this individual, Lin Wanner was on the verge of exploding with rage. Point one might simply choose to flee, but what was the purpose of honking incessantly while stopping here? At that moment, the door to the driver's seat of the black SUV swung open abruptly, revealing only the top of the person's head, causing Lin Bai to break out in a cold sweat. "Quick, we must leave." Without waiting for Lin Wanner to react, Lin Bai swiftly pulled her into his embrace and leaped down, fleeing with all his might. Yes, they ran. Lin Wanner immediately produced a reinforcement card to transform. Realizing that if she allowed Lin Bai to carry her, their speed would significantly decrease. "What did you see just now?" she inquired amidst their escape, as she had barely caught a glimpse of the person attempting to exit the vehicle. The intense reflection of the snow making it difficult for her eyes, which had been subjected to the blinding whiteness outside all day. After running to the village's edge, the pair quickly sought refuge in a nearby house. The person who just got out is the one from the gas station. The one who can create clones. Once inside, Lin Bai finally elucidated, as his perceptive abilities as an evolved being were far superior to Lin Wanner's ordinary vision. "Is it him? He didn't die. How is that possible?" Lin Wanner was incredulous, for she had witnessed Lin Bai decisively ending the life of the man named Zhang Hao if he were still alive. It could only mean that the one they had slain was merely a clone, and no wonder, back when Lin Bai had attempted to kill him, Zhang Hao had shown no inclination to resist. Even knowing he stood no chance, one would expect him to attempt an escape. Indeed, the two of them had been too naive, easily falling into someone else's trap. If that were the case, it meant Zhang Hao had been stalking them, and this creature had been deliberately lured to them. Just as they were hiding in the room, a sudden loud bang erupted outside, sending flurries of snow flying into the air. Simultaneously, two familiar figures appeared downstairs, one of whom even turned and waved up at them. Chapter 58. Stop looking. There will be opportunities ahead. Point one of Zhang Hao's clones waved before directly entering the very house where Lin Wanner and Lin Bai were hiding. Lin Wanner discerned that these two clones bore no crystal cores on their foreheads, indicating that they were simply sent by Zhang Hao to torment them, as soon as the clones entered. A column of snow materialized in midair and surged toward the house. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding glass shattered, and countless flakes of snow rushed through the windows into the room. Lin Wanner and Lin Bai promptly jumped out of another window, seeking alternative cover, as they had yet to catch a glimpse of the true form of that monstrous snow creature. The two stealthily concealed themselves behind a wall, anxiously observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal hand made entirely of snow formed behind them. Its fingers splayed wide as it came crashing down. Derived card, heavy sword, special skill shield. In an instant, Lin Wanner's heavy sword transformed into a half-conical shield. Enveloping them within its protective arc, the massive snow hand collided with the shield created by the heavy sword, resulting in a resounding boom. Snowflakes scattered everywhere, and the tremendous force swept away the snow within several meters around them. However, before they could even exhale a sigh of relief, an overwhelming wave of snow surged toward them. Shield. Lin Wanner promptly reshaped the heavy sword, ensuring it completely covered them. Without even having seen the opponent's true form, they had endured several rounds of relentless attacks. Fortunately, after a barrage of strikes, the onslaught seemed to relent. Lin Wanner released the shield form of the heavy sword and crawled out from the snow pile. After exchanging a glance, the two quickly scrambled to the roof of a two-story building. Regardless of the circumstances, their immediate task was to locate the true identity of the beast. Just then, a humanoid creature, approximately 3 meters tall and covered in snow-white fur, charged out from behind a nearby house, emitting a series of low, rumbling growls up and down. Lin Wanner exclaimed hastily. Seizing the opportunity as the monster approached, she took a few steps back, gripping the heavy sword with both hands before launching herself forward. With a powerful leap, Lin Wanner swung the heavy sword downward towards the creature's head. Simultaneously, Lin Bai sprinted across the snow, delivering a heavy strike with his tang knife to the creature's calf. Swish! Lin Wanner's heavy sword sliced through the snow beast's neck with the ease of cutting through tofu. Lin Bai, too, landed several strikes, the creature's flesh offering no resistance. With a resounding crash, the towering snow beast collapsed into a pile of ice and snow under their coordinated assault. However, mere moments later, the snow on the ground quickly coalesced, reforming into an identical snow beast. Upon regaining its shape, the creature roared angrily and swung its massive arms, delivering a tremendous punch towards Lynn Warner. Unfazed, she brandished her heavy sword to meet the attack, and at the moment of contact, she caught a glimpse of sunlight reflecting off the creature's fist. Bang! As the fist collided with the giant sword, Lynn Warner felt a surge of immense power transfer into her arm. Upon landing, she staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady herself with Lin Bai's assistance. The impact of the snow beast's fist echoed with a series of cracking sounds, large chunks of ice breaking off and falling to the ground. "Are you all right?" Lin Bai asked, supporting her. "That I'm fine." Lin Warner shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the snow beast. This creature is not easy to deal with. She acutely sensed that upon contact with her heavy sword, the beast's fist transformed into an exceptionally hard block of ice, its strength undergoing a significant alteration. The ability to control the physical state of ice and snow and to restructure its own body, it will suggested that if they continued to fight, it would likely devolve into a war of attrition in terms of sheer strength, with the heavy sword weighing 700 to 800 pounds and her own enhancements. Lin Warner's strikes could easily generate several thousand pounds of force. She was not afraid of contest of strength. Her previous misstep was due to the belief that her sword would effortlessly slice through the monster's body, which is why she had not exerted her full power. The critical issue they faced was that this creature seemed impossible to kill. Minutes later, Lin Warner and Lin Bai once again managed to disperse the snow beast, only for it to reassemble itself from the gathered snow. Lin Warner felt increasingly frustrated, a sense of pent-up energy with no outlet. The encounters with Zhang Hao and now the snow beast were nothing more than mechanical constructs. There was no straightforward confrontation with real weapons. However, since it was a mechanical creature, it must have weaknesses if it could continuously revive Wooden Tea that render it invincible. Speaking of weaknesses, the low temperature of snow immediately brought fire to mind, considering the village primarily relied on gas canisters. They indeed had access to fire. Yet, the small flame produced by a gas stove would hardly suffice against such a massive creature. Even if it were effective, would they chase it around wielding a gas canister? An explosion could generate immense heat, but how could they achieve that without endangering themselves? Seizing the opportunity while the snow beast was in the process of reconstituting, Lin Warner and Lin Bai quickly conferred on a strategy. Ultimately, they decided that Lin Warner would distract the snow beast while Lin Bai sought out a source of fire, as taking on a second-tier monster single-handedly would prove challenging for him. "Be careful," Lin Bai cautioned before swiftly departing the scene under Lin Warner's cover. With the battle strategy established, Lin Warner refrained from engaging the snow beast directly. Derived equipment card, Night Veil, as she donned the black bodysuit. Her agility increased significantly. Although she could not become invisible during the day, the gear still enhanced her speed. During the ensuing moments, Lin Warner ceased her offensive efforts, instead maneuvering across rooftops, awaiting news from Lin Bai. Before long, a strong scent of gasoline wafted from the direction Lin Bai had taken. Upon catching the whiff, Lin Warner felt a surge of hope, but until Lin Bai signaled her, she knew she had to hold her ground. After a few more minutes, a sharp and urgent whistle echoed from afar. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Warner abandoned her evasion, swiftly striking the snow beast on the head with her heavy sword before racing towards Lin Bai's location. Soon, she spotted numerous bags of various sizes that Lin Bai had arranged in an open area, seemingly doused in gasoline, their contents a mystery. Upon catching sight of Lin Warner rushing towards him, Lin Bai's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her, unable to divert itself. The primary reason was the way the form-fitting black attire accentuated Warner's physique, rendering her utterly enchanting, though fortunately, he refrained from experiencing a nosebleed this time. Noticing his fervent stare, Lin Warner did not express anger, but merely offered a reminder. "Stop looking. We need to deal with the snow monster first." Chapter 59. "Carry me, what is contained within those bags?" Lin Warner inquired, pointing at the circles of sacks. "Those are the remnants of corn cobs after harvesting. Every household possesses them, and there are plenty more. I initially intended to gather a bit more, but I was concerned about your stamina. As Lin Bai spoke, he pulled out a handful of windproof lighters from his pocket. He contemplated asking about the nearby gasoline barrels, but noticed the looming figure of the snow monster ahead. "Do we have a plan? When do we ignite it?" Lin Wanner asked, readying her heavy sword. "Lighting it too soon is unwise. If we ignite it and the creature approaches, it could circumvent us while we retreat. Therefore, let's first scatter it," Lin Bai replied. Before long, the snow monster charged into the circle formed by the bags filled with corn cobs. "All right, I trust your judgment," Lin Wanner exclaimed loudly, then swung her heavy sword and charged forward once more. The second-tier snow monster possessed a modicum of intelligence. While not particularly high, it was aware of its advantages and adept at exploiting them to assault its enemies. Thus, it engaged Lin Wanner without any defensive measures, opting to attack her instead. Lin Wanner, fully aware of its lack of defense, awaited this very moment. As she observed the sunlight glinting off its massive fist coming towards her, she swiftly retracted her assault and evaded. Her attack had merely been a feint. Bang! After dodging, the colossal icy fist crashed into the ground, sending a blizzard of snowflakes spiraling into the that moment. Lin Wanner surged forward, leaping high, and brought her heavy sword down upon the snow monster's head. Cleaving it cleanly in two as the creature sustained a fatal injury, its severed halves collapsed like ordinary snow piles over 3 meters high. Almost instantaneously, Lin Bai shouted from a distance, and Lin Wanner saw bags of corn cobs, reeking of gasoline, flying towards her. Without hesitation, she intercepted the bags Lin Bai had kicked toward her, and within seconds, dozens of gasoline-soaked corn bags were piled atop the fallen snow monster. That moment, the snow mound began to swell rapidly. Witnessing the snow monster about to reform, Lin Wanner quickly retrieved a windproof lighter and ignited the gasoline-soaked bags. Boom! The lighter's flame made contact with the bags, and the gasoline ignited instantaneously. "Wanner, the oil!" Lin Bai shouted from afar, tossing 2 small metal cans toward her. Lin Wanner quickly caught the cans filled with gasoline, opened them, and began to douse the surroundings. Upon meeting the flames, the spilled gasoline ignited immediately, even causing the can in her hand to catch fire, prompting her to hastily toss it to the ground point one of the rising snow mounds. Barely half a meter high, was obliterated upon impact from the flaming kin. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was busy igniting the surrounding bags filled with corn cobs. Before long, piles of flaming corn cobs formed a circle, placing Lin Wanner and the ever-rising, collapsing snow monster directly within the Inferno's embrace. This circular arrangement was primarily to prevent the snow monster from escaping, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. As the temperature around them soared, the snow on the ground melted rapidly. Strangely, while the surrounding snow melted into water under the heat, the mound of snow remained stubbornly intact. Lin Wanner attempted to place the burning corn cobs atop the mound, but upon contact, the flames extinguished immediately. Reflecting upon this, an idea blossomed in her mind. Special skill shield. In an instant, her heavy sword transformed into a large iron plate, which she then held over the flames to roast. At that moment, Lin Bai appeared, carrying several large sacks through the fire ring, continuously feeding the flames. "This fellow truly has stamina," Lin Bai mused, standing before the fire, feeling his face growing warm as the surrounding snow melted into streams while the mound persisted in its stubbornness. Soon, Lin Wanner's sword handle became too hot to hold, and the iron plate was glowing faintly red. Sensing the heat was sufficient, she removed the heated iron plate from the fire and pressed it down onto the still heaving snow mound. Sizzled as the red-hot iron plate made contact, wisps of gray-white steam erupted. "Is it dead?" Lin Bai cautiously asked after a moment. "It should be dead, right?" Lin Wanner replied uncertainly. Yet when she pressed down, she could feel the snow's undulations, as if it were struggling. Now, however, there was no movement beneath the plate. Gently, she lifted the plate to reveal that most of the snow had melted away, leaving behind a palm-sized piece of white fur. Approaching, Lin Wanner picked up the fur, for which a round, glimmering orb tumbled out. She examined it closely. The orb was entirely transparent, with a faint blue hue shimmering within a second-tier crystal core. In her previous life, while Lin Wanner had never acquired a second-tier crystal core, she had spent over 2 years in the apocalypse and had certainly seen them, though she had never encountered one so perfectly spherical. After her heavy sword transformed back into a card and vanished, she handed the crystal core and the piece of fur to Lin by dot. I'm so tired. In the next instant, Lin Wanner collapsed on Lin Bai's back, her black bodysuit gradually dissipating. After the prolonged encounter with the second-tier snow monster, her stamina had been utterly depleted. If she had not stopped, she could have held on a little longer. Now, however, her entire body felt weak and powerless. Feeling the warmth and softness of Lin Bai's back, he instinctively reached out to hold her, but halfway through his motion, uncertainty struck him. Carry me, I'm exhausted, Lin Wanner said softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Even if I'm not tired, you still want me to carry you? Lin Bai chuckled, bending slightly before wrapping his arms around her and lifting her onto his back. Like a tea that moment, the sun fully revealed itself in the sky. In the snow-covered ground, the bright sun shone down. Lin Wanner lay atop Lin Bai's back, the flames of the fire dwindling behind them, and as their footprints in the snow faded into the distance, the village seemed to regain its former tranquility. Chapter 60, Xiao Bai. Don't do that. Having survived the snow monster encounter, the two no longer felt inclined to spend the night in the villa and return to the three-story building where they had rested the previous night. With the sun's emergence, the melting snow carried away much of the heat, and the temperature dropped several degrees lower than during the snowfall by evening. As dusk approached, the temperature had plummeted below freezing. After dinner and a brief wash, Lin Wanner changed into her pajamas and nestled into bed. However, the bed was hardly warm. It felt icy all around. As soon as Lin Bai joined her, Lin Wanner unreservedly burrowed into his embrace. While having a beautiful woman in his arms was a delightful experience, the fact that she was a beauty he could not touch made Lin Bai feel quite tormented. Keep your breathing down. It's too noisy, and I can't sleep, Lin Wanner complained. Curling up, Lin Bai fell silent for a moment before retorting. What can I do? I'm a normal man. Tell me, which normal man wouldn't have a reaction holding such a girl? That only indicates you have ulterior motives, Lin Wanner retorted, pouting. Lin Bai found her comment amusing yet infuriating, and with a determined resolve, he suddenly squeezed her backside with both hands. Lin Wanner felt a wave of tingling sensations wash over her, letting out a loud scream. Lin Bai, are you insane? You said I had ulterior motives? Then let me show you what true ulterior motives look like. With that, Lin Bai sat up in the bed. What are you doing, Xiao Bai? Lin Wanner felt a moment of fear. What do you think? In the darkness, Lin Bai's voice sounded hauntingly ethereal, like an evil overlord poised to engulf her entirely. Wait, I understand my mistake. I am sorry, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lin Wanner was utterly at a loss, her voice trembling as she spoke. If Lin Bai had truly acted inappropriately, she could only blame herself for inviting trouble. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Bai's voice drifted softly into the air. Do you truly not trust me? I believe, Lin Wanner fervently nodded, yet her body subtly shifted away. Never mind, I shan't tease you any longer. It's rather dull. Let us rest. As he spoke, Lin Bai pulled her into his embrace, and with her startled gasp, the two of them slipped into a deep slumber. Morning arrived, bathed in bright sunlight. A gentle ray of light filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating the head of the bed, while outside, the snow had melted considerably. Downstairs, amidst Lin Wanner's peals of laughter, a figure clad in a black hooded sweatshirt slowly approached them from the still frozen expanse of snow in the distance. Xiao Bai, do you see that person over there? Lin Wanner, having packed her clothes into the car, turned back to grab another package and spotted the dark shape drawing closer. Hearing her call, Lin Bai emerged from the house with a large bundle on his back. Following the direction she pointed, where a figure was indeed moving toward them. Though the figure seemed to advance slowly, each step was marked by an uncanny swiftness that was as if he were equipped with an invisible elevator, covering distances of 7 or 8 meters with each stride, and even in moments of pause, his movement remained palpable. Witnessing this, Lin Bai hastily placed his bundle in the car, and the two regarded the approaching figure with trepidation. Good morning, young friends. Despite the considerable distance between them, the figure had closed in with just a few strides. Clad entirely in black, with a hood obscuring his face, he resembled an enigma, his visage as unfathomable as an abyss. Who are you? Lin Bai interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Wanner. his voice sharp with authority, that he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this person, a weight that dwarfed even the formidable snow behemoth. "Oh, it's you?" Upon recognizing Lin Bai, the black-clad figure's eyes glimmered with a golden light before shifting to Lin Wanner behind him, nodding to himself in apparent understanding that I see. But who are you? Lin Bai demanded, brandishing his tang knife, his gaze fixed intently on the stranger's every move. "Do not misunderstand, young friends. I am merely a merchant traversing the world." Though his face remained obscured, the tone of the black-clad figure conveyed an unexpected warmth. "You are a mysterious merchant?" Lin Wanner blurted out, her curiosity piqued. Noting Lin Bai's bewilderment, she quickly elaborated, "Mysterious shops sell goods, and mysterious merchants buy them. I don't know much, but that's the gist of it. If there are shops, there must be merchants, right? So you mean to say he has come to purchase something from us?" Lin Bai pondered aloud. Given the mysterious merchant's connections to such shops, he likely possessed countless treasures. However, since they had little of value, what could the merchant possibly want from them? "Young friend, you are mistaken. In business, there are both buyers and sellers. It is not a matter of one without the other." The mysterious merchant replied with a smile. "Oh, you are selling?" Lin Bai exclaimed, but immediately felt his words might have been misconstrued. The mysterious merchant paid no mind to his comment and continued. "I have heard that you possess a perfect ice and snow crystal. Would it be possible for me to purchase it?" "Ice and snow crystal? What is that?" Lin Bai furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the crystal core left behind after defeating the snow monster. "This is it," he declared, retrieving the crystal from his bag. "Indeed, this is the one," the mysterious merchant affirmed with a nod. "But first, you must explain its use before we decide whether to sell it." Lin Wanner interjected hastily, wary of potentially parting with a valuable item. "This is a crystallization of the essence of ice and snow, possessing some inherent power," the merchant explained, rattling off a series of terms that left Lin Wanner and Lin Bai exchanging perplexed glances. Utterly lost. Fine, we'll sell it to you," Lin Wanner finally conceded, recognizing that it would likely benefit someone with ice and snow abilities more than it would them. "Rest assured, young friends, merchants thrive on mutual benefit. I shall ensure you do not come to regret this transaction." With Lin Wanner's agreement, the mysterious merchant produced 2 items, a black card and a handgun. He handed the card to Lin Wanner, stating, "Strictly speaking, this card was originally yours." Lin Wanner accepted the card, observing its entirely black surface, adorned with an indecipherable, chaotic design, though she could faintly discern a figure. Upon reading the card's description, she was momentarily struck dumb. This was the very card she had coveted for so long. But why had it manifested at this moment? "Let me see," Lin Bai leaned in, but instinctively Lin Wanner withdrew the card into her possession. "What's there to see?" she scoffed at. "Not even the card can I glimpse." Lin Bai feigned disappointment, then leaned closer to whisper conspiratorially, "This card isn't some sort of seductive temptation, is it?" Following a startled scream, the mysterious merchant handed the handgun to Lin Bai, stating, "This weapon can significantly enhance your combat prowess for a brief period." Upon examining the handgun, Lin Bai noted its resemblance to a standard firearm, akin to the renowned Desert Eagle. However, it was no ordinary weapon, nor did it require ammunition. Aiming it at a distant road sign, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A beam of white light pierced through the blue sign. As he squeezed the trigger, Lin Bai sensed the weapon drawing upon his evolutionary energy, albeit in a manageable quantity. The mysterious merchant gestured for him to remove the magazine, explaining, "This weapon's magazine can accommodate 3 crystal cores, allowing you to harness their energy for attacks. However, there is a limit to the energy output of each shot. You'll need to experiment to discover the specifics." Holding the Desert Eagle-like handgun, Lin Bai could not deny his desire for it. This was a ranged weapon, simple to use and highly effective, far superior to the bow he had previously acquired from the mysterious shop that, in his estimation, the bullets fired from this gun traveled faster than the baseballs thrown by the pitcher at the service station, and their smaller size made them harder to evade. Furthermore, he faced the dilemma of not wanting to be a hindrance to Lin Wanner during confrontations with formidable foes. As a man, he could not afford to be a burden to a woman. Thus, this weapon was perfectly suited for him. "Excellent, we shall accept this trade," Lin Wanner declared, handing over the ice and snow crystal to the mysterious merchant, having recognized Lin Bai's genuine fondness for the gun. The merchant was right. This handgun would indeed enhance their current combat capabilities. Wait! Just as the mysterious merchant reached out, Lin Wanner suddenly retracted her hand, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Observing the merchant's bemusement, she cheerfully inquired, "Could you do us a small favor?" "What is it? Could you kindly provide us with the locations of the nearest mysterious shops?" "Please." Lin Wanner adopted a pleading tone. Her approach left the mysterious merchant momentarily flabbergasted. It was his first encounter with someone attempting to charm him in such a way. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a map from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Wanner. "Thank you. Thank you," she exclaimed, eagerly accepting the map and the ice and snow crystal, her joy evident as she marveled at his willingness to oblige. "Well then, may fate bring us together again." The transaction concluded. The enigmatic merchant did not linger any longer. Just as he had arrived, he turned on his heel and departed step by step, his figure soon fading into obscurity before vanishing from their sight. After the mysterious merchant's departure, the two began to tidy up the room, loading everything they could carry into the vehicle. Once finished, they took hold of the map and set off towards the nearest mysterious shop. The merchant had provided them with the locations of 3 such establishments, the closest being situated near a small county town, approximately 50 kilometers away. Fortunately, the map indicated that this shop was not located in the town center, but rather a few kilometers away in a resettlement community. "If you're tired, I can take over driving for a bit," Lin Wanner suggested, her gaze fixed on the scenery retreating outside the passenger window, revealing a hint of restlessness. "Thank you for your concern." "Miss Lin," Lin Bai replied, his eyes focused ahead. "Driving this distance is nothing for a man like me. I couldn't possibly let a lady take the wheel." He maintained a cautious speed, mindful of the icy patches on the road. Lin Wanner reclined in her seat, tilting her head to observe Lin Bai's concentrated demeanor behind the wheel, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "That scoundrel Xiao Bai," she mused, once merely regarding his height, now found him quite handsome. As she pondered, her fingers brushed against a black card that had appeared in her hand. The bottom of the card, within a box, was a description of the original card. Card type: original character card. Card name: Lin Mu. Gender: male. Special ability: unknown. Current status: half-sealed, forceful use possible. Description: a half-sealed card that cannot be used normally. Usage is not recommended. Employing it may result in permanent entrapment in the current character, along with other unforeseen consequences. At that time, any mismatched derivative cards will become unusable. Yes, this card is named Lin Mu. If she were to use it forcefully, perhaps she could return to her original form. Yet, the side effect loomed large. Upon its use, she might be forever bound as Lin Mu. Moreover, the derivative card Nightshade, intended for female characters, might become unusable. If only this card had found its way into her possession days earlier, she would have had no hesitation in transforming into Lin Mu as for the notion of never being able to revert. Remaining Lin Mu eternally. Was that not a tempting prospect? Other consequences seemed trivial in comparison. Yet now, Lin Wanner hesitated. Even upon her first glimpse of the card, she had felt not excitement, but a profound anxiety and trepidation. When Lin Bai sought to examine the card, she instinctively concealed it, reluctant to let him see. Chapter 62. The advanced mysterious shop on Xinjiang, a resettlement community, lay approximately 2 to 3 kilometers from a county town. Here, over 100 survivors had gathered, transforming the area into a small settlement. Among these survivors, there were 8 evolved individuals, with Ma Wenxiang being the unassailable leader among them. The presence of such numerous evolved beings could be traced back to the sudden emergence of a mysterious shop within Anshin Jiyun. Upon discovering the shop's purpose and its role in fostering evolution, Ma Wenxiang had prohibited other survivors from approaching it. The 8 evolved individuals within the settlement comprised his family, parents, cousins, and uncles, while others hoping to evolve were left waiting in line. Their turn contingent upon the arrangements made for Ma Wenxiang's relatives and friends. The items within this mysterious shop seemed boundless, though each purchase necessitated a wait for the next refresh, the timing of which varied from mere minutes to several days. Each refresh brought a price increase for previously appearing items. At that moment, several women and Ma Wenxiang's relatives lingered outside the mysterious shop, awaiting its next refresh. An Xinjin should be just ahead, Lin Wanner announced, one hand clutching the map given by the mysterious merchant while the other held her phone for offline navigation, guiding Lin Bai along the route. Upon entering the road adjacent to the county town, she noticed numerous zombie corpses strewn along the roadside, their crystal cores evidently harvested, suggesting the presence of other evolved beings nearby. Navigating cautiously, they arrive at the entrance of the Anshin Jiyuan community. Upon observing the barbed wire and various defensive arrangements at the entrance, Lin Bai and Lin Wanner realized that this place was certainly inhabited. Lin Bai parked the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings. It appeared that the community was home to a significant number of inhabitants. That I noticed several figures behind the glass of that building, he remarked quietly. Lin Wanner nodded, aware that the mysterious shop indicated on the merchant's map was unlike any they had encountered before. This shop belonged to a higher tier, one that did not vanish after selling its goods, but instead continued to refresh, though not indefinitely. Eventually, it too would disappear. Given that there were people present, and that they had established a stronghold here, it was likely due to the allure of the mysterious shop. However, it remained uncertain whether the faction controlling this shop would be willing to share its resources. Lin Wanner contemplated whether they could engage in dialogue. If not, they could always depart later, like the tea that moment. A group of men armed with clubs rushed to the community entrance under the guidance of two men clad in black suits. To demonstrate goodwill, Lin Bai promptly exited the vehicle and approached the gate obstructed by barbed wire. "Excuse me, is this a settlement? May we join you?" he inquired, consciously refraining from divulging their true intentions to avoid outright rejection. If they could blend in, they would address subsequent matters later. One of the suited men peered at Lin Bai through the wire. Despite Lin Bai's towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his youthful appearance and scholarly demeanor made it evident that he was still a student. The man, perceiving students as generally naive and unaccustomed to the harshness of reality, relaxed his guard, albeit with curiosity about how Lin Bai had survived in this apocalyptic world. He struck the wire fence with his club, inquiring, "How many of you are there?" "Just the two of us," Lin Bai replied, gesturing to Lin Wanner in the car. Upon being indicated, Lin Wanner opened the car door and stepped out. The moment she emerged, the men's eyes widened in astonishment. "Damn, what a stunning beauty! She puts even the actresses on television to shame." One exclaimed, "Forget actresses. Look at her. No makeup at all. She's simply exquisite." Another chimed in, "Damn it, this kid is lucky. I never touched a woman at his age," one of the men with the club muttered enviously. The two suited men, who had initially appeared impatient, now wore smiles at the sight of Lin Wanner. If Lin Bai and Lin Wanner had been two men, they would have merely consumed their resources. The community was already overpopulated. However, Lin Wanner was a different story. Her beauty and figure were captivating. If they let her go, Ma Wenxiang would undoubtedly be displeased, and they would face dire consequences in society. A man's value often boiled down to 3 elements: wealth, power, and women in such small settlements. The leader wielded absolute authority, especially in the early days of the apocalypse when the law had lost its deterrent effect. Many who had previously suppressed their impulses would erupt without restraint. As the leader of the settlement, Ma Wenxiang naturally commanded power, and with it came the pursuit of women. Before the apocalypse, Ma Wenxiang had been a delivery driver for supermarkets. Upon acquiring unprecedented power, he was eager to indulge in its benefits. Thus, the two suited men unhesitatingly opened a small gate beside the barbed wire and invited Lin Wanner inside, grinning as they said, "We would be delighted to welcome such a beautiful lady. Rest assured, we have plenty of food and drink. You will not be disappointed." With the gate now open, Lin Wanner exchanged a glance with Lin Bai before stepping over the iron bar and entering. As she took her first step inside, one of the suited men reached out, intending to assist her, but also to take the opportunity to grope her. However, just as his hand neared Lin Wanner, Lin Bai swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and gently pulling her closer. He shot a warning glare at the suited man, a silent admonition. "Watch yourself." The man in the suit could hardly tolerate such provocation. Setting aside the fact that this was their territory, how dared this student, not yet 20, cast such a brazen gaze upon him, causing him to lose face in front of so many. To him, Lin Bai appeared to be someone who had been coddled all his life. never having faced hardship, still believing this was their school and that the pre-apocalyptic laws would protect him, making everyone else yield to his whims. In a fit of rage, the man in the suit raised the club in his hand and swung it down towards Lin Bai. Chapter 63. The younger sibling before the club could strike Lin Bai. A dark muzzle was suddenly pressed against the man's temple. Instinctively, he halted his movement and stepped back a few paces. He thought this would be the end of the matter, but another man in a suit, glancing at his companion with confusion, remarked, "Isn't that thing supposed to be ineffective?" At that moment, the man who had been intimidated by Lin Bai suddenly realized. Indeed, hadn't their leader stated that all conventional firearms had become useless? Besides, he was merely a college student. Where could he possibly have procured a handgun? Even if he had miraculously managed to obtain one from the police station, it was known that officers in the country typically carried models like the 52 or 64. Even someone like him, with little knowledge of firearms, understood that the chances of stumbling upon a Desert Eagle in this country were virtually non-existent. Thus, regardless of whether conventional firearms were truly ineffective, it was almost certain that the weapon in Lin Bai's possession was merely a toy. Upon this realization, the man in the suit became incensed. His earlier retreat was not solely due to the gun, but was also influenced by the fear instilled by Lin Bai's gaze. In that fleeting moment when Lin Bai had pointed the weapon at him, he perceived an unmistakable aura of death emanating from Lin Bai's eyes. The reason he sensed death in Lin Bai's gaze was that he believed Lin Bai was clearly at a disadvantage. When an individual, be it a person or an animal, finds themselves at a distinct disadvantage, they experience overwhelming fear, which manifests as a ferocity in their eyes, especially when they are attempting to intimidate others. In an effort to appear more formidable and to compel their opponent to retreat, they may adopt a threatening demeanor. However, at that critical moment when Lin Bai had aimed the gun at him, his gaze was remarkably tranquil, reminiscent of a seasoned butcher observing a hog bound in ropes, knife in hand. Thus, the man instinctively felt a pang of fear in response to such contemptuous eyes. Nevertheless, his companion's confusion and the desire to maintain his face in front of the crowd led him to override his instinct to flee. He stepped forward, reaching for the gun in Lin Bai's hand, while simultaneously hurling insults. "Damn you, little brat." However, just as his hand was about to make contact with the weapon, a loud bang echoed through the air. Lin Bai had pulled the trigger, and a bullet instantaneously pierced through the man's skull. Lin Bai was not a bloodthirsty individual. Had he been, those men would have perished the moment they made lewd comments about Lin Warner, and the man in the suit would have met his end long before he reached for Lin Warner. It was precisely because he was not a killer that he merely issued a warning. However, the man should never have attempted to seize the gun from Lin Bai. If one wishes to claim a weapon, they must also bear the consequences of such actions. Upon the gunshot, the man in the suit fell rigidly to the ground, eyes wide open. Witnessing this scene, the others were instantly filled with dread and began to retreat, especially another man in a suit, who dropped his club in terror. Initially, they had only intended to coexist peacefully with the people here and perhaps negotiate for a temporary use of the mysterious shop they had occupied. However, now that one of their own had been killed, even if the leader considered the death of an ordinary person inconsequential, his desire to uphold his authority and reputation would compel him to seek vengeance for his fallen comrade. At that moment, they had transformed into enemies, and any notion of negotiation had evaporated. "It's my cousin. My cousin is coming." Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd as a middle-aged man in his 30s hurried towards them. "What is happening over there?" he shouted, approaching. "Cousin, it's him. He killed our man." The suited man rushed to greet the middle-aged man, eagerly pointing out Lin Bai, the cousin, originally a trusted aide of Ma Wenxiang, the leader of Anxinjian. Had been working in the big city, reportedly as a makeup artist for celebrities. By sheer coincidence, he had returned home just as the apocalypse unfolded. After gaining powers with Ma Wenxiang's assistance, almost everyone began to refer to him simply as cousin. "You're finished, kid? Our cousin is an evolved one." He likely had no clue what being an evolved one entailed, merely relying on the firearm in his grasp. What good was a gun before an evolved one? He wouldn't even have the chance to pull the trigger at a gun. The cousin approached, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Bai, but then lowered his gaze to examine the injury on the man in the suit. "You're an evolved one too." After touching the wound on the man's forehead, and sensing the energy of evolution, he concluded that the person holding the gun was very likely an evolved individual as well. Yes, you're the leader here, right? If you don't mind, could you take me to see your mysterious shop? This time, Lin Bai directly stated his intention. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the cousin S expression shifted to one of shock. Indeed, this fellow was an evolved one, and the gun he possessed was certainly not an ordinary one since he knew of the mysterious shop. It was highly probable that the firearm had been procured from there as well. The cousin scrutinized Lin Bai, feeling uncertain about how to deal with him to placate Lin Bai. He replied, "That is possible, but I don't have the final say here." As he spoke, he carefully observed Lin Bai's expression, intending to convey that there were other evolved individuals present, while also gauging Lin Bai's reaction to this revelation. Whoever it is, it matters not. We merely wish to see if there's anything we need. You just need to lead the way. Lin Bai gestured for the cousin to proceed ahead. His response further convinced the cousin that Lin Bai was no ordinary evolved one, unless he was a fool. He would understand the implications of his words. All right, the cousin promptly agreed, pointing toward a nearby building. The mysterious shop is located beneath that fast food restaurant. Thank you, Lin Bai nodded and began to walk forward with Lin Wanner. As Lin Bai had been shielding Lin Wanner, it was only now that the cousin could fully appreciate her beauty. Damn, where did this kid find such an exquisite beauty? The cousin's eyes widened, and a thought flickered through his mind. Was it possible that Lin Wanner was a purchase from the mysterious shop? Given his profession, he had encountered countless beautiful celebrities, making it hard for him to believe that someone of Lin Wanner's caliber could exist in this world. By the way, is your sister-in-law also an evolved one? The cousin casually inquired as they walked. Sister-in-law. Both Lin Wanner and Lin Bai were taken aback by the term. However, Lin Bai appeared quite pleased with the label. Draping an arm around Lin Wanner's shoulders and grinning as he responded, "Oh, she's just an ordinary person, not an evolved one." Chapter 64. The elder sister-in-law, as they traversed a distance of 50 to 60 meters. Lin Bai, Lin Wanner, and the cousin engaged in conversation. The cousin. It seemed he was utterly unconcerned about the fate of the man in the suit and did not display any significant hostility towards Lin Bai and Lin Wanner. Soon, they arrived at the fast food restaurant the cousin had mentioned, where a throng of people had gathered. So, you're the one who killed our man. A woman of pleasing appearance approached Lin Bai, clearly informed of the situation beforehand. Yes, I did, Lin Bai replied without hesitation, then pointed towards the fast food restaurant. The mysterious shop inside. You little fool, don't think just because you're an evolved one you can come here and cause trouble. The woman retorted, her gaze shifting to Lin Wanner. Upon seeing her, a flicker of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Despite her own beauty, which could rival that of many celebrities, Lin Wanner completely overshadowed her. The woman had no connection to Ma Wenxiang, but had gained a bottle of evolution serum after associating herself with him due to her looks. Now, her status within this community was second only to Ma Wenxiang and his parents, and she was on the brink of asserting herself as second in command. However, the arrival of Lin Wanner instilled a sense of crisis within her. As the saying goes, jealousy can distort one's appearance, and ambition can drive one to madness. Consequently, the woman cast a disapproving look at the cousin and questioned, "Cousin, is it appropriate for you to bring people here so casually?" "No, I merely believe this brother is also an evolved one and possesses considerable strength. I thought it would be beneficial to invite them to join you in the presence of this woman." The cousin seemed somewhat deferential. Unacceptable. The woman interrupted her cousin's words and resolutely declined, exclaiming in disbelief that if Lin Wanner were to join them, her position would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Yet, she could not afford to display her apprehension overtly, so she began to contemplate how to eliminate her. "I apologize, but neither Wanner nor I intend to join your ranks. We merely wish to borrow from the mysterious shop," Lin Bai stated, shrugging as he articulated his request. "Borrow?" At that moment, another individual derisively glanced at Lin Bai, remarking, "Are you truly so oblivious to the situation? We have 5 evolved beings here, and you dare to come and snatch our possessions. What a fool has that brain of yours turned to mush from too much studying." Another man in his 40s interjected with a curse, "Just kill him, this little brat. Why waste words on him? I said borrow, not steal. Also, clean up your language. Otherwise, don't blame me for any misfortune that befalls you, Lin Bai retorted. Did you hear that? He dares to threaten us, a young man, appearing to be in his late 20s and somewhat carefree, glared angrily at Lin Bai's sister-in-law. Say the word, and I will take him out right now. Handle it as you see fit. The woman's gaze remained fixed on Lin Wanner, her thoughts entirely consumed with devising a way to make Lin Wanner disappear swiftly. The mysterious shop had just refreshed. Ma Wenxiang and his parents had entered to make purchases and could emerge at any moment. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined not to allow Ma Wenxiang to see Lin Wanner. Upon hearing the woman's words, the young man charged at Lin Bai with a menacing expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai raised his firearm and pulled the trigger. He spared no effort in this shot, utilizing a third of the energy reserved in the magazine in contrast, when he had killed the suited man earlier. He had not even tapped into the magazine's energy. Bang! A beam of white light shot forth. The young man instinctively sensed danger and attempted to evade. Naturally, as an evolved being, his speed was remarkable. Had it been a mere ordinary firearm, he might have escaped unscathed. However, as the beam, akin to the width of chopsticks, erupted from the muzzle, it instantaneously expanded into a pillar of light, hurtling directly towards him. Ah! A scream echoed as the light beam vanished, revealing the young man sprawled on the ground, shrieking in agony. The left side of his arm, along with part of his shoulder, was reduced to a bloody pulp, with even white bone protruding from the flesh. Lin Bai, unable to bear the sight of another in such torment, aimed his pistol at the young man's head and pulled the trigger once more. Mercifully ending his life in this manner, there would be no more pain. It was akin to the process of slaughtering a chicken. Lin Bai preferred to deliver a single decisive blow to alleviate all suffering. If the blade were dull and the chicken suffered prolonged agony before meeting its end, Lin Bai would feel a sense of discomfort himself. This principle governed Lin Bai's actions, for poultry meant for consumption. He believed in killing without subjecting them to cruelty. Witnessing this scene, the cousin's lips twitched in relief that he had refrained from engaging Lin Bai. Following the young man's demise, the ordinary individuals surrounding them began to panic. With some timidly retreating a few steps, evolved beings, it seemed, could also perish. Observing Lin Bai's effortless dispatch of one of their own, the remaining evolved beings were left speechless with fear. We merely sought to borrow. It's not as if we would never refresh again. Now look, another life has been lost, Lin Wanner murmured. In truth, she was reluctant to see events unfold this way, as it made it appear as though they were genuinely attempting to steal from the others. Had the initial refusal at the entrance not occurred, perhaps she and Lin Bai would have simply departed. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's murmurs, the woman could no longer contain herself and pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Wanner, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. You filthy whore, this is not your place to speak. Wait until my husband emerges. Her words trailed off abruptly when she noticed that Lin Bai had now trained his gun upon her head. Lin Bai regarded her expressionlessly and slowly stated, "Try uttering another word. I dare you." The woman trembled, her arrogance evaporating instantaneously. Biting her lip, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes as she recalled the power of the earlier shot. You can still leave now. There's still time," she stammered, forcing herself to suppress her terror. "Once my husband comes out, you won't be able to escape." Lin Bai ignored her, instead walking alongside Lin Wanner toward the fast food restaurant. Behind them, the woman's voice echoed with bitterness. "You're a man. You must understand what I mean. Don't you care about your girlfriend? Once Ma Wenxiang comes out, even if you manage to escape, your girlfriend will undoubtedly be trapped." Chapter 65. You want it? Here it is. The woman's words faded. Lin Bai and Lin Wanner, who were making their way into the fast food restaurant, halted in their tracks. Initially believing they had heeded her warning, they soon realized that three individuals were emerging from within. At the forefront was Ma Wenxiang, accompanied by his parents, Ma Guodong and Lu Dafeng. Although Lin Wanner did not recognize the trio, their earlier conversation had made it clear who they were. Wenxiang approached the entrance, intending to reprimand the crowd gathered before him to assert his authority, but upon catching sight of Lin Wanner, his expression shifted through several stages, beautiful, utterly stunning. Instinctively, countless thoughts raced through his mind. ultimately leading him to the firm conclusion that Lin Wanner was a gift from his subordinates, brought forth to honor him. In this band, he was the undisputed leader. Any valuable items naturally belonged to him, only to be passed on to others if he deemed them undesirable. The same applied to women. Good lad. Well done. Ma Wenxiang beamed at Lin Bai, mistakenly believing him to be the one delivering Lin Wanner as an offering. However, after a moment's thought, he realized he did not recognize Lin Bai, having never encountered him before. Yet, this was of little consequence. He had set his sights on this woman, as for Lin Bai. Observing his apparent understanding, he resolved to reward him with a vial of evolution serum, thereby making him the 9th evolved being in their midst. At that moment, the man in his 40s, nearing 50, hurried past Lin Bai to stand beside Ma Wenxiang, pointing at Lin Bai in terror. Nephew, it's those two. They intend to rob the mysterious shop, and they just killed your cousin. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenxiang's countenance darkened. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, in an instant, his anger ignited, as if someone had struck a sensitive nerve. That's so. You're not here to present me with a woman? Ma Wenxiang glared at Lin Bai, barely containing his fury. Are you out of your mind? Who would deliver a woman to you? Lin Bai shot him a disdainful look before turning to Lin Wanner, stating, however, if you were referring to her, that is entirely out of the question. She is mine. Lin Wanner muttered under her breath, but during such negotiations, she refrained from contradicting Lin Bai, and she did not feel any aversion to his claim. Yours? Ma Wenxiang laughed in rage. If she is yours, then so be it. I have decided to spare your life for now, but you will watch as I strip her down piece by piece. Right before my eyes. Shall Bai, make him shut up? Lin Wanner could no longer tolerate such vulgarity, bewildered by how these men took pleasure in verbal cruelty. Without needing Lin Wanner to speak, Lin Bai was equally unwilling to allow her to endure such insults. As Ma Wenxiang continued his crude remarks, Lin Bai lifted his firearm, aiming it at him. Be careful. His gun is quite formidable, the middle-aged man quickly warned. How formidable can a piece of junk be? Ma Wenxiang scoffed, eyeing Lin Bai with disdain as he reached out, intending to teach him a lesson. Bang! Lin Bai chose not to waste breath on him, pulling the trigger without hesitation, aware that dialogue was futile with such individuals. With the gunfire, a beam of white light erupted from the muzzle, instantly striking the sign on the second floor of the fast food restaurant, obliterating half of it in an instant, leaving the remainder charred and blackened as if scorched by fire. Both Lin Bai and Ma Wenxiang exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the unexpected power of Lin Bai. And Wenxiang had not anticipated the weapon's potency, far exceeding his expectations. Should it strike him, he would surely suffer severe consequences. What happened? Lin Wanner looked at Lin Bai, unconvinced that he would spare Ma Wenxiang or that his aim would falter to merely hit the restaurant sign. This individual possesses some sort of power. I felt a force attempting to lift my gun upwards just now. Lin Bai explained to him, but Wenxiang scrutinized Lin Bai for a long moment before sneering. Indeed, the power is impressive, but it appears my abilities are precisely the counter to your gun. How about you let me borrow it for a while? As he spoke, he extended a hand toward Lin Bai, who immediately sensed a force attempting to wrest the gun from his grasp. Telekinesis. Lin Bai furrowed his brows, gripping his firearm tightly to prevent it from being wrested from his grasp. The two engaged in a silent contest of strength for several seconds, during which Ma Wenxiang realized he was unable to snatch the gun from Lin Bai's hands. However, he remained unperturbed. As long as he was present, Lin Bai could never aim accurately. I will control his gun. You all go and subdue him. Be cautious. Don't kill him. I intend to entertain him properly later. Upon hearing Ma Wenxiang's words, the others instantly gained confidence. In their view, Lin Bai's only advantage lay in his firearm. Deprived of it, taking him down with their numbers would be a mere formality. Derivation card, strengthened derivation equipment card, great sword. Just as they were about to swarm Lin Bai, they suddenly witnessed Lin Wanner beside him transform, her hair erupting into a cascade of white, and a massive two-handed sword materializing in her grasp. Special skill, shield. In an instant, the sword in Lin Wanner's hands morphed into a colossal weapon, akin to an iron gate, which she swung with a flourish. The expanded surface area of the sword left the attackers with no avenue for escape, and they were sent flying, landing quite some distance away, Is the shield capable of such feats? Lin Bai remarked, acknowledging that while he understood the sword's special skill could be employed for defense, he had not anticipated Lin Wanner would innovate its USE. In Lin Bai's perspective, it should have been he, as the male, charging forward with the two-handed sword, while Lin Wanner, being a woman, ought to wield a firearm instead. Yet here he was, a grown man firing from a distance while she, a lady, led the charge with a heavy sword. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Wanner chuckled. Indeed, Lin Bai responded, giving her a thumbs up. Observing their playful banter, Ma Wenxiang's eyes nearly ignited with fury. What was the nature of this bizarre duo? Where had they acquired such peculiar weapons? With that thought in mind, he extended his other hand toward Lin Wanner, reasoning that if he could not seize the gun, he would at least snatch the sword. As he felt a surge of power, attempting to wrest the sword from her. Lin Wanner glanced up at Ma Wenxiang and playfully winked. Do you wish to claim my sword? Of course. Am I to be outdone by a mere woman? Once I obtain your sword, you shall be finished. With that declaration, Ma Wenxiang exerted all his strength to grasp the sword from Lin Wanner. Very well, then. Just be sure to hold on tight, Lin Wanner replied mischievously, releasing her grip on the weapon. Chapter 66. Execution. As Lin Wanner relinquished her hold on the heavy sword, Ma Wenxiang, not contemplating further, seized the opportunity to grasp it with all his might. However, he was met with an unexpected heaviness, and with a resounding thud, the sword fell to the ground, cracking the marble tiles beneath. Wenxiang clutched his wrist in bewilderment, having no idea what had just transpired, when he attempted to seize the sword from afar. A lack of sufficient strength, combined with his unpreparedness, nearly resulted in injury. He surmised that the sword's weight was no less than several hundred pounds, that in truth, with his capabilities, he could have lifted Lin Wanner's sword by sheer effort, albeit with considerable difficulty. The issue lay in the distance. He simply could not exert enough force. It is yours for the taking. Lin Wanner bent down to retrieve the sword, lifting it as if it were a mere toy. Despite its weight of several hundred pounds. Impossible. How can this be? Ma Wenxiang was utterly stunned. This telekinetic ability had cost him a fortune, a price paid by foregoing other formidable weapons. Yet now, in his hands, this power seemed utterly inconsequential, as he found himself incapable of dealing with either of these two individuals, especially this woman, whose strength was terrifying, lifting a weapon of such mass as if it were nothing. Just as this realization struck him, Lin Bai made his move. Bang! A beam of light erupted from his firearm, striking Ma Wenxiang squarely in the head. Bang! Bang! Lin Bai fired 2 more shots, and Ma Wenxiang's parents fell lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, he approached the few remaining evolvers who were still clinging to life and finished them off with precision. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it was the first time Lin Bai had taken so many lives. Yet at this moment, he showed no signs of hesitation, not even a flicker of emotion. In the end, only his cousin remained, an evolver who had not uttered a single disparaging word about Lin Wanner, nor exhibited any significant hostility throughout this ordeal. After dealing with the others, Lin Bai searched the bodies of the evolvers and discovered 4 vials of first-tier evolution serum, as well as several crystal cores on Ma Wenxiang. We only need 2 vials. The rest can go to him, Lin Wanner indicated her cousin. She intended to reserve the 2 vials for Liang Shaosong and Yi Qingyan, as Liang had previously lost an arm and would likely remain at the service station. As for her cousin, she deemed it fair to offer him 2 vials, considering his decent character and the presence of so many ordinary people needing protection. Are you leaving? Her cousin asked, accepting the 2 vials of evolution serum from Lin Bai. His expression one of confusion. What? Do you intend to seek revenge? Lin Bai countered. With a bitter smile, her cousin shook his head. What revenge could I seek, though I share a distant kinship with Ma Wenxiang's family? The relationship is tenuous. I acquired this evolution serum through my own efforts. Leave your family's matters aside. Take the evolution serum, allocate it as you see fit, and ensure that these individuals are properly taught a lesson. Should you provoke someone formidable in the future, your survival may not be guaranteed, Lin Bai warned, casting a glance at him. Nodding, her cousin accepted the evolution serum, seemingly recalling something. There might be some good items left in Ma Wenxiang's room. Do you want to check? No need, keep it for yourself. With that, Lin Bai and Lin Wanner entered the fast food restaurant and proceeded into the advanced mysterious shop within. Once inside the shop, they found various weapons such as knives, guns, and clubs, items that held little value for them. The timer indicated that the next refresh would not occur for another 7 days, and they had no time to waste waiting, so they tidied up and left for the next mysterious shop on the map. Lin Wanner had thought of Liang Shaosong and Yi Qingyin because the location of the next mysterious shop was not far from the service station. After nearly 4 hours of continuous travel, they finally arrived at the vicinity of the mysterious shop. They had also been busy slaying zombies along the way to gather crystal cores, and as a result, their total count had risen to over 470. In summary, killing zombies one by one was not nearly as efficient as robbing others. Along the journey, they encountered other survivors but chose to avoid them to save time. The notion of seizing another's belongings has crossed their minds before. Yet the two had not wronged anyone, rendering the moral implications somewhat troubling. In contrast, individuals like Ma Wenxiang, who resort to violence without hesitation, bear no psychological burden, as they perceive themselves as the initiators of conflict. Upon reaching the vicinity of the mysterious shop on the map, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The location of this enigmatic store was rather peculiar, situated near a hospital building in the county town. Before entering the town, the pair gazed at the small hillside leading towards it, only to find it teeming with zombies. This unfortunate state of affairs resulted from the various entrances and exits to the town being utterly choked by a haphazard array of vehicles, rendering escape for those inside impossible. From the map, it was evident that the town's layout radiated outward from a large artificial lake at its center, with the roads forming a grid pattern of intersecting lines. In the core urban area, there were 9 horizontal roads and 5 vertical ones. The hospital was strategically located at the intersection of the 7th horizontal road and the 4th vertical road. Thankfully not within the bustling town center. The two parked their vehicle approximately 700 to 800 meters away from the 5th vertical road and cautiously proceeded on foot. Lin Wanner had already utilized her enhancement card, and together they swiftly navigated along the edges of the buildings towards the hospital. However, as they neared the entrance, they were detected by a horde of zombies milling about on the road before the hospital. The establishment comprised 3 large buildings, with the one housing the mysterious shop being the furthest to the right. Consequently, they hastened towards that structure. Encountering zombies that obstructed their path, they hardly spared a glance, dispatching them with swift precision before breaching the building's threshold. Upon entering the first floor, they were immediately confronted by 7 or 8 zombies lunging at them. After eliminating this immediate threat, they glanced outside at the mass of zombies surging forward, prompting them to hastily ascend the stairs. Fortunately, each floor of the hospital was equipped with a sturdy fire door, which they secured tightly behind them as they climbed to the 16th floor. Chapter 67. The Flame Inscription. Grandpa, look below. It seems there are 2 people. On the 17th floor of the hospital's inpatient department, a small boy stood by the glass window, calling out to the others in the ward. However, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. The 17th floor had long been designated as the VIP ward, with each room's daily hospitalization fee reaching 4 digits. In a county hospital, such VIP accommodations were rather awkward. Ordinary individuals could scarcely afford them, and wealthier patrons typically opted for facilities in the city. Consequently, patients on the 17th floor had always been few and far between. At a fortnight prior, retired official Yang Maosen had checked in due to minor health issues, preferring to avoid the hassle of traveling to the city, thus settling into one of the VIP rooms. Upon learning of his hospitalization, visitors inundated him with gifts of flowers, fruit, and snacks, nearly filling his room to capacity. Fortunately, these provisions had allowed him and his companions to survive until today. Present, the 17th floor housed 8 individuals. 56-year-old Yang Mao son, his 5-year-old grandson Yang Xiaotian, his daughter-in-law, Zhou Miao Miao, and his son Yang Kaicheng, along with their hired caregiver Kong Mei and a middle-aged man named Wang Jianfeng, who had come to deliver gifts. In another room, a woman in her 50s and her son, Zhang Xiaolong, occupied the space. Zhang Xiaolong gazed out the window, deeply troubled. His survival thus far had been attributed to preparing his mother's favorite snacks the day before her hospitalization, with his elder brother absent from the county. He was the sole caregiver for their mother, and he had brought along some treats to alleviate the tedium of vigil. However, despite their frugal efforts over the past few days, both he and his mother had completely run out of food, with only 2 bottles of glucose remaining on the bedside table. These 2 bottles represented their last sustenance. Sighing, Zheng Xiaolong sat by the window, when suddenly he spotted 2 figures below, 1 male and 1 female. Yes, they were living beings. They hurriedly approached the building, effortlessly dispatching the zombies that attempted to close in on them. Could they be human? Zheng Xiaolong felt a surge of astonishment. These 2 exhibited skills surpassing even those of martial arts experts in historical dramas. Was he hallucinating? No, it must be real. Wait, they were entering our building. A glimmer of hope ignited within Zheng Xiaolong, that if he could garner the assistance of these 2, salvation might be within reach. Promptly, he exited the ward and approached the stairwell entrance. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man Wang Jianfeng, who had come to visit Yang Maosun, noticed him. Upon seeing Wang Jianfeng, Zheng Xiaolong felt an immediate surge of irritation. This animosity extended to the others in the adjacent room, as conflicts had arisen between him and the Yang family over the rightful claim to several boxes of glucose after the onset of the apocalypse. Although he had managed to secure some for himself after the altercation, his attempts to investigate the 16th floor had been thwarted by the Yang family, leading to lingering resentment between the 2 parties. However, at this critical juncture, Zheng Xiaolong had no intention of continuing the feud and shared his recent observations with Wang Jianfeng. To his dismay, Wang Jianfeng dismissed his claims, suspecting that Zheng Xiaolong merely wished to open the stairwell door and lead them all to their doom. Consequently, he called for Yang Kaicheng to join him in monitoring Zheng Xiaolong. Feeling exasperated, Zheng Xiaolong realized that an opportunity for salvation was slipping away, despite the uncertainty of whether the 2 newcomers would offer assistance that he had to at least try. After all, remaining stagnant would only hasten their demise. The argument between the 2 parties reignited. "Daddy, I just saw someone down there. A big brother and sister." 5-year-old Yang Xiaotian struggled to articulate his words, but amidst the cacophony of disputes, no one paid attention to the innocent voice of a child. "Xiaolong." At that moment, Zheng Xiaolong's mother staggered out of the ward. "Xiaolong, don't argue with him. Mom, what are you doing out here?" Upon seeing his mother, Zheng Xiaolong rushed to support her back into the room. After reaching the 16th floor and clearing the zombies from that level, Lin Wanner discovered the elusive, mysterious shop in the office behind the nurse's station. The 2 hurried inside to examine the available goods. On the first shelf, there was a stick and an axe, both of which were of similar grade to Lin Bai's Tang knife. Thus, they were promptly disregarded on the second shelf. However, there was a beautifully crafted box. Lin Wanner approached and picked it up to read the description. Item name: Flame inscription. Item type: Inscription. Item color: purple, can be evolved, with orange as the highest tier. Item description: An advanced inscription. When an evolver merges with the flame inscription, flames can envelop their entire body, enhancing both their attack and defense while inflicting fire damage. Xiaobai, this is for you. Lin Wanner's efforts were in vain. She was not an evolver, so she directly handed the inscription to Lin Bai. Although she was unaware of the inscription's significance, the color grade indicated its value. Typically, the rarity of items sold in the mysterious shop is categorized from low to high as gray, white, blue, yellow, green, purple, and orange. Lin Bai's Tang Dao was white, and the gun gifted by the mysterious merchant was merely blue. While rarity does not necessarily equate to potency, it does suggest the inscription's precious nature to some extent. Upon receiving the box and opening it, Lin Bai discovered a metallic character representing fire. Without hesitation, he took the fire, for Lin Wanner, being an ordinary person, was incapable of utilizing it. Furthermore, as her current form was that of card, even if she consumed the evolution potion, she could never become an evolver. Holding the metallic fire symbol against his chest, Lin Bai began the fusion process. In less than half a minute, the fusion was complete, and upon opening his eyes, he extended one hand, causing his entire arm to ignite in flames. The fire inscription was entirely distinct from fire control techniques, while fire control allowed for long-distance manipulation of flames. After fusing with the fire inscription, Lin Bai could only envelop himself or his weapon in flames to enhance his attack power. Chapter 68. Character card: Cheongfei Fairy. Lin Bai's fire inscription cost him 400 crystal cores. Leaving him with just over 100 remaining AS, he continued to examine. Lynn Warner spotted something she recognized well. A card. Hastily picking it up, she found that the card's front depicted a fairy clad in a flowing white gown. Her visage strikingly similar to her own. The fairy seemed to be situated in a frigid, snowy landscape, surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes that appeared to merge with her very essence. Card type. Character card Xiongfei Fairy Lin Warner card category. Derivative enhancement card level. Purple usage restriction. Using this card will consume mental energy. If mental energy is insufficient, transformation will be forcibly cancelled. Character skill. Snow dance. The Xiongfei Fairy performs a graceful dance, causing moisture in the air to crystallize into ice and snow, freezing enemies and reducing their agility. Character skill. Flight. The Xiongfei, symbolizing snowflakes, can soar through the air like snowflakes carried by the wind as long as the air is in motion. Character skill. 6 flower instant kill. The Xiongfei, representing snowflakes, can transform the falling snow into ice blades, silently claiming the lives of her foes. Card upgrade. This card can be upgraded by absorbing crystal core energy. Description. It is said that the first snowflake in the universe gained consciousness and named itself Xiongfei. Revered by the world as the Xiongfei Fairy this moment. Lin Bai leaned over to take a look and, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, "I am fire, and you have ice and snow. What a splendid combination. Fire and ice in perfect harmony." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Warner stood on her tiptoes, tugged at his ear, and twisted it sharply, saying, "Xiao Bai, you're asking for a beating, aren't you?" "I didn't mean it that way. You misunderstood me." Lin Bai quickly crouched slightly and tilted his head, straining to pry Lin Warner's hand away. "I don't understand you at all." Lin Warner shot him a glare. Lin Bai chuckled softly, then noticed that the price of the card was inexplicably 0, prompting him to mutter, "Why is it 0 again? I remember your last card was also 0. And now this one too. What's wrong with 0? It saves you money, doesn't it?" Lin Warner replied, exasperated. "Why is it saving me money? If we were married, it would make sense since it's shared property. But we aren't married yet, so it doesn't count." Lin Bai shrugged, wearing an annoyingly smug expression. Sensing Lin Warner's unfriendly gaze, he quickly stepped back, fearing she might twist his ear again. After giving him a disdainful glance, Lin Warner ignored him and produced a crystal core to let the card absorb it, hoping for an upgrade to her surprise, while it could absorb the energy. It was as if a single drop of water fell into the ocean. There was no visible reaction. It seemed that this card required a vast quantity of crystal cores for an upgrade. After the Xiongfei Fairy card absorbed the crystal core energy, Lin Warner suddenly noticed that the Lin Mu Yuan original card given by the mysterious merchant stirred slightly. It appeared eager to absorb crystal core energy as well. Lin Warner was at a loss regarding this black card. She truly had no understanding of its nature. There was no classification for black quality in the rarity hierarchy, most crucially due to its semi-sealed state. Many keywords remained inaccessible to her. Historically, items that were sealed often held dubious value. Thus, without a comprehensive understanding of the card as attributes, she hesitated to use it. Least, this reasoning served as the most reliable justification for her reluctance at present. However, since it also desired to absorb crystal cores, she thought to give it a chance. Perhaps it would reveal all its attributes after absorbing enough energy. After casually allowing the Lin Mu original card to absorb 2 crystal cores, Lin Warner observed that the card's design became slightly clearer, though the image remained indistinct. Only a vague silhouette of a person was discernible. The keyword that had not been displayed previously still remained hidden after the absorption of 2 cores. With just over 100 crystal cores remaining, Lin Warner purchased a large white cleaver and a bottle of evolution potion from the corner of the shelf, planning to give the cleaver to Liang Xiaosong later, as the rest were of no use to her. After exiting the mysterious shop, the duo approached the window to gaze outside, only to be startled by the sight of countless zombies, at least several thousand. If they ventured down, they would likely meet their doom in an instant. Hence, they decided against immediate departure, opting to wait until the zombies disperse somewhat before making a decision. "Why is the door on that upper floor locked? Could there be someone inside?" Lin Bai glanced around, remarking that they had never encountered a locked fire door in their journey from the 1st to the 16th floor. Perhaps they have starved to death. There is no food in the hospital, Lynn Warner casually remarked. What if they do have food? It said that mysterious shops typically appear where there are people. As he spoke, Lin Bai ascended the staircase and gently pushed against the fire door. Discovering it was tightly locked, he then shoved with force, causing a noise of something falling from the other side. Without hesitation, Lin Bai delivered a powerful kick, dislodging the screws securing the door. Amidst the clatter, a multitude of tables and chairs tumbled behind the door. Oh, there really are people. After kicking open the door, Lin Bai was met with several terrified gazes. Almost immediately, a man in his 30s brandished a metal rod and shouted at Lin Bai. "Who are you? And what do you want?" From his tone, inexplicably, Lin Bai detected a hint of authority, an air of superiority, as if he were chastising an ordinary citizen. "It seems you all are living quite well here." "My apologies for intruding," Lin Bai sneered, having no intention of engaging further with such individuals. "Wait," just as Lin Bai turned to leave, the man called out to him again. Lin Bai glanced back. The man immediately inquired, "What's the situation on the other floors? Why not come down and see for yourself?" Lin Bai retorted, somewhat exasperated by the man's condescending tone, each question laden with an oppressive quality. "Lin Ju, we can't go. What if this guy is up to something?" A middle-aged man in his 40s cautioned. "Who cares about you? Come if you want," Lin Bai replied, turning away to tea. That moment, a hurried voice called out, "Hero, hero, please, may I accompany you?" "Hero? Where's the hero?" Lin Warner, curious, was surprised to find Lin Bai's guess was accurate. There were indeed people upstairs. She intended to ascend and take a look, but before she could see anyone, she heard someone shouting for a hero, and oh wonder those upstairs were still alive after more than 10 days. It turned out they had seafood to eat. Chapter 69. A word of advice, what hero? Upon hearing Lin Warner's shout, Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. He turned to see a young man in his late 20s rushing toward the fire door, carrying a woman in her 50s on his back. Seeing this scene, Lin Bai, in a moment of confusion, replied to the young man, "I don't have any hero." In truth, he thought the young man was asking for food, especially after Lin Warner's mention of hero. The young man paused momentarily before continuing, "No. Hero. Can you take me with you?" Hero. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle. The term sounded absurd to him. That moment, Lin Warner also approached. Peering through the crack of the door, the young man immediately caught sight of her, and his heart skipped a beat. Indeed, beauty is often paired with heroism. It seemed his assumptions were not misplaced. Such an exquisite maiden could only be matched with a great hero, that a woman of her caliber must undoubtedly be a heroine herself. With her enchanting appearance, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to her as a celestial being. If she truly was a celestial being, she would likely possess a tender heart. With a simple plea, perhaps she might lend him a helping hand. "Oh, celestial fairy, and this esteemed hero, I have been trapped here with my mother for over 10 days. And we have run out of food. That if you intend to leave, could you possibly take me with you?" The young man stood at the door, reiterating his request. "I can take you. But as you can see outside, if any danger arises, I may not be able to ensure your safety," came the reply. Hearing the young man refer to Lin Warner as a celestial fairy nearly elicited a laugh from Lin Bai. His agreement to assist this individual stemmed primarily from witnessing the elder woman he carried on his back. Moreover, his demeanor starkly contrasted that of another group nearby. Lin Warner, left speechless, thought it best to let Lin Bai handle the situation. "Very well. I shall do my utmost not to impede your progress," the young man responded, his face beaming with excitement. With that, he began to carry his mother towards the emergency exit. "Wait!" At that moment, another person blocked his path and turned to Lin Bai, questioning him skeptically. "Are you saying you have a way to leave here? Why should that concern you?" Lin Bai shot him a glance, noting the narrow gap of the emergency exit before pushing the young man, carrying his mother forward. In a world where survival was paramount, he held great admiration for anyone who continued to protect their mother. Once the young man made his way over, Lin Bai assisted him further. The individual who had questioned him, now green with anger, found it rare to encounter someone in this county who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Just then, an elderly man and a 5 or 6-year-old boy emerged from a room. The boy tugged at the pant leg of the man in his 30s, pointing at Lin Bai and the others. Exclaiming, "Daddy, that big brother and sister are superheroes. They are amazing and can fight those monsters outside." "Young man, hold on a moment." The elderly man, nearing 60, approached and called out to Lin Bai, introducing himself. "I am Yang Mao-san, formerly the head of the XX department here. These individuals are my family. That if you can help us escape, we will be eternally grateful." "Oh, I see. You're the esteemed director," Lin Bai replied, glancing at the old man, who indeed exuded the aura of authority in such a small county. A director was a figure of significant stature, beyond the reach of ordinary folk, which explained his son's condescending tone, likely a product of his privileged upbringing. Upon hearing Lin Bai refer to his father as esteemed director, Yang Kaiching let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, commoners were just that. They had to bow and scrape before the local elite. "Just so you know, if you manage to take us out of here, our family will owe you a favor, which could save you at least a decade of struggle." Yang Kaiching maintained his air of superiority, having grown up in a family of privilege and looking down upon ordinary people. Not interested, Lin Bai dismissed him, suddenly realizing something critical. This family likely believed they were the only ones facing such dire circumstances. Thus, a flicker of hope still resided within them, that if he extinguished that flicker of hope, what would be the outcome? A mischievous smile crossed Lin Bai's face. "For the sake of the esteemed director, let me share some news. The entire world has turned into what you see outside. No one is coming to rescue you as expected." The faces of the family turned pale upon hearing Lin Bai's words. Yes, they had considered that possibility. However, they believed that ultimately, the flesh and blood zombies outside were merely that, flesh and blood. Under the relentless firepower of humanity, these creatures would inevitably be eradicated. "Are you serious?" Yang Maosen's face turned ashen. He doubted Lin Bai's words. Yet the stillness in this county over the past several days was undeniable. If that were true, their entire family might soon meet their end here, that he could face death. But for his son and grandson, still so young, it was a different matter. "I have no reason to deceive you." Lin Bai shrugged and descended the stairs. Upon returning to the 16th floor, Lin Bai and Lin Wanner glanced down at the situation below, noting that the zombies had resumed their aimless wandering. Observing the time, they decided it was best to leave immediately. Every extra moment spent in this gathering place of zombies heightened their peril. Unless they intended to remain indoors indefinitely, if you truly plan to leave, how do you intend to navigate through all those zombies outside? At that moment, a family that had been too scared to descend from the 17th floor approached the stairwell, questioning Lin Bai and the others. Their tone had lost its previous arrogance. "Regardless of how we proceed, taking the two of you along is already a stretch." Lin Bai initially intended to ignore them, but upon seeing the 5 or 6-year-old child at the stairwell, he felt a pang of compassion. He pointed towards the mysterious shop and said, "If you wish to survive, come down and take a look inside. Whether you live or die after that is up to you." With that, the group swiftly made their way downstairs. Chapter 70. Flames. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they peered through the glass window to see a dense horde of aimlessly wandering zombies in the square below. If they were surrounded, escape would be impossible. The 1st floor of the building had long been claimed by zombies, and after the creatures breached the entrance to the 2nd floor, several had also flooded in. Fortunately, when they had arrived, Lin Wanner and her companions had already ascended to the 3rd and 4th floors before the zombies discovered the entrance to the 2nd floor. Thus, only the 1st and 2nd floors were infested. However, this meant they could not descend, for doing so would surely alert the zombies. After a thorough inspection of the corners on the 3rd floor, Zhang Xiaolong checked a window near the restroom and called Lin Wanner and Lin Bai over. "Lin Bai, Wanner, come see if there's a way to get through here." Earlier, while descending the stairs, Lin Bai had shared some insights about the evolved beings with Zhang Xiaolong, who had finally ceased to refer to them as heroes. Lin Wanner and Lin Bai stepped to the restroom window to investigate. Below, a heating pipe, as thick as a man's embrace, extended through several bends to a green belt approximately 100 or 200 meters away. "All right, we'll traverse the pipe." After reaching an agreement, Lin Wanner considered for a moment before retrieving a vial of evolution serum from her bag and handing it to Zhang Xiaolong. Since their earlier scuffle at the hospital entrance had heightened the zombies' alertness, the situation had become significantly more perilous than when they first entered. Now, With the need to bring along Zheng Xiaolong and his mother, Wang Yin, any misstep or unforeseen event could prove disastrous. Given that the mother and son had faced food shortages and exhaustion in recent days, they were in no condition to flee if danger arose. The IT was wiser to prepare in advance rather than scramble to remedy a situation once it occurred. Is this, for me? Zheng Xiaolong, recognizing the precious nature of the evolution serum, appeared momentarily flustered. Enough, drink it quickly. We don't have time to waste, Lin Bai urged, glancing outside. Okay. Zheng Xiaolong nodded hurriedly, then fumbled to open the lid and gulped it down. In that instant, he felt a surge of power radiating from within, sweeping away the fatigue caused by days of hunger. Upon sensing this transformation, a look of astonishment spread across Zheng Xiaolong's face. At that moment, standing nearby, Wang Yin, though somewhat unclear about the nature of the evolution serum, had gleaned from their earlier conversations that her son would become incredibly strong after consuming it, making him immune to the zombies. Watching her son's delight, she gently patted him and exchanged a knowing glance. However, Zheng Xiaolong seemed oblivious to his mother's unspoken message. Sighing, Wang Yin approached Lin Wanner and said, "Thank you, Wanner, for bringing me and my son out and for providing such a precious gift. Regardless of whether we manage to escape today, our lives are thanks to you both that if you ever need anything, feel free to ask Xiaolong. If he dares to disobey, you have my permission to deal with him as you see fit." Upon hearing the conversation from Wang Yin, Lin Wanner could not help but smile, for her vial of evolutionary serum was certainly not given without reason. However, she was taken aback by the fact that this aunt was so perceptive. Indeed, wisdom often comes with age. Observing the woman's refined attire and understanding that she resided in a VIP ward, it was clear that she had navigated the complexities of society in her youth. At that moment, Zheng Xiaolong snapped out of his surprise and quickly interjected, Yes, I will follow your lead from now on that I have thoughts of forming a team with Xiao Bai, but let's discuss that once we are outside." Lin Wanner made a brief remark before starting to plan their escape route. Since Zheng Xiaolong had only just become an evolver and was still unfamiliar with controlling his physical energy, Lin Wanner took the lead, carrying Wang Yin, with Zheng Xiaolong in the middle and Lin Bai bringing up the rear. "All right, let us proceed according to plan," she declared, producing a reinforcement card, just like before. Her silvery white hair cascaded down, flowing gracefully as Wang Yin and Zheng Xiaolong looked on in astonishment. Lin Wanner brushed her hair back with her right hand and then hoisted Wang Yin on her back. After climbing out the window, Lin Wanner gently leaped, landing deftly on the thick heating pipeline, followed closely by Zheng Xiaolong and Lin Bai, cautiously traversing the winding heating pipes for over 100 meters. The trio finally reached the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, something stirred just 10 meters away in the greenery. "Run!" Lin Bai shouted urgently upon recognizing the threat. A muscled creature, covered in a green sheen, suddenly leaped from the foliage, lunging towards Lin Wanner and the others. Lin Bai swiftly drew his Tang Dao and swung at the beast, but to his astonishment, the creature retaliated by smashing its arm against the blade midair. As their weapons clashed, Lin Bai felt as if he had struck a non-Newtonian fluid, and he watched in disbelief as a copious amount of green liquid oozed from the creature's arm. Enveloping his sword in a sticky embrace, upon landing, the creature launched a powerful kick at Lin Bai, its movements fluid and rapid, transitioning seamlessly from leap to strike in less than 2 seconds. The muscular contours of the creature's body resembled that of a fitness enthusiast. No, a monstrous embodiment of human athleticism. Lin Bai narrowly evaded the kick, exerting all his strength to free his Tang Dao from the creature's viscous grip. At that moment, Lin Wanner had already entrusted Wang Yin to Zheng Xiaolong. This was not a suitable place for combat, be it in terms of time or location. They needed to act swiftly. Evolutionary equipment card. Heavy sword. Special skill. Shield. Lin Wanner exclaimed as she cast the heavy sword behind the creature, which instantly transformed into a semicircular iron shield, momentarily restricting its movement. Fire. Almost simultaneously, a surge of flames erupted from Lin Bai's right hand, enveloping his Tang Dao in a fiery embrace, transforming it into a flame-infused blade. Before the creature could react, Lin Bai's sword was already poised at its neck. In an instant, a torrent of viscous liquid gushed from the creature's neck. colliding with a burning blade. The clash produced a pungent gas that filled the air. Die, Lin Bai shouted, gripping the sword tightly and gritting his teeth. The flames on the Tang Dao surged explosively, and in a heartbeat, the creature's neck was severed in two, its head tumbling to the ground. Witnessing the creature's demise, Lin Wanner flicked her wrist, and the heavy sword reverted to a card, returning to her essence. Lin Bai swiftly approached and delivered a decisive strike to the creature's head before retrieving its crystal core. Though only a few seconds had passed, the surrounding zombies had already caught wind of the commotion, swiftly converging towards them, prompting the group to flee. Chapter 71. Little Bride. The seamless coordination displayed by Lin Bai and Lin Wanna left Zhang Xiaolong utterly astonished. Although he had not participated in the battle, he recognized that the creature was far more formidable than ordinary zombies. Yet the duo's synergy had led to its swift demise at T.O. Zhang Xiaolong. This was akin to a perfect combination of control and damage output. Reminiscent of an impeccable team strategy in a game. As they sprinted frantically down the street, the haphazardly parked vehicles that blocked the road provided an unexpected shield against the pursuing zombies, who mindlessly charged ahead, their path obstructed by the cars. After nearly 2 minutes of frantic escape, they finally broke free from the county town. Spotting a vehicle parked outside, Lin Wanner produced some bread, offering Zhang Xiaolong and Wang Yin a chance to stave off their hunger. Sitting in the back seat with his mother, Zhang Xiaolong, munching on bread, reflected on the encounter with the creature and remarked, "Your coordination back there was incredible." That A.S. Lin Bai started the car's engine and heard the praise. He chuckled and replied, "Of course, a couple united is a force to be reckoned with." Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Lin Wanner instinctively felt the urge to pinch his ear, but she hesitated, fearing it might seem inappropriate in front of the two others. This Xiao Bai truly left one speechless, with no other option. She could only shoot him a bemused glance. Just then, a spine-chilling howl echoed from the direction of the county town, instilling a profound sense of dread and unease in Lin Bai and Zhang Xiaolong. "What was that?" Lin Wanner asked, having also heard the sound but remaining composed. Noticing Lin Bai's unusual demeanor, Lin Bai opened the car door, glanced back towards the county town, and said, "It seems our luck has run out. Something formidable lurks within." He then turned to Zhang Xiaolong in the back seat and inquired, "You felt it too, didn't you?" "Yes," Zhang Xiaolong replied, catching his breath. In that fleeting moment, he had felt as if his heart had stopped for a second, sensing the presence of something terrifying in the city. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, an ordinary person, felt nothing out of the ordinary. Just like Lin Wanner. "Let's go," Lin Bai urged, pressing the accelerator to distance themselves from the county town. Whatever that unknown entity was, they were too close for comfort, and it was only a matter of time before misfortune struck. "I hope that family in the hospital is safe," he added. Following the offline navigation for about an hour, Lin Bai drove onto the highway. Once on the highway, they were still over 40 kilometers from the service area where Liang Shaosong and the others were located, at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. That distance was hardly significant, merely taking around 20 minutes. Due to some abandoned vehicles obstructing the road, they had to clear the obstacles, stopping and starting until the night had fully descended, leaving them just a few kilometers away. Finally, around 8 o'clock, Lin Wanner and the others arrived at the service area. "Who goes there?" Lin Bai had just parked at the outskirts of the service area and was preparing to move aside the roadblocks when a beam of flashlight illuminated him. "It's me, Lin Bai," he replied, moving the roadblock aside and driving into the parking lot. Upon seeing a vehicle arrive, the lights in the service area were switched on, dispersing some of the darkness from the parking lot. A voice called out, "Lin Bai is back." Soon, several people began to emerge. "Did you find your little bride?" Before Lin Bai could exit the car, a middle-aged man approached the window and inquired, holding back a chuckle at the question. Lin Bai nodded and replied, "Yes, I found her." The exchange left Lin Wanner in a state of bewilderment. "Little bride? Whose little bride?" she thought, recognizing the man as the one who had attempted to block the door when a baseball player revolver was trying to escape. "You really found her?" The uncle leaned in to look through the window and, upon seeing Lin Wanner's extraordinary beauty, immediately recognized her. Good. It's great that you found her." His words nearly caused Lin Wanner to faint from embarrassment. What did he mean by "great that you found her"? The way their conversation flowed made it sound as if she were a rebellious little bride who had run away from home. And Lin Bai had coaxed her back. After exiting the vehicle, Lin Wanner returned to the service area hall, where nearly everyone had gathered, expressing their joy at the reunion of Lin Bai and Lin Wanner. Although they had only spent a short time together, Lin Wanner felt an inexplicable sense of belonging, as if she had returned home. Xiao Wan, my dear classmate. At that moment, Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan also stepped forward to greet her. Is your hand all right? Lin Wanner approached for a glance, and it was quite evident that Liang Xiaosong had noticeably lost weight compared to before, his complexion appearing exceedingly pale. Fortunately, I haven't contracted an infection, which is a blessing. Liang Xiaosong replied with a smile that it was clear that despite not having ventured outside during these many days of the apocalypse, Liang Xiaosong had undergone significant internal growth. Now that you and Lin Bai have returned, we can rest easy. And besides, you seem to be growing more beautiful by the day. Yi Qingyan chimed in, also smiling at that moment. The middle-aged man who had previously appeared brought out several large bags of sunflower seeds, along with some candies and other snacks, announcing, today Lin Bai and Xiao Wan have both returned, and we are all very pleased. We have nothing special to welcome you, but as he spoke, others began to unload several crates of beer, placing 2 bottles on each table. Zhang Shu, you're really going all out today, Lin Bai teased as he picked up a bottle of beer, opened it, and poured it in his cup, since the baseball player awakened was killed. This middle-aged man, Zhang Qingyan, had taken charge of the affairs here. After Lin Wanner went missing and Lin Bai left, he organized a group to leave the service area and harvest crops from the surrounding villages. During this time, they encountered several zombies that had fled from the villages, and he led a group to eliminate them. Gradually, Zhang Qingyan became the de facto leader of this place. Speaking of going all out, if it weren't for you all, we might have starved to death long ago, Zhang Qingyan said, filling his cup with wine. Everyone present raised their glasses to toast Lin Bai for having found his beloved wife. For a moment, amidst the boundless darkness of the outside world, the service area echoed with laughter and joy. Chapter 72. The formation of a team, what? Leave this place? As everyone sat together, listening to Lin Wanner recount her experiences during her days away, she proposed that the group leave the service area and head to a large settlement where she had previously resided. Upon hearing this, everyone appeared perplexed, but considering Lin Wanner was an evolved being, they hesitated to voice their doubts, leading to a moment of silence. However, Zhang Qingyan, as the leader, voiced his concerns. Given the current situation, is it really any different wherever we go? Furthermore, we are relatively safe here. What if we encounter danger on the road? Zhang Shu, before coming here, we visited a nearby county, which is overrun with thousands of zombies. If a wise zombie king emerges among them, they won't remain confined to one area. They will begin to seek out living beings. When we left the county, Xiao Bai sensed a formidable pressure, which I estimate may be linked to the zombie king. This place is close to the county, and if the zombie king awakens, you'll be the first to suffer, Lin Wanner continued, looking at the gathered crowd. Moreover, it's not just the zombie king. I suspect that in due time, a multitude of mutated beasts will awaken. These creatures are far more formidable than zombies, and given that this area is a wilderness, even if the zombie king does not come, you will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the mutated beasts. Of course, if you are unwilling to leave, I will not force you. Initially, we only intended to bring Xiaosong and Qingyan with us, but upon returning here, I suddenly felt a sense of homecoming, as if I had been away for a long time and returned to my hometown, surrounded by familiar faces. Zhang Shu, please take the night to consider this, that we will depart in the morning, that if you decide to leave, rest assured that we will do our utmost to protect you on the journey. Listening to Lin Wanner's extensive explanation, Zhang Qingyan fell into silence. Indeed, for them, this place still felt quite secure. However, he was merely an ordinary person, and his perspective could not compare to that of Lin Bai and Lin Wanner, who had far broader insights. After some contemplation, he stood up and addressed everyone. I would like to hear everyone's thoughts that I am just an ordinary person, like you all, that I don't fully understand what Xiao Wan has said. But I trust her. Therefore, I hope everyone can cast a vote, to leave or to stay. The decision is yours. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s stood up from a nearby table, downing his drink in one gulp and declaring loudly, There's no need for a vote. If you all choose not to leave, I will. Lin Bai and Xiaowan are young. They could easily leave without concerning themselves with us. We have no real connection to them, and helping us would only burden them. That I truly don't understand why we even need to vote. Is everyone lacking in judgment? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence, and then everyone rose in unison to express their desire to leave. Xiaowan, we were in the wrong. It's not that we don't trust you. We just didn't react in time. Another person stood up to say, I understand. Lin Wana nodded and continued. Since everyone has decided to leave, we will take the next day to make preparations and set off the day after tomorrow. All right, we will follow your lead. Everyone responded in unison. After everyone had left the hall and returned to their rooms to sleep, Lin Wana called Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan back out and handed them the remaining 2 bottles of evolution serum. Both Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan had been brought along by Lin Wana from school and had witnessed the immense power of evolved beings. They were acutely aware of the value of the evolution serum. So when Lin Wana presented it to them, their joy was palpable, especially Liang Xiaosong. As an ordinary person struggling to survive in the apocalypse, losing an arm made his struggle even more arduous. Even within this service area, after Lin Bai left, Zhang Qinyan proposed searching the fields for food. Given Lin Bai's physical condition, he couldn't go, and Zhang Qinyan had only allocated him rations out of respect for Lin Bai, which were no better than those of the others. Lin Bai and Lin Wana had saved their lives at school, and in the service area, he had benefited from Lin Bai's generosity. Now, receiving the evolution serum felt akin to being reborn. After drinking the evolution serum, Liang Xiaosong noticed that the pain in his severed arm had lessened significantly. For days, especially at night, he had been unable to sleep due to the pain. With the consumption of this serum, Liang Xiaosong truly felt as if he had been revitalized. Observing them after they drank the evolution serum, Lin Wana spoke up. You two are individuals I brought from school. Since we share the same school and are of similar ages, I have had the most interactions with you and therefore trust you more than others. Thus, I won't beat around the bush. Upon arriving at the new settlement, we will undoubtedly face fierce competition. As evolved beings, you will be targets for others looking to undermine us. I do not wish to see either of you betraying me or Lin Bai. Lin Wana's words were straightforward and clear. She had given them the evolution serum before expressing this sentiment, rather than inquiring about their loyalty beforehand. For such inquiries would be futile. In her past life, she had experienced the same. If someone had offered her the evolution serum and asked whether she would be loyal, she would have taken the serum without a second thought. Since there was no distinction, Lin Wana chose to give it first and convey her magnanimity to them. Seeing Lin Wana's serious expression, Liang Xiaosong quickly composed himself, and with utmost sincerity, he replied, Xiaowan, Lin Bai, our lives are given to us by you. If either of us harbors even a trace of treachery, you are free to take our lives without any complaints. Yes, I feel the same. Yi Qingyan nodded in agreement beside him. Don't be so solemn. We are not in a hierarchical relationship. We are classmates and comrades, Lin Bai said, patting Liang Xiaosong on the shoulder with a smile. So, moving forward, let us unite our efforts to survive in this apocalypse. Agreed. Chapter 73. The Great Casanova. At the break of dawn the following day, the entire service area buzzed with activity as nearly everyone began their tasks. 2 tourist buses and 2 large freight trucks were driven to the repair shop on one side of the service area, where steel bars were welded onto the exterior of the glass windows, effectively sealing every window with iron. Meanwhile, another group of individuals commenced the laborious task of transporting goods, loading all movable supplies onto the freight trucks. In truth, the 2 trucks were insufficient to carry away all the supplies within the service area. Yet operating a freight truck required a certain level of skill, and among the 50 or 60 people present, only 2 possessed the ability to drive such vehicles. Consequently, items like beer were left behind. By the afternoon, all vehicles had been modified. Every window, including the windshields, was fortified with a layer of steel bars, providing a measure of protection for the passengers inside against potential zombie attacks, to further ensure everyone's self-defense capabilities. They fashioned some weapons from the tools available in the repair shop, utilizing steel and iron scraps. As dusk approached, everything was in place. Observing the remaining supplies that could not be taken away, Zhang Qinyin felt an immense pang of regret. Thus, on this final night, they decided to hold a gathering akin to a bonfire party, indulging in food and drink, knowing full well that they could not take any of it with them. The beer that had been meticulously saved the previous day was now fully brought out, allowing everyone to enjoy several boxes each, though none indulged excessively, as tomorrow marked the day of departure. Lin Wanner, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, found that after consuming a bottle last night, she felt surprisingly unaffected, not even dizzy, a stark contrast to her previous experiences as Lin Mu, where one bottle would leave her reeling. Observing Lin Bai and the other evolved individuals drinking bottle after bottle, she too partook a bit more. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. Lin Bai, Liang Shaosong, and the others were evolved beings, and even after consuming so much, they remained unflustered. As the night wore on and a cool breeze swept through, she began to feel a slight dizziness. After the festivities concluded, Lin Wanner, her face flushed, returned to her room, nearly colliding with the wall upon entry. "Are you all right?" Lin Bai quickly steadied her. "That I'm fine." She waved her hand dismissively and, with his assistance, stumbled into the room. The moment she touched the bed, she collapsed onto it. Roughly 10 minutes after the lights went out, Lin Bai heard Lin Wanner's throat emit a faint sound, prompting him to swiftly lift her from the bed. Yet it was too late. She had already vomited on herself. Oh no! Lin Bai hastily grabbed a towel to clean her up. But some of the mess had seeped through her clothing to her undergarments. What to do? Lin Wanner, still feeling dizzy, would find it unrealistic to clean herself in the bathroom. However, if he were to clean her up, it would necessitate lifting her clothing, and he would need to provide her with fresh attire, leaving her entirely exposed before him as a normal man. Confronted with Lin Wanner's alluring figure, he found it hard to deny his curiosity. But despite his thoughts, he knew he could not act on them. Yet, to leave her in soiled clothing for the night was equally unthinkable. After much contemplation, Lin Bai devised a plan. He could turn his head away while carrying out the task. He fetched a clean shirt, helped Lin Wanner sit up on the bed, turned his head, and pulled off her clothing, then reached behind her to unfasten her bra. "I'm a gentleman. I must not look. I must not look," he muttered to himself, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil. In that moment, it dawned on him. Why not seek Yi Qingyin's assistance? How could I be so foolish? Lin Bai smacked his forehead. However, having already removed Lin Wanner's shirt, seeking help now would only complicate matters. Besides, everyone believed they were a couple. As they had been living together, it would be inappropriate to ask Yi Qingyin for help in changing her clothes. If word got out that they were not a couple yet shared a living space, it would tarnish Lin Wanner's reputation. After numerous thoughts flitted through his mind, he concluded that handling it himself was the most suitable course of action. He took hold of the t-shirt with one hand, while his right hand reached back to ascertain Lin Wanner's head position. Once he confirmed its location, he could simply slip the shirt over her. Having consumed several bottles of beer outside, Lin Wanner felt herself nearing her limit. Dazed, she entered the room, vaguely aware that Lin Bai had steadied her before succumbing to slumber. Not long after lying down, she felt a wave of nausea and promptly vomited. Afterward, she felt significantly relieved, and gradually, her mind began to clear. To her astonishment, she realized she was leaning against the headboard, completely unclothed, with a large hand reaching toward her body. This startling sight jolted her fully awake. Lin Wanner shrieked, swatting Lin Bai's advancing hand away and quickly grabbing a blanket to shield herself. Upon hearing her scream and feeling his hand struck, Lin Bai turned around. Startled, he then beheld Lin Wanner, clutching the edge of the bedspread with a look of sheer terror in her eyes. "Xiao Bai, what do you intend to do to me?" Lin Wanner's voice trembled. Seeing her reaction, Lin Bai was taken aback, quickly realizing that she had misunderstood the situation. Yet, why was it that she chose to awaken now of all times? Moreover, he hadn't done anything untoward. "You just vomited on yourself. I was merely helping you change your clothes," Lin Bai said, his expression innocent. "Do you not trust my character?" After his declaration, Lin Wanner shook her head vigorously, having witnessed his hand reaching toward her unclothed form. "You don't believe me?" Lin Bai exclaimed, exasperated. Then a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Oh, you don't believe me? Well, if I don't do something, wouldn't that be a missed opportunity?" With that, he raised his hands, forming claw-like shapes aimed at Lin Wanner. Ah! She shrieked again, swiftly grabbing a pillow from behind her and hurling it at him. Die! Die! You lecherous wolf, die! Chapter 74. Since this is a dream, perhaps I can indulge. Did you truly not see anything? No. And you didn't touch anything? No, are you certain? Absolutely. Swear it. I swear if I did touch anything, I would cease to be human. Since you've sworn, why do you keep staring at me? Lin Wanner muttered softly, curling up into the blanket. Lin Bai paused, then asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing, just go to sleep," she replied, burying her head deeper into the covers. Women are truly. Lin Bai sighed and pulled his own blanket over himself, surrendering to sleep. Time slipped by, and when they awoke, they found themselves standing at the entrance of their university. Students hurried past, and vehicles flowed in and out, as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Xiao Bai, Lin Wanner tugged at his shirt, bewildered by the surreal scene. Lin Bai was equally astonished. How could this be? Shouldn't they be at the service area? Were the zombies? What was going on with all these students? Are we dreaming? He mused aloud. Lin Wanner cast him a glance before responding. Can two people share the same dream? Good point, Lin Bai conceded, pondering the impossibility of two individuals existing within the same dream. Then could this be my dream, where I've conjured you? Lin Bai's expression shifted as he regarded Lin Wanner. So it's all a dream. Then what can I do without consequence? A sly smile crept onto his face as he rubbed his hands together. Just as he contemplated his next move, he remembered the presence of others around them. He reached out toward a passing classmate, only to find his hand grasping nothing but air. That confirmed it. This was indeed a dream. With the realization that those around him were figments of his imagination, he looked up at the sky, whistling nonchalantly as he pretended to be oblivious, casually draping his arm around Lin Wanner's shoulders, slowly letting his hand slide down toward her chest. Unaware of Lin Bai's intentions, Lin Wanner was taken aback when he suddenly embraced her, only to realize he was reaching for her with his hand. Without hesitation, she jabbed her elbow into his abdomen. Ah! Lin clutched his abdomen and took a step back, then let out a piercing scream. Goodness, this dream feels far too vivid. Stop pretending, Xiao Bai. Something is amiss here. So be cautious. Lin Wanner furrowed her brows as she surveyed her surroundings. After being elbowed by Lin Wanner, Lin Bai too became aware of the peculiarity. If this were indeed a dream, it was astonishingly lifelike. However, if it were not a dream, how could these individuals lack physical form? Just as the two intended to explore their surroundings, a security guard at the school gate emerged from his booth, revealing a look of profound astonishment at the sight of them. "Oh, I never expected you to realize this is a dream. Who are you? And what is this place?" Upon noticing the security guard before him, Lin Bai instinctively shielded Lin Wanner behind him. The fact that this person could converse with him indicated he was not merely an illusion. Moreover, judging by his words, he seemed quite knowledgeable about this realm, possibly even the architect of this so-called dream. "Since you have entered the dream realm, it is of no harm to enlighten you," the guard began to explain to Lin Bai. "Indeed, this is a dream space generated during human slumber, albeit with a distinction. Given your technological prowess in the 7th universe, you may not yet comprehend that there exist a total of 13 universes. There is no need for me to elaborate further on the cosmos here. However, consider this. If multiple universes exist, what then lies in the interstices between them? Are you suggesting that the void between universes is the dream space?" Lin Bai countered. "Clever." The guard praised Lin Bai with a thumbs up, then continued. "Yet, your dream space is merely a projection of the void between universes. Everything you dream will ultimately return to the cosmic seams, since dreams lack physicality, according to your scientific understanding. Space is categorized into one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and four-dimensional realms. Consequently, all phenomena occurring within dreams are, due to their lack of substance, zero-dimensional. Thus, these zero-dimensional entities cannot exist in the physical world and inevitably penetrate the universe. Returning to the cosmic seams, this delineates the boundary between dreams and reality. However, the dream you currently inhabit transcends mere projection. It signifies a gap within the universe, a realm that evolves continuously, akin to your nightly dreams, each distinct from the last." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you implying that we have stepped beyond our original universe and entered the universal gaps?" "That cannot be. We have been asleep this entire time. No, no. You have not departed the seventh universe. Rather, I have intruded upon your reality. As I mentioned earlier, dream beings lack substance and cannot remain in the real world, which is why I require your bodies as vessels, the guard said with a smile directed at Lin Bai. Originally, as a zero-dimensional entity, I was unable to locate a cosmic entrance. However, a few days ago, I fortuitously discovered a time-space passage. Although it has since closed, I can trace its remnants. Conveniently, these remnants have manifested around you, perhaps even upon you. Yet, I find it curious. Logically, with your seventh universe's technological level, you should be unable to breach the cosmic barrier. Yet, I distinctly sense a profound temporal residue emanating from her. He gestured towards Lin Wanner. So, could you enlighten me on how you accomplish this? After hearing the guard's words, although Lin Wanner felt somewhat bewildered, she grasped enough of the situation to understand that this self-proclaimed zero-dimensional entity had traversed through the residue left during her previous journey between two universes. Now it sought to seize her and Lin Bai's bodies in the next moment. Lin Wanner produced a reinforcement card and enhanced her own abilities. Simultaneously, Lin Bai prepared for battle. Upon witnessing Lin Wanner's transformation, the guard immediately frowned and queried, "What was that entity that just emerged from your body? Where did you acquire it?" "I see no necessity to explain myself to you," Lin Wanner retorted, as another card flew forth from her being, transforming into a heavy sword upon contact. Now, the guard's eyes widened in realization. How intriguing, he mused, his gaze fixed on Lin Wanner two-dimensional cards. I never expected such primitive realities to still possess these. It appears I have stumbled upon a treasured two-dimensional cards. Lin Wanner was perplexed by his words, aware only that this entity aimed to usurp her and Lin Bai. The guard continued, fixated on Lin Wanner. The ability to instantaneously convert a two-dimensional card into a three-dimensional entity is virtually impossible for you humans. Unless you yourself are a two-dimensional being. No, that cannot be. Even if you were a two-dimensional being, it wouldn't be feasible. What I mean is, at this moment, you embody both ephemeral two-dimensional and tangible three-dimensional attributes. Yet logically, a being possessing both two-dimensional and three-dimensional traits cannot exist. Therefore, would you kindly disclose what you truly are? You're the one who is nothing. Lin Wanner, uninterested in his discourse, swung her weapon toward the guard. However, in the face of Lin Wanner's assault, the guard did not Then, are you? Lin Wanner gazed at him with wide eyes, hesitating several times before finally posing her question. Just then, a security guard's figure swiftly darted out from Lin Bai's body. What is your situation? Why are your soul and body not existing in the same temporal dimension? What exactly are you two? After emerging from Lin Bai's form, the guard pointed accusingly at him. What do you mean by soul and body existing in the same temporal dimension? Lin Bai was utterly bewildered by his words. Oh, I see now. You cannot control a person. You've inflated your claims and now resort to nonsensical chatter to mask your embarrassment. Correct? Lin Bai mocked, pointing at the guard. That I'm bragging? Clearly, it's your soul. Well, let us not dwell on that. Let me control her. The guard appeared somewhat exasperated, then charged directly towards Lin Wanner. Stop. Lin Bai quickly intervened. But to no avail. Upon entering Lin Wanner's consciousness space, the guard sensed something was amiss. Indeed, the next moment he discovered that there were two souls within Lin Wanner's consciousness space. Point one resembled Lin Wanner as she currently appeared, while the other was shrouded in utter darkness, rendering its form indistinguishable. The black figure struck him as rather eerie, prompting him to refrain from making contact, just as he approached Lin Wanner's other soul. A wave of terrifying pressure surged from within him, a sensation unrelated to strength, akin to the primal oppression between predator and prey in the food chain. Who are you to intrude upon our consciousness space? The guard's heart chilled as he slowly turned, only to behold a celestial figure suspended in mid-air, clad in ethereal white garments, with a snowflake-shaped halo hovering behind her head. Fairy Qianqiang. Upon recognizing her divine halo, the guard crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of any courage to resist. Chapter 76. A revealing glimpse at this moment. The ethereal fairy Qianqiang regarded the guard on the ground and slowly spoke. Are you a primordial being from the void dream? The guard hastily nodded in affirmation. Faced with this being, he dared not utter a single falsehood. Fairy Kiong was the embodiment of the very first snowflake in the cosmos. It is known that any entity that holds the title of first in the universe is far from ordinary. For instance, the first ray of light, the first flame, the first drop of water, and so forth. All these embodiments of first possess the power of cosmic principles. Although dream beings are zero-dimensional and intangible, these deities typically obliterate their enemies along with their souls, and the divine powers of these deities are the nemesis of dream beings. Akin to light dispelling darkness, that will suffice. You may exit. Fairy Kiong cast a glance at him before vanishing from Lin Wanner's sea of consciousness. Yes, I shall leave at once, the guard stammered, hurriedly retreating from Lin Wanner's consciousness space. Upon emerging, seeing Lin Wanner in her true form, the guard instinctively took several steps back. It was only then that he realized that Fairy Kiong bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman before him. Lin Wanner and Lin Bai were utterly perplexed by the guard's sudden reappearance, unsure of his intentions. Are you still trying to seize our souls? If not, can we leave? Lin Wanner inquired of the guard. I wouldn't dare. I am grateful for Fairy Kiong's mercy. I shall escort you out immediately. With a forced smile, the guard turned and dashed back to the security office. Fairy Kiong? Lin Wanner was equally baffled. How could this dream being know of her card? At that moment, the scenery around them began to shift incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in their sleeping quarters. Slowly, they awakened from their dreams, with the dawn's light gently filtering through the window. Was that a dream? Upon opening her eyes, Lin Wanner sat upright. IT should be. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bai also sat up, but as he turned to look at Lin Wanner, his eyes widened in shock. Noticing the peculiar expression on Lin Bai's face, Lin Wanner instinctively glanced down, only to be engulfed by a wave of realization. That's right. Last night, Lin Bai had intended to assist her with changing clothes, but had failed, leading her to simply burrow under her covers. Thus, upon sitting up, her upper body was completely exposed, laid bare before Lin Bai. Oh no, I've truly been seen. Lin Wanner's face flushed crimson, and she hastily pulled the quilt around herself, murmuring in a barely audible voice, Please fetch me my clothes. This one not suitable. Lin Bai held out the t-shirt he had prepared for her. Lin Wanner extended her hand from under the covers, grasping the garment, and in a faint whisper, added, And my underwear. It's in the car. All right, just wait here. I'll go get it. Lin Bai promptly replied. Exiting the room, this moment, he refrained from teasing her further, for he had already feasted his eyes. And to jest now would be rather inconsiderate. Once Lin Bai had left and the door clicked shut, Lin Wanner cautiously lifted her head. What an embarrassment! Yet she consoled herself, thankful that it was Lin Bai. After all, just a few days prior, she had lain in his embrace due to the cold that a glimpse should be inconsequential, right? Perhaps it could be seen as compensating him. Lin Wanner continually reassured herself until she heard a click. The door had opened. Quickly, she buried her head once more. With the sound of footsteps approaching, Lin Wanner sensed something being placed beside her. The items are in the bag that I'll step out now. Once you're dressed, hurry out for breakfast. Observing her demeanor, Lin Bai understood that she felt somewhat constrained in his presence, so he set the bag containing her underwear beside her. Hearing Lin Wanner's soft acknowledgement, Lin Bai exited and closed the door behind him. More than an hour later, the sun had fully risen, and Lin Wanner and her companions had completed breakfast. One by one, they boarded the vehicle. Casting a final glance at the service area where they had resided for the better part of a month, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Lin Wanner and Lin Bai led the way in their off-road vehicle, followed by a bus and a large truck in the middle, with Liang Xiaosong, Yi Qingyin, and Zheng Xiaolong bringing up the rear in a pickup truck. That on this stretch of highway, there were relatively few zombies, though the real challenge lay with the abandoned vehicles littering the road due to accidents. Nearly every short distance required them to disembark and clear the obstructive vehicles before they could proceed. By noon, they had nearly completed the highway segment, and upon descending, they faced a lengthy national road. Not long after leaving the highway, Zheng Xiaolong suddenly overtook Lin Bai and called out to him. Clearing the roadblock one vehicle at a time is too slow. Wait a moment, I have an idea. With that, Zhang Xiaolong dashed towards a construction site beside the national road, and after approximately 3 minutes, a red heavy-duty truck emerged, driving towards them. I'll go up front and simply ram those vehicles out of the way. You all just follow behind. Arriving next to the convoy, Zhang Xiaolong leaned out of the truck window and shouted to Lin Bai. Do you think you can manage? Lin Bai inquired. As Zhang Xiaolong had little experience operating large trucks, let alone a heavy-duty one, I can do it. Don't worry. Regardless of how well I drive. I'll just crash through it if it gets wrecked. It's no big deal. Zhang Xiaolong chuckled, likening it to driving bumper cars where skill hardly mattered. With Zhang Xiaolong's heavy truck leading the way, their pace indeed quickened significantly. However, such a reckless approach bore its own risks, as collisions could potentially ignite fires. Initially, Zhang Xiaolong was cautious, but as he grew more comfortable, he began to drive more recklessly. Sure enough, not long after, a collision resulted in a loud explosion, igniting a fierce blaze. Chapter 77. The Flower Guardian team, after a tumultuous journey, by late afternoon, they still had some distance to cover before reaching their settlement, given that nighttime travel posed greater challenges. Lin Wanner and her group decided to find a place to rest, planning to continue their journey the following day. After driving for a while, they settled on a gas station by the roadside for their respite. Upon disembarking, Lin Wanner and the other evolved individuals cleared the surrounding zombies, while some began preparing dinner for the evening. Once dinner was ready and served, everyone gathered to eat together. If all goes well, we should reach a place called Lanxing tomorrow. As Lin Wanner dined, she simultaneously acquainted others with the circumstances surrounding the settlement. The Lanxing settlement, originally a large town and a popular tourist destination, primarily thrived on tourism. Due to its remote location, the local authorities decided to temporarily close the scenic area for expansion to ensure the safety of visitors, with tourism being the town's mainstay. Most of the buildings were either rented out or operated as hotels to accommodate guests. After the closure of the scenic area, tourists vanished, resulting in a scarcity of zombies in this area post-apocalypse. Furthermore, the abundance of guest rooms led many to seek refuge here. Similar to our service area, this town also had access to electricity, albeit powered by wind energy instead of solar power. The town was divided into several districts, such as the core area and the civilian district. Typically, larger factions inhabited the core area, recognized as the safest part of the settlement. In addition to these districts, there existed a refugee zone, which was not located within the town itself. Due to an overwhelming influx of refugees, the town could not accommodate everyone, prompting many to gather at its periphery, constructing makeshift shelters from branches and tattered clothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong interjected with a question. So, are there currently no available rooms to stay in the settlement? In response, Lin Wanner shook her head. Not only were there numerous vacant rooms within the settlement, but there were also some unoccupied villas. Reflecting on her previous life, Lin Wanner recalled that while there were indeed many empty rooms throughout the Lanxing settlement, these resources were predominantly controlled by powerful factions. For the refugees, having food was paramount. Whether they had shelter was secondary. However, the refugee camp was poorly managed, resulting in a filthy and chaotic environment. Over time, the camp became rife with excrement, and the stench was unbearable under the sun. Moreover, such conditions made it easy to fall ill, leading to a cycle of infection where one would awaken to find their mate had succumbed to death. The primary reason Lin Wanner chose to come to the Lanxing settlement was its population. The greater the number of people, the higher the likelihood of the mysterious shop refreshing. With a stroke of luck, the shop might even refresh right at her doorstep. However, for those in the refugee camp, even if the mysterious shop appeared before them, it would be of little use. Firstly, they lacked crystal cores. Being already deprived of food, they had neither the strength nor the means to slay zombies for cores. Secondly, while some refugees attempted to organize themselves to hunt zombies for cores, a crucial issue remained. If the mysterious shop emerged, who would receive the evolution potions they purchased? The individuals who entered to buy would inevitably consume the potions themselves. Thus, whenever the mysterious shop appeared in the refugee camp, chaos often ensued, sometimes resulting in fatalities, be it internal strife or conflict between groups. Fortunately, Lin Wanner's team, including her, now consisted of 5 evolved beings. Although not a major power, They represented a formidable faction. IT was certain that they would not reside in the refugee camp, as evolved beings were highly welcomed within the settlement, often becoming coveted by various influential factions. In contrast, ordinary people seeking entry had to pay, either in crystal cores or, if lacking currency, in food. However, entering the settlement was just the beginning, to prevent conditions akin to those in the refugee camp. The settlement's administrators prohibited tent setups on the streets and sleeping in public spaces, necessitating that one possess a residence. Without a home, one would have to pay to buy one, which would entail additional costs after already expending funds to gain entry. Upon hearing Lynn Warner mention the availability of rooms, the group did not express joy. Instead, their expressions grew more somber. It seemed that, regardless of the time or place, the wealthy thrived while the destitute perished in the streets. Suddenly, Yi Qingyan proposed, "Since we are a team now, should we consider a team name?" Noticing the group's apprehensions about the future, she blinked playfully. Her suggestion instantly enlivened the atmosphere, with names like Battle Wolves, Fierce Tigers, Light, and Dawn flying from their lips. After an extensive discussion, Lin Bai stood up, quieted everyone, and said, "I have a name. How about we call ourselves the Flower Guardians?" "That sounds terrible." "What is that?" Lin Warner was the first to reject it vehemently. However, Lin Bai was undeterred by her opposition and continued, "Look, when teams choose names, they often reflect their strongest point or unique characteristic. So, what do you think our team's unique feature is? Can you find anyone more beautiful than Xiao Warner in other teams?" "I think Lin Bai's suggestion is quite good. Flower Guardians implies that Warner is the flower, and we are the guardians. This way, it encompasses all of us." Liang Xiaosong was the first to voice his support for Lin Bai. "Ahem, I oppose," Lin Warner exclaimed, utterly exasperated. She firmly rejected this atrocious name, feeling it might lead to social embarrassment. Raising her hand high, she challenged Liang Xiaosong. "What about Qingyan? In your eyes, is she not a flower?" Taken aback, Liang Xiaosong had not anticipated such a question. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyan chuckled, glancing at him, clearly not feeling jealous. "Well, Qingyan is the flower of our little family, while you, Warner, are the flower of our whole team." Liang Xiaosong quickly replied. Lin Warner felt utterly speechless. Ultimately, under Lin Bai's insistence, the Flower Guardians team was officially established. Chapter 78. Night battle. The more survivors congregated in one place, the more mysterious shops appeared. And with more shops came greater opportunities to acquire higher-tier items. This was the primary reason Lin Warner sought to reach the settlement. She needed to find a way to strengthen Lin Bai, perhaps to prevent him from being taken or killed by those from advanced civilizations. Currently, Lin Bai was still a level 1 evolved being, significantly weaker than LV Bin from the 8th universe, who himself could hardly resist those individuals. When Lin Bai eventually faced them, the outcome was all but assured. Thus far, they had encountered several mysterious shops, none of which had Tier 2 evolution potions. The immediate priority was to elevate Lin Bai to Tier 2 and expand the influence of the entire team. After dinner at the gas station, everyone tidied up, and due to the warm weather, they all settled into the bus, enjoying the air conditioning. After lying in the vehicle for about half an hour, Lin Bai heard some commotion and opened the window to look outside. After dinner, the group had carelessly discarded their leftover trash on the road outside the gas station, a situation no one felt compelled to address at that moment. Upon opening the window, Lin Bai spotted several wild dogs scavenging the discarded food remnants. However, as soon as the wild dogs noticed him, they ceased their feeding, raising their heads to gaze at him. When they looked up, Lin Bai caught sight of their green eyes and the long fangs protruding from their mouths. Suddenly, one wild dog directed its gaze at Lin Bai, lowered its head, and emitted a low growl. From the surrounding darkness emerged nearly 20 such wild dogs. "Here they come." Lin Bai unsheathed his tang knife and exited the vehicle, followed by Lin Warner, Liang Xiaosong, and the others. Strangely, while the wild dogs bared their teeth and growled, they merely adopted an aggressive stance without charging at them. "Can we win? 5 against 20? Liang Xiaosong asked nervously. Although he had slain several zombies while clearing obstructive vehicles along the way, he sensed that these wild dogs were entirely different from zombies. These are mutated beasts, not zombies. Be careful. While they are only level 1, their combat prowess far exceeds that of zombies. Lin Warner quickly uttered a reminder. The fact that these mutated dogs had not launched an attack suggested that there was likely a beast king nearby, waiting for its command. Mutated beasts, in essence, were akin to awakened humans. Both did not require evolution serums and awakened naturally. The probability of awakened beings appearing was already low, and the same applied to mutated beasts. Lin Warner never anticipated encountering so many mutated beasts in one go. I shall test them, Lin Bai declared as he drew a pistol from his coat and aimed it at one of the mutated dogs. Pulling the trigger, bang! After a single shot, the struck mutated dog collapsed to the ground, revealing a gaping hole where Lin Bai's bullet had penetrated its skull. Well, that. Just a one-shot affair. Lin Bai twirled the pistol on his index finger and aimed at the next target. Just then, several mutated dogs could no longer contain themselves and lunged towards them. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, the charging mutated dogs were shot down before they even landed. "Let us join in," Liang Xiaosong exclaimed, wielding a large cleaver, as he and Zheng Xiaolong surged towards the zombies. Both were acutely aware that whether or not Lin Bai could dispatch these mutated dogs on his own, they could not simply stand by and watch. Lin Bai would not always be by their side. If they did not take action now, they would miss their prime opportunity for growth. After all, with Lin Bai and Lin Warner watching over them, it was an excellent chance to hone their skills without the fear of being overwhelmed. However, just at that moment, Lin Warner and Lin Bai simultaneously intervened, forcefully pulling the two back to that instant. The previously agitated pack of dogs suddenly ceased their howling, parting to create a path. From the darkness emerged two mutated dogs, each significantly larger than the others, easily twice their size. Judging by their stature, they likely weighed over 200 pounds. 2 second-tier mutated dogs. Lin Bai released his grip on Zheng Xiaolong's collar, his expression shifting to one of heightened vigilance. "You cannot contend with them. Move to the back." As she spoke, Lin Warner produced her heavy sword card and assumed a combat stance. Yes, one of the most successfully domesticated animals by humans. Dogs already possess considerable intelligence, and upon reaching the second tier, their cognitive abilities would further enhance. The two second-tier mutated dogs growled lowly, slowly advancing on Lin Bai and Lin Warner, while the other mutated dogs scattered to encircle them. "Damn it," Lin Bai cursed, firing 3 shots at the second-tier mutated dog on the right. However, the moment he pulled the trigger, the beast had already begun to evade. Ultimately, only one bullet struck its body, and it appeared unscathed. Yet this singular shot seemed to infuriate it. After a deep growl, the surrounding first-tier mutated dogs surged forward. Special skill shield. Lin Warner wielded her heavy sword, instantly expanding the blade's area and swinging it with force, sending the lunging mutated dogs flying. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, after firing several shots, sheathed his firearm and drew his tang knife to eye in the dim light. A flame traced arcs as he struck down the encroaching first-tier mutated dogs, eliminating them all in a coordinated effort. The two second-tier mutated dogs seized the opportunity, baring their fangs as they charged at the duo. Lin Warner promptly reverted her heavy sword to its original form and swung it down towards the gaping maw of the approaching mutated dog. At that moment, the beast unleashed a shockwave from its mouth, directly colliding with the sword. "What is this?" The heavy sword and shockwave clashed, generating a powerful force that nearly caused her to lose grip of her weapon. Derivatives equipment card, Night Veil. After stabilizing herself, Lin Warner activated the Night Veil skill. Vanishing into the darkness, she swiftly approached the mutated dog using stealth. However, as she drew near, the mutated dog seemed to sense her presence and immediately opened its mouth again. Thanks to the night vision ability granted by the Night Veil card, Lin Warner saw a blade of compressed air forming by the beast's jaws. Reacting quickly, she raised her heavy sword to shield herself, successfully deflecting the attack. The second-tier mutated dog that had just been shot lunged at Lin Bai. Lin Bai sidestepped, his tang knife igniting with flames. As the beast pounced, he swung the knife towards its back. The mutated dog could not dodge in time and was struck, crashing heavily to the ground, its fur instantly ignited by the flames that spread across its body. The second-tier mutated dog writhed in agony, attempting to extinguish the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai relentlessly attacked, each strike landing on its lower back. After several blows, the mutated dog was clearly on the verge of collapse, and Lin Bai delivered a final strike. ending its life. Noticing Lin Wanner struggling, Lin Bai hurried to assist her. Chapter 79. Lanqing Settlement. Clearly, the mutated dog attacking Lin Wanner was significantly stronger than the one confronting Lin Bai, and had survived a bullet from Lin Bai earlier. Upon seeing the flames on Lin Bai's knife, the mutated dog appeared somewhat wary. For ferocious beasts, fire has always been a source of fear. Perhaps it had overcome some of that fear after evolving. But Lin Bai had just used flames to slay one of its companions, reigniting the deep-seated terror. After creating some distance, the mutated dog opened its mouth, unleashing a sonic blast towards Lin Bai as he raised his knife to block. "Be careful," Lin Wanner quickly warned. Lin Bai had not seen the true nature of the wolf's attack. He had only sensed the approach of something through the movement of the wind. After blocking the attack, he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before leaning against a pillar to steady himself. "What the hell? So fierce. What is that?" "An air cannon." Lin Bai was well aware of Lin Wanner's capabilities. Her inability to take down the wolf thus far indicated its formidable strength. Therefore, he had exerted all his effort in that block. That IT must be a wind-based ability, or something related to wind skills. Lin Wanner suggested. Lin Bai's assessment was accurate. A wind-based ability could indeed compress air to form air cannons or wind blades. Such abilities were manageable during the day, as the density of the compressed air differed from the surrounding atmosphere, allowing them to be perceived through light refraction. However, at night, these attacks became exceedingly elusive and nearly invisible. Lin Bai could only sense them through intuition and the gusts of air accompanying the assault. Crucially, likely due to its wind-based abilities, this mutated dog was incredibly swift. Even after Lin Wanner equipped the Night Veil card to enhance her speed, she was only able to match the mutated dog's pace. The current situation was dire. This mutated dog had both long-range capability and speed, rendering their combined efforts seemingly futile. Realizing this, a card slowly floated from Lin Wanner's body. "Xiao Bai, catch me in a moment." With that, Lin Wanner touched the card with her fingertip. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted from her, and clad in a flowing white gown, she floated into the air. Observing the spectacle, the mutated dog appeared uneasy and launched another wind blade at Lin Wanner. Yet before the wind blade could reach her, Lin Wanner had already harnessed the airflow generated by its launch to glide gracefully through the AI. As the wind blade drew closer, the resulting gust grew stronger. In that moment, Lin Wanner resembled a snowflake carried by a tempest, soaring effortlessly as the wind blade neared. She lifted a foot and lightly stepped upon it, propelling herself towards the mutated dog. Special skill. Snow dance as she flew. Lin Wanner twirled in her ethereal attire, her lips parting as the temperature plummeted, conjuring flurries of snowflakes that drifted through the AT that moment. The mutated dog perceived the impending danger and began to retreat slowly, fixating its gaze on the dancing figure of Lin Wanner. Yet, it had scarcely taken 2 steps back when a thin layer of ice began to form upon its body. Though the ice was fragile, the sustained low temperature seeped into the creature's muscles and blood, rendering its limbs stiff and immobilized. Special skill, 6 petals instant kill. In the air, Lin Wanner halted her graceful dance, and the snowflakes that continued to fall around her seemed, at that moment, to be suspended in time. With a delicate gesture from Lin Wanner, the swirling snowflakes surged wildly toward the mutated hound. If one were to observe the snowflakes through a magnifying glass, they would discover that they were spinning at a terrifying speed. As the flurry of snowflakes enveloped the mutated hound, all strange phenomena vanished in an instant. That moment, Lin Wanner, suspended in midair, lost her ethereal garments, resembling a kite severed from its string, plummeting straight down. Prepared for this, Lin Bai swiftly rushed forward and gently leaped, cradling Lin Wanner in his arms. "Are you all right?" he inquired, noticing her fatigued visage from overexertion of spiritual energy. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy," Lin Wanner replied, resting her head against his chest and shaking her head gently. "That's good to hear." Holding Lin Wanner, Lin Bai turned his gaze toward the mutated hound. At this moment, the creature, having been mercilessly shredded by countless snowflakes, left only a pile of bones behind, with not a speck of flesh remaining. "Have them collect the remains of the mutated hound." Its flesh is invaluable to evolutionaries. And don't forget the crystal cores. Lin Warner, nestled in Lin Bai's embrace. Softly instructed with her eyes closed, I understand. After a night's rest, the team readied themselves to head toward the launching settlement once more. By midday, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the launching settlement, which was in essence a refugee camp. Is this where they reside? Lin Bai mused, driving as he observed the emaciated individuals lying in makeshift shelters. Too weak even to lift their heads to glance at them, he had heard Lin Warner speak of the dire conditions in the camp, but upon arrival, he realized it was akin to a hell on earth. As their vehicle passed by, some of the still animated individuals knelt on the ground, incessantly begging for food, hoping for Lin Bai's mercy. Chapter 80. She is my girlfriend, seeing these gaunt, lifeless refugees. The occupants of the bus averted their eyes. This was due to Lin Warner's prior warning. Under no circumstances should they offer any food. Any act of charity would ignite a flicker of hope among the masses, leading them to swarm like ravenous beasts, far more frenzied than the zombies that in such a scenario. Their only recourse would be to resort to violence to escape. Asking Lin Warner to take action against these people was implausible. After all, she had once been one of them. Though fortunate enough to find work when the settlement sought labor, as Lin Bai drove toward the launching settlement, he pondered the sheer number of refugees, estimating at least several tens of thousands. After nearly 2 minutes, they still had not seen the settlement's entrance. How did you survive back then? Lin Bai turned to Lin Warner, sitting in the passenger seat. We had many companions from our school. Initially, we were quite united and often found work. Lin Warner recounted her past experiences. Before long, the convoy reached the entrance of the launching settlement. The entrance featured a colossal gate, a later addition intended to create a so-called launching ancient city. Surrounding the settlement, towering walls could be seen, with numerous individuals laboring diligently. Most were raising the walls or digging a moat. Before the gate lay a spacious plaza paved with stone slabs, where various vehicles were parked and people gathered to converse. Upon arriving at the gate, several guards halted them and requested to see their permits. We don't have permits. Can we apply for them now? Lin Bai asked as he rolled down his window. Hearing Lin Bai's request for documentation, the guard's face brightened. Their modest wages were supplemented by commissions from processing permits. Are those vehicles behind you all yours? The guard inquired cheerfully. Lin Bai nodded and replied, Yes, there are about 50 to 60 of us. Great. The guard eagerly nodded and gestured toward a small booth nearby. Follow me to process the application. He then leaned in and whispered, Since you have so many people, I can offer you a discount. Thank you very much. Lin Bai expressed his gratitude and exited the vehicle, following the guard to the booth. At the booth, the guard spoke briefly with the attendant inside before beckoning Lin Bai over. So, you say you have about 60 people? Our fee is 3 crystal cores per person, but I'll only charge you for 50. The remaining 10 1T count against you, but for those 10, you should technically pay 30 cores. Just give me an extra 10. How does that sound? The guard explained. That works, no problem at all. Lin Bai agreed, as they had slain enough zombies along the way to cover the costs. Seeing Lin Bai's understanding demeanor, the guard reminded him to keep this arrangement confidential, lest they both face repercussions. Lin Bai readily complied, and in the end, they received the necessary permits. 10 crystal cores for a large vehicle, and 3 for each small vehicle. The guard even waived the fees for 2 of the smaller vehicles. By the way, is this your first time here? Are there accommodations available inside? While the attendants printed the permits, the guard continued to inquire about Lin Bai's situation. Lin Bai shook his head, initially intending to state that he had never been there. But recalling that Lin Warner had been there in her past life, he replied, Some members of our team have been here before, but we haven't arranged for housing. That could be problematic. If you don't have a place to stay, you'll be forced out during the curfew at night, the guard warned, secretly pleased at the prospect of selling a few properties for a commission. Could you assist us in finding a place? It doesn't necessarily have to be a purchase. Renting would suffice, Lin Bai suggested, offering a few crystal cores as an incentive. The guard accepted the cores but frowned, realizing that accommodating over 50 individuals on a budget would be challenging. As most properties operated like inns, he glanced at Lin Bai, noting his youth and cleanliness, and then asked, Are you an evolutionary? Lin Bai nodded. How many do you have? 2. The guard conjectured, looking at their bus. Let us say 5, Lin Bai smiled. 5. The guard was taken aback. Although not an exceptionally large team, 5 evolutionaries would certainly fare well in the city. Moreover, evolutionaries were not charged for entry and could each bring 3 family members for free. This revelation made the guard realize he had overcharged Lin Bai, fearing repercussions if the discrepancy was discovered. He quickly communicated with the attendant to refund some of the crystal cores. "There's no need, my friend. Keep the extra as a gesture of friendship. Could you help us find a suitable accommodation?" Lin Bai declined the refund, smiling. The guard was momentarily stunned, an evolutionary offering to befriend him. More connections could indeed lead to more opportunities, but since he was an evolutionary, he felt obliged to fulfill his part of the bargain. "All right, just a moment. I'll see what I can do," he said, heading over to consult with his colleagues. After a brief discussion, he returned and said, "I do have a place that can accommodate over 50 people, but might not be ideal for you to—" "No problem. Just tell me," Lin Bai urged. "Previously, there was a large pavilion here that sold potted plants. It's just a big empty space now, lacking any divisions. And it's completely bare, no beds or anything." The guard reiterated the conditions of the space. "We could park the bus inside and sleep in it, right?" Lin Bai suggested. "That's a brilliant idea," the guard praised. "If you park it in the pavilion, that would be fine. However, it's not a long-term solution. Think about bathing and privacy." The guard began to consider Lin Bai's needs if we were to buy the place and renovate it ourselves. "Would that be feasible?" Lin Bai inquired. "Certainly, as long as you purchase it, it becomes yours. However, aside from the cost of the house, there's also a tax to be paid, and it is said, though merely rumored, that this tax must be paid annually in the future." At this juncture, the guard chuckled lightly, then self-deprecatingly remarked, "In this world, it's uncertain whether we can even survive for a year." "Thank you, my friend W. By the way, I am Lin Bai. What is your name?" "Oh, I am Shui Wenbo," the other replied with a smile. In this era, it is the evolvers who hold the true power. Not many are inclined to befriend him and even inquire about his name. By the way, Brother Lin Bai, the one in the passenger seat is your girlfriend, correct? She appears quite beautiful. So beautiful that I dared only to glance at her once." "Ha! Yes, she's indeed my girlfriend." Lin Bai responded with hearty laughter as they conversed. It wasn't too long before all the permits were printed, and Lin Bai approached the window to collect them. However, just as the attendant inside was preparing to bundle the permits, Shui Wenbo suddenly tugged at him. "Brother Lin Bai, look over there. Your convoy may be in trouble." Chapter 81. "She is my woman." Upon hearing Shui Wenbo's words, Lin Bai quickly turned around to see a young man in his 20s standing beside their SUV. At that moment, Liang Shaosong and the others had also exited their vehicle and were walking over. "Who are those people?" Before approaching, Lin Bai decided it prudent to ascertain the identities of the individuals. Brother Lin Bai, the young man in his 20s wearing the leather jacket, is called Jin Ruixin. He is an evolver, just like you, Shui Wenbo pointed out. "You may not be aware, but this area was once a scenic spot. After expansion, this brat's parents became the contractors for the project. They have always held an advantage, and with their growing numbers, more and more have flocked to their side, that I've heard they have a dozen or so evolvers now. The most concerning aspect is that this young man is exceedingly lecherous and greedy. From my observations, he is likely eyeing your sister-in-law, and the other 2/5 of his interest lies in the cargo of your vehicles. Thank you, my brother. Should anything arise, please reach out to me. Could you kindly hold on to my permits for now?" Lin Bai patted him on the shoulder and hurried over. Meanwhile, on Lin Wanner's side, shortly after Lin Bai went to process the permits, a young man in his 20s approached her. He was followed by several sycophants. Seeing them approach, Lin Wanner assumed their vehicle had obstructed the path of others. So she promptly rolled down her window to apologize and move aside. Yes, soon as she opened the window and Jin Ruixin caught sight of her face, his eyes lit up instantly. Due to his family's influence, he had played with all kinds of women in this post-apocalyptic settlement, even indulging in various frivolities. Initially, he had come out of the city, having heard from the guards that this group was here for permits. Noticing the 2 large trucks, he surmised they likely contained valuable goods. Since they were not previously from the settlement, he intended to assess their strength and perhaps extort them. However, upon seeing Lin Wanner, he found himself smitten at first glance. "Beautiful lady, might I have the honor of befriending you?" Jin Ruixin believed he had shown her the utmost respect. Lin Wanner, not being naive, having once been a boy herself, understood his intentions. Truly, beauty can be a curse. Being exceedingly attractive is not always a blessing. That I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend. Lin Warner firmly rejected him. Upon hearing this, one of Jean Ruixin's lackeys immediately stepped forward to reprimand her. However, Jean Ruixin quickly raised a hand to stop his subordinate and continued, "You may not know who I am. I'm the young master of Xinshin Real Estate, one of the most prominent figures in this settlement." Xinshin Real Estate. Upon hearing the name, Lin Warner recalled who this man was in her previous life. This Jean Ruixin had a notorious reputation as a lecher, and she had personally witnessed him forcibly abduct a woman from a perfectly ordinary family, only to return her like a discarded rag after a few days of debauchery. Even inviting the woman's husband to observe, he was undeniably a scoundrel. Just then, Liang Xiaosong and the others noticed a commotion in front of Lin Warner's vehicle and rushed over. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Upon their arrival, Liang Xiaosong and his companions sought to distance Jean Ruixin from Lin Warner. Any man present could discern Jean Ruixin's intentions, especially given Lin Warner's stunning beauty. "If you don't want to die, step aside and don't hinder our young master's affairs." Jean Ruixin's lackeys quickly moved in front of Liang Xiaosong and the others. That moment, Lin Warner stepped out of the car and addressed Jean Ruixin. "I know who you are and what you are like. I have no interest in befriending you, and it would be best for you to keep your distance from us." Faced with the threats from Jean Ruixin's lackeys, Liang Xiaosong and his friend showed no fear, and the tension in the air thickened. That's so. You know me. If you know who I am, then you should also understand the consequences of rejecting me," Jean Ruixin said with a sinister smile, his words dripping with menace. That moment, a resounding voice rang out. "Oh, then please enlighten me, young Master Jean. What might be the consequences of rejecting you?" Upon hearing this voice, Jean Ruixin turned to see a tall, handsome young man clad in a pure cotton tracksuit, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, striding towards them with his hands in his pockets. Seeing this newcomer, Jean Ruixin felt a surge of irritation. After all, people inevitably compare themselves to one another in every aspect: height, looks, demeanor, and presence. He felt overshadowed. Therefore, Jean Ruixin turned, squinting at the young man, and spoke in a low voice. "Are you trying to show off or play the hero?" "Excuse me." Coming through, Lin Bai said as he approached the crowd. Noticing they were unwilling to part, he smiled, and suddenly flames ignited around him. To the sight of the flames, those blocking his path quickly stepped aside. Lin Bai then reached Lin Warner's side, draping an arm around her shoulder and pulling her close. Addressing Jean Ruixin, "I wouldn't call it a hero, saving a damsel in distress. However, she is my woman. If you wish to have her, you will have to die. Feel free to test this." Chapter 82. You Must Die. Who is your woman? In front of a crowd, Lin Bai's arm around Lin Warner's shoulders and his embrace made her cheeks flush with a deep crimson, especially at his declaration that she was his. All right, she admitted. Lin Bai's arrival had indeed been quite dashing. Of course, standing at 188 centimeters with a physique honed from years of basketball. That was a given. However, the moment he approached with his hands in his pockets, ignited in flames, and the lackeys hastily cleared a path, Lin Warner couldn't help but think he resembled the protagonist of an anime, domineering and protective of his beloved. No, wait, if I think like that, wouldn't that make me his wife? Ugh, I want to be his wife. I must be out of my mind. An evolver with fire abilities. Jean Ruixin glared at Lin Bai, realizing why this man dared oppose him. He possessed some skill. However, there were plenty of capable individuals in this city, and his family had also recruited some evolvers recently. What irked him even more was that the ethereal Lin Warner was leaning against Lin Bai's embrace. In this settlement, any woman he set his sights on was considered his. Yet here was someone else holding what he believed to be his. Such a situation was intolerable. Pointing at Lin Bai, he seethed, "Kid, do you know who I am? You are provoking me." "Oh, I know. You are merely a lecher." Lin Bai shrugged nonchalantly. Witnessing Lin Bai's complete disregard for him, Jean Ruixin felt his anger reaching a boiling point. Before the apocalypse, his family had been immensely wealthy, and as the heir of the Jean family, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. In the aftermath of a world ravaged by chaos, he relished the freedom to act as he pleased. Yet today, he found himself publicly humiliated, Are you certain you wish to oppose the Jean family? Jean Ruashin seethed, his teeth clenched. Opposing is a strong word. But you are welcome to try, Lin Bai replied, maintaining an expression that suggested he held Jean Ruashin in contempt. Damn it, attack him, kill him. Upon uttering those words, Jean Ruashin was consumed by fury. Initially, he had harbored some trepidation towards Lin Bai's displayed prowess. But he could no longer tolerate such repeated provocations, especially in front of the city gate with countless onlookers. If he swallowed his pride now, how could he ever hold his ground in Lanqing again? As Jean Ruashin prepared to strike, Lin Bai released Lin Wanner from his embrace, drawing the Tang Dao from his side, and declared, if you intend to fight, I advise you to think carefully once the battle commences. You shall surely perish today. With that, Lin Bai swung his right hand, causing the Tang Dao to slice through the air with a sound reminiscent of a breaking void, the last time he encountered an evolved being capable of splitting into clones. He had nearly met his end alongside Lin Wanner due to that individual's failure to be vanquished entirely. Thus, Lin Bai's current principle was clear. He could afford to engage in verbal sparring. But once it came to blows, he would show no mercy until his adversary lay dead. However, Jean Ruashin, blinded by rage, paid no heed to Lin Bai's warning and bellowed once more at his hesitant subordinates. If you do not attack now, I shall deal with you first. As those words escaped his lips, his underlings, steeling themselves, rushed toward Lin Bai with weapons drawn. I have come for this, Lin Bai remarked to Liang Shaosong and the others. His intent clear, a swift and lethal strike, ensuring none would leave this place alive. Although these individuals were also first-tier evolved beings, Lin Bai's evolution had spanned a greater duration, and through arduous training over the past half-month, he had reached the pinnacle of first-tier strength. Coupled with the Tang Dao he wielded, his fire-based abilities, and a handgun, he could easily dispatch even ordinary second-tier mutated beasts. Thus, as flames ignited along the blade of his Tang Dao, there is no question that all the evolved beings before him would soon find their heads severed from their bodies, their wounds fully carbonized. A total of 8 individuals resided there at that time. Several buildings in the vicinity were inhabited by students and faculty from their university. Eventually, among them emerged those with evolutionary abilities who showed a degree of care towards their fellow schoolmates, to Tio speak plainly. At the very least, they could arrange for them to have work, thus preventing them from succumbing to starvation. However, as time passed, neglect set in, and the 8 individuals deliberated on selling the house, ensuring they would have at least some sustenance. Later, among them, one person absconded with the funds, forcing Lin Wanner into the plight of a refugee, ultimately meeting her demise amid the apocalypse. As the vehicle entered the city, Lin Bai drove while engaging in conversation with the elderly gentleman in the back seat. Since their arrival at the Lanqing settlement, Lin Bai had single-handedly resolved every issue, be it trouble or finding accommodation. Although Lin Bai's capabilities were not infallible, she had her moments of outburst. Yet, she willingly chose to remain behind Lin Bai, embracing the role of a delicate woman. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge it, it was indeed Lin Bai who proactively communicated with others and managed their social relations. All Wanner needed to do was observe quietly. It resembled a household where a man orchestrated everything for her, requiring no mental exertion on her part. This sensation was rather pleasant. Upon this reflection, the notion of being a woman seemed rather appealing, especially when there was a man shielding her from life's tempests. What are you thinking? Lin Bai, while conversing with the elderly gentleman in the back seat, noticed Lin Wanna lost in thought and called out to her. Oh, it's nothing, just some sentimental musings. Lin Wanner chuckled softly that moment. Shi Minghui, seated behind, glanced at Lin Wanner in the front seat and inquired, is this young lady also an evolved one? I suppose so, Lin Wanner replied with a smile over her shoulder. Well, that is reassuring. Shi Minghui nodded, adding, if she is indeed an evolved individual, then the number of those with ill intentions towards her diminishes significantly. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Wanner couldn't help but smile wryly. Had she not possessed evolutionary powers or been with Lin Bai, she would have long been captured, possibly enduring the torment of lecherous men. Truly a state where survival was impossible and death was a luxury. By the way, Shi Laoge, do you have any grievances with the Xian group? Observing that they were nearing their destination, Lin Bai resolved to clarify their relationship. Chapter 84. Evolutionary Serum. Upon Lin Bai's inquiry, it became apparent that the Sher family had long-standing conflicts with the Xian group even before the apocalypse. Initially, the Xian group had undertaken the entire Lanqing expansion project, recognized as the general contractor. The Sher family, engaged in landscaping, had their portion of the work subcontracted to them. Consequently, several siblings from the Sher family summoned a group of workers to commence the project. According to their prior agreement, the Xian group was to disburse progress payments upon reaching 20, 40, and 60 completion. However, the Xian group consistently delayed payments, offering various excuses, causing distress for the Sher family, who had workers to pay and could only foot the bills themselves. By the time the apocalypse erupted, the project had reached 80 to 90 completion, escalating tensions between the two families. After the collapse of civilization, their disputes intensified. Yet under the mediation of the settlement's unified authorities, both sides exhibited a degree of restraint, with only a handful of ordinary individuals perishing in skirmishes. Nevertheless, the Sher family's numbers paled in comparison to the Xian group, leaving them at a disadvantage in conflicts. The Lanqing settlement, later inundated by refugees banding together, became a complex landscape of power dynamics. The most formidable faction comprised the initial contingent of armed police. Although they were not entirely unified, they represented the official authority of Lanqing. Under their leadership, the Lanqing settlement established a unified government. However, most crucial departments remained under their stewardship, while other factions vied for trivial positions and benefits. The school attended by Lin Wanner and her companions also constituted a faction, alongside various local youths who quickly organized themselves. Additionally, villagers from different counties banded together under various leaders, forming their own factions. In summary, the multitude of factions within the Lanqing settlement now numbered in the dozens or even hundreds, with the Sher family and the Xian group positioned in the mid to upper tier. This time, Lin Bai had decisively eliminated several evolved members of the Xian group, including one of their scions, leveling the playing field between the two families. If they could ally with Lin Bai and his group, they would gain the upper hand and ensure the recovery of their outstanding debts. Soon, guided by Sher Minghui, the convoy halted in front of a large blue iron shed. This iron structure was quite spacious. However, during sunny days, it became stifling hot, and in winter, it was bound to be frigid. After disembarking, Sher Minghui gestured towards the shed, saying, "If you are willing, you could dismantle this shed and construct a few habitable rooms." As he led Lin Bai and Lin Wanner around, he continued, "There is no electricity here, but if you're bold, you could procure some solar panels from outside. Our people work at the construction site, and as long as you can bring them back, installing them would be no issue." "Very well, I appreciate it," Lin Bai responded with a smile. During their ride, Sher Minghui had mentioned his decision to gift them the shed. "Ah, it's a trivial matter. We have no need for it. With so many of you, purchasing or renting a place would require a significant sum. He spoke. Sher Minghui pointed toward a nearby building, suggesting, "Why not come by our place for a visit?" "No need, we shall tidy up here first, and once we are settled, we will certainly pay you a visit," Lin Bai replied with a smile. "Very well, you may attend to your tasks." Sher Minghui nodded, adding, "When my son returns, I will introduce you, so you can all become acquainted and look out for one another." After exchanging farewells, Sher Minghui departed from the shed. Once he left, Zhang Chenyin and some others began clearing out the shed and unloading supplies from the truck inside. In the core area of the Lanqing settlement, Commander Chun, the highest authority at that moment, sat at his desk, perusing documents delivered by his secretary. "Oh, they really need this many?" Chun Qinghua inquired, frowning. The female secretary standing across the desk promptly replied, "Yes, it was a direct request from Professor Kong Yujia." Chun Qinghua remained silent, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk as he pondered. "What is the progress in the laboratory? Have there been any substantial breakthroughs?" After a moment, he paused and asked, "According to Professor Kong, the success rate for this batch of serums is estimated at around 1 in 10,000, which is considered a breakthrough from nothing," she informed him. Chun Qinghua nodded. Since their establishment in the Lanqing settlement, they had discovered the items sold in the mysterious shop, which astonished everyone, particularly the evolutionary serum, After using it, his immediate thought was whether they could produce it en masse, if such a serum could be manufactured in large quantities. Humanity might just have a glimmer of hope. With this thought in mind, he promptly dispatched individuals to seek various experts among the refugees to participate in the experiments. Within a few days, good news arrived. The evolutionary serum purchased from the mysterious shop bore a significant resemblance to the spinal fluid extracted from zombies. Consequently, with the cooperation of the authorities, the laboratory recruited a group of refugees for testing, injecting them with the spinal fluid, resulting invariably in their transformation into zombies. Following data comparisons, the laboratory began to isolate certain substances from the zombie spinal fluid, either diluting them or combining them with other materials, striving to synthesize something identical to the serum acquired from the mysterious shop. However, over 20 days had passed, and despite testing over 1,000 subjects, success remained elusive. Bring individuals to the laboratory without delay. Instruct them to spare no effort in accelerating the serum development, he commanded. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. After the secretary left, Chen Xinhua stood gazing out the window, muttering to himself, what nonsense, 1 in 10,000. They haven't even succeeded in testing. Where do they get such figures? A bunch of useless layabouts. Chapter 85. Compatibility. By 4 in the afternoon, Shi Minghui returned with 7 or 8 individuals to the shed. This is my eldest son, Shi Zhiwei. This is my second son, Shi Jizong. This is my daughter, Shi Zhimei. This is my nephew, Shi. Upon arriving at the greenhouse, Shi Minghui introduced each member of his family one by one. These individuals were either his sons, daughters-in-law, nephews, or brothers, totaling 8 in number. Subsequently, Lin Bai introduced the 5 evolvers from his team. After the introductions, Shi Zhiwei gestured towards the others and said to Lin Bai, Brother, it would suffice to let them stay here. We have a few vacant rooms upstairs. You all can move in there. That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Lin Bai thought it would be rather ungracious to impose further after already benefiting so much. Moreover, in this world, free offerings are often the most costly. Accepting something for nothing seemed morally dubious. If you don't occupy them, they will remain empty anyway. I have heard of your situation. You have helped us vent our frustrations. So consider this our family's token of gratitude, Shi Zhiwei replied with a smile. With such words, Lin Bai and Lin Wanner had no choice but to acquiesce as they were about to leave. Lin Wanner whispered to Zheng Xiaolong, who then led the others to the side of the truck. The greenhouse was less than 30 meters from the building where the Shi family resided, making the walk quite brief. Besides the Shi family, the building also housed a group of workers who had initially collaborated with them. Upon reaching the building, Shi Zhiwei guided them to the underground garage. How do you find it? Isn't it quite cool in here? Much more comfortable than upstairs, Shi Zhiwei remarked with a smile as they entered the garage. Lin Bai and Lin Wanner surveyed the surroundings. The garage had been ingeniously transformed into livable quarters, including the reception area they were currently in. It's rather pleasant. The garage maintains warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Quite suitable indeed, Lin Bai chuckled. After chatting for a few minutes, Shi Zhimei brought in a pot of tea and filled each cup. Brother, you truly are fortunate to have such a beautiful woman as your sister-in-law. Such beauty is indeed rare. Shi Jizong lifted his cup and said with a grin. Lin Bai glanced at Lin Wanner, who could not help but smile in return. That we've known each other since childhood, having grown up together. That's wonderful. You must be childhood sweethearts, Shi Zhimei interjected while replenishing the teapot. Tea this point. Lin Wanner felt utterly speechless. It seemed everyone was convinced she was Lin Bai's partner. It would be difficult to clarify such a misunderstanding now. She certainly could not declare, Lin Bai is merely my good friend, not my boyfriend, for that would likely provoke laughter from the others. Before long, Zheng Xiaolong returned with several individuals carrying 2 first-tier mutated dogs that they had killed at the gas station. Before any questions could arise, Lin Wanner stated, these are mutated dogs. Consuming their flesh won't advance you, but it will enhance your strength. However, before Lin Wanner could finish her explanation, the men stood and approached the mutated dogs. These are mutated beasts, Shi Zhiwei and the others exclaimed with joy. Just days earlier, they had received news from the laboratory about mutated beasts. They had learned that evolvers could enhance their internal energy by consuming the flesh of these beasts, potentially elevating themselves to the pinnacle of the first tier, or what was known as the peak of first-tier evolution. In the days following that revelation, they had staked out locations in hopes of encountering these evolutionary creatures. While they had spotted some, most were in groups, making them hesitant to act. That on one occasion, they encountered a solitary, mutated wild boar, but it managed to escape, and one of their team members even sustained minor injuries. Thus, upon seeing the mutated dogs, they were particularly exhilarated. Initially, Lin Warner had assumed these individuals might not grasp the benefits of the mutated beasts so quickly, but their current excitement was evidently clear. Knowing they understood, she felt no need to elaborate further and simply instructed Zheng Xiaolong, have them take these 2 mutated dogs to the kitchen. Let them prepare them, and we shall feast on them tonight. Zheng Xiaolong nodded and inquired where the kitchen was located. Sister, are you truly offering us such a precious item? Sure, Jime approached Lin Warner, taking her hand. Sis, you have provided us with a place to stay. Lin Warner felt somewhat uncomfortable being held this way for the first time, particularly by another woman. Aside from Lin B, it is customary to reciprocate. Let us not be so modest, Lin Bai interjected. Naturally, Shizhui and the others had no intention of refusing. It was merely polite banter. After Zheng Xiaolong and several others transported the mutated dogs to the kitchen, the atmosphere between both parties seemed to grow more familiar, and the initial awkwardness dissipated entirely. Lin Warner and her companions settled in the living room, naturally dividing into 2 groups. The men, including Lin Bai, on one side, and Lin Warner and the other women on the other. As they gathered, the conversation shifted to Lin Warner's sister. How do you maintain such flawless skin? It's simply exquisite, Shizhui remarked, holding Lin Warner's hand and gently playing with her delicate fingers. Lin Warner attempted to withdraw her hand several times, but felt it would be impolite. So she allowed Shizhui to hold tea that moment. She realized that conversations among women often involved such intimate proximity. This is just natural, Lin Warner replied, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. But it was indeed the truth that, how wonderful, Shizhui exclaimed, then turned her attention to Yi Qingyan, bestowing her with compliments as well. The 2 girls, who had spent most of their time at school, turned crimson from the praise as they continued chatting. The topic shifted back to Lin Bai and the men. Shizhui, glancing at the group of men, curiously inquired, Sister, I heard you and your boyfriend are childhood sweethearts. When did you 2 get together? Did he pursue you? Lin Warner found this question exasperating. It was utterly nonsensical. She and Lin Bai were not in a romantic relationship. If this continued, it might inadvertently become true. Ahem, she cleared her throat and replied, well, sort of childhood sweethearts, attending the same school. How lovely. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven. Chapter 86. Black Silk. Lin Warner and her companions found it rather peculiar that throughout their meal, the XINXN group had not made an appearance. Logically, one would expect outrage and fury after their son had been killed at the city gate. Yet, why had there been no reaction from the XINXN group until now? Perhaps it was for the best. After the long journey, Lin Warner and her group could use the time to rest. During the meal, Lin Warner instructed the chef to boil several large pots of soup using the bones from the mutated beasts. Distributing a bowl to each of the ordinary people, it was not that Lin Warner was stingy or unwilling to share meat. There were a total of 21st-tier mutated dogs and 1 second-tier mutated dog. Even if everyone partook, there would still be plenty left. The reality was that ordinary people could not truly consume this meat. They could not absorb the energy contained within. Eating it could lead to serious digestive issues. It was akin to refugees who had long suffered from hunger. Suddenly feeding them rich foods could result in metabolic abnormalities, respiratory failure, and heart failure. Although these individuals had not faced severe hunger, the principle remained similar regarding high-energy, mutated beast meat. However, they could handle the broth made from the bones. Lin Warner mused that if this continued, perhaps one day these ordinary individuals might be able to consume the meat of mutated beasts. Of course, this was merely her speculation. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to eat such meat. After a hearty meal, the Schur family felt quite satisfied. And just as Lin Warner and her group were preparing to leave, the Schur family exchanged glances before calling out to Lin Warner and Lin Bai once more. Finally, it was Shizhui who, A bit shyly, stepped forward to ask, "Sister, do you have any more of that mutated beast meat?" Before Lin Wanner could respond, Shijime hurriedly added, "Rest assured, we won't take it for free. We can exchange some equipment with you." "Exchanging isn't necessary. I will have someone deliver 2 more to you shortly." Lin Wanner smiled. At this point, aside from second-tier evolution potions, there was little else she desired. No, sister, you have just arrived and are still establishing yourselves. We cannot take your things without reciprocation. As she spoke, Shiji Mei pulled Lin Wanner deeper into the garage until a heavy iron door swung open, revealing an upscale and enigmatic shop before their eyes. Upon witnessing the mysterious store, Lin Wanner mused that indeed, a force possessing 8 or 9 evolvers would certainly control such a high-end establishment. Were it merely an ordinary shop, they could not possibly boast such a number of evolvers. "Come, sister, let us enter. I recall there should be equipment suitable for you inside." With that, Shijime ushered Lin Wanner and Lin Bai into the mysterious shop. Once inside, Shijime pointed at the countdown timer and remarked, "We are rather unfortunate this time. The next refresh will not occur for another 10 days. We have already purchased the evolution potions, but there are still some items left. Take a look and see if there is anything you desire." Lin Wanner nodded, thinking that since they were already there, she might as well browse. Before she could start, Lin Bai was already rummaging through the shelves. "Shao Wan, let's get this one. I believe it would suit you perfectly." Just as Lin Wanner prepared to examine, Lin Bai presented her with a square package. Upon inspection, Lin Wanner nearly exploded with rage, for it was none other than a pair of stockings. Black stockings, no less. The mere thought of wearing such an item was utterly humiliating. "No, absolutely not. I refuse to wear this," she declared vehemently. "Why not wear them?" Lin Wanner hurled the package at Lin Bai in indignation. "I am a boy. Why would I wear such a thing? It fits you perfectly. Your legs are long and beautiful," Lin Bai protested, flinching away. "Hey, don't hit me. Let us check the attributes first." He returned the stockings to her. Item name: ultra-thin sheer black stockings. Item type: apparel, set. Item price: 99 crystals, first tier. Item attributes: leg strength 2, activation conditions. 1. The user must be female. 2. The user must not be an evolver. Item description: the divine gift to the ordinary populace, enhancing their chances of survival in the apocalypse. Observing the playful banter between Lin Wanner and Lin Bai, Shijime chuckled and interjected, "I've seen these stockings before. They're of no use to you. Being evolvers, you might as well look for something else. But there is an A-line pleated skirt here, which would pair perfectly." Taking advantage of Shijime's distraction, Lin Bai unearthed the skirt, completely ignoring the various weapons on display. Item name: A-line pleated skirt. Item type: apparel, set. Item price: 78 crystals, first tier. Item attributes: constitution 2, activation conditions. 1. Must be worn with the ultra-thin sheer black stockings. 2. The user must not be an evolver. Item description: equipment tailored for the ordinary populace, enhancing their chances of survival in the apocalypse. That will take this set. But it's a pity there are no shoes or tops to go with it. This mysterious shop is truly frustrating. Why sell only half a set? Lin Bai, disregarding Lin Wanner's growing exasperation, grabbed the 2 items and prepared to leave. Shijime had little to say. She had already assessed these items and knew they were of little value, not to mention overpriced. They couldn't afford to squander their resources on gear for ordinary individuals at this stage. The crux of the matter was that even if an ordinary person donned this outfit, they could still fall victim to a zombie attack. If they were scratched, death would be inevitable. Consequently, wearing such attire would instill fear and hesitation in ordinary folks, especially women who would likely scream at the sight of a zombie, rendering them incapable of fighting back effectively. Thus, purchasing the items would be futile. It was wiser to conserve their crystals for other needs. However, since Lin Bai was set on acquiring them, that was his prerogative. Perhaps it was merely a whimsical indulgence between young lovers. With that, Shijime paid for the items, and, upon ascertaining they had no further requests, exited the shop. "You'll wear them when we get back." Lin Wanner glared at Lin Bai, teeth gritted. "But I truly believe they suit you. Think about it. Without your transformation, you're vulnerable to ambushes. This outfit would be just right for you," Lin Bai argued earnestly. Lin Wan Air understood the validity of his points, yet the thought of wearing black stockings was utterly unacceptable. She shot him a wide-eyed glare. Moreover, she was well aware of Lin Bai's mischievous intentions. Ahem. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Lin Bai mumbled to himself. Once we step outside, I'll have to inform them that if the next refresh includes another two-piece set, they must reserve it for us. Lin Bai. Lin Wan Air seized a pinch of flesh from his waist and twisted it forcefully. In that moment, under Lin Bai's guidance, the two exited the mysterious shop. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. In the next instant, the room was filled with Lin Bai's howls, resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 87. Absorption. The Shi family had provided them with 3 rooms. By chance, Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qing Yin shared one. Zheng Xiaolong brought his mother to share another, while Lin Wan Air and Lin Bai occupied the third. Upon returning to their room, Lin Bai incessantly urged Lin Wan Air to try on the black stockings and pleated skirt for him. Naturally, Lin Wan Air resolutely refused. Ultimately, after much coaxing, she conceded to don them the following morning. As they settled down for the night, Lin Bai toyed with the 2 second-tier mutated dog crystals in his hands like walnuts, discussing future plans. Gradually, they both drifted into slumber. Once they were fast asleep, the black card within Lin Wan Air's body inexplicably emerged, quietly gliding to the bedside table beside the second-tier crystal, slowly absorbing the energy from it. In mere minutes, the crystal reduced to a pile of powder. Subsequently, the black card returned to Lin Wan Air's body. The next morning, upon awakening, Lin Bai discovered this strange scene. The crystal he had placed on the bedside table had vanished, leaving only a heap of fine powder in its wake. After a moment of confusion, he inquired about it. As Lin Wan Air emerged from the bathroom, 2 crystals weren't of much concern to him, even if they were second tier. Yet if Lin Wan Air hadn't taken them, it implied someone had entered their room last night. Being on Shi family territory, it was undoubtedly linked to the Shi family members. Seeing the pile of powder, Lin Wan Air immediately recalled the Qiong Fei fairy card and the black card named Lin Mu. Having previously nourished these 2 cards with first-tier crystals, she took them out for inspection. The upgrade progress of the Qiong Fei fairy card showed no change, while the color of the black card appeared noticeably darker. To her astonishment, it seemed to have learned to steal energy. What on earth was this card? Realizing it was due to Lin Wan Air's card, Lin Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he promptly retrieved the black stockings and A-line pleated skirt they had purchased the day before. Upon seeing these items, Lin Wan Air's head began to throb. She had initially thought that Lin Bai would forget about it by morning. But to her dismay, he remembered everything quite clearly. We've offended the Exine group, and since the Shi family possesses a mysterious shop, the Exine group must have one too. They didn't retaliate yesterday. Perhaps they are plotting something that, if they devise a way to target us, and you fail to strengthen your transformation in time, it would be disastrous. Lin Bai articulated the stakes with clarity. I refuse. Lin Wan Air quickly retreated 2 steps. Didn't we agree yesterday? The world is fraught with danger. I'll wear them. Lin Bai attempted to help her. She protested. Wait. I'll do it myself. Lin Wan Air snatched up the stockings and skirt, retreating into the bathroom. Hold on a moment. Just as she entered, Lin Bai rushed over and pulled at the door. What are you trying to do? If you keep this up, I want to wear them. Lin Wan Air glared at Lin Bai, acutely aware that, on one hand, he genuinely wanted to help her, yet on the other, he merely wished to see her in black stockings. If she truly didn't want to wear them, Lin Bai couldn't force her. However, faced with his eager anticipation, she felt an inexplicable urge to wear them for him. The very thought ignited a blush on her cheeks. As she was once a boy, yet at that moment, Lin Bai was still holding the door, refusing to let her close it. This rascal, was it not enough for him to see her wear them? Did he also wish to watch her change? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Wait, you haven't picked out a shirt yet. I think this one pairs quite well. As she spoke, Lin Bai slid a fitted white shirt through the crack of the door. Most of these garments were extracted from packages they had unwrapped in that villa. Upon receiving the shirt from Lin Bai, Lin Wan opened the door, tugged it into her grasp, and then forcefully shut and locked the bathroom door. After shedding her nightgown, she hesitated for a moment before retrieving a pair of black stockings. Biting her lip, She bent down and slipped her legs into them. They felt incredibly soft and smooth. Once donned, a pair of slender legs appeared before her. The stockings were quite sheer, blending seamlessly with her skin, creating an alluring effect that was far more appealing than the thick, opaque varieties. Subsequently, Lynn Warner adorned herself with a pleated skirt. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the skirt was a tad too short, reminiscent of a JK uniform. Was this really appropriate? After putting on a shirt Lynn had given her, she struggled to fasten the buttons due to its oversized fit, inhaling deeply before securing them, hoping they wouldn't pop open. Finally, she slipped into a pair of Nike sneakers, standing before the mirror. She turned around to check for any flaws and, once satisfied, nervously pulled open the bathroom door. That very moment, Lynn Warner felt an inner turmoil. She knew that Lynn would be waiting outside. Thus, she pondered how he would perceive her appearance. Would he admire her outfit? Would he compliment her looks or figure? But then she thought, why should she care for his opinion? Why should she be concerned about whether he found her attractive? Moreover, does attractiveness even hold significance? Had she truly begun to see herself as a woman? No, she must be under his influence. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, as the door swung open and she beheld Lin Bai's face, her mind went completely blank. Chapter 88. Second stage zombie. As Lin Warner opened the door, Lin Bai, who had been waiting outside, widened his eyes in astonishment. At that moment, he found himself a loss for words to adequately describe Lin Warner's beauty. All the words in existence meant to convey beauty paled in comparison to her presence. Standing before him, Lin Warner felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she did not receive the praise she had anticipated. I told you it wouldn't look good, yet you insisted I wear it. With that, she intended to retreat and change out of the outfit. Just then, Lin Bai grasped her wrist and exclaimed, "It looks stunning. I was simply taken aback by your beauty. Bah, you're just flattering me." Lin Warner blushed, yanking her wrist away from his grip. Smooth talker, typical of men. With that, she promptly fell silent and swiftly redirected the conversation, urging Lin Bai to hurry and wash up. Once both had completed their grooming, they opened the door and discovered someone seated at the stairway. Upon seeing Lin Warner emerge, the individual hastily spoke. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Boss sure asked me to wait for you here. Breakfast is ready, so let us head down together." Lin Warner, seeing no reason to decline, expressed her gratitude and followed Lin Bai downstairs for breakfast. They had initially planned to venture out together today in search of supplies and crystal cores. After their meal, Lin Bai and Lin Warner resumed their journey in their own off-road vehicle, while Yang Xiaosong and his companions drove a pickup truck alongside them. This expedition consisted of a total of 14 evolved beings, including the 5 members of the Flower Guardian team and 9 from the Sure family. Since they were on a supply hunt, the Sure family had also dispatched 2 large trucks. Upon exiting the city, the battle at the city gate from the previous day felt like a distant memory. Aside from their group, numerous other vehicles from various factions were gradually departing the city. Today, there were 500 slots available for entering the city, with an equal split between men and women, only allowing those in good health. The sick were outright rejected. Nearby the refugee camp, a military officer stood atop a vehicle, holding a megaphone and shouting at the crowd. Hearing about the available slots, the crowd erupted into chaos. "Form a line, one by one. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will not be treated kindly." The officer had lowered the megaphone, yet his voice remained loud enough to drown out the murmurs of the nearby refugees, some of whom were left with ringing ears. Before long, as the refugees formed a long queue, several robust individuals were selected. Upon selection, they were immediately handed 2 white steamed buns. One man, having received the buns, promptly shoved one into his wife's hands. Suddenly, a guard maintaining order lashed out at the man with a whip, angrily reprimanding him. "Who allowed you to share food with others?" The man, stung by the whip, shivered in pain but refrained from arguing, anxiously urging his wife, "Hurry, eat quickly." Heeding his words, the woman hastily shoved the bun into her mouth and began to devour it ravenously. That moment, the guard aimed to strike again, but another individual interjected. "Enough, it's just a bun. Let them eat. The sooner they finish their task, the sooner they can return. The lab is pushing us hard." Upon hearing this, the whip-wielding guard scoffed and handed the man another bun, reiterating the warning that no food was to be distributed. What was happening? As their vehicle approached the refugee camp, Lin Bai and Lin Warner witnessed this scene unfold. Lin Warner frowned, contemplating before stating, "I've heard before that the labs in the settlement require subjects for drug testing, but I'm not sure if that's true." Despite her words, she felt uncertain. After all, in her past life, she had been at the very bottom of society, and although she ultimately became a refugee, she had been oblivious to the information circulating among the upper echelons. At that moment, Shi Jiwei's vehicle passed by, and he exchanged greetings with the officers selecting individuals. Lin Bai turned to him again. "Alas, such pitiful souls," Shi Jiwei lamented, shaking his head in sorrow. After leaving the refugee camp, Lin Warner and her companions continued to follow Shi Jiwei's vehicle down the road. The path they traveled was clear of abandoned cars, a testament to the efforts of the past month and a half. With Lin Warner and her team joining them, Shi Jiwei's group decided to venture further since they had already scoured the closer areas thoroughly. Thus, they set their sights on a place called Shuyuan Town. Unlike smaller towns, Shuyuan Town had a resident population of around 200,000 prior to the apocalypse, surpassing that of some small counties. Upon reaching Shuyuan Town, Shi Jiwei and his companions exercised extreme caution, aware that a town of such size could harbor a significant number of zombies. Of course, the population of 200,000 was dispersed across various villages and locales, not all concentrated within the town itself. However, they seemed to have encountered a setback as they entered the town, swiftly clearing away the surrounding zombies and entering a supermarket named Good Fortune to begin collecting supplies. Yet, just as they filled a truck, a horde of zombies surged in from outside, among which several stood out as distinctly different, clearly indicating they were at least second-stage zombies. One particularly daunting specimen stood over 4 meters tall, its body green and bearing 3 heads, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. Surrounding this 3-headed zombie were hundreds of first-stage zombies. "This is troublesome." Shi Jiwei and his companions grimaced at the sight of the approaching zombies from the street outside the supermarket. If it were merely first-stage zombies, they could manage, but the presence of those distinctly different ones, without a doubt second-stage zombies, was alarming that a quick glance revealed at least 5 second-stage zombies among them. With a total of 14 evolved beings in their group, even if they averaged 3 individuals per zombie, it was still insufficient, especially with so many first-stage zombies around. I and Warner will handle the second-stage zombies first. If you encounter them, group together and try to hold them off until we can assist you. Lin Bai suddenly addressed Shi Jiwei and the others. "You two are going to deal with the second-stage zombies?" Shi Jiwei and the others were taken aback. Previously, they had encountered second-tier zombies. The most significant distinction between first-tier and second-tier zombies lies in their agility. That first-tier zombies possess numerous shortcomings, such as incomplete limbs, often missing arms or legs, a consequence of the original humans being bitten by zombies. Most importantly, first-tier zombies are essentially deceased. Their bodies, having succumbed to the infection, exhibit hardened muscles and coagulated blood. Consequently, their physicality is exceedingly rigid, resembling puppets, which is why they are often referred to as walking corpses. Conversely, second-tier zombies represent an evolved form. During their evolution, the muscles of these zombies undergo transformations under the influence of the virus, resulting in the production of blood unique to zombies. In essence, first-tier zombies are akin to lifeless puppets, whereas second-tier zombies exhibit characteristics of life. This implies that first-tier mutated beasts can easily dispatch first-tier zombies. However, once a zombie evolves to the second tier, even second-tier mutated beasts must tread carefully. Chapter 89. Weapons of the Airtime is of the essence. Warner and I will advance first, while you all regroup. If you encounter second-tier zombies, remain calm and strive to buy time. With that, Lin Bai drew his Tang Dao, and immediately, a searing flame enveloped the blade. Derivative card, Strengthen. Lin Warner swiftly produced her card, her silvery white hair cascading down her back, captivating the attention of those around her. After all, confronting a second-tier zombie could not be managed with merely the 2 pieces of equipment they had purchased yesterday. Derivative equipment card, Greatsword, as Shi Jiwei and his family looked on in astonishment. A 2-handed greatsword materialized in the air. Upon seizing the greatsword, the 2 swiftly dashed out of the supermarket. Were they truly going to be all right? Shi Jiwei, furrowed his brow, and glanced at Liang Shaosong beside him. "Rest assured, just follow their lead," Liang Shaosong replied, drawing forth his weapon. Seeing this, Shi Zhuwei and the others had no alternative but to prepare for a desperate resistance. Meanwhile, Lin, Wanner, and Lin by each selected a second-tier zombie to confront. Special skill Shield.